modern entertainment.
You serious?
But instead, I happened across this article from several months ago talking about the role of canon in fan bases. I'm not going to bore you with all of the details, but the basic gist is that longtime fans tend to get overly attached to the canon of their favourite franchise, whether it's movies, TV shows, video games, even board games and trading cards. And they often react badly to any attempts to change that canon, like a selfish kid refusing to let anyone else play with his favourite toy. And it got me to thinking, why is canon actually important? Does it even mean anything anymore in a world of constant reboots, remakes and reimaginings? And why do some people guard it so jealously? Well, let's explore this question together, shall we? First up, I want to take a minute to understand what canon actually means, just so we're all on the same page with this one. Well, obviously it's a type of large caliber projectile weapon used. The truth is that canon is kind of a complex combination of legal ownership and collective fan belief. In boring legal terms, it's basically the official version of something that's being produced or endorsed by whoever owns the rights to it. For example, when Disney bought over Lucasfilm, they gained the rights to the Star Wars brand, so that every movie or book they produced from then on is now officially considered canon, even though it probably shouldn't be. That's the legal definition. The other, more subtle part of this is the collective belief of the fan base. In terms of storytelling, it's what fans consider to be the true version of events. Something that everyone can agree on and accept as having happened within the fictional world of, well, whatever franchise they're into. So if that's canon, then what isn't canon? Well, a nice simple example is fan fiction. Stories created by fans of a work that take established characters and settings and use them as the basis for a whole new story. And some of them can be pretty fucking obscure, let me tell you. Like if you desperately want to read about the ongoing adventures of Salacious Crumb, or the high school dramas of Brock Rumlow, or the love affairs of the fat bearded engineer guy from season 1 of TNG, then there's probably a lovingly crafted fan fiction lurking somewhere in the dark corners of the internet. Now that's all fine, but because they're not created by the people who actually own the rights to this stuff, they're considered non-canonical. They exist in their own little universe, safe and separate from the official main story. Sure, you can enjoy them for what they are, but for most people there's a kind of invisible line in their head that separates them from the true version of events. That way, if your favourite character happens to die in one of them, you don't really have to care about it because it didn't happen for real. It's kind of a subtle little trick that we play on our own minds, allowing them to believe in something just enough to buy into it at the time, while recognising that it's separate from another fictional thing we've bought into just a little bit more. Damn, this is like Inception levels of suspending disbelief. Anyway, the point I'm making here is that there's a clear line between canon and non-canon works, even in the same fictional worlds. Well, at least there used to be. The problem now is that the line between the two is becoming increasingly muddled, and it's happening for two main reasons: corporate and social. Consider the Disney takeover of Lucasfilm that I mentioned earlier. See, over the years, Lucasfilm had produced an absolute shit ton of books, games, TV shows and comics that gradually expanded on the events and characters in the movies, and even moved the Star Wars universe forwards. This became known as the expanded universe. They weren't always the best quality, and occasionally they would contradict each other in little ways, but gradually they solidified around a mostly coherent central storyline. And it was kind of cool to know that Luke and the others would go off on other exciting adventures after the events of the movies, instead of sitting on a fucking island drinking green alien titty milk. But when Disney took over Lucasfilm, they decided they wanted to take Star Wars in a whole new direction, and trying to work within the confines of the convoluted expanded universe would have required them to use brains and creativity. So instead they just said, fuck it, the expanded universe never happens. And just like that, it was decanonized. The stories and world that had been lovingly built up over decades were wiped out in an instant. And as you can imagine, the fans that had become invested in it weren't exactly happy. Something pretty similar happened to Star Trek when Bad Robot took over the franchise in what may have been one of the most disastrously short-sighted decisions in corporate history. J.J. Abrams was tasked with reinvigorating a franchise that had become stale and stodgy and run out of ideas, and because he wasn't capable of coming up with interesting new characters of his own, his solution was a shitty time travel plot that created a whole new version of Captain Kirk and the rest of the Enterprise crew. Not only did this avoid the difficult process of having to launch new characters, but it also allowed him to leech off the popularity of fan favourites. Unfortunately, it also had the side effect of wiping out absolutely everything that would come afterwards. Enjoyed TNG, did you? Liked yourself a bit of Deep Space Nine? Or maybe you were one of those weirdos that got a kick out of Voyager? Well, too bad, my friend, because all of those things have been consigned to a different timeline. The new world of Star Trek is dumb, frantic, violent, grim, horrific, and politically charged. And you'll fucking like it, you pleb, no matter how much money we have to lose in the process. Things are even worse for the DC universe on film, which has been plagued by studio mismanagement and conflicting creative visions since the very beginning. The result is an absolute mess, where movies like Joker now exist in their own separate reality, and the release of the Snyder Cut has fans battling over which version of Justice League is actually canon. Ghostbusters 2016 straight up ignored the previous two movies in a vain attempt to kickstart its own rebooted franchise, and when that proved to be about as successful as a shit-flavoured breath mint, a quick change of management at Sony resulted in Ghostbusters Afterlife, which wisely ignores the existence of Ghostbusters 2016 altogether. It's like a constant tug of war between different factions and producers, and caught in the middle are the increasingly exasperated fans who just want to enjoy their favourite stuff without constantly having to worry whether it even still exists or not. Because let's be honest, it's kind of disappointing to realise that your favourite stories and characters are only ever one corporate merger away from being wiped out of existence. The second problem is more subtle, but also far more insidious, and it's usually driven by the most destructive force in modern entertainment: politics. Take Doctor Who, the long-running British sci-fi show about a time-travelling alien who occasionally regenerates into a different appearance, mostly because William Hartnell, the original actor from the 1960s, was too ill to continue, so they needed an explanation for replacing him. But since then, it's become kind of a tradition. It's happened 13 times over the years, and every time the character's been played by a male actor. Well, until the BBC decided the show needed to be more diverse. So they shoehorned in an untalented actress that was totally unsuited to the role and forced heavy-handed political undertones into most of their stories. But that still wasn't good enough for them, because there was just no getting around the fact that 12 out of 13 versions of the Doctor had been played by men. Or was there? The episode The Timeless Child changed all of that by completely retconning the Doctor's backstory and revealing that there were literally hundreds of previous incarnations that the character had just kind of forgotten about, most of which were carefully chosen to be as ethnically and sexually diverse as possible. Unfortunately, it also undermined the history of a show that's been around for almost 60 years, completely changing the backstory of the main character and alienating longtime fans in the process. But really, that's just one example out of many ridiculous changes sweeping the entertainment industry. In recent years, there's been growing calls for the iconic spy James Bond to be played by a black man, or a woman, or better yet, a black woman. The latest movie, assuming it ever actually gets released, will apparently see Bond as old, retired, irrelevant, and no longer able to seduce women at all, because that's offensive now, I guess. So basically, they've removed the very traits that made the character so compelling and timeless. Genius. And believe me, that won't be the end of it. Why can't James T. Kirk be rewritten as bisexual, the blue-haired bloggers demands? Why can't we have female space marines in Warhammer? Why can't Han Solo be a black wheelchair-bound lesbian? The answer for me is simple. That's not how the characters were written. You might not like it, it might not gel with your current social climate, but that's just the way it is. And it doesn't give you the right to go back and retroactively change someone else's creation, especially when your reasons for doing so can be boiled down to, it needs to be more modern. No, it doesn't. By all means, create your own new characters and worlds that tick as many boxes as you want, and see how well they stand on their own merits.
But then you're being forced to call it fan fiction. You cannot claim to follow the origins and then completely alter it. No. Go ahead, make your fan fictions, write your own works, but it has nothing to do with true canon, true lore.
trying to reshape the ones that already exist. Stop taking things that people love and twisting them to suit your own selfish needs. If you're genuinely passionate about an entertainment property, subculture, or hobby, then you'll have enough humility to fit in with it, instead of expecting it to change to suit you. Jesus, is it any wonder that fans get pissed off about this kind of thing when they see the creeping demands for bigger and bigger changes gradually taking over their hobby until it barely resembles what it once was? But drinker, you loquacious Lothario, I hear you say. If it's all fictional anyway, then what does it matter? Surely everyone can just take whatever version of the story they like and stick with that. Well, that brings me neatly back around to the question of why canon actually matters. For me, it's more than just who holds the legal rights to an intellectual property. It represents the collective belief of the fanbase in the world they care about. It's what unifies them around core ideas, events, and characters. But if those core elements are subject to constant change and revision, then what the fuck is there to unify them? Could you imagine a bunch of Star Wars fans meeting up at some convention to talk about their appreciation of Han Solo, only they each have a completely different version of the character in their minds because he's been retconned so many times over the years? How are they supposed to relate to each other when they might as well be fans of completely different properties? Ultimately, canon for me is like the foundation on which you build your understanding and investment in a fictional world. The more solid and stable it is, the more you can feel comfortable to lose yourself in a bit of much-needed escapism. But every time some asshole changes some aspect of the canon, it undermines that foundation just a little bit more, until eventually the whole thing collapses and you end up saying, fuck it, I just don't care about this anymore. That, my friend, is how hobbies die. But don't worry, there's always new things to lose yourself in. Well, until you start hearing those small but growing calls for just one little change. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go on. The Lord of the Rings is quite simply one of the greatest movie trilogies ever committed to film. A brilliant adaptation of one of the best fantasy novels ever written. It's a poignant and moving exploration of the power of friendship and loyalty, hope and sacrifice, and the temptation and corruption of power, combining it all into the most epic of adventures to decide the fate of an entire world. Yeah, it has like 5 different endings, but what the fuck? When you're this damn good, you've earned every single one of them. It was one of the formative movie experiences of my teenage years, and a real pleasure to see one of my favourite books so faithfully adapted. But all good things come to an end, and with Return of the King, it seemed like we'd said goodbye to the world of Middle-earth. But the only thing more powerful than the One Ring is Hollywood's desire to milk a popular franchise dry. So 10 years later, we got the announcement that Peter Jackson was back again to direct the film adaptation of Tolkien's novel The Hobbit, a prequel to The Lord of the Rings, and it was going to be a trilogy.
You serious?
Now, I'll be honest with you here, I had misgivings about this one right off the bat. It really didn't feel like there was enough story to justify an entire trilogy, but truly, nothing could have prepared me for the shitstorm that was coming. The Hobbit trilogy is basically everything The Lord of the Rings wasn't. It was simplistic and contrived and ridiculously overdone, combining the worst excesses of vapid Hollywood action flicks with a paper-thin plot and characters that make your average CW show look complex and multifaceted. Now, I could probably spend hours breaking down each and every movie in turn, exposing all of the ridiculous creative decisions one by one, but honestly, there's not enough booze in the world to get me through something like that. So instead, I'm gonna keep things short, if not particularly sweet, and provide you with 5 key reasons why The Hobbit sucks. Ready? Nah, me neither. Anyway, let's get this shit moving. Reason the first, the plots. The plot for The Hobbit could best be summed up like this. Bilbo Baggins gets recruited by Gandalf to accompany a group of dwarves to the Lonely Mountain, where they plan to kill a dragon that drove them out of their homeland. They make it to the mountain, but then the dragon leaves to blow up some shit and gets himself killed. So now everyone wants a piece of the treasure inside the mountain, but the dwarves don't want to share it. But then a bunch of orcs show up and there's a big battle and the good guys eventually win. Oh yeah, and Bilbo finds a magic ring that can turn you invisible. I'm sure that one will never come up again. Now, if this little summary seems a bit short for a movie trilogy that's almost 8 hours long, then you're beginning to see the problem here. The Lord of the Rings novel came in at nearly 1,200 pages, which is what I like to call a target-rich environment. In fact, the biggest challenge they had with the movie trilogy was deciding what to cut out of it. But The Hobbit barely scrapes in at 300 pages. It was basically a children's book with none of the dark themes, complex relationships, and extensive world building of the sequel.
Because Tolkien created it to set his canon for his book. Turned out, though, it was so good he kept it as the origin. That's a little nerd from Foria. I love Lord of the Rings. One of the first few books I ever read from front to back in one sitting. And then I followed the second one, the Two Towers, and then I read the third, Return of the King, and then I found out there was a book that started it all, The Hobbit. Read it, and it's a bit of a masterpiece. But it was a short book. The Hobbit is the shortest of them all.
So how the fuck do you spin something like that into 3 entire movies? Well, if you're a lazy screenwriter of dubious ability, you pump your script full of more filler than a Twitch streamer's bra, such as extended flashbacks and chase sequences for a pointless side character that was barely mentioned in the book and has no impact to the larger story. Introducing entirely new characters and cliched romantic subplots that make no logical sense in the context of the universe. Singing. A generic antagonist with a manufactured grudge against the story's hero. Fumbling attempts to tie this story into The Lord of the Rings. Shameless fan service. More singing. Those fucking eagles again, which dump our heroes hundreds of miles from their destination for no obvious reason. Obnoxiously long CGI action sequences that go on forever and destroy any sense of tension. The point I'm making is that at least 50% of this trilogy is nothing but pointless filler. And like anything that doesn't add to the story, it all just feels empty and unsatisfying, like you're watching someone play a video game instead of a well-structured movie. In Lord of the Rings, every encounter felt significant, helping to move the plot forward, or expand the rich history of the world, or provide some kind of insight into the characters, their outlook, or motivations. The best ones even manage to do all 3 at the same time. But here, it just feels like the movie's treading water, trying to make each scene and event last for as long as possible, because there's so little material to work with in the first place. And of course, peppering it all with ridiculous, over-the-top action sequences. Which brings me neatly along to my next point. Number 2, the action. Since there's so little story to work with, all 3 of these films are chock full of boring, tensionless, CGI-heavy action scenes that go on forever and do nothing except waste time. The Lord of the Rings had its share of action as well, but believe it or not, it was usually fairly grounded and restrained. Well, apart from Legolas surfing that fucking shield down a flight of stairs. The characters might have lived in a world of magic and monsters, but it was still a world governed by rules just like ours. Rules like gravity and physics, and the limits of what the human body can realistically survive. Jump off a 500-foot cliff in Middle-earth, and you're gonna fucking die, regardless of the fantastical shit that lives in the world with you. When characters were put in dangerous situations in Lord of the Rings, you actually felt tension because for the most part, they were given realistic limitations to what they could endure. And when they exceeded those limits, well, guess what? But now take a look at the so-called action scenes from the Hobbit movies and ask yourself a serious question. Could any of this stuff ever possibly happen? Could anyone even hope to survive this? I mean, this fall alone should have killed every single one of them a dozen times over, but there they are, right as rain with barely a scratch on them. Fuck off, film. The problem with all this stuff is that not only does it look goofy as fuck, but it also shatters the audience's suspension of disbelief. Once you realize that your characters can easily survive falls, impacts, and deadly situations that would definitely kill a normal person, then it's hard to feel any concern when the movie puts them in danger because, well, they're not. As a filmmaker, you can conjure up the most fantastical worlds imaginable, but you still have to set rules for those worlds to abide by, and you have to stick to them. Break them too badly or too often, and your audience will disengage from your story because there's nothing left to believe in. Reason number 3, the dwarves. Let's be honest here, in the great pantheon of fantasy creatures, dwarves really got the shit end of the stick. They're short and dumpy, and they look kind of ridiculous on screen if they're handled wrong. Gimli from Lord of the Rings showed us that it was possible to create interesting and multifaceted dwarf characters. Yeah, the movies sometimes crack the odd joke at his expense to provide a bit of levity during heavy moments.
Nobody tosses a dwarf!
But they also gave him scenes of genuine pathos and drama.
Never thought I'd die fighting side by side with an elf.
What about side by side with a friend?
The message here was clear. This was a character you were supposed to take seriously. But The Hobbit goes completely off the map with its dwarves. For a start, there's 13 of the fucking things. I mean, I know there's 13 in the book, so I can't exactly blame them for being faithful, but there's just no way you can give 13 characters distinct personalities and outlooks, never mind anything even approaching an ARK. In fact, I doubt if most people could even identify more than 4 of them. There's the leader one, the old wise one, the big angry one, and, the fat one. The rest of them just blend into a generic mass that gets lost in the background, because most of the time, there's fuck all for them to do. And worst of all, they're treated as goofy, clumsy, comedy sidekicks. They're always falling over each other, or blundering into dumb traps, or singing crappy songs, and it's like the script wants you to mock them. I mean, a group of hardened warriors going on a one-way mission to reclaim their homeland is a pretty fucking solid basis for a dramatic story. You can do a lot to explore the mindset of men ready to sacrifice their lives on the slim hope of success. But nah, the movie just resorts to shit like this instead. Fuck off, films. Number 4, the antagonists. There's no other way of putting this. The antagonists in this trilogy fucking suck. None of them have any real menace or charisma or interesting qualities that made me want to learn more about them. Like everything else, they're treated more like cartoon characters than believable dramatic vessels for you to tell your story. First there's Smaug, the dragon who drove the dwarves out of their home. Why? Because he really likes gold, apparently. Wow, what a fascinating motivation. There's no plan for conquest or domination with him. No differing perspective that he has to offer. No goal that he's working towards. He sleeps under a mountain of gold, because I guess food and water aren't considerations for such a massive creature, and he only reacts when people disturb him. Then he fucks off and gets himself killed by someone else. Great.
You serious?
Azog the Defiler is basically just a generic orc that likes fighting and killing. He's not much different from that big Uruk-hai in Fellowship of the Ring. I mean, he's got kind of a grudge against Thorin for slicing off his arm, but it's not exactly a complex motivation. And don't even get me started on Stephen Fry. Jesus Christ, I've seen better villains in Christmas pantomimes.
Let us not forget that it was Gillian, Lord of Dale, your ancestor, who failed to kill the beast.
What kind of fucking ridiculous argument is that? Your dad failed to do something that was almost impossible. Therefore, we should ignore your obviously smart, pragmatic, and logical advice.
Well, that's definitely shite.
Who the fuck wrote this script? The Lord of the Rings had a wide variety of antagonists with differing motivations and goals. Some were brutally simplistic, others cunning and seditious, and still others were tragically damaged beyond repair. Some harbored grandiose plans for conquest and domination, while rising powers tried to turn the situation to their advantage. And in a way, the biggest antagonist of all was a little gold ring that could turn you invisible. A ring that exposed the weaknesses of everyone who touched it, potentially turning anyone into an antagonist. The point being, the enemies in Lord of the Rings explored interesting ideas about the corrupting nature of power, the eternal temptation to use it with good intentions, the dangers of hubris, ambition and pride, and the power of friendship, trust and loyalty. They were complex and multifaceted, and the fact that most of them started out as good people gave the story an added layer of pathos and poignancy. But what the fuck do we have here? A dragon that burns entire cities to the ground because he likes doing it. An orc that kills people because he likes war. A corrupt town leader that's only in power because his people are too fucking stupid to get rid of him. It's bland and dumb and shallow as a puddle of piss, and it has nothing worthwhile to say. Number 5, Bilbo. Bilbo's annoying as fuck, partly because like every other character in The Hobbit, he's written as a complete caricature with no depth, no personal history, no facets to his personality, and worst of all, no personal growth. Frodo really went through the mill in Lord of the Rings, developing inner strength, maturity and wisdom through his long adventure, but also losing something in the process. By the end, you could tell that he was no longer a whole man, and that the destruction of the ring had left a gap in him that could never really be filled. Therefore, you understood his eventual decision to leave Middle-earth. Bilbo doesn't really learn anything about himself or get tested like Frodo did. Apart from being richer and better travelled, he's basically the same person at the end as he was in the beginning. There's none of the weary pride that comes from the completion of a difficult quest. No feeling that he's stronger or wiser or better for what he's been through. He just goes right back to his normal life as if nothing happened. And by the end, I found myself asking, what was the fucking point of any of this? Also, there's something about Martin Freeman that really pisses me off. One, because he's basically a small-time character actor that somehow fell ass backwards into major movie roles with none of the magnetism or charisma needed to command the big screen. And two, because he's basically been playing the same bumbling, uptight, socially awkward square for the past 20 years. And what started out as funny and endearing is really starting to wear thin now. And really, this just reinforces my belief that just like Seth Rogen and Kristen Wiig, he's basically made a career out of playing himself. Now, this video is getting long as fuck, and I'm starting to forget what I was even talking about, but I feel like I've barely scratched the surface of The Hobbit's problems. I haven't even mentioned the irrelevant subplot about Gandalf investigating the return of Sauron and the Ring Wraiths, featuring a bunch of de-aged actors from Lord of the Rings in a desperate attempt to make these films seem more legit, or the unnecessary fan service cameo from Legolas, or the totally forced and unbelievable romance between an elf and a dwarf. Wait, doesn't this count as an interspecies relationship? Or the 4K 60 frames per second viewing experience in the cinema that made the whole thing look fake as fuck, like I was watching a dodgy stage play or something. God's sake, I just miss standard frame rates and film grain. Is it too much to ask that my movies look like actual movies? Like I said, all of this stuff is basically just filler, shoved in to pad out the runtime and make these movies seem like there's more going on than there really is. The emotional tone also swings wildly from ridiculous slapstick humor to epic conflict to heavy and ominous drama in a matter of minutes, with absolutely no sense of structure or consistency. On the one hand, it wants to be a fun, light-hearted adventure with lots of gags to keep the kids amused, but it also wants to be an epic, dramatic saga to rival The Lord of the Rings, and well, you kinda have to pick one and stick with it. I think this criticism is particularly telling when you look at the wider context of these movies. When Lord of the Rings came out, there really wasn't much else to compare it to. The market for big-budget adaptations of fantasy novels was more dead than Movie Bob's YouTube career. But by the time The Hobbit came around, the landscape had completely changed. Game of Thrones was reaching the peak of its creative and cultural popularity, and well, compared to a show rammed full of boobs and swearing and violence, The Hobbit just came across as childish and ridiculous, a relic from a different time, cobbled together by 4 different screenwriters trying to recapture the magic from a decade earlier, and directed by a man that really should have moved on by now. And all of it done because they knew no matter how shit it was, the name alone would be enough to make money. And I guess that's my big takeaway from the Hobbit trilogy. It's a series of movies that feels kind of unnecessary, filling in the blanks of a story that's already been told, and told extremely well. A modest little adventure that probably would have functioned well as a standalone film, but instead got packed full of unnecessary filler and scaled up into a bloated, clumsy, extravagant movie trilogy that nobody really asked for. But hey, at least it'll probably be better than the Amazon TV series. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. You know, as I sift through the endless river of sludge that passes for modern entertainment, I'll occasionally come across an unexpected gem glistening in the murky depths. Like Dune, for example, which proved to be a thoughtful, slow-paced and philosophical adaptation of some pretty challenging source material. But one thing that leapt out at me while I was watching it was, holy shit, isn't it nice when characters act like smart, mature adults who make sensible decisions, control their emotions, and actually take the time to consider their situation instead of ridiculous, hyperactive teenagers driven by hormones and emotions that have somehow inherited the bodies of grown adults. It seems like some kind of crazy luxury from a bygone era now, but it brought me to a pretty interesting conclusion about why modern movies suck harder than Tatiana after 2 lines of cocaine. They're written by children for children, or rather, people with the intelligence, attention span, and emotional maturity of children. And this fundamental limitation filters through into everything they produce, which is fine if your idea of entertainment is eating Play-Doh and farting in the bathtub. But for anyone looking for something just a bit smarter and more subtle, it's a bit like going to a burlesque show, except the dancers all look like Elizabeth Warren, and they want to spend the evening talking to you about federal tax reform. Anyway, allow me to illuminate you. For the purposes of this video, I'm going to lift some examples from Star Trek over the years. It's a franchise that's been around longer than most of us have been alive, so it's probably a good reflection of how writing and character development have changed over the years. First up, let's take a look at The Wrath of Khan from 1982, which is generally regarded as the best Star Trek movie ever made. The basic
Is, and still is, to this day.
story is that an aging Admiral Kirk is given command of the Enterprise again when an old enemy hijacks a Federation starship and uses it to get his hands on a doomsday weapon that can destroy entire planets. Along the way, he also intends to dish out a bit of good old-fashioned payback on Kirk as revenge for leaving him stranded on a barren planet decades earlier. There's a lot going on here in terms of character development, but the central story arc for Kirk is his struggle with getting older. The movie opens up on his 50th birthday, and it's clear he's not exactly thrilled about that fact. He's very much a middle-aged man now, stuck in an unrewarding desk job and facing up to the realization that his best days may be behind him. McCoy even gives him a pair of reading glasses as a birthday gift because he's too proud to admit that his eyesight isn't what it used to be. Overall, it's a pretty universal concept that most people can relate to and empathise with. I mean, how many of us are trapped in some boring office job we don't enjoy, wishing we could live a life of adventure and endless possibilities? How many of us are getting older and realising we can't do the things we used to do, and that other, younger people are slowly coming up to replace us? Deep down, we all know it's going to happen sooner or later, even if we'd rather not think about it. Now consider a similar scene that Star Trek Beyond from 2016 rips off. Pays tribute to. It's the same basic setup of Kirk and his friend McCoy celebrating his birthday over a quiet drink, and a subdued Kirk reflecting unhappily on where he's at in life. The difference here, though, is that this version of Kirk is 36 years old, and he's in command of a starship out exploring the galaxy. He's literally in the prime of his life, doing the things he enjoys most. He should be loving every single minute of it, but because the movie wants to set him up as a reluctant hero who's thinking about moving on to new things, the best it can come up with is to project the middle-aged angst of Wrath of Khan onto a character who's at a completely different stage in life. It doesn't ring true in the slightest because it's trying to force a situation that can't happen organically. Now consider the ending for Wrath of Khan. With his ship crippled and most of his crew dead, Khan triggers a doomsday device in a last-ditch attempt to take his enemy down with him. The desperate situation forces Spock to sacrifice himself to repair the Enterprise's warp core, allowing them to escape the blast at the cost of his own life. Kirk's forced to watch his best friend die in front of his eyes, unable to help him, and it's interesting to watch his reaction as the realization sinks in. He doesn't scream or cry out or lose control, he just kind of slumps to the ground, devastated and shocked as the camera slowly pans away. And when it's time to lay his friend to rest, he delivers the eulogy with stiff but stoic composure, only wavering once at the very ends.
Of all the souls I have encountered in my travels, his was the most human.
Why? Because he's a grown-ass man and he's the captain of a starship. He's expected to lead by example and hold himself together, whatever his personal feelings, because that's how professional officers conduct themselves. And that little moment when his composure slips becomes all the more poignant, because you know how hard he's trying to hide it. Now let's consider how this same scene plays out in Star Trek Into Darkness. Yeah, I think you begin to see the difference here. Not only does Kirk's death happen in the midst of a ridiculous action scene with starships crashing into cities, buildings getting flattened, and people dying by the tens of thousands, thus giving the audience no time to process it before it's swiftly undone with a bit of cheap Deus Ex Trifica. But it's also very clear that the characters in whatever passes for modern Star Trek very much wear their hearts on their sleeves, running around like frantic lunatics in emergencies, openly discussing personal relationships in front of superior officers, and responding with big emotional outbursts in high-stress situations. It's quite a contrast from the more mature and restrained characterizations from the earlier movies. As another example, let's consider how characters handle interpersonal conflict. Like in this scene from Star Trek The Undiscovered Country, where it's revealed that due to a major industrial disaster, the Klingon Empire is on the verge of collapse, and is now making peace overtures towards the Federation. Naturally, this causes quite the difference of opinion about how to handle the situation, with the more hard-line officers seeing this as a chance to eliminate their most dangerous enemies once and for all. The more forward-thinking elements, on the other hand, want to negotiate an honourable peace rather than push their opponents into a corner and risk a destructive military conflict. Both perspectives have merit, and the script is smart enough to let them have their say, before revealing that Kirk had been personally chosen by Spock to lead the diplomatic initiative. Naturally, he's not happy about being railroaded into a mission like this, partly because of his professional mistrust of the Klingons, partly because he's an aging commander who fears the rapidly changing world around him, but also because he has a very personal reason to hate them.
David?
David is dead.
All of these elements combine together to create a strong and very understandable emotional reaction. You can see how fucking angry he is with his friend, the way he stands at the opposite end of the table, keeping a safe distance between them. At first it starts with cold accusations, but when Spock tries to argue his case rationally, the real emotions start to come through.
Don't believe them. Don't trust them.
Until at last it all becomes too much and Kirk finally shows his true colours.
They're dying. Let them die.
It's a smart, well-written scene that demonstrates the changing dynamics between the two friends and actually paints Kirk in a pretty unflattering light without completely destroying him as a character. He's an old, bigoted, reactionary officer from a different era, afraid of change, still licking old wounds, and unable to see past his own prejudices. And yet, you absolutely understand why he feels this way. Just like the debate during the briefing earlier, neither side is portrayed as strictly right or wrong. They're just different perspectives, born from different experiences, and both are definitely worth listening to. But what's most important to note here is how the two men actually conduct themselves. They're controlled, rational, and measured, arguing their points effectively and not simply shouting over each other. Yeah, Kirk's definitely got an emotional stake in this, which quickly comes through as Spock presses him, but even then, he manages to keep himself mostly under control. Why? Because that's how grown fucking men deal with things. Real men don't fly off the handle at the slightest provocation, or start fighting and yelling at each other when they disagree, because losing control like that isn't a sign of strength. It's a sign of deep weakness and insecurity. Weakness of character, weakness of self-control, and weakness of self-discipline. Now let's consider how Kirk and Spock resolve their differences in the new version of Star Trek. For fuck's sake. The last example I want to give you is how the chain of command operates in different eras of Star Trek. In the episode Gambit from Star Trek The Next Generation, the captain and first officer of the Enterprise are both out of action, leaving Data to take command of the ship and Worf to act as his first officer. It's a change of role for both men, and unfortunately, Worf doesn't take too well to this, openly questioning his decisions in front of the bridge crew.
Finally.
This prompts Data to summon him to his ready room for a good old-fashioned ass-kicking. Like my previous examples, the great thing about this scene is how restrained and understated these two characters are. They don't yell at each other or come to blows because they don't need to. Data calmly but firmly explains that Worf was wrong to question him in front of the crew.
You continually question my orders in front of the crew. I do not believe this is appropriate behavior.
Worf offers a justification for his behavior.
Is it not my duty to offer you alternatives?
And Data lets him know that shit isn't gonna fly with him.
But once I have made a decision, it is your job to carry it out, regardless of how you may personally feel.
And guess what? Worf recognizes that he was in the wrong, apologizes for it, and the two men go back to work with no hard feelings.
If you will overlook this incident, I would like to continue to consider you my friend.
I would like that as well.
Holy shit, imagine two people dealing with interpersonal conflict like calm adult professionals. Whoever wrote the dialogue for this scene deserves a fucking medal. It's an absolute masterclass in the subtle enforcement of command and authority, mixed in with the conflict between two friends having to adjust to a sudden change of roles. Without even having to raise his voice or resort to personal attacks, Data is able to perfectly explain the mutually supportive relationship between a captain and his first officer, and make it clear that he expects that same level of support from Worf. Disrespect will not be tolerated. And as a contrast to that, consider how the chain of command operates on a show like Star Trek Discovery.
Now you get off my ass so we can get back to work? The shit would hit the fan.
Well done, number one.
Well, it's freaking amazing.
Excuse me? Freaking amazing.
Evolution's a fickle bitch, am I right? I'm going, get off my ass! Sir, get off my ass, sir!
I love how these people are able to just say and do whatever the fuck they want with zero repercussions, casually backchatting their commanding officers and generally acting like immature morons. Seriously, the level of discipline and professionalism here is about the same as a fucking liberal arts college. They're like teenagers that have suddenly been put in command of a starship with no training or preparation. They're impulsive, hyperactive, emotionally unstable, unprofessional, and generally pretty incompetent. They're the absolute last people on Earth you'd trust your life to, and unfortunately, they've become kind of the norm in modern film and TV. So why the fuck does this keep happening? What happened to all the adults in the room? Well, from my point of view, there's three different strands to this answer. The first is a simple one. Money. Most effects-heavy movies are expensive as fuck to make now, and if your film doesn't rake in a shit zillion dollars, then you might as well start learning to code. You need to appeal to as wide an audience as possible, particularly the younger demographic, which means lots of action, lots of energy, lots of jokes, quippy dialogue, and fast-paced storylines that don't demand too much brain power. No time to waste, people. Go, go, go! The second strand is this weird trend towards infantilizing modern audiences, carefully shielding them from anything that could be considered difficult, scary, or threatening. Whether it's public information videos, commercials, or government announcements, everything's presented in this weird, childish, happy-clappy format that looks like the sort of inoffensive crap you'd show to kindergarteners. Take this US Army recruitment video, for example. Jesus, take a second to think about the kind of person this video is going to appeal to. Then imagine how well that person would do in a fucking war. The final and probably biggest strand is the people hired to actually write this stuff. I've said before that a character is only ever as smart, capable, and resourceful as the person writing them, and well, you don't need me to tell you that Hollywood creatives these days aren't exactly paragons of tough, stoic, confident self-reliance. They're the kind of people who consider mean tweets to be on par with mass murder. In fact, most of them have lived the kind of safe, comfortable, sheltered lives that previous generations could only dream of, never experiencing anything even resembling hardship, adversity, or danger. The kind of stuff that actually builds character, self-confidence, life experience, and generally makes you a more interesting, capable person. The end result of all this is a generation of writers that are weak, fragile, spoiled, narcissistic, emotional, and insecure, completely unable to handle adversity, conflict, masculinity, or anything that challenges their own self-image. In short, they're basically children inhabiting adult bodies, and as a result, they lack the experience and maturity needed to write smart, confident, capable adult characters. And well, look at the results. It's bad enough for people like me, who still remember what quality writing looks like, and now have the dubious pleasure of watching previously smart, mature characters get bastardized, infantilized, and destroyed. But what's even more disheartening is the effect this is having on people who don't have that solid foundation to fall back on. The ridiculous infantile shite that today's writers produce is helping to shape and influence a whole new generation of young moviegoers, changing their perception of what supposedly heroic characters should be and do. And if that's the case, I can't fucking wait to see what happens when they get out into the world. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Here's an idea. Wouldn't it be cool if I could make Rey into a likable character? Yeah, I'm gonna have to fucking go some to make this one work. But never let it be said that the drinker shies away from a challenge. So join me as I apply what's left of my creative skill to the most broken of broken characters in cinema history, Rey Skywalker. No, wait, Rey Palpatine. Actually, if she was raised by this asshole, doesn't that make her Rey Plot? Alright, enough. Let's begin the next episode of The Drinker Fixes. As always, in order to fix Rey's character, we need to first understand where the problems lie.
How much time have you got?
Not much, as it turns out. So to preserve what's left of my sanity, I'm gonna go for the abbreviated version. Let's begin, shall we? When we first meet her, Rey is a junk scavenger eking out a living on the desert planet of Jakku. She's been separated from her parents for some time and clings to the fading hope that they'll come back for her someday. But her life changes when she runs into BB-8 being attacked by some local scavengers, so she beats them up and escorts him to the nearest settlement. Then she gets attacked by more people and beats them up. That's when she runs into Finn and beats him up. Then the three of them are forced to flee in the Millennium Falcon, which was conveniently sitting around unguarded and unsecured. Wow, that was lucky, wasn't it? Like, there's literally nothing to stop some random asshole walking up and taking off with this thing. No security code, no biometric scanner, no key system, not even a fucking padlock. Anyway, whatever. Then they run into Han Solo and Chewie, and after some shenanigans with giant alien testicle meatballs, they end up on another planet where they meet the walking exposition machine that is Maz Kanata. Maz tells Rey that she's wasting her time waiting for her parents and that her future lies elsewhere. And Rey just automatically believes her. Like, how the hell do you know, you fucking dried up Satsuma? And how does Rey not have any actual memories of her parents anyway? I mean, she looks to be about 8 or 9 years old in this flashback, so it's not like she was a little baby that doesn't understand what was happening. Wouldn't she remember who they are, what they look like, and the circumstances behind their departure? I can still remember a fuck ton of stuff from when I was 9 years old, and I've got alcohol-induced brain damage.
Heck, I remember from 3 years old on.
Anyway, Rey gets sad and runs away, and gets captured by Kylo Ren, who takes her to Starkiller Base for interrogation. Wait, why is he taking her to the super secret Death Planet thing, when he could just as easily interrogate her on one of the thousands of ships in the First Order fleet? Don't they have interrogation cells too? Oh yeah, it's so the rest of the plot can happen.
Fuck off, film.
Anyway, the others launch a rescue mission to get her back, but Rey is like,
Nah, it'll be fine.
and then she rescues herself. You go, girl. Then Han Solo walks into a lightsaber and Rey has a fight with Kylo Ren and beats him up. Then she leaves to teach Luke Skywalker how to do better, and the movie ends.
I'll take it from here, drinker. Fuck off, film.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Now, assessing Rey's character is kind of a difficult proposition because she basically doesn't have one. See, under normal circumstances, a protagonist is made up of 4 basic elements, like building blocks. 1. Motivation. What goal do they want to achieve and why? 2. Adversity. What challenges do they face along the way? 3. Strengths. What are they good at? Where do they excel? Number 4. Weaknesses. What are they bad at? What flaws hold them back? The first 2 describe what a character does and why. The second 2 describe who they are as a person, i.e. how they do things. Now, a well-written character will involve a complex interplay between all 4 of these elements, which is what drives development. This process of developing from who they are at the beginning of the story into who they become by the end is known as a character arc. The problem with Rey is that she lacks at least 2 of these foundational elements right off the bat. First of all, weaknesses. She has none. When it comes to skills and abilities, Rey can do basically anything the plot needs her to do in any situation, including but not limited to...
since he's not saying it, I will for you.
Right off the bat, first of all, weaknesses. She has none. When it comes to skills and abilities, Rey can do basically anything the plot needs her to do in any situation, including but not limited to...
So he said including but not limited to easily defeating two larger and stronger opponents in hand-to-hand combat. Expertly piloting a ship she's never flown before. It's also a very, very complicated ship, and one of the fastest ships ever. But she somehow just flies it right away. Performing complex hyperdrive maintenance while at light speed. Oh man, when do we even start with how many wrongs that is? Next, operating the door lock mechanism of a ship she's never set foot on before. Next, operating a blaster at expert marksman level on her first attempt. Long range, marksman shot, never shot before. That's impossible. And then resisting force mind control despite having no previous training. This dude literally can... Kylo Ren was doing mind control on people that actually knew how to defend themselves and still eventually broke through. Yet she has no training in it. Do you see how that's wrong? Next, utilizing force mind control despite no previous training. So not only can she resist it, but somehow she mimicked it and can do it now? Utilizing force pull despite having no previous training at all. Defeating a master swordsman in lightsaber combat despite never using a lightsaber before. Defeating Luke Skywalker with his own lightsaber after training herself. Destroying 3 TIE fighters with a single blaster bolt, utilizing force lightning despite not even knowing what it is. Being instantly trusted, liked and respected by every good character in the trilogy. Being kind, generous, and altruistic despite living an extremely harsh life. Yep, that's also impossible. Being able to heal failed wounds and resurrect the dead. Yep, they put her to do that. And she's literally being Space Jesus.
But it's not just her capabilities that are overpowered. See, even the most likable character will generally start out with a flaw or two. Maybe they're overconfident, or selfish, or naive, or uncaring, or cowardly, or Brie Larson. The point is, they usually have something about them that's holding them back in some way. A flaw that they have to overcome through struggle, personal growth, and development. But Rey doesn't have any flaws, so there's nothing to develop. She's tough, self-reliant, confident, intelligent, and resourceful. But conversely, she's also kind, sociable, altruistic, generous, trusting, well-adjusted, and compassionate. She's truly the best of both worlds, even when those things contradict each other or make no sense given her personal history. The point is that when a character has all the strengths and abilities they could ever need, but none of the weaknesses or flaws, it makes it very difficult to experience adversity. Nothing is ever allowed to challenge Rey in this trilogy. Every character she fights, she defeats. Every situation that puts her in danger, she overcomes with little difficulty and no help. When she gets ambushed, she fights her way out of it. When she gets captured, she rescues herself. When she has to confront the antagonist, she defeats him every single time. When she discovers some shocking information about her lineage, she's upset for a few minutes, then she's right back to laughing and winning at everything.
I like this!
Now, I could speculate more about the creative reasons behind this, but I think we all know why she was made this way. So we've already established that Rey lacks weaknesses, and as a result, she doesn't experience adversity. And as for strengths, well... But what about motivation. What does Rey really want from her life? What's her goal? Well, I guess her general motivation is to be reunited with her parents. She's been hanging around Jakku for at least a decade waiting for them. What the fuck do you think happened to them, Rey? Did their watches stop? Do you really think they'll return after 10 years?
Fuck off, film.
The point here is that her goal is to basically stay right where she is and hope that they come back someday. Wow, how inspiring. But she keeps making decisions that conflict with this goal. She helps BB-8. She helps Finn. She joins Han Solo. She gets captured by Kylo Ren. Each person she meets carries her further from her home. She's not actively pursuing a goal at all. She's just being carried along by the plot, going where other people take her. She's even told at one point that her parents aren't important and she should forget about them. Then in the second movie, she's told again that her parents were nobodies and that they're not important. Now, much as I hate TLJ, at least the first two films delivered a consistent message that it doesn't matter where you come from, what matters is who you choose to be. Then Rise of Skywalker shat the bed and decided that lineage was important after all, because basically there was nothing else left to work with at that point. And as for this moment,
Rey Skywalker.
I don't even know what to say. The point I'm making here is that not only does Rey lack a consistent motivation to strive towards, but her storyline becomes a tug of war between two different writers, each with conflicting ideas and creative visions, and the result is a fucking mess that makes no sense. So there we have it. Out of the 4 foundational elements that are required for a character, 2 of them are missing entirely in Rey's case, and 1 is so muddled and compromised that it's basically irrelevant. And just like a building, destroy the foundation and the rest of the structure will quickly fall apart. That's the problem with Rey, so how do we fix it? Well, let's begin with her situation. We know that Rey's been abandoned by her parents and forced to survive alone most of her life, scavenging for junk on a remote planet at the ass end of nowhere. Now, believe it or not, that's actually not a bad setup for your main character. It allows you to establish Rey as a tough, resourceful individual that's used to going it alone. It would make sense that she's able to defend herself when necessary, that she has a certain level of technical knowledge, and that she's generally used to looking after herself. Those are good strengths, but what about weaknesses? What would be the negative aspects of living a life like this? Well, surviving in a harsh and unforgiving environment and having to compete against other people for limited resources would probably mold you into a hard, dangerous, selfish kind of person. One that doesn't trust other people easily, doesn't open up to them, and is generally used to looking out for number 1. The sort that might even be willing to screw people over to save their own arse. That actually provides us the basis for a strong but realistically flawed character. Someone who can handle themselves in a tough spot, but finds it difficult to trust others and work as part of a group. Smart and resourceful, but selfish and unpredictable. And kind of ignorant about the wider world. Which brings us along to motivation. What does this new version of Rey actually want? Well, we know she wants to find her parents again, and she probably doesn't want to spend the rest of her life on fucking Jakku, so let's go with that. Instead of hanging around hoping that they'll show up again, how about trying to find a way off-world so that she can search for them? Maybe she's been slowly saving up enough credit to book passage out of there. That makes sense, and it gives her a viable goal to work towards. So, how about this? Finn and Poe escape from the First Order, just like in the original movie. Their ship crash lands in the desert, but instead of Poe mysteriously vanishing for most of the film, only to reappear later with the most bullshit of bullshit excuses, this time both of them survive the crash. Now they have an objective of their own. Find BB-8 and get the fuck off the planet before the First Order catch them. Meanwhile, Rey sees their ship crash in the distance and heads out to investigate. That's when she intercepts BB-8 and realizes that she can sell him, so she pretends to help him so she can get him to the nearest outpost and trade him in for hard cash. Finn and Poe, meanwhile, are hiking through the desert towards the same outpost, having seen it from the air as they crashed, and figuring that BB-8 would head there too. This would be a good opportunity for a character moment, giving us a chance to get to know both men a little better. Maybe Finn could tell us more about how he was conscripted into the First Order, how they operate and why he defected. He can even drop little hints about a top secret super weapon that they've been working on. You know, foreshadowing and all that. Poe, on the other hand, could tell us a bit about the state of the galaxy, why the Republic hasn't done anything to stop the First Order until now, why Leia is leading the Resistance to oppose them, and generally what the fuck's been happening for the past 30 years. The kind of world building that this trilogy desperately needs. Either way, both men run into trouble that night when they get ambushed by scavengers, resulting in a firefight that forces them to split up. Finn, being a trained fighter and seeing himself as expendable, volunteers to hold them off while Poe escapes. Meanwhile, Rey, who's been following their trail, hears the sounds of battle nearby. She wants nothing to do with it, but BB-8 hears Poe's voice and rushes straight in, forcing her to intervene. Finn has made a brave stand, but the odds are against him. He's about to be gunned down when Rey shows up and takes out his attackers, thus saving his life. But instead of helping him, she demands to know who he is and what the hell he's doing here. When Finn spots BB-8, he realizes this is the droid they're looking for, but naturally BB-8 doesn't recognize him, which causes Rey to threaten him. It's only when Poe shows up that BB-8 reunites with him and the tension eases a little. The two men explain that they need to get to the nearest outpost so they can deliver BB-8 to the Resistance. Rey explains that they've been heading in the wrong direction and that only she knows the way. Without her, they'll never find it. Rey, in return, wants a ride off the planet and sees them as her way out, so they form an uneasy alliance together. This way, you establish Rey as a smart, savvy character, willing to help others if it benefits her. She doesn't really care about the Resistance or the war against the First Order, because she has no experience with any of it, and she has very little trust in Finn or Poe, but she believes she can use them to her own advantage. Anyway, they stop to rest for a while, but Rey's sleep is plagued by disturbing dreams, memories of being abandoned as a child, and visions of Kylo Ren and Luke Skywalker. Finn hears her cry out in her sleep and tries to check on her, but she wakes up suddenly and holds a blade to his throat, warning him to stay back. She refuses to say what she saw in her dream, but she remains disturbed by it. The next morning, they make it to the outpost and try to find a ship out of there, only to run into the First Order, who try to capture them. This forces them to hijack a ship that isn't the fucking Millennium Falcon and make a run for it, with Poe taking control. You know, the guy whose main skill is being an amazing pilot. Finn, meanwhile, operates the guns until they get damaged by enemy fire, while Rey uses her knowledge of crashed TIE fighters to exploit a weakness in the enemy ships, destroying the last of them and allowing them to escape. This way, you get to show the three of them being forced to work as a team for the first time, using relevant skills that make sense for each character. Poe, the hotshot pilot, Finn, the reluctant soldier, and Rey, the scrappy but resourceful scavenger, instead of Rey just being able to do everything, thus rendering everyone else irrelevant. Wouldn't that be a crazy concept? Anyway, they need to get to the Resistance, but their ship's hyperdrive and communications were damaged in the battle. Rey manages to patch it up temporarily, but they can only manage a short jump. Poe plots a course to the nearest neutral planet, and off they go. This pause in the action would be a great time for more character moments, where Poe can explain about the map to Luke Skywalker. Rey can also talk about her missing parents and her desire to search for them now that she's free of Jakku. She begins to open up a little about her difficult life and expresses some regret for her previously selfish actions. Arriving at the nearest planet, they land at a spaceport where Poe puts out a transmission requesting help from the Resistance. Finn wants to leave and get as far from the oncoming war as possible, warning the others about Starkiller Base, and he even offers to take Rey with him and help find her parents. Poe, on the other hand, asks her to stay with him, saying that there's more at stake now than just their lives. Conflicted about what to do, Rey goes off alone to consider her next move. That's when Starkiller Base opens fire on the Republic homeworld. Rey and the others watch the destruction unfold, and Finn tells Poe that this is why they need to flee the First Order. Unfortunately, their presence here hasn't gone unnoticed, and soon Kylo Ren arrives with the First Order to attack the spaceport. In the fighting, Finn gets captured, and Rey's too late to stop him from being dragged away. Sensing the presence of another Force user, Kylo Ren goes after her and very nearly captures her too. He even tries to probe her mind with the Force, which Rey barely manages to resist. She's about to be discovered when the First Order suddenly come under attack by rebel ships, led by the Millennium Falcon. This forces them to retreat. As the Falcon lands, Han Solo emerges to round up the survivors, including Poe, Rey, and BB-8. Rey is deeply confused and troubled by what just happened with Kylo, but there isn't time to think about it now. Han, meanwhile, explains that he got Poe's message and came as quick as he could. Rather than being a deadbeat dad who ran away from his problems, this version of Han has been working for the Resistance for years now, searching for information about the First Order, as well as trying to find Luke. He doesn't reveal that his own son has joined the First Order as well, even though Rey senses that he's hiding something. Together, the group takes BB-8 to the Resistance base, where they meet with Leia and learn about Starkiller Base. Rey also confides in Leia about her experiences with Kylo Ren and her disturbing dreams, and Leia admits that Kylo is her son. She tells Rey that she may be Force sensitive too, and shows her Luke's old lightsaber, explaining that he'd once intended to pass it on to Kylo, but instead left it behind when he disappeared. As the Resistance forces prepare their attack, Rey begs Han to go along with them, determined to rescue Finn. Poe vouches for her and Han reluctantly agrees. Just as they're heading out, Leia gives Rey the lightsaber, telling her that she might need it. Meanwhile, on Starkiller Base, Finn's being tortured for information by Captain Phasma, who takes great pleasure in making him suffer. This would set up a proper conflict for them for the next movie, instead of, nothing at all. However, Finn resists the torture until Kylo Ren gets involved, using the Force to probe his memories about Rey. Now he begins to learn more about her and suspects that she may be a strong Force user that he can turn to the dark side. Anyway, the attack begins and the Falcon lands on the surface of Starkiller Base. While Han and Chewie set explosives, Rey leaves them behind to go after Finn. She can sense his presence even though she can't quite explain how, and manages to release him from captivity. Once free, Finn uses his knowledge of the station to disable the shields around the place, and together they hurry to reunite with Han so they can all escape. Unfortunately, they arrive just in time to see Kylo murder him. Chewie detonates the explosives and Rey flees with Finn, only for Kylo to intercept them in the woods outside. Finn tries to attack him, but quickly gets knocked out, leaving Rey to take him on by herself. She rushes at him, full of anger and determined to take revenge for Han's death. She fights dirty and undisciplined, which is how she survived on Jakku, and even manages to wound him. But it's clear that Kylo is the superior fighter, and he soon has the upper hand. He's toying with Rey, provoking her anger to test her power, and find out if she can be turned to the dark side. Disarming her and knocking her lightsaber aside, Kylo forces her to the edge of a cliff, and tells her he can sense her potential with the Force. He even offers to train her if she'll join him. And for a brief moment, she finds herself tempted by his offer. But then she remembers what Leia told her about her son and how he fell into darkness, and it's enough to pull her back. She refuses his offer, telling him she'd rather die than be like him. Kylo's about to strike her down, but at the last moment, Finn reappears, snatching up Rey's fallen lightsaber and slashing wildly at Kylo Ren, saving Rey's life just as she saved his. Kylo's been injured and knocked down temporarily, but before he can attack them again, a chasm opens between them as the planet begins to self-destruct. Finn and Rey retreat, but Kylo warns them that he'll find them again and finish what he started, setting up his hunt for them in the next film. And there you have it, the Drinker's revised version of Force Awakens. Now, clearly this doesn't fix every issue with the movie, because nothing short of a full rewrite could do that. But what it does do is demonstrate that with a bit of tweaking, it's possible to reshape this film into something halfway decent. The intention here is to establish Rey as a strong but flawed character, with a good mix of strengths and weaknesses. She now has an understandable motivation that informs her decisions. At first she wants to escape Jakku and search for her parents, and her decisions are oriented towards that goal. She has technical skills that she can make use of. She's smart and resourceful and can fight dirty when she has to. Those are strengths that help her out. But on the other hand, she also has real weaknesses. She starts out as kind of selfish and closed off, ignorant about the wider world and distrustful of others. She's a lone wolf who only acts in her own interests, and she lacks discipline and training. But through her experiences, and by witnessing the selfless acts of others, it encourages her to open up and gradually become more trusting, to give and to accept help, and eventually to risk her life for others. By the end of the movie, she's become invested in the Resistance and genuinely cares about her companions, who she now considers friends. This new script also allows Rey to use skills and abilities that are appropriate and unique to her, without turning her into a fucking superhuman that can do literally everything. And because the story isn't exclusively focused on making Rey look amazing in every situation, other characters are actually given a chance to shine. All three are given time to interact and get to know each other, to face challenges together, even help each other out. In the process, they form a friendship that feels real and believable. Poe gets more screen time, becoming a driven and idealistic resistance fighter, determined to stop the First Order and willing to do whatever it takes to complete his mission. Finn, on the other hand, is a reluctant warrior, good at what he does, but well aware of the impossible odds they're facing. He doesn't want to fight, but he'll do it when he has to, and he demonstrates a consistent willingness to risk his own life to protect others. This in turn inspires Rey to help the Resistance, and it even allows him to come in at the finale to save her from Kylo Ren. On that subject, this new script allows the heroes to gain a temporary victory over Kylo and escape from him without undermining his power and intimidation. He's still a formidable enemy that hasn't really been defeated, and only got bested in this case because he tried to turn Rey to the dark side, and he almost succeeded. This close call would set up Rey as a conflicted character with an element of darkness in her that she doesn't fully understand, keeping people on edge about which direction she'll ultimately go. Lastly, it treats Han and Leia with a bit more respect, portraying them as a loving couple trying to deal with mounting threats, as well as finding a way to bring their son back into the fold. The intention here is to create a more balanced, realistic, and complex set of characters, while still using the general framework of Force Awakens. In particular, setting up Rey as a protagonist that you can actually identify with and feel sympathy for, and want to follow on more adventures. It creates a more solid foundation for the next two movies in the trilogy. A trilogy that absolutely wouldn't include Rian fucking Johnson. Anyway, that's all I've got for today.
Handle. While propaganda... The American historian Howard Zinn wrote, "If those in charge of our society, politicians, corporate executives, and owners of press and television, can dominate our ideas, they will be secure in their power. They will not need soldiers patrolling the streets. We will control ourselves." In this day and age, we are exposed to enormous amounts of propaganda, some of which is used for the purpose of manipulating us into thinking and acting in ways which only further the interests of small minorities. The purpose of this lecture is to examine propaganda and communicate information which will hopefully enable individuals to arm themselves against the dangerous effects of propaganda. It should be noted that we will draw largely from the classic work by Jacques Ellul, Propaganda, The Formation of Men's Attitudes. Propaganda can be defined as a type of persuasion tactic which displays three general characteristics. Firstly, propaganda is deliberately made by an individual or group of individuals, called the propagandist, for the purpose of manipulating individuals into adopting certain ideas and behaviors. Secondly, propaganda never presents an issue in a clear and unbiased manner. Instead, propaganda attempts to present one side of an issue as if it were an absolute truth. Adolf Hitler, who with the help of his propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels implemented one of the most massive propaganda campaigns of the 20th century, captured this characteristic with these words: "The function of propaganda is not to make an objective study of the truth and then set it before the masses with academic fairness. Its task is to serve our own right, always and unflinchingly."
So if you got a chance to meet a 94-year-old multi-billionaire, chairman of now over 200 companies that he built from scratch...
Serve our own right, always and unflinchingly. Finally, propaganda tends to use psychological manipulation tactics and to play on the emotions and prejudices of individuals so as to convince them that the idea, action, or attitude they adopted was one they chose through their own personal volition. This last feature of propaganda is what can make it especially dangerous. Jacques Ellul provided a chilling description of the individual whose personality has been thoroughly molded by propaganda. When he recites his propaganda lesson and says that he is thinking for himself, when his eyes see nothing and his mouth only produces sounds previously stenciled into his brain, when he says that he is indeed expressing his judgment, then he really demonstrates that he no longer thinks at all, ever, and that he does not exist as a person. It should be noted that as a persuasion tactic, propaganda is value neutral, or in other words, neither good nor bad. The 20th century propaganda theorist Howard Laswell wrote that propaganda as a tool is no more moral or immoral than a pump handle. While propaganda is merely a tool, moral judgments can be made regarding the ends for which propaganda is used, and it is because propaganda has so often been used for nefarious purposes that today it is widely considered as evil in and of itself. Propaganda, according to Philip Taylor, author of Munitions of the Mind, can be distinguished from education in that while propaganda tells people what to think, education teaches people how to think. However, as educational systems have long been used as vehicles to disseminate propaganda, the distinction between education and propaganda is often blurry. As a persuasion tactic, propaganda in one form or another has been used for virtually the entire course of human history. Yet the word propaganda was first used in 1622. In that year, Pope Gregory XV established the Congregation for the Propagation of the Faith. The main function of the congregation was to defend the doctrines of Catholicism against challenges arising from the Protestant Reformation. The early 20th century is usually identified as an important turning point in the history of propaganda, as it was during this period that so-called modern propaganda emerged. What differentiates modern propaganda from all earlier forms of propaganda is the use of mass media, such as radio and television, as a medium to disseminate propaganda. Britain and the United States were the first countries to utilize mass media in this manner, and thus the countries where modern propaganda originated. The utilization of mass media allowed propagandists to reach audiences on a scale never before imagined. The American George Creel, author of the book How We Advertised America, is considered one of the forefathers of modern propaganda. Creel was a friend of Woodrow Wilson, who was the president during America's entry into World War I. Wilson called on George Creel to organize a committee which came to be known as the Committee on Public Information, or the Creel Commission, whose purpose was to create propaganda in order to transform the attitude of the American population into one of war-hungry patriotic excitement. As Noam Chomsky explained, such a propaganda campaign was highly successful. The Creel Commission succeeded within 6 months in turning a pacifist population into a hysterical warmongering population which wanted to destroy everything German, tear the Germans limb from limb, go to war and save the world. Britain also made extensive use of propaganda during World War I, and Hitler, who once famously stated, "Propaganda, propaganda, propaganda, all that matters is propaganda," was intrigued by the success of the Allied war propaganda. Explaining the effect such propaganda had on him, Hitler wrote, "But it was not until the war that it became evident what immense results can be obtained by a correct application of propaganda. Here again, unfortunately, all our study had to be done on the enemy side, for the activity on our side was modest, to say the least. For what we failed to do, the enemy did with amazing skill and really brilliant calculation. I myself learned enormously from this enemy war propaganda." One of the most prevalent types of propaganda, and the type which will concern us for the remainder of the lecture, is political propaganda. Political propaganda is propaganda used by a government, state, or political party for the purpose of altering the ideas and behavior of individuals in order to achieve certain political or economic ends. All political propaganda is vertical propaganda, in the sense that it is made by a propagandist who creates and implements propaganda while standing over and above the ignorant population. Classic propaganda, as one usually thinks of it, is a vertical propaganda, in the sense that it is made by a leader, a technician, a political or religious head, who acts from the superior position of his authority and seeks to influence the crowd below. Such propaganda comes from above. It is conceived in the secret recesses of political enclaves. It uses all technical methods of centralized mass communication. It envelops a mass of individuals, but those who practice it are on the outside. People often assume that political propaganda mainly consists of lies, fabrications, and extreme distortions of reality. Hitler is famous for claiming the bigger the lie, the more likely it will be believed, while Arthur Ponsonby, the author of the book Falsehood in Wartime, once wrote, "When war is declared, truth is the first victim." Yet, as Hulot pointed out, although political propaganda sometimes consists of big lies, modern political propagandists more often than not are committed to the use of true facts. In other words, true facts are chosen and presented to the public, yet only for the purpose of supporting and substantiating false and distorted interpretations of events. The reasoning behind this tactic is that if one questions the interpretation put forth by the propagandist can provide evidence that the facts they presented were true, and therefore fool the public into thinking that their interpretations must also be true. Propaganda is necessarily false when it interprets and colors facts and imputes meaning to them. It is true when it serves up the plain fact, but does so only for the sake of establishing a pretense, and only as an example of the interpretation that it supports with that fact. Another common misconception about political propaganda is the belief that the masses would be better off without it. While such a view seems fairly sensible, Ilul thoroughly disagreed with it. Rather, Ilul believed that political propaganda imposes meaning and intelligibility on the often chaotic course of world events. While individuals of centuries past would often look to the church to provide such explanations, now more often than not, people look to politicians. And it is political propagandists who impose order and coherence on history through the creation of stories which place the state in an almost deified position. Propaganda eliminates anxieties stemming from irrational and disproportionate fears, for it gives man assurances equivalent to those formerly given him by religion. It offers him a simple and clear explanation of the world in which he lives, to be sure, a false explanation far removed from reality, but one that is obvious and satisfying. It hands him a key with which he can open all doors. There is no more mystery. Everything can be explained thanks to propaganda. It gives him special glasses through which he can look at present-day history and clearly understand what it means. It hands him a guideline with which he can recover the general line running through all incoherent events. Now the world ceases to be hostile and menacing. To conclude this lecture, we will consider the role of propaganda in modern-day democracies. A democracy is based on the notion that the voting population has influence on the policies which a government implements. However, Ilul proposed that modern propaganda has given democratic governments the power to desecrate the democratic process by increasingly deciding on policies independent of the voting population. After policies have been created by those in positions of power, propaganda is then used to shape public opinion and manipulate the voting population into desiring exactly what the government has already decided to do. The point is to make the masses demand of the government what the government has already decided to do. If it follows this procedure, the government can no longer be called authoritarian, because the will of the people demands what is being done. As Ilul warned, when a democratic government uses propaganda to convince the masses to want what it has already decided to do, in reality a democracy no longer exists. Once democracy becomes the object of propaganda, it also becomes as totalitarian, authoritarian, and exclusive as dictatorship. With his critique of modern democracy, Ilul was in no way attacking it solely for the sake of discrediting it, nor in his analysis of propaganda was he belittling the modern individual who he thought to be a willing victim of propaganda. On the contrary, as he explains in the following passage, Ilul thought that to warn one of the dangers which propaganda poses both to society and the individual is of the greatest service to mankind. For it is only when a danger is recognized as a danger that mankind can fight against it. To warn a political system of the menace hanging over it does not imply an attack against it, but is the greatest service one can render the system. The same goes for man. To warn him of his weakness is not to attempt to destroy him, but rather to encourage him to strengthen himself. I insist that to give such a warning is an act in the defense of man, that I am not judging propaganda with Olympian detachment, and that having suffered, felt, and analyzed the impact of the power of propaganda on myself, I want to speak of it as a menace which threatens the total personality.
Hi everyone, welcome to this timeline documentary. Just before you watch, I want to tell you about my new history channel. It's called History, or search online for History Hit.
The image of Adolf Hitler, the Führer, leader of the Nazi Party, casts a long shadow over the second half of the 20th century. A vision of incomprehensible evil that endures today. But behind casts a long shadow over the second half of the 20th century. A vision of incomprehensible evil that endures today. Casts a long shadow over the second half of the 20th century. A vision of incomprehensible evil that endures today. But behind this figure was an ordinary man, a master manipulator whose talent for public speaking and deep understanding of how to effectively use propaganda propelled him to ultimate power. In power.
If you don't learn from the mistakes of the past, you're doomed to be insane and repeat them.
Hitler and the Nazi Party would build a propaganda and terror machine to persuade, coerce, and ultimately mobilize the population of Germany. Defining the Nazi state through the notion of strength through unity. One people, one Reich, one Führer.
Sounds a little bit familiar, isn't it? Creepily eerie, right? Wake up, folks. Smell the burning coffee before it catches fire.
Hitler's appointment as Chancellor of Germany on the 30th of January 1933 was celebrated that night by thousands of party members marching through the streets. An instant and overt display of Nazi Party power and influence. But in reality, he was the head of a coalition government with only two other members of the Nazi Party in his cabinet, Hermann Göring and the lawyer Wilhelm Frick. Hitler's first radio address as Chancellor on the 1st of February 1933 had to be approved by his cabinet and revealed the new role he would play, that of the moderate politician.
For a time after Hitler became Chancellor, he seemed to tone down his rhetoric a little. There was very much a sense of, okay, now we're in power, we'll do things more by the book.
In this speech, Hitler avoided anything that wouldn't appeal to a broad base. Carefully chosen language conveying a positive outlook. Conspicuously absent from this speech was any sign of anti-Semitism. 2 days later, his speech to German Navy and Army commanders had a markedly different focus. In it, Hitler declared that only battle can save us, and everything else must be subordinated to this thought.
What Hitler did was really not present a consistent image, but a whole number of images, depending on the audience. There was a civic Hitler for the civic-minded. There was a revolutionary Hitler for the revolutionaries. There was a holy Hitler for the church, implied at least. So everyone could, in other words, read into Hitler what they wanted to see.
What followed was a year of considerable change, in which Hitler would establish absolute power through propaganda of persuasion and terror, compelling Germans to flee, comply, or convert to their cause. Hitler would establish absolute power through propaganda of persuasion and terror, compelling Germans to flee, comply, or convert to their cause.
Makes you think, doesn't it, folks?
And army commanders had a markedly different focus. In it, Hitler declared that only battle can save us, and everything else must be subordinated to this thought.
what Hitler did was really not present a consistent image, but a whole number of images, depending on the audience. There was a civic Hitler for the civic-minded. There was a revolutionary Hitler for the revolutionaries. There was a holy Hitler for the church, implied at least. So everyone could, in other words, read into Hitler what they wanted to see.
What followed was a year of considerable change, in which Hitler would establish absolute power through propaganda of persuasion and terror, compelling Germans to flee, comply, or convert to their cause, exerting control over every aspect of German culture and ideology, compelling Germans to flee, comply, or convert to their cause, exerting control over every aspect of German culture and ideology. On the night of the 27th of February, 1933, Hitler would be given his first major propaganda opportunity as Chancellor, when a fire broke out in the Reichstag, Germany's parliament building. A young communist was arrested at the scene. The fire fed neatly into Hitler's narrative of anarchy, his promise to restore order, and the communist as enemy saboteur. Hitler capitalized on this by issuing a decree on the protection of the people and the state, suspending the right to assembly, freedom of speech, and freedom of the press. Saboteur.
Pay close attention to what happened in today's cancel culture, the PC correct world. Make you think, how does it relate?
Hitler capitalized on this by issuing a decree on the protection of the people and the state, suspending the right to assembly, freedom of speech, and freedom of the press. It gave his regime the power to suppress publications and arrest political opponents without specific charges.
They made it clear that anybody who resisted them was going to have a nasty time. And that very quickly established their authority. Never underestimate the weapons in the hands of the state that can be used to dominate a population and control a population.
Less than a month after the fire, Hitler stood under the looming presence of the swastika and presented his Enabling Act to Parliament. The bill would allow the Nazi Party to bypass the usual parliamentary due process, the country's constitution and the president, to pass their own unilateral laws. The Enabling Act was passed by the majority of the Reichstag, while armed members of the Nazi Party's own police and military forces, along with right-wing paramilitary group, the Steel Helmets, stood at every door and surrounded the building.
Here in Canada, something springs to mind.
Hitler had finally gained legislative control of Germany, aided by the Nazi Party's intimidation tactics.
Basically, he took over the engines of power. So the police, the administration, everything which gives a state the power to exercise power. And he used it very ruthlessly.
Using the Enabling Act, Hitler would enact a range of legislation aimed at marginalizing, disempowering, and removing the Jewish population of Germany. On the street, his intimidation apparatus was trading off the persuasive power of fear. Groups like the SA, who had merged with the Steel Helmets in June 1933. The Gestapo, the Nazi secret police, headed by Hermann Göring, founded to monitor and quash political activity dangerous to the regime. And Hitler's personal bodyguard, the Schutzstaffel, or SS, which had grown by 1933 into an elite group of 52,000 men, led by Heinrich Himmler.
The role the SS, the SA and the Gestapo played as far as Hitler's attempt to create a kind of image of the Reich was of strength, but also of violence. And this element of violence, or the threat of violence, was very much a part of Hitler's politics.
The SA, SS, and Gestapo were an extension of the Nazi propaganda machine.
Canada really rings a bell now, don't it? Ding, 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 ding.
Agents of control and chaos. Instigators of violence and protest in the streets. Enforcers and security men marching in unison at rallies and demonstrations.
The smoker has a digital palette sensor, and you can even adjust the heat with an app. My gut says get it. With
in unison at rallies and demonstrations. And chaos.
Thanks.
Listen to this very closely.
The SA, SS, and Gestapo were an extension of the Nazi propaganda machine. Agents of control and chaos. Instigators of violence and protest in the streets. Enforcers and security men marching in unison at rallies and demonstrations.
Portland? Some other places in the Americas?
Die große Zeit ist jetzt angebrochen. Deutschland ist nun erwacht. Die große Zeit
He's saying the most important time has arrived.
ist jetzt angebrochen. Deutschland.
Now this is the scary part, folks. Open your ears and listen, please. Germany has awoken.
Ist nun erwacht. Da möchte ich euch jetzt danken.
And then he says, I must thank you that you did not go mad.
Dass ihr nicht bange geworden seid, dass ihr mich in der Zeit nicht
That you did not leave me all this time.
verlassen habt. Denn nur euch
Because all of this is because of you.
allein ist das alles zuzuschreiben. Wenn ihr damals gegangen
If you had left, Germany would have never been saved.
wärt, niemals wäre Deutschland mehr gerettet worden.
That's a madman, isn't it? And there's many in the day today.
For weeks after Hitler was made Chancellor, the SA and Nazi Party members had been assaulting and imprisoning Jewish people, targeting their businesses for raids and violent attacks. On the 1st of April 1933, Goebbels formalized this into an organized campaign.
Places that were not willing to bow down to altar Ojabo and all this crud. Make you really think now, huh?
Orchestrating a boycott of Jewish businesses across Germany, using his resources as head of the new Ministry for Public Enlightenment and Propaganda.
Heute Morgen 10 Uhr hat der Boykott begonnen.
As head of the new Ministry for Public Enlightenment and Propaganda.
Heute Morgen
This morning,
10
at 10 a.m., marks the beginning of the boycott.
Uhr hat der Boykott begonnen. Wird
It will be continued until midnight.
bis die Mitternachtsstunde fortgesetzt. Vollzieht dich
It is to be executed
mit einer Schlagabsigen
with a sudden force
Wucht, aber auch
and imposing discipline.
mit einer imponierenden Manneszucht und Disziplin.
Hitler realized that he had a real asset there, somebody who understood modern communication, who understood modern media, who was very much thoughtful in the way in which he was organizing things. So he gave him quite a lot of power in organizing the party propaganda machines.
In 1933, when the Nazis seized power, anti-Semitism became the doctrine of the state ideology, and the anti-Semitic regulations were immediately put into reality.
Crucially, the core element was the notion that whilst not all Jews represented some kind of criminal threat to Germany, nevertheless there was, in a sense, some abstract collective Jewish threat to Germany.
Some Germans didn't comply with the boycott, but it was considered a political act to walk into one of these shops. A stand many weren't willing to make.
So, in a sense, there was both genuine persuasion going on here about this notion that the Jews were a genuine threat. At the same time, there were huge incentives to go along and support this kind of propaganda, whether one really believed in it or not, because it was the propaganda that showed what the regime believed and how the regime was operating. So, in a sense, there was both genuine persuasion going on here about this notion that the Jews were a genuine threat. At the same time, there were huge incentives to go along and support this kind of propaganda, whether one really believed in it or not, because it was the propaganda that showed what the regime believed and how the regime was operating.
Eerily familiar to something in real life in 2023 right now.
While it was only one day, it served its purpose as a statement of propaganda and policy. Fear in the Nazi regime became one of their most potent persuaders.
I sometimes think that fear is underestimated, not in a direct sense. I mean, for most people, if you kept your nose clean, then you could get on with your life. You'd have to make the regular gestures, you'd have to raise your arm. When you went into state offices and that kind of thing. Otherwise, the regime, on the whole, wouldn't bother you. But at the back of your mind, it seems to me, if I'd been living in that regime, I would have been aware that if I did step out of line, then nasty things could happen to me.
The party perpetrated the idea that if you stepped out of line, if you were seen to not be a good German, they would come for you. And come they did. The first concentration camp, near the town of Dachau, was opened on the 22nd of March, 1933.
The first inmates of the camps, which opened as soon as he took power, were communists, they were liberals, they were conservatives. So he literally defanged the opposition by physically eliminating it. Many, of course, fled into exile. They were clever ones.
By July of that year, Dachau and other hastily established camps around Germany held almost 27,000 people. Many had been denounced by friends and neighbors. None had been indicted or convicted at trial. At odds with this reality was the pervasive myth of the benevolent concentration camp rehabilitating its inhabitants. A stark example of how the Nazi Party used propaganda to make their policies palatable, masking their true intent behind a facade of righteousness. Hitler was also fixated on unifying Nazi ideology and German identity, using carefully managed plebiscites to legitimize his policies and actions.
Now, these figures, of course, can be challenged, but insofar as they are a measurement of public opinion, they are worth considering.
Manipulating public perception, using one of the pillars of democracy as a propaganda tool. The first of these referendums would seek endorsement for Hitler's foreign policy. The referendum asked Germans to literally internalize Hitler's rhetoric. Do you, a German man and German woman, approve of this policy of your Reich government? And are you prepared to declare it to be your own view and your own will to solemnly profess your belief in it?
Ich hoffe, dass heute alle mit Ja stimmen und die nationalsozialistische Bewegung wählen. Es gibt keine andere Entscheidung mehr.
Of the 45 million Germans who voted, over 95% said yes. The question and the response were both products of a state where every poster, picture, and slogan reminded you to conform to the notion of one people,
one Reich, one Führer.
There is one...
Eerily how there's a World Economic Forum, and creepy enough, a German whose father was part of this man that you're hearing about was his boss. Wake up, folks. See what's before your eyes.
Particular poster which I think encapsulates Adolf Hitler's imagery. And that's a famous poster in which he's painted. It's not a photograph. He's standing there in full colour in his brown uniform. And the slogan is one Volk, one Reich, one Führer, one people, one empire, one leader. And nowhere on that is mentioned the government or the party. It's linking those three key elements of Nazi propaganda: the people, the Volk, the Reich, the empire, and the Führer, the leader. It's a remarkable example of how the Führer is portrayed as almost godlike, bestriding Germany beyond the concerns of day-to-day bureaucracy.
Behind the propaganda, the Nazi Party were taking steps to align the realities of government with this vision. A revolution of power that involved intimidating, coercing, and otherwise persuading Germany's remaining political parties to disband. Within a matter of months, Hitler and the Nazi Party had completely dismantled Germany's democratic multi-party system. While Hitler's power and influence grew, so too did the Nazi Party's own paramilitary forces. But Germany's army viewed this privately controlled force, that by mid-1934 was 4 times their size, with unease. Army leadership saw the SA as a potential barrier to their own expansion.
Hitler didn't want that at all. He wanted it to be subordinate to the party, simply a strong arm sort of movement for the party to basically beat up opponents and march through towns and generally give an impression, an image of strength and determination, and action and so on. But he didn't want them being military.
Do you see this award behind me? Me and my twin brother Rasmus got this award because we made over
action and so on. But he didn't want them being military.
It was a problem Hitler would have to resolve. On the 29th of May, 1934, he ordered the SA to cease military exercises. This was followed over June and July by a violent bloodletting of the SA's command, including Ernst Röhm, one of Hitler's closest allies since the early years of the party.
Röhm was very useful as a bully boy, a tough guy on the street, led the SA. But his belief was you wanted violent revolution. You seize power, you repeat the coup. And for Hitler, this was dated. This was out of fashion. It wouldn't work.
Largely orchestrated by Hitler, Goering, and Himmler, this period would later be known as the Night of the Long Knives. At least 70 party members were killed, but the figure was possibly as high as 400.
So after that, the SA was totally tamed and became really unimportant. It was replaced by the SS. They took over as the main sort of enforcers, the main terror organization of the regime from then onwards.
Presented to the public as the quelling of a threatened revolt, it was widely supported as restoring order to an organization viewed as difficult to manage.
What the depiction of an event does is give us the regime's view of it. It doesn't tell us the truth of the event. The depiction of the event can be changed by the alchemy of propaganda into something entirely different. The interesting thing is that the German people were not prepared to interrogate these very pastiche justifications. They looked the other way. They just accepted this fait accompli of something absolutely appallingly degenerate, the random murder of a lot of key figures in their political civilization.
Hitler capitalized on the narrative value of these events, declaring certain death for anyone who threatened the regime. Himmler benefited greatly from the coup. Already in control of the Gestapo, the Nazi secret police, his inimitable SS force was made its own independent organization, making him second only to Hitler. Hitler's path to absolute power was completely cleared when, on the 2nd of August 1934, President Hindenburg died. 2 weeks later, Hitler held another referendum to gain support for combining his position as Chancellor of Germany with the now vacated role of President. While turnout was low, almost 90% of voters agreed with his proposal. Hitler was now head of state and head of the government. In response, the Nazi Party generated a cacophony of celebratory propaganda in images, radio, and print. Posters were distributed with such slogans as, "Yes, Führer, we will follow you." The Nazi propaganda narrative of one people, one Reich, one Führer was finally reflected in Germany's power structure. While Hitler was consolidating power, Goebbels was using his propaganda ministry to gain control of German art, culture, and education.
The Nazis' control of art and culture was a fundamental part of their propaganda. Art has traditionally been a way in which dissent is expressed, whether that's in the form of poetry, music, or indeed painting. But the
propaganda ministry to gain control of German...
Listen very closely. Now you'll understand why there's politically correct culture and stupid cancel culture. Listen very closely, folks.
Art, culture, and education.
The Nazis' control of art and culture was a fundamental part of their propaganda. Art has traditionally been a way in which dissent is expressed, whether that's in the form of poetry, music, or indeed painting. But the Nazis were very quick to take full control of art, abolishing some or banning it on the grounds that it was decadent.
On the 12th of April, school organizations declared a period of cleansing that would end in a ritualized burning of blacklisted books on the 10th of May, 1933. Bonfires were set up in Berlin, Munich, Frankfurt, Dresden, and Breslau, and lines of torch-wielding students and SA members flung books onto the pyre. Goebbels and other key party members watched as these un-German works were burned in front of the Berlin Opera House. He declared to the crowd that, out of these ashes, the phoenix of a new age will rise. These ritualized ceremonies, held by torchlight, with singing, chanting, and oaths made, were broadcast by radio around Germany. The Nazis targeted education as an important facet of their propaganda machine.
Education was used to shape the nation and what the Nazis called the national community. So it was about fostering a sense of creation and belonging to the nation. And this took the form of all kinds of different changes to the curriculum and to school textbooks.
The National Socialist idea of the national community was in fact an exclusive club meant only for strong, healthy Aryans. Educational content produced by the Nazis provided a framework for justifying this. Textbooks began to incorporate anti-Semitism disguised as objective biological or anthropological fact.
One of them was called the poisonous mushroom. And again, it was just about really trying to show a whole gamut of allegations. So the Jew as a communist, the Jew as a financier.
Classrooms became an important frontier for perpetuating Nazi ideology, disguised as education.
The way that German was taught was also important too, so that there was a focus in education, in German lessons, not just on the language, but on the literature as well. and on folk tales and German myths and legends, as well as on components of the blood and soil ideology that meant that people were bound up to the nation and to the land, as well as on components of the blood and soil ideology that meant that people were bound up to the nation and to the land.
Germany's youth were considered incredibly important to the National Socialist movement. Their exposure to Nazi propaganda took place in and out of the classroom.
The Nazis had a concept of total education, and this meant a combination of formal education in the school system, complemented by informal socialization, we could say.
Membership in the Hitler Youth grew from around 100,000 members in 1932 to over 7 million in 1939. Groups like Hitler Youth and the League of German Girls indoctrinated children through exposure to Nazi publications and participation in Nazi party rallies, summer camps, and almost militarized games.
It was the idea of each German girl or boy playing their part in the nation, almost as building blocks to create an organic whole. And this organic whole would be the foundation of the future. So the youth were absolutely essential to everything that the Nazis did.
Makes you wonder now why they were banning certain books in schools and all of a sudden forcing books teaching about all this alphabet mafia soup crap. And all of a sudden all these kids are for some reason brainwashed, and now coming out as all these weird bullshits. There's literally people trying to claim I'm a unicorn. There's other people trying to claim they're a clown. And that's apparently like a thing. What? Think, folks, please think. I know you can do it.
If I make a dish, I can make it a business with Squarespace, where I cook up more success.
In late 1933, Goebbels expanded his control over German culture by establishing the Reich Culture Chamber, or RKK, through his propaganda ministry. The RKK was made up of 7 chambers: literature, film, theater, music, visual arts, press, and radio.
You can see this is a pretty ambitious program. Goebbels again brought his characteristic energy to this and had, the help of thousands of employees and all manner of resources.
In an attempt to control public discourse, Goebbels mandated that every artist or journalist who wanted to practice in Germany had to apply to the RKK. Goebbels was particularly aware of the power of mass media. He required those who wanted to practice in Germany had to apply to the RKK.
In today's world, it's called the FCC.
Goebbels was particularly aware of the power of mass media. He required all films produced in Germany to be reviewed and approved by the RKK. And he identified radio as the most modern and important instrument of mass influence that exists anywhere. By 1932, there was a radio in 1 out of every 4 German homes. Goebbels sought to improve on that figure.
The Nazi regime introduced a new radio set called the Volksempfänger, the People's Receiver. And this was a very cheap radio set which practically anyone could afford. So what this meant was that when there were Nazi speeches or Hitler speaking or one of the other key leaders or different messages that they wanted to get across, they could use the radio.
When Goebbels took control of the Reich Broadcasting Company, it gave the Nazi Party unfettered access to the airwaves for blatant propaganda programming. Goebbels also targeted German publishing, taking control of the assets of rival political parties and Jewish companies. Those still allowed to practice chose self-censorship, following daily directives from the press chamber.
Goebbels, though, was very careful.
Those still allowed to practice chose self-censorship, following daily directives from the press chamber.
Why does that sound a lot like censorship today?
Goebbels, though, was very careful not to drum propaganda, and ideology into people. He very quickly told the press that they shouldn't bore people. He very quickly realized that what people wanted was basically what they had before, and with a sort of judicious doses of propaganda, but carefully calibrated so that it didn't appear like propaganda.
If you disobeyed directives, at best you would be fired. At worst, sent to a concentration camp.
In other words, think of a gulag, slave labor, till you die.
In response to the Nazis' tightening grip, hundreds of scientists and artists fled Germany. Figures who had greeted the rise of National Socialism with deep hostility and concern. Over the course of the 1930s, 300,000 Germans would leave their country. Among them was Albert Einstein. The RKK sought to define what works expressed the narrow Nazi view of German culture.
Yeah, Einstein fled, yet some people are stupid and try and claim he was taken from Operation Paperclip. No, but he's the only person that actually saw what was going on and left.
In 1937, they used their control over museums and theater to run an anti-Semitic exhibition called The Eternal Jew in Munich, supported by a similarly themed play run by the Bavarian State Theater.
They wanted a very wholesome German art that emphasized myths like blood and soil, people's connection to, literally, to the German earth and to their German heredity as well, and how that could be portrayed in art.
Over 400,000 people attended the exhibition, but even more attended their exhibition of degenerate art that targeted anything abstract or interpretive, which was visited by 2 million people. Turnout that reinforced the reach that art could have.
The other thing that's quite important is the way that Hitler was portrayed in art as well. The artistic portraits that were made of him were also quite evocative, whether as the military leader in his uniform or as a kind of Teutonic messianic leader that was going to lead the nation to greatness again.
Hitler and his supporters used every aspect of their control over German culture to perpetuate his cult of personality.
The way Hitler created and staged and managed his own image is remarkably instructive into how the Nazi Party actually saw Hitler too. Hitler actually separated himself in some ways from the Nazi Party itself. He was portrayed almost as a king-like figure, beyond the minor concerns of party squabbles, unimpeachable, unapproachable, and yet also the embodiment of German strength.
The pinnacle of Nazi propaganda depicting Hitler the Messianic leader was the 1935 film Triumph des Willens, or Triumph of the Will. Filmed as a documentary of the 1934 Reich Party Congress at Nuremberg. Filmed as a documentary of the 1934 Reich Party Congress at Nuremberg.
So sei denn unser Gelöbnis an diesem Abend, in jeder Stunde, an jedem Tag.
He said, our pledge this evening is that every hour of every day, we'll think only of Germany, the people, and the Reich.
Denken an Deutschland, an Volk und an Reich, an unsere deutsche Nation.
Our German nation. Our German people. And then he says his stupid Sieger.
It really represents the kind of edited quintessence of the party, its image of itself, its projection to the world of what it was. It is truly disturbing because it's a kind of militarized ballet in which it elevates certain human virtues like discipline, and others it entirely not merely neglects but throws into the rubbish bag. You have to have a pointy blonde Aryan face and be athletic and disciplined and obey.
Disciplined forces stand to attention in rows, cheering masses with arms raised as they hail in unison. Children with blonde curls greeted by their Führer. The film also showcases the neoclassical architecture of the rally grounds, designed in part by Albert Speer.
The architecture that Speer built for it is in itself a kind of filmic architecture. So it's that kind of austere neoclassicism that we associate with Nazi and fascist official architecture today. But it's also something that's specifically designed to look good for camera. It's almost like a kind of grand Hollywood stage set, enhanced at the time by special lighting shows.
Triumph of the Will, like the Wagnerian operas Hitler was known to love, used staging, lighting, and music to amplify the emotional power of the story. Seeking to create and perpetuate an enduring mythology of the Third Reich.
The Nazis were always conscious of propaganda not just affecting people in the moment, but also about how it would affect the way future generations would remember and recall their achievements. They're not just adopting a neoclassical style for all official buildings of state, but they're also anticipating what these buildings would look like in the future, including in the very distant future. So what are they going to look like in 1,000 or 2,000 years' time? Will these buildings still be awe-inspiring once they're in a ruined state as the Acropolis is today?
The rally itself was an expression of Nazi symbols: power, unity, cohesion, an artifact of party propaganda. Titled Reich Party Rally of Unity and Strength, the 1934 rally was the first since Hitler had successfully combined the position of Chancellor and President, taking comprehensive control of Germany. And only months after the Night of the Long Knives had resulted in a bloody upheaval of SA leadership. The rally and the film were also a work of propaganda turned inwards, aimed at the party itself, calling on all to come together.
Deutsche Volk ist glücklich in dem Bewusstsein, dass die ewige Fluch der Erscheinungen nunmehr endgültig abgelöst wurde von einem ruhenden Volk, der sich als Träger seines besten Blutes fühlen und dieses Wissen.
Move to Tommy joining the Labour Party, which is not something, as Carl would say, was on my bingo card, for God's sakes. Anyway, we should start off.
You're saying it.
We'll start off just with, if we can load up the shield there, then we have the fact I wanted to promote our cyberpunk dystopia that we did yesterday, me and Carl, in regards to I have no mouth, but I must scream, because, well, I wasn't expecting this. I mean, it's a kind of dystopian horror in which
the book was only 14 pages long.
Yeah, but it's just funny to see, like, leftists and Tommy shaking hands in this regard. And this isn't Tommy's doing either. This is something that has happened without his consent.
Isn't Tommy basically just saying things he's believed, for years now?
Yes.
And people are only just noticing.
Yeah. Well, we'll go forwards. We'll go to the former Labour Bane chairman who decided to take note of the things he's been saying.
This channel is part of the History Hit network. It is run by a man integral to its inception, Paul Dickkopf. The BKA, the German Federal Police in Wiesbaden. For 6 years, the agency is run by a man integral to its inception, Paul Dickkopf. A top civil servant with a seemingly clean record, he claims he opposed the Nazis. Until 1971, during Willy Brandt's time as Chancellor, he is the top criminologist in West Germany.
Anyone who criticized him or posed any kind of threat to him was never allowed to forget it. He held a grudge and destroyed such people.
Dickhoff doesn't only forge a career for himself in West Germany. In 1968, he becomes head of Interpol. It's now his job to fight crime on an international scale. In 1960,
such people.
Dickhoff doesn't only forge a career for himself in West Germany. In 1968, he becomes head of Interpol. It's now his job to fight crime on an international scale.
When Dickhoff left, Genscher, who was Interior Minister at the time, held him up as an example to police all over Germany.
After Dickhoff's death in 1973, staff researching files to compile his obituary make an astonishing find. They turn up documents outing Dickhoff as a staunch Nazi. His lifelong lie finally comes to light. Dickhoff was not only a member of the SS and a Nazi spy. Shortly before the end of the war, he switched sides to start working as an agent for the Americans. Numerous CIA documents give an insight into the work of Caravel, which was Dickhoff's CIA codename. The highest-ranking member of the German police sold confidential information from the Bonn government. Chancellor Willy Brandt and his Ostpolitik was of particular interest to the Americans, and Dickhoff readily provided the information. As did many other Nazis during the Cold War. They became willing helpers, spies, because American intelligence services used their pasts to blackmail them. Intelligence services used their pasts to blackmail them.
The Americans were never very bothered if the people they needed had close ties to mass murderers or extremists or terrorists. The ends justified the means.
American intelligence services faced a new enemy, communism. The US enlisted former Nazis as spies. There was no attempt to punish them for their war crimes.
As the Cold War grew hot, these Nazi collaborators became pawns of Western intelligence services for a variety of both psychological warfare type missions, covert operations, and this type of thing.
Only now are Secret Service files from the Cold War accessible, and they contain documents about Nazis who became willing CIA spies. Another case that has recently surfaced is that of Eugen Steimler, a die-hard Nazi who led firing squads in the Soviet Union. Steimler was thought to be among those killed when a Lufthansa plane crashed near Nuremberg on the 20th of April, 1945. Eyewitnesses saw the burning plane in the sky, and the crash site is still visible in the Piesenkorfen forest today.
If you love history, then you will love History Hit. Our extensive library of documentary features everything from the ancient origins of our earliest ancestors and history fans of war. Just be sure to use the code TIMELINE at checkout.
At the time, locals collected up everything they found around the wreckage. One item recovered was a briefcase containing documents and IDs. Among them was one belonging to Steimler. The briefcase was taken to the local Nazi commander's office. A few days later, US troops marched into the area, and the briefcase was seized by members of the Army's Secret Service. The Americans were looking for Nazis they could use for their own purposes, and every personal detail helped them in their search. They suspected Steimler was still alive. CIA documents listing the contents of the briefcase make it possible to reconstruct what really happened. The Lufthansa plane takes off from Tempelhof on April the 20th, 1945, while the battle for Berlin is raging. Those on board know it's only a matter of time before the Russians and the Western Allies take power. There are more than 20 passengers on the Condor, among them a number of men in leather overcoats. The captain takes off under the cover of darkness. The planned destination is Spain, with a fuel stop in Munich. But the weather is bad.
I can still remember my father telling us over breakfast about a low-flying plane that had been making such a racket.
A friend lives very near to here, and that evening a burning plane flew over her roof. Panic-stricken, her mother grabbed hold of both the children and threw them and herself to the ground. She said since the father had died in the war, the three of them should die together.
The plane crashes in a forest with no survivors. Were there high-ranking Nazis on board the Condor trying to get to Spain? American intelligence flies the briefcase and the documents to the US. The agents in Washington know the end of the war will herald a new chapter in the confrontation of the superpowers. And in order to secure an advantage, they will recruit former top Nazis. They strike it lucky. One man in the files is of particular interest to the Americans, SS Standartenführer Steimler. Their research tells them he was responsible for mass murders in Russia.
Still think that it takes money to make money? Bullshit. That's just what rich people want you to believe so that they can...
Was responsible for mass murders in Russia. The agents suspect he is still alive, as a number of witnesses report having seen him after the crash. Locals near the crash site are questioned again. As a war criminal, Steimler is valuable to the Americans.
It was impossible to systematically recruit intelligence agents without systematically recruiting war criminals. Those things went together.
They launch a manhunt across Germany for Eugen Steimler, who fled to his home near the Black Forest. The net closes, and in autumn 1945, the former SS intelligence officer turns himself in for interrogation. He knows his only chance is to tell the truth.
Ein Überläufer, der etwas zu verbergen hat. A defector who has something to hide, murders for example, can be blackmailed and is therefore malleable in the hands of his new bosses.
Steimler collaborates. His testimony and the documents from the briefcase help the Americans to uncover an entire network of German spies in Spain. It consists of dozens of ex-Nazis who, following the collapse of the Third Reich, are already working on their next crazy idea, the Fourth Reich, which translates to worldwide fascism. The Americans observe them and recruit the Spanish players to work on their behalf. Following his interrogation, Steimler is sentenced to death by hanging, but is then surprisingly pardoned. Did the Americans enlist him and influence the verdict? There is no proof, as important files are missing from the US interrogation center in Oberursel.
Nazis like Dick Kopf and Steimler become agents, but the US intelligence services want more than just spies. They want Nazi treasures.
Right up until the war was over, the Allies believed the Nazis had an Alpine redoubt. Even now, the myth of missing Nazi gold still lures treasure hunters to the area. But do these treasures really exist? Towards the end of the war, German industry made plans to secure its capital in the event of defeat.
This was very dangerous to have such discussions. But nevertheless, the alternative of losing everything when Hitler was finally died, however that exactly happened, was even more dangerous. So they went ahead with this. And they started to draw up plans, some of which still exist, on how they would attempt to reconstitute Germany after Hitler left.
These activities were no secret to the Allied intelligence services. They launched a large-scale international surveillance operation, codenamed Safe Haven.
Safe Haven was the name of a U.S. government program whose task it was to track and seize assets that the Nazis had seized, had looted from Europe, and were attempting to distribute around the world in order to, for use after 1945.
The Americans knew such plans had been hatched by industry, and even in the Reich Chancellery. They were also aware of a network of foreign companies set up to keep funds safe. In Monaco in particular, numerous shell corporations had access to millions. One company was a broadcaster, on whose board sat the then unknown Kurt Georg Kiesinger. He would eventually become Chancellor of West Germany. The fact that he worked for the foreign and propaganda ministries during the Third Reich didn't adversely affect his career. Allied agents submitted detailed reports about financial transfers. Sometimes they were even able to smuggle people into meetings. This espionage operation was led by Alan Dulles, then a US agent in Switzerland, who later rose to be head of the CIA. He knew how to use his knowledge of Nazis' financial doings to benefit his career in Washington. When a bomb attack destroys the Berlin Reichsbank in March 1945, gold and currency reserves are no longer secure. It's time to put the plan into action. Quickly and thoroughly, everything is meticulously noted and checked as 360 tons of gold and 300 tons of silver and banknotes are loaded up and taken away. Documents relating to the Reichsbank gold remain undiscovered in the German central bank for more than 60 years, when Karl Bernd Esser finally finds them.
Alles Gold dieser Reichsbank-Zweigstellen, das da war.
All the gold that was in the Reichsbank was moved to Merkers or to certain depots in Bavaria.
Gewisse Depots in Bayern.
Now the Americans see their chance. Thanks to Operation Safe Haven, they know exactly where the gold is stored. They arrive in the Soviet occupation zone, at the Merkers salt mine in the eastern state of Thuringia, before the Soviets themselves. They declare the Reichsbank gold to be Nazi loot and take it with them. They also seize other treasures they find there, including Italian gold reserves and gold from the National Bank for Bohemia and Moravia. Were the hiding places in the Alps also cleared out long ago?
You definitely won't find any gold in Bavaria today. There was a settlement document stating how much gold the Reichsbank deposited in the different depots. These depots were all found largely by the Americans, who even went across into the Soviet zone to Merkaz and quickly emptied the main depot there.
In der Ostzone haben sie dort das Hauptdepot ganz schnell geräumt.
Karl Bernd Esser says it was an act of theft because it essentially means the Germans twice repaid their Marshall Plan loan, once with the Reichsbank gold and once in Deutschmarks.
The Marshall Plan was a successful American invention of how to trick friends without them realizing it. If I take 1,000 euros from you and you don't notice, and then I say, I'll lend you 1,000 euros and you pay it back with a bit of interest, you'd think, what a nice gesture. But in reality, I took 1,000 euros from you already. You just didn't notice.
The US intelligence services don't only use their knowledge and their treasures in Germany, but also recruit Italian fascists during the Cold War. The idea is that they will fight communism on America's behalf.
Starting in the 1960s, a series of attacks in Italy claim hundreds of lives. The violence is initially blamed on left-wingers, but it's now known to have been the work of right-wing radicals. Stefano Della Chiaia is head of the New Right Party. He is repeatedly accused of terrorist activity, but is never convicted.
La nostra posizione politica era molto semplice e molto chiara.
Our political position was very simple and quite clear. It was based on an historical experience for which we had great respect, and that was fascism. We tried to apply basic fascist values to the reality surrounding us.
In 1970, the fascist revolutionaries and their backers want to stage a coup in Italy and stamp out the left-wing parties. They discussed their plans with the CIA.
We know the CIA was informed about these plans.
On December the 7th, Della Chiaia's supporters, the far-right Avanguardia Nazionale, and parts of the military set their plan in motion. Their first targets are the state broadcaster and government buildings. The revolutionaries around Stefano Della Chiaia believe they are pulling the strings. But the attempted coup is actually being driven from elsewhere. Although Della Chiaia still proudly claims responsibility.
Io ne sono evidentemente corresponsabile politico e morale anche se
I was responsible for the coup, morally and politically, even if I wasn't in Italy at the time. The Comandante had prepared a perfect plan, which would have triggered a chain of command, starting at the Ministry of Defense. Everything was prepared and ready. And had the plan been activated, military units would have been mobilized and would have taken control of every strategic site in the country.
The fight against the left wing has a long history in Italy, and the US intelligence services have been involved from the very beginning. Its influence begins with the invasion of Sicily, when Allied soldiers fight and beat the Axis powers. But some Italian forces don't give up and continue to fight on the side of the Germans until 1945. One unit in particular is feared, the Decima Flotilla Mass, the world's first frogman commando. The Allies both fear and admire their daring operations. The leader of the unit is Valerio Borghese, the Black Prince.
La Decima Mass
The Decima Mas of Prince Borghese was probably the best trained and most highly motivated unit in the entire fascist republic. It takes another 2 years before World War II is won in Italy. And when the Americans finally march into Rome, they are welcomed as liberators. Even by the Pope, who shares the US fear of a shift to the left in Italy.
We see the very own home.
Because the communists are gaining in popularity. The aim of the Americans was to keep the communists out of the government, to keep them away from power. CIA agent James Jesus Angleton starts preparing a coup in the event that the communists win the Italian elections. Angleton had excellent connections in Italy. He spoke Italian, even with the Vatican, which back then, perhaps even now, has the most efficient intelligence service in the world. Angleton and Borghese became good friends. Borghese came from the fascist movement and founded the Fronte Nazionale, as a way of bundling the different right-wing movements. It was all as a means of preventing a shift to the left, because the left parties were gaining strength in Italy. The communists are the arch-enemies of Borghese, who almost killed him at the end of the war. To act against the communists, the CIA enlists Borghese.
Angleton succeeded in convincing the rest of the U.S. government that the elections of 1947, 1948 in Italy would lead to a communist government in Italy. And so that therefore the Americans should sink millions of dollars into disrupting these elections and disrupting particularly the left-wing candidates in these elections.
Operation Safe Haven pays off. The Americans use seized Nazi loot to finance Angleton's activities against Italy's communists. The seized riches will never be returned to the victims or their relatives.
The money was money frequently that had been looted from Europe's Jews. Why? The Exchange Stabilization Fund was set up early during World War II to seize Nazi assets in international trade. It was part of the blockade of Germany.
Angleton sets up a partisan army. This rarely seen footage shows training. Many of the partisans are battle-tested fascists from Borghese's frogmen. Gladio, as the unit is called, is under the exclusive command of the CIA.
In the event that Italy democratically voted to become socialist, there would be stay-behind networks, underground elements that were armed and paid and ideologically prepared to attempt to overturn that democratically elected government.
But Gladio is called off because the communists lose the first post-war elections. The mood is tense, as the Soviets are forced to accept that Italy now belongs to the US sphere of control. And any hopes of a third way are dashed by Yalta. Yalta meant the victors, or better said, Russia, Great Britain and the US, signed a treaty in which they divided the world into future areas of influence and shared it out amongst themselves. Most specifically, they divided up Europe. The treaty remained unchanged until the collapse of the Soviet Union, until the fall of the Berlin Wall in the 80s. Yalta divided the world are dashed by Yalta. Yalta meant the victors, or better said, Russia, Great Britain and the US, signed a treaty in which they divided the world into future areas of influence and shared it out amongst themselves. Most specifically, they divided up Europe. the treaty remained unchanged until the collapse of the Soviet Union, until the fall of the Berlin Wall in the 80s.
dell'Unione Sovietica, cioè fino al crollo del muro.
Yalta puts Italy under US influence. It's clear that in matters relating to their political and strategic interests, the Americans will do what they see fit. And that they will not create space between the blocs for a third power.
In the post-Yalta world, in which the borders of the different blocs were carefully adhered to, the respective hegemonic powers crushed any uprising. That went for Hungary in 1956, and even more so for Berlin in 1953, and it went for every other revolt. And terrorism in Italy and Germany really only served one purpose, which was to stabilize the political status quo.
As did the 1978 murder of Italian Prime Minister Aldo Moro. He was kidnapped and shot by the Red Brigades. But numerous agents and intelligence services were also involved in the killing. Many Italians believe Moro was murdered because he wanted a third way. Other powers were also involved in the 1970 attempted coup. Borghese and Della Chiaia were just puppets.
We know of a telephone call with Borghese that took place between 1 and 2 in the morning, and then the coup was stopped. We also know that this call was with a high-ranking politician. In a written statement he made before his death, Borghese claimed that one of Andreotti's confidants, Bernabe, had called him, and that he was acting on the instructions of Andreotti, who was the American's puppet at the time.
Andreotti in quella situazione era garante degli americani.
The ones really pulling the strings are high-ranking Italians. Right-wing politician Giulio Andreotti, who was later Prime Minister 7 times, and Licio Gelli, head of the P2 Freemasons Lodge and American agent.
Poi in seguito si inventeranno.
They started to spread all kinds of lies. We're talking now about Gelli, who blew off the coup. We're talking about Andreotti, who backed him, and who's still withholding important facts. For example, that his friend, the public prosecutor at the coup for the trial of Borghese, who was also Andreotti's puppet, requested 28 years in prison for me and my comrades. You have to be careful of friends like that.
During the attempted coup, the US military flexed its muscles. Shortly beforehand, the 6th US Fleet was allegedly put on a state of alert. Hoping to impress the CIA, Gelli and Andreotti presented themselves to the Americans as influential figures capable of both mobilizing and calling off military coups.
Fascists such as Borghese and Della Chiaia have to go underground, and the US intelligence services choose South America as the most suitable place. There, in their search for power, the fascists join forces with dictators.
Clearly, we wanted to implement our ideology and our conviction there, and our fight for fascism fell on more fertile ground in Latin America than elsewhere. Many parties in Latin America had fascist or National Socialist roots.
But Chile is different. In 1971, Socialist Salvador Allende is elected to power. His Marxist politics make him enemies, and many enthusiastic followers.
This was perceived by the United States as a tremendous threat, because if peaceful revolution were to take hold, that would greatly weaken the United States' ideological hold on South America.
Under the instructions of US Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, the CIA becomes active in Chile. The staunch anti-communist is not content to bank on Allende losing the next elections. In September 1973, General Pinochet, supported by Italian fascists, stages a military coup. The Americans leave them to it. The two sides, like Pinochet, want to wipe out communism.
We were in contact with Chilean comrades before the coup in Chile. In 1974, Comandante Borghese and I were in Santiago, where we met President Pinochet and started working closely together. When we arrived in Chile, we were greeted by President Pinochet.
In 1975, the fascists gather in Madrid to attend the funeral of a mutual and like-minded friend, Spanish dictator Francisco Franco. It's here that the cooperation between Italian fascists and the Chilean intelligence service, DINA, is sealed. The ringleader is none other than Stefano della Chiaia. But again, his involvement in the ensuing crimes is never proven. The first meeting of collaborators, but it's not the last.
Pinochet himself meets with these terrorists who have just pulled off this assassination. And Manuel Contreras is there, and everybody is having a kind of right-wing love fest. They then, Stefano della Chiaia, are given permission, apparently at that meeting, that they can set up headquarters in Chile. So the Italians then begin to collaborate with DINA.
There follows a series of murders. Among the targets is Allende's former foreign minister Orlando Letelier in Washington. But terrorism on home turf is too much for the US, which reins Pinochet in.
They talked about the weakness of the United States in its ability to defeat the communist menace, and the desire of the military governments in Latin America to take the leadership internationally to defeat the communist movement worldwide. The scope of this is mind-blowing. They actually referred to it as World War III.
Pinochet's junta prepares for this war.
It included the wish to own toxic gases, the production of biological weapons, and prisoners in Chile were killed during trials, and the production of toxic gases, sarin and mustard gas.
Sarin und Senfgas.
The research laboratory for inhuman experiments is located at Colonia Dignidad. The hamlet goes from strange to sinister.
Following the military coup of 1973, Colonia Dignidad became a torture camp, a training camp for the Secret Service, the DINA, complete with torture school, an arms smuggling center, a center for alternative arms production, and a place for the DINA to communicate with the outside world.
This part of Colonia Dignidad is sealed off with a death strip. The underground torture chambers are well hidden, so that from the outside, it looks like a farm. Anyone who wants to be fooled could be.
I was impressed by the compound. It impressed me because somehow I'm a dreamer. I'd always dreamed of setting up a center for my comrades. I wanted to give them the chance to relax and take a break from their fight. I'd been thinking about something like that.
Far from being just a recuperation center for Nazis, Colonia Dignidad is also used to produce biological and chemical weapons. Chile's intelligence service needs untraceable deadly toxins.
There is a short list of people that have been confirmed to have been murdered using sarin, using gas.
A German doctor is one of those experimenting at Colonia Dignidad.
The doctor at Colonia Dignidad, Hartmut Hopp, who fled the Chilean courts to Krefeld, had a devil's workshop containing some 400 toxins. Among them were poisons to inhale, poisons deadly to the touch, poisons that kill when consumed with food. It was a wild arsenal, and nobody knows exactly who fell prey to those substances.
Niemand weiß ganz genau, wer diesen Vergiftungen schon zum Opfer gefallen ist.
The Cold War Nazis don't only support Pinochet, but other dictators in South America as well. The CIA gives them free rein. In 1980, the military stages a coup in Bolivia. Known as the Cocaine Coup, it brings the mafia under General Garcia Meza to power. Pulling the strings in the background is a German, Nazi Colonel Klaus Barbie. A fascist companion waxes lyrical.
I met him when I was in Bolivia. He's a great character, very intelligent, very capable, great integrity.
Klaus Barbie had won himself the name the Butcher of Lyon for his brutal treatment of members of the resistance opposing German occupation during World War II. After the war, Barbie was hired by the American intelligence services. There were different ways that senior SS and SD officers survived the war, but they do share a common pattern. And the pattern is something that I call entrepreneurism or intelligence entrepreneurism, in which they take whatever assets they can lay their hands on and attempt to sell these or to encourage intelligence services to invest in them. Klaus Barbie is a valuable agent for the Americans. He uses his knowledge of communists and the resistance to buy his own freedom.
The Americans did everything they could to ensure that resistance fighters didn't come to power after the war. And Barbie was important for them because he was able to show the Americans that he knew the network of collaborators who had worked with the Germans in the occupied areas and in Vichy. It made him really valuable. With this, he had an insight into the blackmailability of the entire French political scene.
The Americans initially hide the war criminals in Germany and then in South America. They understood particularly the bloody politics of certain types of intelligence. They understood colonial war. They had a mentality that was well suited for colonial war. It's because they believed themselves to be, when all was said and done, uber, superior, and thus were willing to take the lives of a great many people that they considered to be inferior for racial or ethnic reasons. Barbie ultimately becomes an intelligence service advisor in South America. In the 70s, Operation Condor begins. The American Operation Condor was an alliance, if you will, between the intelligence agencies of several South American governments that at that time were run by fascist or extreme right-wing parties with well-documented histories of disappearances, abuse, murder of prisoners, and so forth. And that those regimes found Klaus Barbie to be a very compatible agent for their operations. A total of 50,000 people from the alliance nations are murdered. Once again, the CIA is involved.
I call it the red light, green light phenomenon. The United States was publicly defending human rights and privately telling these regimes that what they were doing was okay. Until they defeated the left, they should go ahead and do it.
Secretary of State Henry Kissinger is seen as a driving force behind the CIA policy,
France, Chile and Argentina summon him to answer questions about human rights violations. In 2007, Uruguay requests his extradition. It gradually becomes clear Kissinger is covering for Operation Condor, even for the death squads. Among them is a well-known fascist, Stefano Della Chiaia in Bolivia, leading a troop of mercenaries.
These grooms of death, as they were called, supported the cocaine mafia that staged the coup in Bolivia, and they
covering for Operation.
They should go ahead and do it. I call it...
The 50,000 people from the Alliance nations are murdered. Once again, the CIA is involved.
I call it the red light, green light phenomenon. The United States was publicly defending human rights and privately telling these regimes that what they were doing was okay. Until they defeated the left, they should go ahead and do it.
Secretary of State Henry Kissinger is seen as a driving force behind the CIA policy. France, Chile and Argentina summon him to answer questions about human rights violations. In 2007, Uruguay requests his extradition. It gradually becomes clear Kissinger is covering for Operation Condor, even for the death squads. Among them is a well-known fascist, Stefano Della Chiaia in Bolivia, leading a troop of mercenaries.
These grooms of death, as they were called, supported the cocaine mafia that staged the coup in Bolivia, and they reaped the rewards. They surged through many Latin...
existing levels. And so I proposed last year, and I think again, that a ceasefire.
We're very expensive. You know why we're very expensive? Because someone like you is greatly skeptical and think it'll...
Hello and welcome to a very special live event brought to you by Intelligence Squared US in collaboration with the How To Academy and Bloomberg. I'm John Micklethwaite, I'm Editor-in-Chief at Bloomberg. Today I'm joined by Henry Kissinger, and our subject is his new book, Leadership, 6 Studies in World Strategy. Henry, welcome, thank you for joining us. This is an unusual interview to the extent that often you get pestered by me about matters of current affairs. And this time, as I said, we are focusing on your book, which is about basically 6 leaders. Konrad Adenauer and Charles de Gaulle, who were arguably the architects of Germany and France after the Second World War. We have Richard Nixon, who perhaps doesn't need much introduction to the viewers here. Anwar Sadat, the Egyptian president who launched both the Yom Kippur War against Israel and then helped the peace process with Israel. Lee Kuan Yew, the creator of Singapore, perhaps a model for China, and Margaret Thatcher, who came from the country where I came. You knew all these people, and by looking at them and looking at their leadership, your argument is that we're able to learn from the past. So in accordance with that, we will follow the narrative of this book, but also try to say some things about the current, and at the end we will have a small quick-fire quiz, which I think is a novelty for you. On the book, I'll only say one thing to the broader audience, is that we will discuss, hopefully, the bigger issues that you raise, but as a reader, the delight of it often is in the small details. I didn't know that both Anwar Sadat and Adenauer were both arrested during the Second World War. Adenauer for allegedly plotting against Hitler, Sadat for trying to help Erwin Rommel beat the British in the desert. There's also a series of delightful vignettes. At one time, you pushed de Gaulle to try and persuade him that he should let the Americans be a greater presence in Europe. And you point out that if he doesn't do this,
he might have to cope with a rising Germany. How could anyone contain a rising Germany, you ask? And
don't forget.
Lee Kuan Yew, there's a wonderful bit in your book where you have Lee Kuan Yew comes to Harvard, and there is a group of professors, your erstwhile colleagues there, and they have a long debate about how terrible Vietnam is, and whether America is merely sort of psychopathic or deeply wrong. And eventually he stops. They ask him what he thinks, and he says, "You make me sick." And then goes on a long lecture to them about how it was important to places like Singapore that America stayed.
Secretary of State under Presidents Nixon and Ford, Henry Kissinger was a master of realpolitik, cold, calculating. Or was he? With us today, the author of a new biography, Kissinger, the Idealist. Neil Ferguson on Uncommon Knowledge now. Welcome to Uncommon Knowledge. I'm Peter Robinson. Neil Ferguson has taught at Oxford, Cambridge, the Stern School of Business, the London School of Economics, and elsewhere. Professor Ferguson is currently a professor of history at Harvard. Beginning next year, he will become a senior fellow at the Hoover Institution here at Stanford. Author of a dozen major works on economics, military history, and diplomacy, Professor Ferguson has just published the first volume of his biography of Henry Kissinger, Kissinger, 1923 to 1968, The Idealist. Neil Ferguson, welcome.
It's nice to be here, Peter.
All right, in brief, defend your subtitle, Henry Kissinger, Idealist.
It does sound as if I'm being contrarian just for the sake of it, but in fact, almost as soon as I began reading through his private papers, which are at the core of this volume, I began to see that my assumptions were quite wrong. I thought I was going to write a book called something like American Machiavelli, or maybe American Bismarck, because that's what I'd been led to expect by previous books. On close inspection, Kissinger, at least the young Kissinger, turned out not to be a realist at all. In fact, he clashed with Hans Morgenthau, the arch-realist of the 1960s. And as I delved into his development, I realized, one, that he had seen the appeasers of the 1930s as realists, and that was certainly no compliment given what he'd experienced in the 1930s and 1940s. Two, he immersed himself in the work of Immanuel Kant when he was at Harvard. And three,
he was a frickin' Nazi. And he's still leading the world today. Come on, folks. Please smarten up.
An activist from the anti-war group Code Pink attempted to perform a citizen's arrest of former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger when he arrived Thursday to testify on global security challenges at a Senate Armed Services Committee meeting.
Good. This war criminal needs to stop.
Kissinger served as Secretary of State and National Security Advisor during the Vietnam War under Presidents Nixon and Ford.
And was key to Hitler. Don't forget that, folks. He is evil incarnate.
Henry Kissinger for war crimes! Arrest Henry Kissinger for war crimes! Meeting will stand in recess until the Capitol rings for arrest Henry Kissinger for war crimes!
In the name of the people of Chile, in the name of the people of Vietnam, in the name of the people of East Timor, in the name of the people of Cambodia, in the name of the people of Laos. Senator John McCain lashed out at the protesters and called on the Capitol Hill police to remove them.
I've been a member of this committee for many years, and
and I have never seen anything as disgraceful and outrageous and despicable as the last demonstration that just took place about
rewards for the death squads. Among them is a well-known fascist, Stefano Della Chiaia.
Doing was okay. Until they defeated the left, they should go ahead and do it.
Secretary of State Henry Kissinger is seen as a driving force behind the CIA policy. France, Chile and Argentina summon him to answer questions about human rights violations. In 2007, Uruguay requests his extradition. It gradually becomes clear Kissinger is covering for Operation Condor, even for the death squads. Among them,
yet somehow, just like Mr. Sweater-wearing Gates has a facade change after killing many people with a flu shot in Africa, all of a sudden people forget what crimes he's committed? Come on, folks. I know you're smarter than this.
is a well-known fascist, Stefano Della Chiaia, in Bolivia, leading a troop of mercenaries.
These grooms of death, as they were called, supported the cocaine mafia that staged the coup in Bolivia, and they reaped the rewards. They surged through many Latin American countries, starting counter-revolutions, killing, torturing, and turning a profit in the process.
The grooms of death are financed by the cocaine trade, a sector entwined with secret services worldwide. The drugs trade is an ideal source of money. Everything is top secret, and those involved can be blackmailed.
The war against drugs is basically a means of tricking the public, because the real drug trade is run by privileged individuals, people who are protected by the intelligence services, who can grow any crop they like without any risk, and sell them in America, Europe, wherever. The war against drugs is basically a means of tricking the public, because the real drug trade is run by privileged individuals, people who are protected by the intelligence services, who can grow any crop they like without any risk, and sell them in America, Europe, wherever.
Und die für einen irrsinnigen Preis letztlich in Amerika, in Europa, wo auch immer verkaufen können. Also ein unglaublicher
The profit margin is astronomical, and the intelligence services siphon off what they need for their operations.
Alle möglichen Operationen bezahlt werden.
Klaus Barbie perfected the cocaine trade in Bolivia, among other things.
Barbie made oppression systematic. He abolished the system of arbitrary beating, brutality, and introduced systematic torture and an organized correctional system. And that was his doom, because it meant people became aware of him, and then he was extradited.
In Lyon in May 1987, 4 years after his extradition, Klaus Barbie was sentenced to lifelong imprisonment. He died in prison in 1991.
Very few Nazis were ever sentenced. Paul Dickhoff, the long-serving president of the BKA, enjoyed the trust of leading politicians until his death.
Kissinger still rules the world right now today.
Although a former SS man and Nazi spy, Dickhoff was hired by the Americans even before the end of the war.
At some point he saw Germany wasn't going to win, so he hung his flag in the wind and decided it was time to switch sides.
His friend Francois Genoux, another Nazi agent, helped him. They know each other from Switzerland, where they even lived together.
Genoux was a major banker, a convinced Nazi, and a big fan of Hitler's. And he was probably the one who saved Nazi and SS fortunes after 1945. Genoux published Goebbels' diaries and made a lot of money as a result. He uses the proceeds to finance the defense for Adolf Eichmann and Klaus Barbie. He's friends with the terrorists Carlos and Wadi Haddad, who was also a KGB agent and is responsible for numerous brutal attacks. But Dickop's connections don't damage his career. On the contrary, the CIA and its head Dulles advance his career.
Zunächst einmal hat ja ganz sicher auch
His connection to the American intelligence services contributed to him being employed in the German Interior Ministry, and then leading the BKA, Germany's Federal Office of Criminal Investigation, even though he had an SS background. And I think, although it is just my opinion, that there was a CIA objective behind his promotion. I think they wanted to see him in such a position.
Dass man ihn auch in eine solche Funktion lancieren wollte.
Dickop passed on information about German politics, especially concerning Willy Brandt. In confidential meetings, the BKA president was party to top-secret intelligence regarding Brandt's Ostpolitik. It was information from a government whose policy of détente was viewed with skepticism in the US. How much did Paul Dickop really know?
He took part in ministry meetings and was involved at a political level. But to what extent he compromised the sovereignty of West Germany in terms of what he gave away, no one can say.
Kann man nicht beantworten.
Dickop is a window into the highest level security and intelligence issues as viewed by the German government of that period. This is high-level, elite insights into the security apparatus of a different country.
In CIA files, Dickop is described as a unilateral agent, as working exclusively for one side. Was he simply a traitor?
I have a problem with the word traitor in the context of Dickop, because for him it was everyday life. He was committed to both sides. There was almost certainly a kind of gratitude towards the Americans as well.
How badly did Dickop damage Germany? In 1972, his friend Genoux helps to hijack a Lufthansa jet. The action generates 15 million marks in ransom for Palestinian coffers, money that will be used for further terrorist activity. In 1972, Genoux also finances the Munich massacre of the Israeli Olympic team. The sporting event, which is supposed to be Germany's big prestigious moment, becomes one of the country's biggest ever catastrophes. In 1972, Genoux also finances the Munich massacre of the Israeli Olympic team. The sporting event, which is supposed to be Germany's big prestigious moment, becomes one of the country's biggest ever catastrophes. When 11 Israeli athletes are murdered as the world looks on.
Genoux is close to Middle East terrorist circles, some of which worked with Mossad. It's a very, very strange structure.
As head of Interpol, Dikhoff is supposed to fight such terrorists financed by his friend Genou. During his time in office, there's a rise in the number of attacks and hijackings. But Dikhoff says Interpol is powerless to stop them.
You know that Article 3 of our statute prevents the organization from any direct intervention, but that should encourage other countries to be much more active in sharing their intelligence.
So just because Interpol can't intervene, it doesn't mean other countries can't take bilateral action.
Bilaterally and multilaterally. They can do whatever they want as long as they don't involve Interpol.
At the same time as 15 and later 30 planes were being hijacked in a single year, the Western states decide that solving terrorist crimes is not Interpol's job. It's outrageous. Dikhoff was in contact with Genou, who he is always meeting up with, and Genou finances the people who hijack the planes. And at the same time, Interpol says, it's not our job.
Did the CIA know about Dikhoff's contacts to Genou? Documents prove that they did. Dikhoff himself told the CIA he had known him since the Second World War. But the open files in Washington don't seem to contain all the information the CIA gleaned from Dikhoff and other Nazis.
The CIA had a conscious, deliberate campaign that was based in their general counsel's office to obstruct the release of these records to the maximum extent possible. And most particularly to obstruct the release of records that dealt with relationships between informants and agents and the CIA, which was the exact point of this, okay?
Christopher Simpson was a member of the commission that negotiated with the CIA over the release of the Nazi files. His experiences are sobering.
And one of the most important categories that fits into that description is what's called foreign government information. And that's information in which they have obtained either legally or illegally from a separate government about that government's affairs. This is why you'll see this in the Skorzeny file, you'll see it in the Dikhoff file, you'll see it in the Klaus-Barbie file, that to this day, most people aren't familiar with this reality, but there are nevertheless continue to be withheld records in those files.
This policy prevents historians and journalists from getting to the bottom of important espionage operations.
The CIA is a global service with a huge budget and incredible possibilities because it also benefits from the drugs trade, and it exerts influence in all kinds of countries. All over Europe, it influences politics, the perception of the enemy, public opinion. It engages in psychological warfare. So, if I have an organization like the CIA at my disposal, I can push a democracy in the way the Italian democracy was pushed, and in the way that certain political processes here might have been influenced.
An intelligence service is not the Boy Scouts.
Many intelligence service activities from the Cold War era have still not been opened to public scrutiny. This includes the operations which turned war criminals and fascists into collaborators.
Let's talk about Ukraine now, shall we? Because, boy, the mess continues in that country. And now to the greatest propaganda campaign ever waged against humanity, which is the war in Ukraine. This afternoon, former Russian President Medvedev, once again...
Wrong, not the worst. It's just something that never finished from World War II.
Saying that the world is on the brink of World War III, which I say we're already in it, but, you know...
Joke's on them, because it would technically be WW4, as you heard. Stupid Nazis were already claiming they had a WW3 already happen.
Really, we're already there, but maybe we'll just pull off the nomenclature and actually start really saying that
that it's our war.
It's fully
instead
in
of
World War
the
III.
war that's over there.
We're fully in it, yeah. So here what he's saying, thanks to NATO sending more weapons, the world on the brink of World War III due to West escalating. That's what Medvedev is saying. The world has come close to the threat of World War III due to impending U.S. aggression against the Russian Federation. And specifically, he's talking about Crimea and the coming attacks that are going to unfold.
Kissinger, head of WEF, because he's pulling the strings of Klaus Schwab.
This channel is part of the History Hit network. This channel is part of the History Hit.
We may never see another one like J. Edgar Hoover because of the explosion of information. It'd be much more difficult to centralize information in the way J. Edgar Hoover was able to. That's some of the problem with American intelligence today, is that maybe there's too much information and
too much diffusion of power. There's so many different agencies that are looking out for American security interests that no one person knows everything that's going on. In J. Edgar Hoover's day, you couldn't say that. One person did know everything that was going on, and that was J. Edgar Hoover.
Bullshit. We've already heard someone was pulling his strings.
(1984) by George Orwell. Read by Steve Parker. Part 1. Chapter 1. It was a bright, cold day in April, and the clocks were striking 13. Winston Smith, his chin nuzzled into his breast in an effort to escape the vile wind, slipped quickly through the glass doors of Victory Mansions, though not quickly enough to prevent a swirl of gritty dust from entering along with him. The hallway smelt of boiled cabbage and old rag mats. At one end of it, a colored poster, too large for indoor display, had been tacked to the wall. It depicted simply an enormous face, more than a meter wide, the face of a man of about 45, with a heavy black mustache and ruggedly handsome features. Winston made for the stairs. It was no use trying the lift.
Even at the best of times, it was seldom working, and at present, the electric current was cut off during daylight hours. It was part of the economy drive in preparation for Hate Week. The flat was 7 flights up, and Winston, who was 39 and had a varicose ulcer above his right ankle, went slowly, resting several times on the way. On each landing, opposite the lift shaft, the poster with the enormous face gazed from the wall. It was one of those pictures which are so contrived that the eyes follow you about when you move. "Big Brother is watching you," the caption beneath it ran. Inside the flat, a fruity voice was reading out a list of figures which had something to do with the production of pig iron.
Record hauls of pig iron.
The voice came from an oblong metal plaque, like a dulled mirror, which formed part of the surface of the right-hand wall. Winston turned a switch, and the voice sank somewhat, though the words were still distinguishable. The instrument, the telescreen, it was called, could be dimmed, but there was no way of shutting it off completely. He moved over to the window, a smallish, frail figure, the meagerness of his body merely emphasized by the blue overalls which were the uniform of the party. His hair was very fair, his face naturally sanguine, his skin roughened by coarse soap and blunt razor blades and the cold of the winter that had just ended. Outside, even through the shut window pane, the world looked cold. Down in the street, little eddies of wind were whirling dust and torn paper into spirals, and though the sun was shining and the sky a harsh blue, there seemed to be no color in anything, except the posters that were plastered everywhere. The black mustachioed face gazed down from every commanding corner. There was one on the house front immediately opposite. "Big Brother is watching you," the caption said, while the dark eyes looked deep into Winston's own. Down at street level, another poster, torn at one corner, flapping fitfully in the wind, alternately covering and uncovering the single word, "Ing-Song." In the far distance, a helicopter skimmed down between the roofs, hovered for an instant like a bluebottle, and darted away again with a curving flight. It was the police patrol, snooping into people's windows. The patrols did not matter, however. Only the thought police mattered. Behind Winston's back, the voice from the telescreen was still babbling away about pig iron and the over-fulfillment of the 9th three-year plan. The telescreen received and transmitted simultaneously. Any sound that Winston made above the level of a very low whisper would be picked up by it. Moreover, so long as he remained within the field of vision which the metal plaque commanded, he could be seen as well as heard. There was, of course, no way of knowing whether you were being watched at any given moment. How often or on what system the thought police plugged in on any individual wire was guesswork. It was even conceivable that they watched everybody all the time. But, at any rate, they could plug in your wire whenever they wanted to. You had to did live, from habit that became instinct, in the assumption that every sound you made was overheard, and, except in darkness, every movement scrutinized. Winston kept his back turned to the telescreen. It was safer, though, as he well knew, even a back can be revealing. A kilometer away, the Ministry of Truth, his place of work, towered vast and white above the grimy landscape. This, he thought with a sort of vague distaste, this was London, chief city of Airstrip 1, itself the third most populous of the provinces of Oceania. He tried to squeeze out some childhood memory that should tell him whether London had always been quite like this. Were there always these vistas of rotting 19th century houses, their sides shored up with balks of timber, their windows patched with cardboard and their roofs with corrugated iron, their crazy garden walls sagging in all directions? And the bomb sites where the plaster dust swirled in the air and the willow herbs straggled over the heaps of rubble, and the places where the bombs had cleared a larger patch, and there had sprung up sordid colonies of wooden dwellings like chicken houses. It was no use. He could not remember. Nothing remained of his childhood except a series of bright lit tableaux occurring against no background and mostly unintelligible. The Ministry of Truth, Mini-True in Newspeak. Newspeak was the official language of Oceania. For an account of its structure and etymology, see appendix, was startlingly different from any other object in sight. It was an enormous pyramidal structure of glittering white concrete soaring up terrace after terrace, 300 meters into the air. From where Winston stood, it was just possible to read, picked out on its white face in elegant lettering, the three slogans of the party. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. The Ministry of Truth contained, it was said, 3,000 rooms above ground level and corresponding ramifications below. Scattered about London, there were just 3 other buildings of similar appearance and size. So completely did they dwarf the surrounding architecture that from the roof of Victory Mansions, you could see all 4 of them simultaneously. They were the homes of the 4 ministries between which the entire apparatus of government was divided. The Ministry of Truth, which concerned itself with news, entertainment, education, and the fine arts. The Ministry of Peace, which concerned itself with war. The Ministry of Love, which maintained law and order. And the Ministry of Plenty, which was responsible for economic affairs. Their names, in Newspeak, Mini-True, Mini-Pax, Mini-Love, and Mini-Plenty. The Ministry of Love was the really frightening one. There were no windows in it at all. Winston had never been inside the Ministry of Love, nor within half a kilometer of it. It was a place impossible to enter except on official business, and then only by penetrating through a maze of barbed wire entanglements, steel doors, and hidden machine gun nests. Even the streets leading up to its outer barriers were roamed by gorilla-faced guards in black uniforms, armed with jointed truncheons. Winston turned round abruptly. He had set his features into the expression of quiet optimism, which it was advisable to wear when facing the telescreen. He crossed the room into the tiny kitchen. By leaving the ministry at this time of day, he had sacrificed his lunch in the canteen, and he was aware that there was no food in the kitchen except a hunk of dark-colored bread, which had got to be saved for tomorrow's breakfast. He took down from the shelf a bottle of colorless liquid with a plain white label marked Victory Gin. It gave off a sickly, oily smell as of Chinese rice spirit. Winston poured out nearly a teacupful, nerved himself for a shock, and gulped it down like a dose of medicine. Instantly, his face turned scarlet, and the water ran out of his eyes. The stuff was like nitric acid, and moreover, in swallowing it, one had the sensation of being hit on the back of the head with a rubber club. The next moment, however, the burning in his belly died down, and the world began to look more cheerful. He took a cigarette from a crumpled packet marked Victory Cigarettes, and incautiously held it upright, whereupon the tobacco fell out onto the floor. With the next, he was more successful. He went back to the living room and sat down at a small table that stood to the left of the telescreen. From the table drawer, he took out a pen holder, a bottle of ink, and a thick, quarto-sized blank book with a red back and a marbled cover. For some reason, the telescreen in the living room was in an unusual position. Instead of being placed, as was normal, in the end wall where it could command the whole room, it was in the longer wall, opposite the window. To one side of it, there was a shallow alcove in which Winston was now sitting, and which, when the flats were built, had probably been intended to hold bookshelves. By sitting in the alcove and keeping well back, Winston was able to remain outside the range of the telescreen so far as sight went. He could be heard, of course, but so long as he stayed in his present position, he could not be seen. It was partly the unusual geography of the room that had suggested to him the thing that he was now about to do. But it had also been suggested by the book that he had just taken out of the drawer. It was a particularly beautiful book. Its smooth, creamy paper, a little yellowed by age, was of a kind that had not been manufactured for at least 40 years past. He could guess, however, that the book was much older than that. He had seen it lying in the window of a frowsy little junk shop in a slummy quarter of the town, just what quarter he did not now remember, and had been stricken immediately by an overwhelming desire to possess it. Party members were supposed not to go into ordinary shops, dealing on the free market, it was called. But the rule was not strictly kept, because there were various things, such as shoelaces and razor blades, which it was impossible to get hold of in any other way. He had given a quick glance up and down the street, and then had slipped inside and bought the book for $2.50. At the time, he was not conscious of wanting it for any particular purpose. He had carried it guiltily home in his briefcase. Even with nothing written in it, it was a compromising possession. The thing that he was about to do was to open a diary. This was not illegal. Nothing was illegal since there were no longer any laws. But if detected, it was reasonably certain that it would be punished by death, or at least by 25 years in a forced labor camp. Winston fitted a nib into the pen holder and sucked it to get the grease off. The pen was an archaic instrument, seldom used even for signatures, and he had procured one furtively and with some difficulty, simply because of a feeling that the beautiful creamy paper deserved to be written on with a real nib, instead of being scratched with an ink pencil. Actually, he was not used to writing by hand. Apart from very short notes, it was usual to dictate everything into the speak-write, which was, of course, impossible for his present purpose. He dipped the pen into the ink and then faltered for just a second. A tremor had gone through his bowels. To mark the paper was the decisive act. In small, clumsy letters, he wrote, April 4, 1984. He sat back. A sense of complete helplessness had descended upon him. To begin with, he did not know with any certainty that it was 1984. It must be around about that date, since he was fairly sure that his age was 39, and he believed that he had been born in 1944 or 1945, but it was never possible nowadays to pin down any date within a year or two. For whom, it suddenly occurred to him to wonder, was he writing this diary? For the future, for the unborn. His mind hovered for a moment round the doubtful date on the page, and then fetched up with a bump against the newspeak word, doublethink. For the first time, the magnitude of what he had undertaken came home to him. How could you communicate with the future? It was, of its nature, impossible. Either the future would resemble the present, in which case it would not listen to him, or it would be different from it, and his predicament would be meaningless. For some time, he sat gazing stupidly at the paper. Telescreen had changed over to strident military music. It was curious that he seemed not merely to have lost the power of expressing himself, but even to have forgotten what it was that he had originally intended to say. For weeks past, he had been making ready for this moment, and it had never crossed his mind that anything would be needed except courage. The actual writing would be easy. All he had to do was to transfer to paper the interminable, restless monologue that had been running inside his head, literally, for years. At this moment, however, even the monologue had dried up. Moreover, his varicose ulcer had begun itching unbearably. He dared not scratch it, because if he did so, it always became inflamed. The seconds were ticking by. He was conscious of nothing except the blankness of the page in front of him, the itching of the skin above his ankle, the blaring of the music, and a slight booziness caused by the gin. Suddenly, he began writing in sheer panic, only imperfectly aware of what he was setting down. His small but childish handwriting straggled up and down the page, shedding first its capital letters and finally even its full stops. April 4th, 1984. Last night to the flicks. All war films. One very good one of a ship full of refugees being bombed somewhere in the Mediterranean. Audience much amused by shots of a great huge fat man trying to swim away with the helicopter after him. First you saw him wallowing along in the water like a porpoise. Then you saw him through the helicopter gun sights. Then he was full of holes and the sea round him turned pink and he sank as suddenly as though the holes had let in the water. Audience shouting with laughter when he sank. Then you saw a lifeboat full of children with a helicopter hovering over it. There was a middle-aged woman, might have been a Jewess, sitting up in the bow with a little boy about 3 years old in her arms. Little boy screaming with fright and hiding his head between her breasts, as if he was trying to burrow right into her, and the woman putting her arms round him and comforting him, although she was blue with fright herself, all the time covering him up as much as possible, as if she thought her arms could keep the bullets off him. Then the helicopter planted a 20-kilo bomb in among them. Terrific flash, and the bomb went all to matchwood. Then there was a wonderful shot of a child's arm going up, 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 right into the air. A helicopter with a camera in its nose must have followed it up, and there was a lot of applause from the party seats. But a woman down in the prole part of the house suddenly started kicking up a fuss and shouting, "They didn't ought to have showed it, not in front of the kids. They didn't, it ain't right, not in front of the kids, it ain't." Until the police turned her out. I don't suppose anything happened to her. Nobody cares what the proles say. Typical prole reaction. They never... Winston stopped writing, partly because he was suffering from cramp. He did not know what had made him pour out this stream of rubbish. But the curious thing was that while he was doing so, a totally different memory had clarified itself in his mind, to the point where he almost felt equal of writing it down. It was, he now realized, because of this other incident that he had suddenly decided to come home and begin the diary today. It had happened that morning at the ministry, if anything so nebulous could be said to happen. It was nearly 1100, and in the records department, where Winston worked, they were dragging the chairs out of the cubicles and grouping them in the center of the hall opposite the big telescreen, in preparation for the 2 minutes hate. Winston was just taking his place in one of the middle rows when 2 people whom he knew by sight but had never spoken to came unexpectedly into the room. One of them was a girl whom he often passed in the corridors. He did not know her name, but he knew that she worked in the fiction department. Presumably, since he had sometimes seen her with the oily hands and carrying a spanner, she had some mechanical job on one of the novel writing machines. She was a bold-looking girl of about 27, with thick hair, a freckled face, and swift, athletic movements. A narrow scarlet sash, emblem of the Junior Anti-Sex League, was wound several times round the waist of her overalls, just tightly enough to bring out the shapeliness of her hips. Winston had disliked her from the very first moment of seeing her. He knew the reason. It was because of the atmosphere of hockey fields and cold baths and community hikes and general clean-mindedness which she managed to carry about with her. He disliked nearly all women, and especially the young and pretty ones. It was always the women, and above all the young ones, who were the most bigoted adherents of the party. The swallowers of slogans, the amateur spies and nosers out of unorthodoxy. But this particular girl gave him the impression of being more dangerous than most. Once, when they passed in the corridor, she gave him a quick sidelong glance which seemed to pierce right into him, and for a moment had filled him with black terror. The idea had even crossed his mind that she might be an agent of the Thought Police. That, it was true, was very unlikely. Still, he continued to feel a particular uneasiness, which had fear mixed up in it as well as hostility whenever she was anywhere near him. The other person was a man named O'Brien, a member of the inner party and a holder of some post so important and remote that Winston had only a dim idea of its nature. A momentary hush passed over the group of people round the chairs as they saw the black overalls of an inner party member approaching. O'Brien was a large, burly man with a thick neck and a coarse, humorous, brutal face. In spite of his formidable appearance, he had a certain charm of manner. He had a trick of resettling his spectacles on his nose, which was curiously disarming, in some indefinable way, curiously civilized. It was a gesture which, if anyone had still thought in such terms, might have recalled an 18th century nobleman offering his snuff box. Winston had seen O'Brien perhaps a dozen times in almost as many years. He felt deeply drawn to him, and not solely because he was intrigued by the contrast between O'Brien's urbane manner and his prizefighter's physique. Much more, it was because of a secretly held belief, or perhaps not even a belief, but merely a hope, that O'Brien's political orthodoxy was not perfect. Something in his face suggested it irresistibly. And again, perhaps it was not even unorthodoxy that was written in his face, but simply intelligence. But at any rate, he had the appearance of being a person that you could talk to if somehow you could cheat the telescreen and get him alone. Winston had never made the smallest effort to verify this guess. Indeed, there was no way of doing so. At this moment, O'Brien glanced at his wristwatch, saw that it was nearly 1100, and evidently decided to stay in the records department until the 2 minutes hate was over. He took a chair in the same row as Winston, a couple of places away. A small, sandy-haired woman who worked in the next cubicle to Winston was between them. The girl with dark hair was sitting immediately behind. The next moment, a hideous, grinding speech, as of some monstrous machine running without oil, burst from the big telescreen at the end of the room. It was a noise that set one's teeth on edge and bristled the hair at the back of one's neck. The hate had started. As usual, the face of Emmanuel Goldstein, the enemy of the people, had flashed onto the screen. There were hisses here and there among the audience. The little sandy-haired woman gave a squeak of mingled fear and disgust. Goldstein was the renegade and backslider who once, long ago, how long ago nobody quite remembered, had been one of the leading figures of the party, almost on a level with Big Brother himself, and then had engaged in counter-revolutionary activities, had been condemned to death, and had mysteriously escaped and disappeared. The programs of the 2 minutes hate varied from day to day, but there was none in which Goldstein was not the principal figure. He was the primal traitor, the earliest defiler of the party's purity. All subsequent crimes against the party, all treacheries, acts of sabotage, heresies, deviations sprang directly out of his teaching. Somewhere or other he was still alive and hatching his conspiracies. Perhaps somewhere beyond the sea, under the protection of his foreign paymasters. Perhaps even, so it was occasionally rumored, in some hiding place in Oceania itself. Winston's diaphragm was constricted. He could never see the face of Goldstein without a painful mixture of emotions. It was a lean Jewish face with a great fuzzy aureole of white hair and a small goatee beard. A clever face, and yet somehow inherently despicable, with a kind of senile silliness in the long, thin nose, near the end of which a pair of spectacles was perched. It resembled the face of a sheep, and the voice, too, had a sheep-like quality. Goldstein was delivering his usual venomous attack upon the doctrines of the party, an attack so exaggerated and perverse that a child should have been able to see through it, and yet just plausible enough to fill one with an alarmed feeling that other people, less level-headed than oneself, might be taken in by it. He was abusing Big Brother. He was denouncing the dictatorship of the party. He was demanding the immediate conclusion of peace with Eurasia. He was advocating freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, freedom of thought. He was crying hysterically that the revolution had been betrayed. And all this in rapid polysyllabic speech, which was a sort of parody of the habitual style of the orators of the party, and even contained newspeak words, more newspeak words indeed than any party member would normally use in real life. And all the while, lest one should be in any doubt as to the reality which Goldstein's specious claptrap covered, behind his head on the telescreen there marched the endless columns of the Eurasian army. Row after row of solid-looking men with expressionless Asiatic faces who swam up to the surface of the screen and vanished to be replaced by others exactly similar. The dull, rhythmic tramp of the soldiers' boots formed the background to Goldstein's bleating voice. Before the hate had proceeded for 30 seconds, uncontrollable exclamations of rage were breaking out from half the people in the room. The self-satisfied, sheep-like face on the screen and the terrifying power of the Eurasian army behind it were too much to be borne. Besides, The sight, or even the thought of Goldstein produced fear and anger automatically. He was an object of hatred more constant than either Eurasia or East Asia, since when Oceania was at war with one of these powers, it was generally at peace with the other. But what was strange was that although Goldstein was hated and despised by everybody, although every day and 1,000 times a day his theories were refuted, smashed, ridiculed, held up to the general gaze for the pitiful rubbish that they were, in spite of all this, his influence never seemed to grow less. Always, there were fresh dupes waiting to be seduced by him. A day never passed when spies and saboteurs acting under his directions were not unmasked by the thought police. He was the commander of a vast, shadowy army, an underground network of conspirators dedicated to the overthrow of the state. The Brotherhood, its name was supposed to be. There were also whispered stories of a terrible book, a compendium of all the heresies of which Goldstein was the author, and which circulated clandestinely here and there. It was a book without a title. People refer to it, if at all, simply as the book. But one knew of such things only through vague rumors. Neither the Brotherhood nor the book was a subject that any ordinary party member would mention if there was a way of avoiding it. In its second minute, the hate rose to a frenzy. People were leaping up and down in their places and shouting at the tops of their voices in an effort to drown the maddening, bleating voice that came from the screen. The little sandy-haired woman had turned bright pink, and her mouth was opening and shutting like that of a landed fish. Even O'Brien's heavy face was flushed. He was sitting very straight in his chair, his powerful chest swelling and quivering as though he were standing up to the assault of a wave. The dark-haired girl behind Winston had begun crying out, "Swine! Swine! Swine!" And suddenly she picked up a heavy Newspeak dictionary and flung it at the screen. It struck Goldstein's nose and bounced off. The voice continued inexorably. In a lucid moment, Winston found that he was shouting with the others and kicking his heel violently against the rung of his chair. The horrible thing about the 2 minutes hate was not that one was obliged to act a part, but on the contrary, that it was impossible to avoid joining in. Within 30 seconds, any pretense was always unnecessary. A hideous ecstasy of fear and vindictiveness, a desire to kill, to torture, to smash faces in with a sledgehammer, seemed to flow through the whole group of people like an electric current, turning one, even against one's will, into a grimacing, screaming lunatic. And yet, the rage that one felt was an abstract, undirected emotion which could be switched from one object to another like the flame of a blow lamp. Thus, at one moment, Winston's hatred was not turned against Goldstein at all, but on the contrary, against Big Brother, the party, and the thought police. And at such moments his heart went out to the lonely, derided heretic on the screen, sole guardian of truth and sanity in the world of lies. And yet, the very next instant he was at one with the people around him, and all that was said of Goldstein seemed to him to be true. At those moments, his secret loathing of Big Brother changed into adoration, and Big Brother seemed to tower up, an invincible, fearless protector, standing like a rock against the hordes of Asia. And Goldstein, in spite of his isolation, his helplessness, and the doubt that hung about his very existence, seemed like some sinister enchanter, capable by the mere power of his voice of wrecking the structure of civilization. It was even possible, at moments, to switch one's hatred this way or that by a voluntary act. Suddenly, by the sort of violent effort with which one wrenches one's head away from the pillow in a nightmare, Winston succeeded in transferring his hatred from the face on the screen to the dark-haired girl behind him. Vivid, beautiful hallucinations flashed through his mind. He would flog her to death with a rubber truncheon. He would tie her naked to a stake and shoot her full of arrows like Saint Sebastian. He would ravish her and cut her throat at the moment of climax. Better than before, moreover, he realized why it was that he hated her. He hated her because she was young and pretty and sexless. because he wanted to go to bed with her and would never do so because round her sweet, supple waist, which seemed to ask you to encircle it with your arms, there was only the odious scarlet sash, aggressive symbol of chastity. The hate now rose to its climax. The voice of Goldstein had become an actual sheep's bleat, and for an instant the face changed into that of a sheep. Then the sheep face melted into the figure of a Eurasian soldier who seemed to be advancing, huge and terrible, his submachine gun roaring and seeming to spring out of the surface of the screen so that some of the people in the front row actually flinched backwards in their seats. But in the same moment, drawing a deep sigh of relief from everybody, the hostile figure melted into the face of Big Brother. Black-haired, black-mustachioed, full of power and mysterious calm, and so vast that it almost filled up the screen. Nobody heard what Big Brother was saying. It was merely a few words of encouragement, the sort of words that are uttered in the din of battle, not distinguishable individually, but restoring confidence by the fact of being spoken. Then the face of Big Brother faded away again, and instead the three slogans of the party stood out in bold capitals. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. But the face of Big Brother seemed to persist for several seconds on the screen, as though the impact that it had made on everyone's eyeballs was too vivid to wear off immediately. The little sandy-haired woman had flung herself forward over the back of the chair in front of her. With a tremulous murmur that sounded like, "My Savior," she extended her arms towards the screen. Then she buried her face in her hands. It was apparent that she was uttering a prayer. At this moment, the entire group of people broke into a deep, slow, rhythmical chant of B.B., B.B., over and over again, very slowly, with a long pause between the first B and the second. A heavy, murmurous sound, somehow curiously savage, in the background of which one seemed to hear the stamp of naked feet and the throbbing of tom-toms. For perhaps as much as 30 seconds they kept it up. It was a refrain that was often heard in moments of overwhelming emotion. Partly it was a sort of hymn to the wisdom and majesty of Big Brother, but still more it was an act of self-hypnosis, a deliberate drowning of consciousness by means of rhythmic noise. Winston's entrails seemed to grow cold. In the 2 minutes' hate, he could not help sharing in the general delirium, but this subhuman chanting of B, 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 B always filled him with horror. Of course, he chanted with the rest. It was impossible to do otherwise. To dissemble your feelings, to control your face, to do what everyone else was doing was an instinctive reaction. But there was a space of a couple of seconds during which the expression of his eyes might conceivably have betrayed him. And it was exactly at this moment that the significant thing happened, if indeed it did happen. Momentarily, he caught O'Brien's eye. O'Brien had stood up. He had taken off his spectacles and was in the act of resettling them on his nose with his characteristic gesture. But there was a fraction of a second when their eyes met, and for as long as it took to happen, Winston knew, yes, he knew, that O'Brien was thinking the same thing as himself. An unmistakable message had passed. It was as though their two minds had opened and the thoughts were flowing from one into the other through their eyes. "I am with you," O'Brien seemed to be saying to him. "I know precisely what you are feeling. I know all about your contempt, your hatred, your disgust, but don't worry. I am on your side." And then the flash of intelligence was gone, and O'Brien's face was as inscrutable as everybody else's. That was all. And he was already uncertain whether it had happened. Such incidents never had any sequel. All that they did was to keep him alive in one belief or hope that others beside himself were the enemies of the party. Perhaps the rumors of vast underground conspiracies were true after all. Perhaps the Brotherhood really existed. It was impossible, in spite of the endless arrests and confessions and executions, to be sure that the Brotherhood was not simply a myth. Some days he believed in it, some days not. There was no evidence, only fleeting glimpses that might mean anything or nothing, snatches of overheard conversation, faint scribbles on laboratory walls. Once, even when two strangers met, a small movement of the hand which had looked as though it might be a signal of recognition. It was all guesswork. Very likely he had imagined everything. He'd gone back to his cubicle without looking at O'Brien again. The idea of following up their momentary contact hardly crossed his mind. It would have been inconceivably dangerous, even if he had known how to set about doing it. For a second, 2 seconds, they had exchanged an equivocal glance, and that was the end of the story. But even that was a memorable event in the locked loneliness in which one had to live. Winston roused himself and sat up straighter. He let out a belch. The gin was rising from his stomach. His eyes refocused on the page. He discovered that while he sat helplessly musing, he had also been writing, as though by automatic action. And it was no longer the same cramped, awkward handwriting as before. His pen had slid voluptuously over the smooth paper, printing in large, neat capitals, "Down with Big Brother, down with Big Brother, down with Big Brother, down with Big Brother, down with Big Brother," over and over again, filling half a page. He could not help feeling a twinge of panic. It was absurd, since the writing of those particular words was not more dangerous than the initial act of opening the diary, but for a moment, he was tempted to tear out the spoiled pages and abandon the enterprise altogether. He did not do so, however, because he knew that it was useless. Whether he wrote "Down with Big Brother" or whether he refrained from writing it made no difference. Whether he went on with the diary or whether he did not go on with it made no difference. The thought police would get him just the same. He had committed, would still have committed, even if he never set pen to paper, the essential crime that contained all others in itself. Thought crime, they called it. Thought crime was not a thing that could be concealed forever. You might dodge successfully for a while, even for years, but sooner or later they were bound to get you. It was always at night. The arrests invariably happened at night. The sudden jerk out of sleep, the rough hands shaking your shoulder, the lights glaring in your eyes, the ring of hard faces round the bed. In the vast majority of cases, there was no trial, no report of the arrest. People simply disappeared, always during the night. Your name was removed from the registers. Every record of everything you had ever done was wiped out. Your one-time existence was denied and then forgotten. You were abolished, annihilated, vaporized was the usual word. For a moment, he was seized by a kind of hysteria. He began writing in a hurried, untidy scrawl. "They'll shoot me, I don't care. They'll shoot me in the back of the neck, I don't care. Down with Big Brother, they always shoot you in the back of the neck, I don't care. Down with Big Brother." He sat back in his chair, slightly ashamed of himself, and laid down the pen. The next moment, he started violently. There was a knocking at the door. Already? He sat as still as a mouse, in the futile hope that whoever it was might go away after a single attempt. But no, the knocking was repeated. The worst thing of all would be to delay. His heart was thumping like a drum, but his face, from long habit, was probably expressionless. He got up and moved heavily toward... Chapter 2. As he put his hand to the doorknob, Winston saw that he had left the diary open on the table. "Down with Big Brother" was written all over it, in letters almost big enough to be legible across the room. It was an inconceivably stupid thing to have done. But, he realized, even in his panic, he had not wanted to smudge the creamy paper by shutting the book while the ink was wet. He drew in his breath and opened the door. Instantly, a warm wave of relief flowed through him. A colorless, crushed-looking woman with wispy hair and a lined face was standing outside. "Oh, comrade," she began in a dreary, whining sort of voice. "I thought I heard you come in. Do you think you could come across and have a look at our kitchen sink? It's got blocked and..." It was Mrs. Parsons, the wife of a neighbor on the same floor. Mrs. was a word somewhat discountenanced by the party. You were supposed to call everyone comrade, but with some women, one used it instinctively. She was a woman of about 30, but looked much older. One had the impression that there was dust in the creases of her face. Winston followed her down the passage. These amateur repair jobs were an almost daily irritation. Victory Mansions were old flats built in 1930 or thereabouts and were falling to pieces. The plaster flaked constantly from ceilings and walls. The pipes burst in every hard frost. The roof leaked whenever there was snow. The heating system was usually running at half steam when it was not closed down altogether from motives of economy. Repairs, except what you could do for yourself, had to be sanctioned by remote committees which were liable to hold up even the mending of a window pane for 2 years.
Of course, it's only because Tom isn't home,
said Mrs. Parsons vaguely. The Parsons flat was bigger than Winston's, and dingy in a different way. Everything had a battered, trampled-on look, as though the place had just been visited by some large, violent animal. Games impediments, hockey sticks, boxing gloves, a burst football, a pair of sweaty shorts turned inside out, lay all over the floor, and on the table there was a litter of dirty dishes and dog-eared exercise books. On the walls were scarlet banners of the Youth League and the Spies, and a full-size poster of Big Brother. There was the usual boiled cabbage smell common to the whole building, but it was shot through by a sharper reek of sweat, which, one knew this at the first sniff, though it was hard to say how, was the sweat of some person not present at the moment. In another room, someone with a comb and a piece of toilet paper was trying to keep tune with the military music, which was still issuing from the telescreen.
It's the children,
said Mrs. Parsons, casting a half-apprehensive glance at the door.
They haven't been out today, and of course...
She had a habit of breaking off her sentences in the middle. The kitchen sink was full nearly to the brim with filthy greenish water which smelt worse than ever of cabbage. Winston knelt down and examined the angle joint of the pipe. He hated using his hands, and he hated bending down, which was always liable to start him coughing. Mrs. Parsons looked on helplessly.
Of course, if Tom was home, he'd put it right in a moment, she said. He loves anything like that. He's ever so good with his hands, Tom is.
Parsons was Winston's fellow employee at the Ministry of Truth. He was a fattish but active man of paralyzing stupidity, a mass of imbecile enthusiasms. One of those completely unquestioning, devoted drudges on whom, more even than on the thought police, the stability of the party depended. At 35, he had just been, unwillingly, evicted from the Youth League. And before graduating into the Youth League, he had managed to stay on in the Spies for a year beyond the statutory age. At the ministry, he was employed in some subordinate post for which intelligence was not required. But on the other hand, he was a leading figure on the sports committee, and all the other committees engaged in organizing community hikes, spontaneous demonstrations, savings campaigns, and voluntary activities generally. He would inform you with quiet pride between whiffs of his pipe that he had put in an appearance at the community center every evening for the past 4 years. An overpowering smell of sweat, a sort of unconscious testimony to the strenuousness of his life, followed him about wherever he went, and even remained behind him after he had gone. "Have you got a spanner?" said Winston, fiddling with the nut on the angle joint.
A spanner,
said Mrs. Parsons, immediately becoming invertebrate.
Oh, I don't know, I'm sure. Perhaps the children...
There was a trampling of hoots and another blast on the comb as the children charged into the living room. Mrs. Parsons brought the spanner. Winston let out the water and disgustedly removed the clot of human hair that had blocked up the pipe. He cleansed his fingers as best he could in the cold water from the tap and went back into the other room.
Up with your hands,
yelled a savage voice. A handsome, tough-looking boy of 9 had popped up from behind the table and was menacing him with a toy automatic pistol.
while his small sister, about 2 years younger, made the same gesture with a fragment of wood. Both of them were dressed in the blue shorts, grey shirts, and red neckerchiefs, which were the uniform of the spies. Winston raised his hands above his head, but with an uneasy feeling, so vicious was the boy's demeanor, that it was not altogether a game. "You're a traitor," yelled the boy. "You're a thought criminal. You're a Eurasian spy. I'll shoot you. I'll vaporize you. I'll send you to the salt mines." Suddenly, they were both leaping around him, shouting, "Traitor!" and "Thought criminal!" the little girl imitating her brother in every movement. It was somehow slightly frightening, like the gambling of tiger cubs which will soon grow up into man-eaters. There was a sort of calculating ferocity in the boy's eye, a quite evident desire to hit or kick Winston, and a consciousness of being very nearly big enough to do so. It was a good job it was not a real pistol he was holding, Winston thought. Mrs. Parsons' eyes flitted nervously from Winston to the children and back again. In the better light of the living room, he noticed with interest that there actually was dust in the crease of her face. "They do get so noisy," she said. "They're disappointed because they couldn't go to see the hanging. That's what it is. I'm too busy to take them, and Tom won't be back from work in time." "Why can't we go and see the hanging?" roared the boy in his huge voice. "Want to see the hanging! Want to see the hanging!" chanted the little girl, still capering round. Some Eurasian prisoners guilty of war crimes were to be hanged in the park that evening, Winston remembered. This happened about once a month and was a popular spectacle. Children always clamored to be taken to see it. He took his leave of Mrs. Parsons and made for the door, but he had not gone 6 steps down the passage when something hit the back of his neck, an agonizingly painful blow. It was as though a red-hot wire had been jabbed into him. He spun round just in time to see Mrs. Parsons dragging her son back into the doorway while the boy pocketed a catapult. "Goldstein!" bellowed the boy as the door closed on him. But what most struck Winston was the look of helpless fright on the woman's greyish face. Back in the flat, he stepped quickly past the telescreen and sat down at the table again, still rubbing his neck. The music from the telescreen had stopped. Instead, a clipped military voice was reading out, with a sort of brutal relish, a description of the armaments of the new floating fortress, which had just been anchored between Iceland and the Faroe Islands. With those children, he thought, that wretched woman must lead a life of terror. Another year, 2 years, and they would be watching her night and day for symptoms of unorthodoxy. Nearly all children nowadays were horrible. What was worst of all was that by means of such organizations as the spies, they were systematically turned into ungovernable little savages, and yet this produced in them no tendency whatever to rebel against the discipline of the party. On the contrary, they adored the party and everything connected with it. The songs, the processions, the banners, the hiking, the drilling with dummy rifles, the yelling of slogans, the worship of Big Brother. It was all a sort of glorious game to them. All their ferocity was turned outwards against the enemies of the state, against foreigners, traitors, saboteurs, thought criminals. It was almost normal for people over 30 to be frightened of their own children. And with good reason, for hardly a week went past in which the Times did not carry a paragraph describing how some eavesdropping little sneak, child hero was the phrase generally used, had overheard some compromising remark and denounced its parents to the thought police. The sting of the catapult bullet had worn off. He picked up his pen half-heartedly, wondering whether he could find something more to write in the diary. Suddenly, he began thinking of O'Brien again. Years ago, how long was it? 7 years it must be. He had dreamed that he was walking through a pitch-dark room and someone sitting to one side of him had said as he passed, "We shall meet in the place where there is no darkness." It was said very quietly, almost casually, a statement, not a command. He had walked on without pausing. What was curious was that at the time, in the dream, the words had not made much impression on him. It was only later and by degrees that they had seemed to take on significance. He could not now remember whether it was before or after having the dream that he had seen O'Brien for the first time. Nor could he remember when he had first identified the voice as O'Brien's. But, at any rate, the identification existed. It was O'Brien who had spoken to him out of the dark. Winston had never been able to feel sure. Even after this morning's flash of the eyes, it was still impossible to be sure whether O'Brien was a friend or an enemy. Nor did it even seem to matter greatly. There was a link of understanding between them, more important than affection or partisanship. "We shall meet in the place where there is no darkness," he had said. Winston did not know what it meant, only that in some way or another it would come true. The voice from the telescreen paused. A trumpet call, clear and beautiful, floated into the stagnant air. The voice continued raspingly.
Attention! Your attention, please. A news flash has this moment arrived from the Malabar front. Our forces in South India have won a glorious victory. I am authorized to say that the action we are now reporting may well bring the war within measurable distance of its end. Here is the news flash.
Bad news coming, thought Winston. And sure enough, following on a gory description of the annihilation of a Eurasian army, with stupendous figures of killed and prisoners, came the announcements that, as from next week, the chocolate ration would be reduced from 30 grams to 20.
As of tomorrow.
Winston belched again. The gin was wearing off, leaving a deflated feeling. The telescreen, perhaps to celebrate the victory, perhaps to drown the memory of the lost chocolate, crashed into Oceania, 'Tis for Thee. Oceania, the peaceful, strong, and brave. He was supposed to stand to attention. However, in his present position, he was invisible. Oceania, 'Tis for Thee gave way to lighter music. Winston walked over to the window, keeping his back to the telescreen. The day was still cold and clear. Somewhere far away, a rocket bomb exploded with a dull, reverberating roar. About 20 or 30 of them a week were falling on London at present. Down in the street, the wind flapped the torn poster to and fro, and the word Ingsoc fitfully appeared and vanished. Ingsoc. The sacred principles of Ingsoc. Newspeak, doublethink, the mutability of the past. He felt as though he were wandering in the forests of the sea bottom, lost in a monstrous world where he himself was the monster. He was alone. The past was dead. The future was unimaginable. What certainty had he that a single human creature now living was on his side? And what way of knowing that the dominion of the party would not endure forever? Like an answer, the 3 slogans on the white face of the Ministry of Truth came back to him. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. He took a 25-cent piece out of his pocket. There, too, in tiny, clear lettering, the same slogans were inscribed, and on the other face of the coin, the head of Big Brother. Even from the coin, the eyes pursued you. On coins, on stamps, on the covers of books, on banners, on posters, and on the wrappings of a cigarette packet. Everywhere. Always the eyes watching you, and the voice enveloping you. Asleep or awake, working or eating, indoors or out of doors, in the bath or in bed, no escape. Nothing was your own except the few cubic centimeters inside your skull. The sun had shifted round, and the myriad windows of the Ministry of Truth, with the light no longer shining on them, looked grim as the loopholes of a fortress. His heart quailed before the enormous pyramidal shape. It was too strong. It could not be stormed. 1,000 rocket bombs would not batter it down. He wondered again for whom he was writing the diary. For the future, for the past, for an age that might be imaginary. And in front of him there lay not death, but annihilation. The diary would be reduced to ashes and himself to vapor. Only the thought police would read what he had written before they wiped it out of existence and out of memory. How could you make appeal to the future when not a trace of you, not even an anonymous word scribbled on a piece of paper, could physically survive?
The time will be
The telescreen struck 14. He must leave in 10 minutes. He had to be back at work by 14:30. Curiously, the chiming of the hour seemed to have put new heart into him. He was a lonely ghost uttering a truth that nobody would ever hear, but so long as he uttered it, in some obscure way, the continuity was not broken. It was not by making yourself heard, but by staying sane that you carried on the human heritage. He went back to the table, dipped his pen, and wrote. To the future or to the past, to a time when thought is free, when men are different from one another and do not live alone, to a time when truth exists and what is done cannot be undone. From the age of uniformity, from the age of solitude, from the age of Big Brother, from the age of doublethink. Greetings. He was already dead, he reflected. It seemed to him that it was only now, when he had begun to be able to formulate his thoughts, that he had taken the decisive step. The consequences of every act are included in the act itself. He wrote, Thought crime does not entail death. Thought crime is death. Now he had recognized himself as a dead man, it became important to stay alive as long as possible. 2 fingers of his right hand were ink-stained. It was exactly the kind of detail that might betray you. Some nosing zealot in the ministry, a woman, probably, someone like the little sandy-haired woman, or the dark-haired girl from the fiction department, might start wondering why he had been writing during the lunch interval. Why he had used an old-fashioned pen. What had he been writing? And then drop a hint in the appropriate quarter. He went to the bathroom and carefully scrubbed the ink away with the gritty, dark brown soap which rasped your skin like sandpaper and was, therefore, well adapted for this purpose. He put the diary away in the dresser. It was quite useless to think of hiding it, but he could at least make sure whether or not its existence had been discovered. A hair laid across the page ends was too obvious. With the tip of his finger, he picked up an identifiable grain of whitish dust and deposited it on the corner of the cover where it was bound to be shaken off if the book was moved. Chapter 3. Winston was dreaming of his mother. He must, he thought, have been 10 or 11 years old when his mother had disappeared. She was a tall, statuesque, rather silent woman with slow movements and magnificent fair hair. His father he remembered more vaguely as dark and thin, dressed always in neat, dark clothes. Winston remembered especially the very thin soles of his father's shoes, and wearing spectacles. The 2 of them must, evidently, had been swallowed up in one of the first great purges of the 50s. At this moment, his mother was sitting in some place deep down beneath him, with his young sister in her arms. He did not remember his sister at all, except as a tiny, feeble baby, always silent, with large, watchful eyes. Both of them were looking up at him. They were down in some subterranean place, the bottom of a well, for instance, or a very deep grave. But it was a place which, already far below him, was itself moving downwards. They were in the saloon of a sinking ship, looking up at him through the darkening water. There was still air in the saloon. They could still see him, and he them, but all the while they were sinking down, down into the green waters, which in another moment must hide them from sight forever. He was out in the light and air while they were being sucked down to death. And they were down there because he was up here. He knew it, and they knew it, and he could see the knowledge in their faces. There was no reproach either, in their faces or in their hearts. Only the knowledge that they must die in order that he might remain alive, and that this was part of the unavoidable order of things. He could not remember what had happened, but he knew in his dream that in some way the lives of his mother and his sister had been sacrificed to his own. It was one of those dreams which, while retaining the characteristic dream scenery, are a continuation of one's intellectual life, and in which one becomes aware of facts and ideas which still seem new and valuable after one is awake. The thing that now suddenly struck Winston was that his mother's death, nearly 30 years ago, had been tragic and sorrowful in a way that was no longer possible. Tragedy, he perceived, belonged to the ancient time, to a time when there was still privacy, love, and friendship, and when the members of a family stood by one another without needing to know the reason. His mother's memory tore at his heart because she had died loving him when he was too young and selfish to love her in return. And because somehow, he did not remember how, she had sacrificed herself to a conception of loyalty that was private and unalterable. Such things, he saw, could not happen today. Today there was fear, hatred, and pain, but no dignity of emotion, no deep or complex sorrows. All this he seemed to see in the large eyes of his mother and sister, looking up at him through the green water, hundreds of fathoms down, and still sinking. Suddenly, he was standing on short, springy turf on a summer evening when the slanting rays of the sun gilded the ground. The landscape that he was looking at recurred so often in his dreams that he was never fully certain whether or not he had seen it in the real world. In his waking thoughts, he called it the Golden Country. It was an old, rabbit-bitten pasture with a foot track wandering across it and a molehill here and there. In the ragged hedge on the opposite side of the field, the boughs of the elm tree were swaying very faintly in the breeze, their leaves just stirring in dense masses like women's hair. Somewhere near at hand, though out of sight, there was a clear, slow-moving stream where dace were swimming in the pools under the willow trees. The girl with the dark hair was coming towards them across the field. With what seemed a single movement, she tore off her clothes and flung them disdainfully aside. Her body was white and smooth, but it aroused no desire in him. Indeed, he barely looked at it. What overwhelmed him in that instant was admiration for the gesture with which she had thrown her clothes aside. With its grace and carelessness, it seemed to annihilate a whole culture, a whole system of thought, as though Big Brother and the party and the thought police could all be swept into nothingness by a single splendid movement of the arm. That, too, was a gesture belonging to the ancient time. Winston woke up with the word Shakespeare on his lips. The telescreen was giving forth an ear-splitting whistle, which continued on the same note for 30 seconds. It was 07:15, getting up time for office workers. Winston wrenched his body out of bed, naked, for a member of the outer party received only 3,000 clothing coupons annually, and a suit of pajamas was 600, and seized a dingy singlet and a pair of shorts that were lying across a chair. The physical jerks would begin in 3 minutes. The next moment, he was doubled up by a violent coughing fit, which nearly always attacked him soon after waking up. It emptied his lungs so completely that he could only begin breathing again by lying on his back and taking a series of deep gasps. His veins had swelled with the effort of the cough, and the varicose ulcer had started itching.
30 to 40 group.
Yapped a piercing female voice.
30 to 40 group. Take your places, please. 30s to 40s.
Winston sprang to attention in front of the telescreen, upon which the image of a youngish woman, scrawny but muscular, dressed in tunic and gym shoes, had already appeared.
Arms bending and stretching.
She rapped out.
Take your time by me. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, comrades. Put a bit of life into it. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
The pain of the coughing fit had not quite driven out of Winston's mind the impression made by his dream, and the rhythmic movements of the exercise restored it somewhat. as he mechanically shot his arms back and forth, wearing on his face the look of grim enjoyment which was considered proper during the physical jerks. He was struggling to think his way backward into the dim period of his early childhood. It was extraordinarily difficult. Beyond the late 50s, everything faded. When there was no external records that you could refer to, even the outline of your own life lost its sharpness. You remembered huge events, which had quite probably not happened. You remembered the detail of incidents without being able to recapture their atmosphere. And there were long blank periods to which you could assign nothing. Everything had been different then. Even the names of countries and their shapes on the map had been different. Airstrip 1, for instance, had not been so called in those days. It had been called England or Britain, though London, he felt fairly certain, had always been called London. Winston could not definitely remember a time when his country had not been at war, but it was evident that there had been a fairly long interval of peace during his childhood, because one of his early memories was of an air raid, which appeared to take everyone by surprise. Perhaps it was the time when the atomic bomb had fallen on Colchester. He did not remember the raid itself, but he did remember his father's hand clutching his own as they hurried down, down, down into some place deep in the earth, round and round a spiral staircase which rang under his feet, and which finally so wearied his legs that he began whimpering, and they had to stop and rest. His mother, in her slow, dreamy way, was following, a long way behind them. She was carrying his baby sister, or perhaps it was only a bundle of blankets that she was carrying. He was not certain whether his sister had been born then. Finally, they had emerged into a noisy, crowded place which he had realized to be a tube station. There were people sitting all over the stone-flagged floor, and other people packed tightly together were sitting on metal bunks, one above the other. Winston and his mother and father found themselves a place on the floor, and near them, an old man and an old woman were sitting side by side in a bunk. The old man had on a decent dark suit and a black cloth cap pushed back from very white hair. His face was scarlet, and his eyes were blue and full of tears. He reeked of gin, and seemed to breathe out of his skin in place of sweat. One could have fancied that the tears welling from his eyes were pure gin. But though slightly drunk, he was also suffering under some grief that was genuine and unbearable. In his childish way, Winston grasped that some terrible thing, something that was beyond forgiveness and could never be remedied, had just happened. It also seemed to him that he knew what it was. Someone whom the old man loved, a little granddaughter perhaps, had been killed. Every few minutes, the old man kept repeating, "We didn't ought to have trusted them. I said so, Ma, didn't I? That's what comes of trusting them. I said so all along. We didn't ought to have trusted the buggers." But which buggers they didn't ought to have trusted, Winston could not now remember. Since about that time, war had been literally continuous, though strictly speaking, it had not always been the same war. For several months during his childhood, there had been confused street fighting in London itself, some of which he remembered vividly. But to trace out the history of the whole period, to say who was fighting whom at any given moment, would have been utterly impossible, since no written record and no spoken word ever made mention of any other alignment than the existing one. At this moment, for example, in 1984, if it was 1984, Oceania was at war with Eurasia and in alliance with Eastasia. In no public or private utterance was it ever admitted that the three powers had at any time been grouped along different lines. Actually, as Winston well knew, it was only 4 years since Oceania had been at war with Eastasia and in alliance with Eurasia. But that was merely a piece of furtive knowledge which he happened to possess because his memory was not satisfactorily under control. Officially, the change of partners had never happened. Oceania was at war with Eurasia. Therefore, Oceania had always been at war with Eurasia. The enemy of the moment always represented absolute evil, and it followed that any past or future agreement with him was impossible. The frightening thing, he reflected for the 10,000th time as he forced his shoulder painfully backward, With 2 hands on hips, they were gyrating their bodies from the waist, an exercise that was supposed to be good for the back muscles. The frightening thing was that it might all be true. If the party could thrust its hand into the past and say of this or that event, it never happened, that surely was more terrifying than mere torture or death. The party said that Oceania had never been in alliance with Eurasia. He, Winston Smith, knew that Oceania had been in alliance with Eurasia as short a time as 4 years ago. But where did that knowledge exist? Only in his own consciousness, which, in any case, must soon be annihilated. And if all others accepted the lie which the party imposed, if all records told the same tale, then the lie passed into history and became truth. Who controls the past, ran the party slogan, controls the future. Who controls the present, controls the past. And yet, the past, though of its nature alterable, had never been altered. Whatever was true now was true from everlasting to everlasting. It was quite simple. All there was needed was an unending series of victories over your own memory. Reality control, they called it. In newspeak, doublethink.
Stand easy,
Barked the instructress, a little more genially. Winston sank his arms to his sides and slowly refilled his lungs with air. His mind slid away into the labyrinthine world of doublethink. To know and not to know. To be conscious of complete truthfulness while telling carefully constructed lies. To hold simultaneously 2 opinions which cancelled out. Knowing them to be contradictory and believing in both of them. To use logic against logic. To repudiate morality while laying claim to it. To believe that democracy was impossible and that the party was the guardian of democracy. To forget whatever it was necessary to forget, then to draw it back into memory again at the moment when it was needed, and then promptly to forget it again. And above all, to apply the same process to the process itself. That was the ultimate subtlety, consciously to induce unconsciousness, and then, once again, to become unconscious of the act of hypnosis you had just performed. Even to understand the word doublethink involved the use of doublethink. The instructors had called them to attention again.
and now, let's see which of us can touch our toes.
She said enthusiastically.
Right over from the hips, please, comrades. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Winston loathed this exercise, which sent shooting pains all the way from his heels to his buttocks, and often ended by bringing on another coughing fit. The half-pleasant quality went out of his meditations. The past, he reflected, had not merely been altered, it had been actually destroyed. For how could you establish even the most obvious fact when there existed no record outside your own memory? He tried to remember in what year he had first heard mention of Big Brother. He thought it must have been at some time in the 60s, but it was impossible to be certain. In the party histories, of course, Big Brother figured as leader and guardian of the revolution since its very earliest days. His exploits had been gradually pushed backwards in time until already they extended into the fabulous world of the 40s and the 30s, when the capitalists in their strange cylindrical hats still rode through the streets of London in great gleaming motor cars or horse carriages with glass sides. There was no knowing how much of this legend was true and how much was invented. Winston could not even remember at what date the party itself had come into existence. He did not believe he had ever heard the word ingsoc before 1960, but it was possible that in its old speak form, English socialism, that is to say, it had been current earlier. Everything melted into mist. Sometimes, indeed, you could put your finger on a definite lie. It was not true, for example, as was claimed in the party history books, that the party had invented aeroplanes. He remembered aeroplanes since his earliest childhood, but you could prove nothing. There was never any evidence. Just once, in his whole life, he had held in his hands unmistakable documentary proof of the falsification of an historical fact. And on that occasion...
Smith!
Screamed the shrewish voice from the telescreen.
6079 Smith W. Yes, you. Bend lower, please. You can do better than that. You're not trying. Lower, please. That's better, comrade. Now, stand at ease. The whole squad. And watch me.
A sudden hot sweat had broken out all over Winston's body. His face remained completely inscrutable. Never show dismay, never show resentment. A single flicker of the eyes could give you away. He stood watching while the instructress raised her arms above her head and, one could not say gracefully, but with remarkable neatness and efficiency, bent over and tucked the first joint of her fingers under her toes.
There, comrades. That's how I want to see you doing it. Watch me again. I'm 39 and I've had 4 children. Now look.
She bent over again.
You see? My knees aren't bent. You can all do it if you want to.
She added as she straightened herself up.
Anyone under 45 is perfectly capable of touching his toes. We don't all have the privilege of fighting in the front line, but at least we can all keep fit. Remember our boys on the Malabar front and the sailors in the floating fortresses. Just think what they have to put up with. Now, try again. That's better, comrade. That's much better.
She added encouragingly, as Winston, with a violent lunge, succeeded in touching his toes with knees unbent for the first time in several years. Chapter 4. With the deep, unconscious sigh which not even the nearness of the telescreen could prevent him from uttering when his day's work started, Winston pulled the speakwrite towards him, blew the dust from its mouthpiece, and put on his spectacles. Then he unrolled and clipped together 4 small cylinders of paper, which had already flopped out of the pneumatic tube on the right-hand side of his desk. In the walls of the cubicle, there were 3 orifices. To the right of the speakwrite, a small pneumatic tube for written messages. To the left, a larger one for newspapers. And in the side wall, within easy reach of Winston's arm, a large oblong slit protected by a wire grating. This last was for the disposal of waste paper. Similar slits existed in thousands or tens of thousands throughout the building, not only in every room, but at short intervals in every corridor. For some reason, they were nicknamed memory holes. When one knew that any document was due for destruction, or even when one saw a scrap of waste paper lying about, it was an automatic action to lift the flap of the nearest memory hole and drop it in, whereupon it would be whirled away on a current of warm air to the enormous furnaces, which were hidden somewhere in the recesses of the building. Winston examined the 4 slips of paper which he had unrolled. Each contained a message of only 1 or 2 lines in the abbreviated jargon, not actually Newspeak, but consisting largely of Newspeak words, which was used in the ministry for internal purposes. Times, 17.384. BB speech malreported Africa. Rectify. Times, 19/12/83. Forecast 3-year plan, 4th quarter, 83 misprints. Verify current issue. Times, 14/2/84. Mini plenty malquoted chocolate. Rectify. Times, 3/12/83. Reporting BB day order double plus ungood. Refs unpersons. Rewrite full-wise up-sub anti-filing. With a faint feeling of satisfaction, Winston laid the 4th message aside. It was an intricate and responsible job, and it better be dealt with last. The other 3 were routine matters, though the second one would probably mean some tedious wading through lists of figures. Winston dialed back numbers on the telescreen and called for the appropriate issues of the Times, which slid out of a pneumatic tube after only a few minutes' delay. The messages he had received referred to articles or news items which, for one reason or another, it was thought necessary to alter, or, as the official phrase had it, to rectify. For example, it appeared from the Times of the 17th of March that Big Brother, in his speech of the previous day, had predicted that the South Indian Front would remain quiet, but that a Eurasian offensive would shortly be launched in North Africa. As it happened, the Eurasian Higher Command had launched its offensive in South India and left North Africa alone. It was therefore necessary to rewrite a paragraph of Big Brother's speech in such a way as to make him predict the thing that had actually happened. Or again, the Times of the 19th of December had published the official forecast of the output of various classes of consumption goods in the 4th quarter of 1983, which was also the 6th quarter of the 9th 3-year plan. Today's issue contained a statement of the actual output, from which it appeared that the forecasts were in every instance grossly wrong. Winston's job was to rectify the original figures by making them agree with the later ones. As for the third message, it referred to a very simple error which could be set right in a couple of minutes. As short a time ago as February, the Ministry of Plenty had issued a promise, a categorical pledge, were the official words, that there would be no reduction of the chocolate ration during 1984. Actually, as Winston was aware, the chocolate ration was to be reduced from 30 grams to 20 at the end of the present week. All that was needed was to substitute for the original promise a warning that it would probably be necessary to reduce the ration at some time in April. As soon as Winston had dealt with each of the messages, he clipped his speak-written corrections to the appropriate copy of the Times and pushed them into the pneumatic tube. Then, with a movement which was as nearly as possible unconscious, he crumpled up the original message and any notes that he himself had made and dropped them into the memory hole to be devoured by the flames. What happened in the unseen labyrinth to which the pneumatic tubes led, he did not know in detail, but he did know in general terms. As soon as all the corrections which happened to be necessary in any particular number of the Times had been assembled and collated, that copy would be reprinted, the original copy destroyed, and the corrected copy placed on the files in its stead. The process of continuous alteration was applied not only to newspapers, but to books, periodicals, pamphlets, posters, leaflets, films, soundtracks, cartoons, photographs, to every kind of literature or documentation which might conceivably hold any political or ideological significance. Day by day and almost minute by minute, the past was brought up to date. In this way, every prediction made by the party could be shown by documentary evidence to have been correct. Nor was any item of news or any expression of opinion which conflicted with the needs of the moment ever allowed to remain on record. All history was a palimpsest, scraped clean and reinscribed exactly as often as was necessary. In no case would it have been possible, once the deed was done, to prove that any falsification had taken place. The largest section of the records department, far larger than the one on which Winston worked, consisted simply of persons whose duty it was to track down and collect all copies of books, newspapers, and other documents which had been superseded and which were due for destruction. A number of the Times which might, because of changes in political alignment or mistaken prophecies uttered by Big Brother, have been rewritten a dozen times, still stood on the files bearing its original date, and no other copy existed to contradict it. Books also were recalled and rewritten again and again, and were invariably reissued without any admission that any alteration had ever been made. Even the written instructions which Winston received, and which he invariably got rid of as soon as he had dealt with them, never stated or implied that an act of forgery was to be committed. Always the reference was to slips, errors, misprints, or misquotations, which it was necessary to put right in the interests of accuracy. But actually, he thought, as he readjusted the Ministry of Plenty's figures, it was not even forgery. It was merely the substitution of one piece of nonsense for another. Most of the material that you were dealing with had no connection with anything in the real world. Not even the kind of connection that is contained in a direct lie. Statistics were just as much a fantasy in their original version as in their rectified version. A great deal of the time, you were expected to make them up out of your head. For example, the Ministry of Plenty's forecast had estimated the output of boots for the quarter at 145 million pairs. The actual output was given as 62 millions. Winston, however, in rewriting the forecast, marked the figure down to 57 millions, so as to allow for the usual claim that the quota had been over-fulfilled. In any case, 62 millions was no nearer the truth than 57 millions, or than 145 millions. Very likely, no boots had been produced at all. Likelier still, nobody knew how many had been produced, much less cared. All one knew was that every quarter, astronomical numbers of boots were produced on paper, while perhaps half the population of Oceania went barefoot. And so it was with every class of recorded fact, great or small. Everything faded away into a shadow world in which finally even the date of the year had become uncertain. Winston glanced across the hall. In the corresponding cubicle on the other side, a small, precise-looking, dark-chinned man named Tillotson was working steadily away with a folded newspaper on his knee and his mouth very close to the mouthpiece of the speakwrite. He had the air of trying to keep what he was saying a secret between him and the telescreen. He looked up, and his spectacles darted a hostile flash in Winston's direction. Winston hardly knew Tillotson, and had no idea what work he was employed on. People in the records department did not readily talk about their jobs. In the long windowless hall with its double row of cubicles and its endless rustle of papers and the hum of voices murmuring into speakwrites, there were quite a dozen people whom Winston did not even know by name, though he daily saw them hurrying to and fro in the corridors or gesticulating in the 2 minutes hate. He knew that in the cubicle next to him, the little woman with sandy hair toiled day in, day out, simply at tracking down and deleting from the press the names of people who had been vaporized and were therefore considered never to have existed. There was a certain fitness in this, since her own husband had been vaporized a couple of years earlier. And a few cubicles away, a mild, ineffectual, dreamy creature named Ampleforth, with very hairy ears and a surprising talent for juggling with rhymes and meters, was engaged in producing garbled versions, definitive texts, they were called, of poems which had become ideologically offensive, but which, for one reason or another, were to be retained in the anthologies. And this hall, with its 50 workers or thereabout, was only one subsection, a single cell, as it were, in the huge complexity of the records department. Beyond, above, below were other swarms of workers engaged in an unimaginable multitude of jobs. There were the huge printing shops with their sub-editors, their typography experts, and their elaborately equipped studios for the faking of photographs. There was the teleprogram section with its engineers, its producers, and its teams of actors specifically chosen for their skill in imitating voices. There were the armies of reference clerks whose job was simply to draw up lists of books and periodicals which were due for recall. There were the vast repositories where the corrected documents were stored, and the hidden furnaces where the original copies were destroyed. And somewhere or other, quite anonymous, there were the directing brains who coordinated the whole effort and laid down the lines of policy which made it necessary that this fragment of the past should be preserved, that one falsified, and the other rubbed out of existence. And the records department, after all, was itself only a single branch of the Ministry of Truth, whose primary job was not to reconstruct the past, but to supply the citizens of Oceania with newspapers, films, textbooks, telescreen programs, plays, novels, with every conceivable kind of information, instruction, or entertainment, from a statue to a slogan, from a lyric poem to a biological treatise, and from a child's spelling book to a newspeak dictionary. And the ministry had not only to supply the multifarious needs of the party, but also to repeat the whole operation at a lower level for the benefit of the proletariat. There was a whole chain of separate departments dealing with proletarian literature, music, drama, and entertainment generally. Here were produced rubbishy newspapers containing almost nothing except sport, crime, and astrology, sensational 5-cent novelettes, films oozing with sex, and sentimental songs which were composed entirely by mechanical means on a special kind of kaleidoscope known as a versifactor. Films generally. Here were produced rubbishy newspapers containing almost nothing except sport, crime, and astrology, sensational 5-cent novelettes, films oozing with sex, and sentimental songs which were composed entirely by mechanical means on a special kind of kaleidoscope known as a versifactor. There was even a whole subsection, pornosec, it was called in newspeak, engaged in producing the lowest kind of pornography, which was sent out in sealed packets, and which no party member, other than those who worked on it, was permitted to look at. 3 messages had slipped out of the pneumatic tube while Winston was working, but they were simple matters, and he had disposed of them before the 2 minutes hate interrupted him. When the hate was over, he returned to his cubicle, took the newspeak dictionary from the shelf, pushed the speakwrite to one side, cleaned his spectacles, and settled down to his main job of the morning. Winston's greatest pleasure in life was in his work. Most of it was a tedious routine, but included in it, there were also jobs so difficult and intricate that you could lose yourself in them as in the depths of a mathematical problem. Delicate pieces of forgery in which you had nothing to guide you except your knowledge of the principles of ingsoc and your estimate of what the party wanted you to say. Winston was good at this kind of thing. On occasion, he had even been entrusted with the rectification of the Times' leading articles, which were written entirely in newspeak. He unrolled the message that he had set aside earlier. It ran, Times, 3/12/83, reporting BB day order double plus ungood, refs unpersons, rewrite full ways up sub anti-filing. In old speak, or standard English, this might be rendered, this reporting of Big Brother's order for the day in the Times of December 3rd, 1983 is extremely unsatisfactory and makes references to non-existent persons. Rewrite it in full and submit your draft to higher authority before filing. Winston read through the offending article. Big Brother's orders for the day, it seemed, had been chiefly devoted to praising the work of an organization known as FFCC, which supplied cigarettes and other comforts to the sailors in the floating fortresses. A certain Comrade Withers, a prominent member of the inner party, had been singled out for special mention and awarded a decoration, the Order of Conspicuous Merit, second class. 3 months later, FFCC had suddenly been dissolved, with no reason given. One could assume that Withers and his associates were now in disgrace, but there had been no report of the matter in the press or on the telescreen. That was to be expected, since it was unusual for political offenders to be put on trial or even publicly denounced. The great purges involving thousands of people, with public trials of traitors and thought criminals who made abject confession of their crimes and were afterwards executed, were special showpieces, not occurring oftener than once in a couple of years. More commonly, people who had incurred the displeasure of the party simply disappeared and were never heard of again. One never had the slightest clue as to what had happened to them. In some cases, they might not even be dead. Perhaps 30 people personally known to Winston, not counting his parents, had disappeared at one time or another. Winston stroked his nose gently with the paperclip. In the cubicle across the way, Comrade Tillotson was still crouching secretively over his speakwrite. He raised his head for a moment. Again, the hostile spectacle flash. Winston wondered whether Comrade Tillotson was engaged on the same job as himself. It was perfectly possible. So tricky a piece of work would never be entrusted to a single person. On the other hand, to turn it over to a committee would be to admit openly that an act of fabrication was taking place. Very likely, as many as a dozen people were now working away on rival versions of what Big Brother had actually said. And presently, some master brain in the inner party would select this version or that, would re-edit it and set in motion the complex processes of cross-referencing that would be required, and then the chosen lie would pass into the permanent records and become truth. Winston did not know why Withers had been disgraced. Perhaps it was for corruption or incompetence. Perhaps Big Brother was merely getting rid of a too popular subordinate. Perhaps Withers or someone close to him had been suspected of heretical tendencies. Or perhaps, what was likeliest of all, the thing had simply happened because purges and vaporizations were a necessary part of the mechanics of government. The only real clue lay in the words, refs unpersons, which indicated that Withers was already dead. You could not invariably assume this to be the case when people were arrested. Sometimes they were released and allowed to remain at liberty for as much as a year or 2 years before being executed. Very occasionally, some person whom you had believed dead long since would make a ghostly reappearance at some public trial, where he would implicate hundreds of others by his testimony before vanishing, this time forever. Withers, however, was already an unperson. He did not exist. He had never existed. Winston decided that it would not be enough simply to reverse the tendency of Big Brother's speech. It was better to make it deal with something totally unconnected with its original subject. He might turn the speech into the usual denunciation of traitors and thought criminals, but that was a little too obvious. While to invent a victory at the front or some triumph over overproduction in the 9th three-year plan might complicate the records too much. What was needed was a piece of pure fantasy. Suddenly, there sprang into his mind, ready-made, as it were, the image of a certain Comrade Ogilvy, who had recently died in battle in heroic circumstances. There were occasions when Big Brother devoted his order for the day to commemorating some humble rank-and-file party member whose life and death he held up as an example worthy to be followed. Today, he should commemorate Comrade Ogilvy. It was true that there was no such person as Comrade Ogilvy, but a few lines of print and a couple of faked photographs would soon bring him into existence. Winston thought for a moment, then pulled the speakwrite towards him and began dictating in Big Brother's familiar style. A style at once military and pedantic, and because of a trick of asking questions and then promptly answering them. What lesson do we learn from this fact, comrades? The lesson, which is also one of the fundamental principles of INGSOC, that, etc., etc., easy to imitate. At the age of 3, Comrade Ogilvy had refused all toys, except a drum, a submachine gun, and a model helicopter. At 6, a year early by special relaxation of the rules, he had joined the spies. At 9, he had been troop leader. At 11, he had denounced his uncle to the thought police after overhearing a conversation which appeared to him to have criminal tendencies. At 17, he had been a district organizer of the Junior Anti-Sex League. At 19, he had designed a hand grenade which had been adopted by the Ministry of Peace and which, at his first trial, had killed 31 Eurasian prisoners in one burst. At 23, he had perished in action. Pursued by enemy jet planes while flying over the Indian Ocean with important dispatches, he had weighted his body with his machine gun and leapt out of the helicopter into deep water, dispatches and all. An end, said Big Brother, which it was impossible to contemplate without feelings of envy. Big Brother added a few remarks on the purity and single-mindedness of Comrade Ogilvy's life. He was a total abstainer and non-smoker. He had no recreations except the daily hour in the gymnasium. Had taken a vow of celibacy, believing marriage and the care of a family to be incompatible with a 24-hour-a-day devotion to duty. He had no subjects of conversation except celibacy, believing marriage his life. He was a total abstainer and non-smoker. He had no recreations except the daily hour in the gymnasium. Had taken a vow of celibacy, believing marriage and the care of a family to be incompatible with a 24-hour-a-day devotion to duty. He had no subjects of conversation except the principles of INGSOC, and no aim in life except the defeat of the Eurasian enemy and the hunting down of spies, saboteurs, thought criminals, and traitors generally. Winston debated with himself whether to award Comrade Ogilvy the Order of Conspicuous Merit. In the end, he decided against it, because of the unnecessary cross-referencing that it would entail. Once again, he glanced at his rival in the opposite cubicle. Something seemed to tell him with certainty that Tillotson was busy on the same job as himself. There was no way of knowing whose job would finally be adopted, but he felt a profound conviction that it would be his own. Comrade Ogilvy, unimagined an hour ago, was now a fact. It struck him as curious that you could create dead men, but not living ones.
What do you see when you see you? A risk taker?
Yeah, no.
That's okay.
It struck him as curious that you could create dead men, but not living ones. Comrade Ogilvy, who had never existed in the present, now existed in the past. And when, once the act of forgery was forgotten, he would exist just as authentically and upon the same evidence as Charlemagne or Julius Caesar. Chapter 5. In the low-ceilinged canteen deep underground, the lunch queue jerked slowly forward. The room was already very full and deafeningly noisy. From the grill at the counter, the steam of stew came pouring forth, with a sour, metallic smell which did not quite overcome the fumes of Victory Gin. On the far side of the room, there was a small bar, a mere hole in the wall, where gin could be bought at 10 cents the large nip. "Just the man I was looking for," said a voice at Winston's back. He turned round. It was his friend, Syme, who worked in the research department. Perhaps friend was not exactly the right word. You did not have friends nowadays. You had comrades. But there were some comrades whose society was pleasanter than that of others. Syme was a philologist, a specialist in newspeak. Indeed, he was one of the enormous team of experts now engaged in compiling the 11th edition of the Newspeak Dictionary. He was a tiny creature, smaller than Winston, with dark hair and large protuberant eyes, at once mournful and derisive, which seemed to search your face closely while he was speaking to you. "I wanted to ask you whether you'd got any razor blades," he said. "Not one," said Winston, with a sort of guilty haste. "I've tried all over the place, but they don't exist any longer." Everyone kept asking you for razor blades. Actually, he had 2 unused ones which he was hoarding up. There had been a famine of them for months past. At any given moment, there was some necessary article which the party shops were unable to supply. Sometimes it was buttons, sometimes it was darning wool, sometimes it was shoelaces. At present, it was razor blades. You could only get hold of them, if at all, by scrounging more or less furtively on the free market. "I've been using the same blade for 6 weeks, he added untruthfully. The queue gave another jerk forward. As they halted, he turned and faced Syme again. Each of them took a greasy metal tray from the pile at the end of the counter. "Did you go and see the prisoners hanged yesterday?" said Syme. "I was working," said Winston indifferently. "I shall see it on the flicks, I suppose." "A very inadequate substitute," said Syme. His mocking eyes roved over Winston's face. "I know you," the eyes seemed to say. "I see through you. I know very well why you didn't go to see those prisoners hanged." In an intellectual way, Syme was venomously orthodox. He would talk with a disagreeable, gloating satisfaction of helicopter raids on enemy villages, and trials and confessions of thought criminals, the executions in the cellars of the Ministry of Love. Talking to him was largely a matter of getting him away from such subjects and entangling him, if possible, in the technicalities of newspeak, on which he was authoritative and interesting. Winston turned his head a little aside to avoid the scrutiny of the large dark eyes. "It was a good hanging," said Syme reminiscently. "I think it spoils it when they tie their feet together. I like to see them kicking. And above all, at the end, the tongue sticking right out and blue, quite bright blue. That's the detail that appeals to me." "Next, please," yelled the white apron prole with the ladle. Winston and Syme pushed their trays beneath the grill. Onto each was dumped swiftly the regulation lunch, a metal pannikin of pinkish-gray stew, a hunk of bread, a cube of cheese, a mug of milkless Victory coffee, and 1 saccharin tablet. "There's a table over there, under the telescreen," said Syme. "Let's pick up a gin on the way." The gin was served out to them in handleless china mugs. They threaded their way across the crowded room and unpacked their trays onto the metal-top table, on one corner of which someone had left a pool of stew, a filthy liquid mess that had the appearance of vomit. Winston topped up his mug of gin, paused for an instant to collect his nerve, and gulped the oily-tasting stuff down. When he had winked the tears out of his eyes, he suddenly discovered that he was hungry. He began swallowing spoonfuls of the stew, which, in amongst its general sloppiness, had cubes of spongy, pinkish stuff, which was probably a preparation of meat. Neither of them spoke again till they had emptied their pannikins. From the table at Winston's left, a little behind his back, someone was talking rapidly and continuously, a harsh gabble almost like the quacking of a duck, which pierced the general uproar of the room. "How's the dictionary getting on?" said Winston, raising his voice to overcome the noise. "Slowly," said Syme. "I'm on the adjectives. It's fascinating." He had brightened up immediately at the mention of Newspeak. He pushed his pannikin aside, took up his hunk of bread in one delicate hand and his cheese in the other, and leaned across the table so as to be able to speak without shouting. The 11th edition is the definitive edition, he said. We're getting the language into its final shape, the shape it's going to have when nobody speaks anything else. When we finish with it, people like you will have to learn it all over again. You think, I dare say, that our chief job is inventing new words, but not a bit of it. We're destroying words, scores of them, hundreds of them, every day. We're cutting the language down to the bone. The 11th edition won't contain a single word that will become obsolete before the year 2050. He bit hungrily into his bread and swallowed a couple of mouthfuls. Down to the bone. The 11th edition won't contain a single word that will become obsolete before the year 2050. He bit hungrily into his bread and swallowed a couple of mouthfuls, then continued speaking with a sort of pedant's passion. His thin, dark face had become animated. His eyes had lost their mocking expression and grown almost dreamy. It's a beautiful thing, the destruction of words. Of course, the great wastage is in the verbs and adjectives, but there are hundreds of nouns that can be gotten rid of as well. It isn't only the synonyms, there are also the antonyms. After all, what justification is there for a word which is simply the opposite of some other word? A word contains its opposite in itself. Take good, for instance. If you have a word like good, what need is there for a word like bad? Ungood will do just as well, but better, because it's an exact opposite, which the other is not. Or again, if you want a stronger version of good, what sense is there in having a whole string of vague, useless words like excellent and splendid and all the rest of them? Plus good covers the meaning, or double plus good if you want something stronger still. Of course, we use those forms already, but in the final version of Newspeak, there'll be nothing else. In the end, the whole notion of goodness and badness will be covered by only 6 words. In reality, only 1 word. Don't you see the beauty of that, Winston? It was BB's idea originally, of course, he added as an afterthought. A sort of vapid eagerness flitted across Winston's face at the mention of Big Brother. Nevertheless, Syme immediately detected a certain lack of enthusiasm. You haven't a real appreciation of Newspeak, Winston, he said almost sadly. Even when you write it, you're still thinking in Old Speak. I've read some of the pieces you write in the Times occasionally. They're good enough, but they're translations. In your heart, you'd prefer to stick to Old Speak with all its vagueness and its useless shades of meaning. You don't grasp the beauty of the destruction of words. Do you know that Newspeak is the only language in the world whose vocabulary gets smaller every year? Winston did know that, of course. He smiled, sympathetically, he hoped, not trusting himself to speak. Syme bit off another fragment of the dark-colored bread, chewed it briefly, and went on. But don't you see that the whole aim of Newspeak is to narrow the range of thought? In the end, we shall make thought crime literally impossible because there will be no words in which to express it. Every concept that can ever be needed will be expressed by exactly 1 word, with its meaning rigidly defined and all its subsidiary meanings rubbed out and forgotten. Already, in the 11th edition, we're not far from that point, but the process will still be continuing long after you and I are dead. Every year, fewer and fewer words, and the range of consciousness always a little smaller. Even now, of course, there's no reason or excuse for committing thought crime. It's merely a question of self-discipline, reality control. But in the end, there won't be any need even for that. The revolution will be complete when the language is perfect. Newspeak is Ingsoc, and Ingsoc is Newspeak, he added with a sort of mystical satisfaction. Has it ever occurred to you, Winston, that by the year 2050, at the very latest, not a single human being will be alive who could understand such a conversation as we are having now? Except, began Winston doubtfully, and he stopped. It had been on the tip of his tongue to say, except the proles, but he checked himself, not feeling fully certain that this remark was not in some way unorthodox. Syme, however, had divined what he was about to say. But the proles are not human beings, he said carelessly. By 2050, earlier probably, all real knowledge of Old Speak will have disappeared. The whole literature of the past will have been destroyed. Chaucer, Shakespeare, Milton, Byron, they'll exist only in new-speak versions. Not merely changed into something different, but actually changed into something contradictory of what they used to be. Even the literature of the party will change. Even the slogans will change. How could you have a slogan like "freedom is slavery" when the concept of freedom has been abolished? Well, the whole climate of thought will be different. In fact, there will be no thought as we understand it now. Orthodoxy means not thinking, not needing to think. Orthodoxy is unconsciousness. One of these days, thought Winston with sudden, deep conviction, Syme will be vaporized. He's too intelligent. He sees too clearly and speaks too plainly. The party does not like such people. One day, he will disappear. It is written in his face. Winston had finished his bread and cheese. He turned a little sideways in his chair to drink his mug of coffee. At the table on his left, the man with the strident voice was still talking remorselessly away. A young woman who was perhaps his secretary, and who was sitting with her back to Winston, was listening to him, and seemed to be eagerly agreeing with everything that he said. From time to time, Winston caught some such remark as, "Oh, I think you're so right. I do so agree with you," uttered in a youthful and rather silly feminine voice. But the other voice never stopped for an instant, even when the girl was speaking. Winston knew the man by sight, though he knew no more about him than that he held some important post in the fiction department. He was a man of about 30, with a muscular throat and a large mobile mouth. His head was thrown back a little, and because of the angle at which he was sitting, his spectacles caught the light and presented to Winston 2 blank discs instead of eyes. What was slightly horrible was that from the stream of sound that poured out of his mouth, it was almost impossible to distinguish a single word. Just once, Winston caught a phrase, "complete and final elimination of Goldsteinism," jerked out very rapidly and, as it seemed, all in one piece, like a line of type cast solid. For the rest, it was just a noise, a quack, quack, quacking. And yet, though you could not actually hear what the man was saying, you could not be in any doubt about its general nature. He might be denouncing Goldstein and demanding sterner measures against thought criminals and saboteurs. He might be fulminating against the atrocities of the Eurasian army. He might be praising Big Brother or the heroes on the Malabar front. It made no difference. Whatever it was, you could be certain that every word of it was pure orthodoxy, pure ingsoc. As he watched the eyeless face with the jaw moving rapidly up and down, Winston had a curious feeling that this was not a real human being, but some kind of dummy. It was not the man's brain that was speaking, it was his larynx. The stuff that was coming out of him consisted of words, but it was not speech in the true sense. It was a noise, uttered in unconsciousness, like the quacking of a duck. Syme had fallen silent for a moment, and with the handle of his spoon was tracing patterns in the puddle of stew. The voices from the other table quacked rapidly on, easily audible in spite of the surrounding din. "There is a word in newspeak," said Syme. "I don't know whether you know it. Duck speak. To quack like a duck. It's one of those interesting words which have 2 contradictory meanings. Applied to an opponent, it is abuse. Applied to someone you agree with, it's praise." Unquestionably, Syme will be vaporized, Winston thought again. He thought it with a kind of sadness, although well knowing that Syme despised him and slightly disliked him, and was fully capable of denouncing him as a thought criminal if he saw any reason for doing so. There was something subtly wrong with Syme. There was something that he lacked. Discretion, aloofness, a sort of saving stupidity. You could not say that he was unorthodox. He believed in the principles of ingsoc. He venerated Big Brother. He rejoiced over victories. He hated heretics, not merely with sincerity, but with a sort of restless zeal, an up-to-dateness of information which the ordinary party member did not approach. Yet, a faint air of disreputability always clung to him. He said things that would have been better unsaid. He had read too many books. He frequented the Chestnut Tree Cafe, haunt of painters and musicians. There was no law, not even an unwritten law, against frequenting the Chestnut Tree Cafe, yet the place was somehow ill-omened. The old, discredited leaders of the party had been used to gather there before they were finally purged. Goldstein himself, it was said, had sometimes been seen there, years and decades ago. Syme's fate was not difficult to foresee. And yet it was a fact that if Syme grasped, even for 3 seconds, the nature of his, Winston's, secret opinions, he would betray him instantly to the thought police. So would anybody else, for that matter. But Syme, more than most. Zeal was not enough. Orthodoxy was unconsciousness. Syme looked up. "Here comes Parsons," he said. Something in the tone of his voice seemed to add, "That bloody fool." Parsons, Winston's fellow tenant at Victory Mansions, was, in fact, threading his way across the room. A tubby, middle-sized man with fair hair and a frog-like face. At 35, he was already putting on rolls of fat at neck and waistline, but his movements were brisk and boyish. His whole appearance was that of a little boy grown large, so much so that, although he was wearing the regulation overalls, it was almost impossible not to think of him as being dressed in the blue shorts, grey shirt, and red neckerchief of the spies. In visualizing him, one saw always a picture of dimpled knees and sleeves rolled back from pudgy forearms. Parsons did, indeed, invariably revert to shorts when a community hike or any other physical activity gave him an excuse for doing so. He greeted them both with a cheery, "Hello, hello," and sat down at the table, giving off an intense smell of sweat. Beads of moisture stood out all over his pink face. His powers of sweating were extraordinary. At the community center, you could always tell when he had been playing table tennis by the dampness of the bat handle. Syme had produced a strip of paper on which there was a long column of words, and was studying it with an ink pencil between his fingers. "Oh, look at him working away in the lunch hour," said Parsons, nudging Winston. "Keenness, eh? What's that you've got there, old boy? Something a bit too brainy for me, I expect. Smith, old boy, I'll tell you why I'm chasing you. It's the sub you forgot to give me." What sub is that?" said Winston, automatically feeling for money. About a quarter of one's salary had to be earmarked for voluntary subscriptions, which were so numerous that it was difficult to keep track of them. For Hate Week, you know, the house-by-house fund. I'm treasurer for our block. We're making an all-out effort, going to put on a tremendous show. I tell you, it won't be my fault if old Victory Mansions doesn't have the biggest outfit of flags in the whole street. $2, you promised me? Winston found and handed over 2 creased and filthy notes, which Parsons entered in a small notebook in the neat handwriting of the illiterate. "By the way, old boy," he said, "I hear that little beggar of mine let fly at you with his catapult yesterday. I gave him a good dressing down for it. In fact, I told him I'd take the catapult away if he does it again." "I think he was a little upset at not going to the execution," said Winston. Well, what I meant to say shows the right spirit, doesn't it? Huh? Mischievous little beggars there, both of them, but talk about keenness. All they think about is the spies, and the war, of course. Do you know what that little girl of mine did last Saturday? When her troop was out on a hike out Berkhamsted way, she got 2 other girls to go with her, slipped off from the hike, and spent the whole afternoon following a strange man. They kept on his tail for 2 hours, right through the woods, and then, when they got to Amersham, handed him over to the patrols. "What did they do that for?" said Winston, somewhat taken aback. Parsons went on triumphantly. "Oh, my kid made sure he was some kind of enemy agent. You know, he might have been dropped by parachute, for instance. But here's the point, old boy. What do you think put her onto him in the first place? She spotted he was wearing a funny kind of shoes. Said she'd never seen anyone wearing shoes like that before. So the chances were he was a foreigner. Pretty smart for a nipper of 7, eh?" "What happened to the man?" said Winston. That I couldn't say, of course, but I wouldn't be altogether surprised if..." Parsons made the motion of aiming a rifle and clicked his tongue for the explosion. "Good," said Syme abstractedly, without looking up from his strip of paper. Of course, we can't afford to take chances, agreed Winston dutifully.
Well, I mean to say there is a war on,
said Parsons. As though in confirmation of this, a trumpet call floated from the telescreen just above their heads. However, it was not the proclamation of a military victory this time, but merely an announcement from the Ministry of Plenty.
Comrades!
Cried an eager, youthful voice.
Attention, comrades. We have glorious news for you. We have won the battle for production. Returns now completed of the output of all classes of consumption goods show that the standard of living has risen by no less than 20% over the past year. All over Oceania this morning, there were irrepressible, spontaneous demonstrations when workers marched out of factories and offices and paraded through the streets, with banners voicing their gratitude to Big Brother for the new happy life which his wise leadership has bestowed upon us. Here are some of the completed figures. Foodstuffs are just...
The phrase, our new happy life, recurred several times. It had been a favorite of late with the Ministry of Plenty. Parsons, his attention caught by the trumpet call, sat listening with a sort of gaping solemnity, a sort of edified boredom. He could not follow the figures, but he was aware that they were in some way a cause for satisfaction. He had lugged out a huge and filthy pipe, which was already half full of charred tobacco. With the tobacco ration at 100 grams a week, it was seldom possible to fill the pipe to the top. Winston was smoking a Victory cigarette, which he held carefully horizontal. The new ration did not start till tomorrow, and he had only 4 cigarettes left. For the moment, he had shut his ears to the remoter noises, and was listening to the stuff that streamed out of the telescreen. It appeared that there had even been a demonstration to thank Big Brother for raising the chocolate rations to 20 grams a week. And only yesterday, he reflected, it had been announced that the ration was to be reduced to 20 grams a week. Was it possible that they could swallow that after only 24 hours? Yes, they swallowed it. Parsons swallowed it easily, with the stupidity of an animal. The eyeless creature at the other table swallowed it fanatically, passionately, with a furious desire to track down, denounce, and vaporize anyone who should suggest that last week the ration had been 30 grams. Syme, too, in some more complex way involving doublethink, Syme swallowed it. Was he then alone in the possession of a memory? The fabulous statistics continued to pour out of the telescreen. As compared with last year, there was more food, more clothes, more houses, more furniture, more cooking pots, more fuel, more ships, more helicopters, more books, more babies, more of everything except disease, crime, and insanity. Year by year and minute by minute, everybody and everything was whizzing rapidly upwards. As Syme had done earlier, Winston was taking up his spoon and was dabbling in the pale-colored gravy that dribbled across the table, drawing a long streak of it out into a pattern. He meditated resentfully on the physical texture of life. Had it always been like this? Had food always tasted like this? He looked round the canteen. A low-ceilinged, crowded room, its walls grimy from the contact of innumerable bodies. Battered metal tables and chairs, placed so close together that you sat with elbows touching. Bent spoons, dented trays, coarse white mugs, all surfaces greasy, grime in every crack, and a sourish composite smell of bad gin and bad coffee and metallic stew and dirty clothes. Always in your stomach and in your skin there was a sort of protest, a feeling that you had been cheated of something that you had a right to. It was true that he had no memories of anything greatly different. In any time that he could accurately remember, there had never been quite enough to eat. One had never had socks or underclothes that were not full of holes. The furniture had always been battered and rickety, rooms underheated, tube trains crowded, houses falling to pieces, bread dark-colored, tea a rarity, coffee filthy tasting, cigarettes insufficient, nothing cheap and plentiful except synthetic gin. And though, of course, it grew worse as one's body aged, was it not a sign that this was not the natural order of things if one's heart sickened at the discomfort and dirt and scarcity, the interminable winters, the stickiness of one's socks, the lifts that never worked, the cold water, the gritty soap, the cigarettes that came to pieces, the food with its strange, evil tastes? Why should one feel it to be intolerable unless one had some kind of ancestral memory that things had once been different? He looked around the canteen again. Nearly everyone was ugly, and would still have been ugly even if dressed otherwise than in the uniform blue overalls. On the far side of the room, sitting at a table alone, a small, curiously beetle-like man was drinking a cup of coffee, his little eyes darting suspicious glances from side to side. How easy it was, thought Winston, if you did not look about you, to believe that the physical type set up by the party as an ideal, tall, muscular youths and deep-bosomed maidens, blonde-haired, vital, sunburnt, carefree, existed, and even predominated. Actually, so far as he could judge, the majority of people in Airstrip 1 were small, dark, and ill-favored. It was curious how that beetle-like type proliferated in the ministries. Little dumpy men, growing stout very early in life, with short legs, swift scuttling movements, and fat, inscrutable faces with very small eyes. It was the type that seemed to flourish best under the dominion of the party. The announcement from the Ministry of Plenty ended on another trumpet call and gave way to tinny music. Parsons, stirred to vague enthusiasm by the bombardment of figures, took his pipe out of his mouth.
Ministry of Plenty has certainly done a good job this year,
he said with a knowing shake of his head.
By the way, Smith, old boy, I suppose you haven't got any razor blades you can let me have?
Not one, said Winston. I've been using the same blade for 6 weeks myself.
Ah, well, just thought I'd ask you, old boy.
Sorry, said Winston. The quacking voice from the next table, temporarily silenced during the ministry's announcement, had started up again, as loud as ever. For some reason, Winston suddenly found himself thinking of Mrs. Parsons, with her wispy hair and the dust in the creases of her face. Within 2 years, those children would be denouncing her to the thought police. Mrs. Parsons would be vaporized. Syme would be vaporized. Winston would be vaporized. O'Brien would be vaporized. Parsons, on the other hand, would never be vaporized. The eyeless creature with the quacking voice would never be vaporized. The little beetle-like men who scuttle so nimbly through the labyrinthine corridors of the ministries, they, too, would never be vaporized. And the girl with dark hair, the girl from the fiction department, she would never be vaporized either. It seemed to him that he knew instinctively who would survive and who would perish. Though just what it was that made for survival, it was not easy to say. At this moment, he was dragged out of his reverie with a violent jerk. The girl at the next table had turned partly round and was looking at him. It was the girl with the dark hair. She was looking at him in a sidelong way, but with curious intensity. The instant she caught his eye, she looked away again. The sweat started out on Winston's backbone. A horrible pang of terror went through him. It was gone almost at once, but it left a sort of nagging uneasiness behind. Why was she watching him? Why did she keep following him about? Unfortunately, he could not remember whether she had already been at the table when he arrived or had come there afterwards. But yesterday, at any rate, during 2 minutes hate, she had sat immediately behind him when there was no apparent need to do so. Quite likely, her real objective had been to listen to him and make sure whether he was shouting loudly enough. His earlier thoughts returned to him. Probably she was not actually a member of the Thought Police. But then it was precisely the amateur spy who was the greatest danger of all. He did not know how long she had been looking at him, but perhaps for as much as 5 minutes, and it was possible that his features had not been perfectly under control. It was terribly dangerous to let your thoughts wander when you're in any public place or within range of a telescreen. The smallest thing could give you away. A nervous tick, An unconscious look of anxiety, a habit of muttering to yourself, anything that carried with it the suggestion of abnormality, of having something to hide. In any case, to wear an improper expression on your face, to look incredulous when a victory was announced, for example, was itself a punishable offense. There was even a word for it in Newspeak. Face crime, it was called. The girl had turned her back on him again. Perhaps, after all, she was not really following him about. Perhaps it was coincidence that she had sat so close to him 2 days running. His cigarette had gone out, and he laid it carefully on the edge of the table. He would finish smoking it after work, if he could keep the tobacco in it. Quite likely the person at the next table was a spy of the Thought Police. And quite likely he would be in the cellars of the Ministry of Love within 3 days, but a cigarette end must not be wasted. Syme had folded up his strip of paper and stowed it away in his pocket. Parsons had begun talking again.
Did I ever tell you, old boy,
he said, chuckling round the stem of his pipe,
about the time when those two nippers of mine set fire to the old market woman's skirt because they saw her wrapping up sausages in a poster of BB. Sneaked up behind her and set fire to it with a box of matches. Burned her quite badly, I believe. The little beggars, eh? But keen as mustard. That's the first-rate training they give them in the spies nowadays. Better than in my day, even. What do you think's the latest thing they served them out with? Ear trumpets for listening through keyholes. My little girl brought one home the other night, tried it out on our sitting room door, and reckoned she could hear twice as much as with her ear to the hole. Of course, it's only a toy, mind you. Still gives them the right idea, eh? At this moment, the telescreen let out a piercing whistle. It was the signal to return to work. All 3 men sprang to their feet to join in the struggle round the lifts, and the remaining tobacco fell out of Winston's cigarette. Chapter 6. It was 3 years ago. It was on a dark evening in a narrow side street near one of the big railway stations. She was standing near a doorway in the wall under a street lamp that hardly gave any light. She had a young face, painted very thick. It was really the paint that appealed to me. The whiteness of it, like a mask, and the bright red lips. Party women never paint their faces. There was nobody else in the street, and no telescreens. She said, $2. Aye. For the moment, it was too difficult to go on. He shut his eyes and pressed his fingers against them, trying to squeeze out the vision that kept recurring. He had an almost overwhelming temptation to shout a string of filthy words at the top of his voice, or to bang his head against the wall, to kick over the table and hurl the inkpot through the window, to do any violent or noisy or painful thing that might black out the memory that was tormenting him. Your worst enemy, he reflected, was your own nervous system. At any moment, the tension inside you was liable to translate itself into some visible symptom. He thought of a man whom he had passed in the street a few weeks back. A quite ordinary-looking man, a party member, aged 35 to 40, tallish and thin, carrying a briefcase. They were a few meters apart when the left side of the man's face was suddenly contorted by a sort of spasm. It happened again just as they were passing one another. It was only a twitch, a quiver, rapid as the clicking of a camera shutter, but obviously habitual. He remembered thinking at the time, that poor devil is done for. And what was frightening was that the action was quite possibly unconscious. The most deadly danger of all was talking in your sleep. There was no way of guarding against that so far as he could see. He drew his breath and went on writing. I went with her through the doorway and across a backyard into a basement kitchen. There was a bed against the wall and a lamp on the table, turned down very low. His teeth were set on edge. He would have liked to spit. Simultaneously with the woman in the basement kitchen, he thought of Catherine, his wife. Winston was married, had been married, at any rate. Probably he was still married, so far as he knew his wife was not dead. He seemed to breathe again the warm, stuffy odor of the basement kitchen. an odor compounded of bugs and dirty clothes and villainous cheap scent, but nevertheless alluring, because no woman at the party ever used scent, or could be imagined as doing so. Only the proles used scent. In his mind, the smell of it was inextricably mixed up with fornication. When he had gone with that woman, it had been his first lapse in 2 years or thereabouts. Consorting with prostitutes was forbidden, of course, but it was one of those rules that you could occasionally nerve yourself to break. It was dangerous, but it was not a life and death matter. To be caught with a prostitute might mean 5 years in a forced labor camp, not more if you had committed no other offense. And it was easy enough, provided that you could avoid being caught in the act. The poorer quarters swarmed with women who were ready to sell themselves. Some could even be purchased for a bottle of gin, which the proles were not supposed to drink. Tacitly, the party was even inclined to encourage prostitution as an outlet for instincts which could not be altogether suppressed. Mere debauchery did not matter very much, so long as it was furtive and joyless and only involved the women of a submerged and despised class. The unforgivable crime was promiscuity between party members. But, though this was one of the crimes that the accused in the Great Purges invariably confessed to, it was difficult to imagine any such thing actually happening. The aim of the party was not merely to prevent men and women from forming loyalties, which it might not be able to control. Its real, undeclared purpose was to remove all pleasure from the sexual act. Not love so much as eroticism was the enemy, inside marriage as well as outside it. All marriages between party members had to be approved by a committee appointed for the purpose, and, though the principle was never clearly stated, permission was always refused if the couple concerned gave the impression of being physically attracted to one another. The only recognized purpose of marriage was to beget children for the service of the party. Sexual intercourse was to be looked on as a slightly disgusting minor operation, like having an enema. This, again, was never put into plain words, but in an indirect way it was rubbed into every party member from childhood onwards. There were even organizations such as the Junior Anti-Sex League, which advocated complete celibacy for both sexes. All children were to be begotten by artificial insemination, ARTSEM, it was called in Newspeak, and brought up in public institutions. This, Winston was aware, was not meant altogether seriously, but somehow it fitted in with the general ideology of the party. The party was trying to kill the sex instinct, or, if it could not be killed, then to distort it and dirty it. He did not know why this was so, but it seemed natural that it should be so. And as far as the women were concerned, the party's efforts were largely successful. He thought again of Catherine. It must be 9, 10, nearly 11 years since they had parted. It was curious how seldom he thought of her. For days at a time, he was capable of forgetting that he had ever been married. They'd only been together for about 15 months. The party did not permit divorce, but it rather encouraged separation in cases where there were no children. Catherine was a tall, fair-haired girl, very straight, with splendid movements. She had a bold, aquiline face, a face that one might have called noble, until one discovered that there was as nearly as possible nothing behind it. Very early in her married life, he had decided, though perhaps it was only that he knew her more intimately than he knew most people, that she had, without exception, the most stupid, vulgar, empty mind that he had ever encountered. She had not a thought in her head that was not a slogan, and there was no imbecility, absolutely none, that she was not capable of swallowing if the party handed it out to her. The human soundtrack, he nicknamed her in his own mind. Yet he could have endured living with her if it had not been for just one thing: sex. As soon as he touched her, she seemed to wince and stiffen. To embrace her was like embracing a jointed wooden image. And what was strange was that even when she was clasping him against her, he had the feeling that she was simultaneously pushing him away with all her strength. The rigidity of her muscles managed to convey that impression. She would lie there with shut eyes, neither resisting nor cooperating, but submitting. It was extraordinarily embarrassing, and after a while, horrible. But even then, he could have borne living with her if it had been agreed that they should remain celibate. But curiously enough, it was Catherine who refused this. They must, she said, produce a child if they could. So the performance continued to happen, once a week, quite regularly, whenever it was not impossible. She even used to remind him of it in the morning, as something which had to be done that evening and which must not be forgotten. She had two names for it. One was making a baby, and the other was our duty to the party. Yes, she had actually used that phrase. Quite soon, he grew to have a feeling of positive dread when the appointed day came round. But luckily, no child appeared, and in the end, she agreed to give up trying, and soon afterwards, they parted. Winston sighed inaudibly. He picked up his pen again and wrote. She threw herself down on the bed and at once, without any kind of preliminary, in the most coarse, horrible way you can imagine, pulled up her skirt. He saw himself standing there in the dim lamplight, with the smell of bugs and cheap scent in his nostrils. And in his heart, a feeling of defeat and resentment, which even at that moment was mixed up with the thought of Catherine's white body, frozen forever by the hypnotic power of the party. Why did it always have to be like this? Why could he not have a woman of his own instead of these filthy scuffles at intervals of years? But a real love affair was an almost unthinkable event. The women of the party were all alike. Chastity was deep ingrained in them as party loyalty. By careful early conditioning, by games and cold water, by the rubbish that was dinned into them at school and in the spies and the youth league, by lectures, parades, songs, slogans, and martial music, the natural feeling had been driven out of them. His reason told him that there must be exceptions, but his heart did not believe it. They were all impregnable, as the party intended that they should be. And what he wanted, more even than to be loved, was to break down that wall of virtue, even if it were only once in his whole life. The sexual act successfully performed was rebellion. Desire was thought crime. Even to have awakened Catherine, if he could have achieved it, would have been like a seduction, although she was his wife. But the rest of the story had got to be written down. He wrote, I turned up the lamp when I saw her in the light. After the darkness, the feeble light of the paraffin lamp had seemed very bright. For the first time, he could see the woman properly. He had taken a step towards her and then halted, full of lust and terror. He was painfully conscious of the risk he had taken in coming here. It was perfectly possible that the patrols would catch him on the way out. For that matter, they might be waiting outside the door at this moment. If he went away without even doing what he had come here to do, it had got to be written down. It had got to be confessed. What he had suddenly seen in the lamplight was that the woman was old. The paint was plastered so thick on her face that it looked as though it might crack like a cardboard mask. There were streaks of white in her hair, but the truly dreadful detail was that her mouth had fallen a little open, revealing nothing except a cavernous blackness. She had no teeth at all. He wrote hurriedly in scribbling handwriting. When I saw her in the light, she was quite an old woman. 50 years old at least. But I went ahead and did it just the same. He pressed his fingers against his eyelids again. He had written it down at last, but it made no difference. The therapy had not worked. The urge to shout filthy words at the top of his voice was as strong as ever. Chapter 7. If there is hope, wrote Winston, it lies in the proles. If there was hope, it must lie in the proles. Because only there, in those swarming, disregarded masses, 85% of the population of Oceania, could the force to destroy the party ever be generated. The party could not be overthrown from within. Its enemies, if it had any enemies, had no way of coming together, or even of identifying one another. Even if the legendary Brotherhood existed, as it just possibly might, it was inconceivable that its members could ever assemble in larger numbers than 2s and 3s. Rebellion meant a look in the eyes, an inflection of the voice, at the most an occasional whispered word. But the proles, if only they could somehow become conscious of their own strength, they would have no need to conspire. They needed only to rise up and shake themselves like a horse shaking off flies. If they chose, they could blow the party to pieces tomorrow morning. Surely, sooner or later it must occur to them to do it. And yet... He remembered how once he had been walking down a crowded street when a tremendous shout of hundreds of voices, women's voices, had burst from a side street a little way ahead. It was a great, formidable cry of anger and despair, a deep, loud roar that went humming on like the reverberation of a bell. His heart had leapt. It started, he had thought, a riot! The proles are breaking loose at last! When he had reached the spot, it was to see a mob of 200 or 300 women crowding round the stalls of a street market, with faces as tragic as though they had been doomed passengers on a sinking ship. But at this moment, the general despair broke down into a multitude of individual quarrels. It appeared that one of the stalls had been selling tin saucepans. They were wretched, flimsy things, but cooking pots of any kind were always difficult to get. Now the supply had unexpectedly given out. The successful women, bumped and jostled by the rest, were trying to make off with their saucepans, while dozens of others clamored around the stall, accusing the stallkeeper of favoritism and of having more saucepans somewhere in reserve. There was a fresh outburst of yells. 2 bloated women, one of them with her hair coming down, had got hold of the same saucepan and were trying to tear it out of one another's hands. For a moment they were both tugging, and then the handle came off. Winston watched them disgusted. And yet, just for a moment, what almost frightening power had sounded in that cry from only a few hundred throats. Why was it that they could never shout like that about anything that mattered? He wrote, "Until they become conscious, they will never rebel. And until after they have rebelled, they cannot become conscious." That, he reflected, might almost have been a transcription from one of the party textbooks. The party claimed, of course, to have liberated the proles from bondage. Before the revolution, they had been hideously oppressed by the capitalists. They'd been starved and flogged. Women had been forced to work in the coal mines. Women still did work in the coal mines, as a matter of fact. Children had been sold into the factories at the age of 6. But, simultaneously, true to the principles of doublethink, the party taught that the proles were natural inferiors, who must be kept in subjection, like animals, by the application of a few simple rules. In reality, very little was known about the proles. It was not necessary to know much. So long as they continued to work and breed, their other activities were without importance. Left to themselves, like cattle turned loose upon the plains of Argentina, they had reverted to a style of life that appeared to be natural to them, a sort of ancestral pattern. They were born, they grew up in the gutters, they went to work at 12, they passed through a brief blossoming period of beauty and sexual desire, they married at 20, they were middle-aged at 30, they died, for the most part, at 60. Heavy physical work, the care of home and children, petty quarrels with neighbors, films, football, beer, and above all gambling, filled up the horizon of their minds. To keep them in control was not difficult. A few agents of the Thought Police moved always among them, spreading false rumors and marking down and eliminating the few individuals who were judged capable of becoming dangerous. But no attempt was made to indoctrinate them with the ideology of the party. It was not desirable that the proles should have strong political feelings. All that was required of them was a primitive patriotism, which could be appealed to whenever it was necessary to make them accept longer working hours or shorter rations. And even when they became discontented, as they sometimes did, their discontent led nowhere, because being without general ideas, they could only focus it on petty, specific grievances. The larger evils invariably escaped their notice. The great majority of proles did not even have telescreens in their homes. Even the civil police interfered with them very little. There was a vast amount of criminality in London. A whole world within a world of thieves, bandits, prostitutes, drug peddlers, and racketeers of every description. But since it all happened amongst the proles themselves, it was of no importance. In all questions of morals, they were allowed to follow their ancestral code. The sexual puritanism of the party was not imposed upon them. Promiscuity went unpunished. Divorce was permitted. For that matter, even religious worship would have been permitted if the proles had shown any sign of needing or wanting it. They were beneath suspicion. As the party slogan put it, proles and animals are free. Winston reached down and cautiously scratched his varicose ulcer. It had begun itching again. The thing you invariably came back to was the impossibility of knowing what life before the revolution had really been like. He took out of the drawer a copy of a children's history textbook, which he had borrowed from Mrs. Parsons, and began copying a passage into the diary. In the old days, it ran, before the glorious revolution, London was not the beautiful city that we know today. It was a dark, dirty, miserable place where hardly anybody had enough to eat, and where hundreds and thousands of poor people had no boots on their feet, and not even a roof to sleep under. Children no older than you had to work 12 hours a day for cruel masters who flogged them with whips if they worked too slowly, and fed them on nothing but stale bread crusts and water. But in among all this terrible poverty, there were just a few great, big, beautiful houses that were lived in by rich men who had as many as 30 servants to look after them. These rich men were called capitalists. They were fat, ugly men with wicked faces, like the one in the picture on the opposite page. You can see that he is dressed in a long black coat, which was called a frock coat, and a queer, shiny hat shaped like a stovepipe, which was called a top hat. This was the uniform of the capitalists, and no one else was allowed to wear it. The capitalists owned everything in the world, and everyone else was their slave. They owned all the land, all the houses, all the factories, and all the money. If anyone disobeyed them, they could throw them into prison, or they could take his job away and starve him to death. When any ordinary person spoke to a capitalist, he had to cringe and bow to him, and take off his cap and address him as Sir. The chief of all the capitalists was called the king, but he knew the rest of the catalogue. There would be mention of the bishops in their lawn sleeves, the judges in their ermine robes, the pillory, the stocks, the treadmill, the cat o' nine tails, the Lord Mayor's banquet, and the practice of kissing the Pope's toe. There was also something called jus prima noctis, which would probably not be mentioned in the textbook for children. It was the law by which every capitalist had the right to sleep with any woman working in one of his factories. How could you tell how much of it was lies? It might be true that the average human was better off now than he had been before the revolution. The only evidence to the contrary was the mute protest in your own bones, the instinctive feeling that the conditions you lived in were intolerable, and that at some other time they must have been different. It struck him that the truly characteristic thing about modern life was not its cruelty and insecurity, but simply its bareness, its dinginess, its listlessness. Life, if you looked around you, bore no resemblance not only to the lies that streamed out of the telescreens, but even to the ideals that the party was trying to achieve. Great areas of it, even for a party member, were neutral and non-political, a matter of slogging through dreary jobs, fighting for a place on the tube, darning a worn-out sock, cadging a saccharin tablet, saving a cigarette end. The ideal set up by the party was something huge, terrible, and glittering. A world of steel and concrete, of monstrous machines and terrifying weapons. A nation of warriors and fanatics, marching forward in perfect unity, all thinking the same thoughts and shouting the same slogans, perpetually working, fighting, triumphing, persecuting 300 million people, all with the same face. The reality was decaying, dingy cities where underfed people shuffled to and fro in leaky shoes, in patched-up 19th century houses that smelt always of cabbage and bad lavatories. He seemed to see a vision of London, vast and ruinous, city of a million dustbins, and mixed up with it was a picture of Mrs. Parsons, a woman with lined face and wispy hair, fiddling helplessly with a blocked waste pipe. He reached down and scratched his ankle again. Day and night the telescreens bruised your ears with statistics proving that people today had more food, more clothes, better houses, better recreation, that they lived longer, worked shorter hours, were bigger, healthier, stronger, happier, more intelligent, better educated than people of 50 years ago. Not a word of it could ever be proved or disproved. The party claimed, for example, that today 40% of adult proles were literate. Before the revolution, it was said the number had only been 15%. The party claimed that the infant mortality rate was now only 160 per thousand, whereas before the revolution it had been 300. And so it went on. It was like a single equation with two unknowns. It might very well be that literally every word in the history books, even the things that one accepted without question, was pure fantasy. For all he knew, there might never have been any such law as the jus prima noctis, or any such creature as a capitalist, or any such garment as a top hat. Everything faded into mist. The past was erased, the erasure was forgotten, the lie became truth. Just once in his life he had possessed, after the event, that was what counted, concrete, unmistakable evidence of an act of falsification. He had held it between his fingers for as long as 30 seconds. In 1973, it must have been. At any rate, it was about the time when he and Catherine had parted. But the really relevant date was 7 or 8 years earlier. The story really began in the middle 60s, the period of the Great Purges, in which the original leaders of the revolution were wiped out once and for all. By 1970, none of them were left except Big Brother himself. All the rest had by that time been exposed as traitors and counter-revolutionaries. Goldstein had fled and was hiding no one knew where, and the others, a few had simply disappeared, while the majority had been executed after spectacular public trials, at which they made confession of their crimes. Among the last survivors were 3 men named Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford. It must have been in 1965 that these 3 had been arrested. As often happened, they had vanished for a year or more, so that one did not know whether they were alive or dead, and then had suddenly been brought forth to incriminate themselves in the usual way. They had confessed to intelligence with the enemy. At that date, too, the enemy was Eurasia. Embezzlement of public funds, the murder of various trusted party members, intrigues against the leadership of Big Brother, which had started long before the revolution happened, and acts of sabotage causing the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. After confessing to these things, they had been pardoned, reinstated in the party, and given posts which were, in fact, sinecures, but which sounded important. All 3 had written long, abject articles in the Times, analyzing the reasons for their defection and promising to make amends. Sometime after their release, Winston had actually seen all three of them in the Chestnut Tree Cafe. He remembered the sort of terrified fascination with which he had watched them out of the corner of his eye. They were men far older than himself, relics of the ancient world. Almost the last great figures left over from the heroic days of the party. The glamour of the underground struggle and the Civil War still faintly clung to them. He had the feeling, though already at that time the facts and dates were growing blurry, that he had known their names years earlier than he had known that of Big Brother. But also they were outlaws, enemies, untouchables, doomed with absolute certainty to extinction within a year or two. No one who had once fallen into the hands of the Thought Police ever escaped in the end. They were corpses waiting to be sent back to the grave. There was no one at any of the tables nearest to them. It was not wise even to be seen in the neighborhood of such people. They were sitting in silence before glasses of the gin flavored with cloves, which was the specialty of the cafe. Of the three, it was Rutherford whose appearance had most impressed Winston. Rutherford had once been a famous caricaturist whose brutal cartoons had helped to inflame popular opinion before and during the Revolution. Even now, at long intervals, his cartoons were appearing in the Times. They were simply an imitation of his earlier manner, and curiously lifeless and unconvincing. Always, they were a rehashing of the ancient themes. Slum tenements, starving children, street battles, capitalists in top hats. Even on the barricades, the capitalists still seemed to cling to their top hats in an endless, hopeless effort to get back into the past. He was a monstrous man with a mane of greasy grey hair, his face pouched and seamed with thick negroid lips. At one time he must have been immensely strong. Now his great body was sagging, sloping, bulging, falling away in every direction. He seemed to be breaking up before one's eyes, like a mountain crumbling. It was the lonely hour of 15. Winston could not now remember how he had come to be in the cafe at such a time. The place was almost empty. A tinny music was trickling from the telescreens. The three men sat in their corner, almost motionless, never speaking. Uncommanded, the waiter brought fresh glasses of gin. There was a chessboard on the table beside them with the pieces set out, but no game started. And then, for perhaps half a minute in all, something happened to the telescreens. The tune that they were playing changed, and the tone of the music changed too. There came into it, but it was something hard to describe. It was a peculiar, cracked, braying, jeering note. In his mind, Winston called it a yellow note, and then a voice from the telescreen was singing. Under the spreading chestnut tree, I sold you and you sold me. There lie they, near lie we, under the spreading chestnut tree. The three men never stirred, but when Winston glanced again at Rutherford's ruinous face, he saw that his eyes were full of tears. And for the first time he noticed, with a kind of inward shudder, and yet not knowing at what he shuddered, that both Aronson and Rutherford had broken noses. A little later, all three were rearrested. It appeared that they had engaged in fresh conspiracies from the very moment of their release. At the second trial, they confessed to all their old crimes over again with a whole string of new ones. They were executed, and their fate was recorded in the party histories. A warning to posterity. About 5 years after this, in 1973, Winston was unrolling a wad of documents which had just flopped out of the pneumatic tube onto his desk, when he came on a fragment of paper which had evidently been slipped in among the others and then forgotten. The instant he had flattened it out, he saw its significance. It was a half-torn page out of the Times of about 10 years earlier, the top half of the page so that it included the date. And it contained a photograph of the delegates at some party function in New York. Prominent in the middle of the group were Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford. There was no mistaking them. In any case, their names were in the caption at the bottom. The point was that at both trials, all three men had confessed that on that date they had been on Eurasian soil. They had flown from a secret airfield in Canada to a rendezvous somewhere in Siberia and had conferred with members of the Eurasian General Staff, to whom they had betrayed important military secrets. The date had stuck in Winston's memory because it chanced to be Midsummer Day. But the whole story must be on record in countless other places as well. There was only one possible conclusion. The confessions were lies. Of course, this was not in itself a discovery. Even at that time, Winston had not imagined that the people who were wiped out in the purges had actually committed the crimes that they'd been accused of. But this was concrete evidence. It was a fragment of the abolished past, like a fossil bone which turns up in the wrong stratum and destroys a geological theory. It was enough to blow the party to atoms, if in some way it could have been published to the world, and its significance made known. He had gone straight on working. As soon as he saw what the photograph was and what it meant, he had covered it up with another sheet of paper. Luckily, when he unrolled it, it had been upside down from the point of view of the telescreen. He took his scribbling pad on his knee and pushed back his chair so as to get as far away from the telescreen as possible. To keep your face expressionless was not difficult, and even your breathing could be controlled with an effort. But you could not control the beating of your heart, and the telescreen was quite delicate enough to pick it up. He let what he judged to be 10 minutes go by, tormented all the while by the fear that some accident, a sudden draft blowing across his desk, for instance, would betray him. Then, without uncovering it again, he dropped the photograph into the memory hole, along with some other waste papers. Within another minute, perhaps it would have crumbled into ashes. That was 10, 11 years ago. Today, probably, he would have kept the photograph. It was curious that the fact of having held it in his fingers seemed to him to make a difference even now, when the photograph itself, as well as the event it recorded, was only a memory. Was the party's hold upon the past less strong, he wondered, because a piece of evidence which existed no longer had once existed? But today, supposing that it could be somehow resurrected from its ashes, the photograph might not even be evidence. Already at the time when he had made the discovery, Oceania was no longer at war with Eurasia, and it must have been to the agents of East Asia that the three dead men had betrayed their country. Since then, there had been other changes, 2, 3, he could not remember how many. Very likely, the confessions had been rewritten and rewritten until the original facts and dates no longer had the smallest significance. The past not only changed, but changed continuously. What most afflicted him with a sense of nightmare was that he had never clearly understood why the great imposture was undertaken. The immediate advantages of falsifying the past were obvious, but the ultimate motives were mysterious. He took up his pen again and wrote, "I understand how. I do not understand why." He wondered, as he had many times wondered before, whether he himself was a lunatic. Perhaps a lunatic was simply a minority of one. At one time, it had been the sign of madness to believe that the Earth goes round the sun. Today, to believe that the past is inalterable. He might be alone in holding that belief. And if alone, then a lunatic. But the thought of being a lunatic did not greatly trouble him. The horror was that he might also be wrong. He picked up the children's history book and looked at the portrait of Big Brother, which formed its frontispiece. The hypnotic eyes gazed into his own. It was as though some huge force was pressing down upon you. Something that penetrated inside your skull, battered against your brain, frightened you out of your beliefs, persuaded you almost to deny the evidence of your senses. In the end, the party would announce that 2 and 2 make 5. And you would have to believe it. It was inevitable that they should make the claim sooner or later. The logic of their position demanded it. Not merely the validity of experience, but the very existence of external reality was tacitly denied by their philosophy. The heresy of heresies was common sense. And what was terrifying was not that they would kill you for thinking otherwise, but that they might be right. For after all, how do we know that 2 and 2 make 4? Or that the force of gravity works? Or that the past is unchangeable? If both the past and the external world exist only in the mind, and if the mind itself is controllable, what then? But no. His courage seemed suddenly to stiffen of its own accord. The face of O'Brien, not called up by any obvious association, had floated into his mind. He knew with more certainty than before that O'Brien was on his side. He was writing the diary for O'Brien, to O'Brien. It was like an interminable letter which no one would ever read, but which was addressed to a particular person and took its color from that fact. The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command. His heart sank as he thought of the enormous power arrayed against him. The ease with which any party intellectual would overthrow him in debate. The subtle arguments which he would not be able to understand, much less answer, and yet he was in the right. They were wrong and he was right. The obvious, the silly, and the true had got to be defended. Truisms are true. Hold on to that. The solid world exists. Its laws do not change. Stones are hard. Water is wet. Objects unsupported fall towards the Earth's center. With the feeling that he was speaking to O'Brien, and also that he was setting forth an important axiom, he wrote, "Freedom is the freedom to say that 2 + 2 makes 4. If that is granted, all else follows." Chapter 8. From somewhere at the bottom of a passage, the smell of roasting coffee, real coffee, not victory coffee, came floating out into the street. Winston paused involuntarily. For perhaps 2 seconds he was back in the half-forgotten world of his childhood. Then a door banged, seeming to cut off the smell as abruptly as though it had been a sound. He had walked several kilometers over pavements, and his varicose ulcer was throbbing. This was the second time in 3 weeks that he had missed an evening at the community center. A rash act, since you could be certain that the number of your attendances at the center was carefully checked. In principle, a party member had no spare time and was never alone except in bed. It was assumed that when he was not working, eating, or sleeping, he would be taking part in some kind of communal recreation. To do anything that suggested a taste for solitude, even to go for a walk by yourself, was always slightly dangerous. There was a word for it in Newspeak. Own life, it was called, meaning individualism and eccentricity. But this evening, as he came out of the ministry, the balminess of the April air had tempted him. The sky was a warmer blue than he had seen it that year. And suddenly the long, noisy evening at the center, the boring, exhausting games, the lectures, the creaking camaraderie oiled by gin had seemed intolerable. On impulse, he had turned away from the bus stop and wandered off into the labyrinth of London. First south, then east, then north again, losing himself amongst unknown streets and hardly bothering in which direction he was going. If there is hope, he had written in the diary, it lies in the prose. The words kept coming back to him, statement of a mystical truth and a palpable absurdity. He was somewhere in the vague, brown-colored slums to the north and east of what had once been St. Pancras Station. He was walking up a cobbled street of little 2-story houses with battered doorways, which gave straight onto the pavement, and which were somehow curiously suggestive of rat holes. There were puddles of filthy water here and there among the cobbles. In and out of the dark doorways and down narrow alleyways that branched off on either side,
people swarmed in astonishing numbers. Girls in full bloom with crudely lipsticked mouths, and youths who chased the girls, and swollen waddling women who showed you what the girls would be like in 10 years' time, and old bent creatures shuffling along on splayed feet, and ragged barefooted children who played in the puddles and then scattered at angry yells from their mothers. Perhaps a quarter of the windows in the street were broken and boarded up. Most of the people paid no attention to Winston. A few eyed him with a sort of guarded curiosity. Two monstrous women with brick-red forearms folded against their aprons were talking outside a doorway. Winston caught scraps of conversation as he approached. "Yes," I says to her. "That's all very well," I says, "but if you'd have been in my place, you'd have done the same as what I done. It's easy to criticize," I says, "but you ain't got the same problems as what I got." "Oh," said the other. "That's just it. That's just where it is." The strident voices stopped abruptly. The women studied him in hostile silence as he went past, but it was not hostility exactly, merely a kind of wariness, a momentary stiffening as at the passing of some unfamiliar animal. The blue overalls of the party could not be a common sight in a street like this. Indeed, it was unwise to be seen in such places, unless you had definite business there. The patrols might stop you if you happened to run into them. "May I see your papers, comrade? What are you doing here? What time did you leave work? Is this your usual way home?" And so on and so forth. Not that there was any rule against walking home by an unusual route, but it was enough to draw attention to you if the Thought police heard about it. Suddenly, the whole street was in commotion. There were yells of warning from all sides. People were shooting into the doorways like rabbits. A young woman leapt out of a doorway a little ahead of Winston, grabbed up a tiny child playing in a puddle, whipped her apron round it, and leapt back again, all in one movement. At the same instant, a man in a concertina-like black suit who had emerged from a side alley ran towards Winston, pointing excitedly to the sky. "Steamer! Look out, Governor! Bang overhead! Lay down, quick!" Steamer was a nickname which, for some reason, the proles applied to rocket bombs. Winston promptly flung himself on his face. The proles were nearly always right when they gave you a warning of this kind. They seemed to possess some kind of instinct which told them several seconds in advance when a rocket was coming, although the rockets supposedly traveled faster than sound. Winston clasped his forearms above his head. There was a roar that seemed to make the pavement heave. A shower of light objects pattered onto his back. When he stood up, he found that he was covered with fragments of glass from the nearest window. He walked on. The bomb had demolished a group of houses 200 meters up the street. A black plume of smoke hung in the sky, and below it a cloud of plaster dust in which a crowd was already forming around the ruins. There was a little pile of plaster lying on the pavement ahead of him, and in the middle of it he could see a bright red streak. When he got up to it, he saw that it was a human hand, severed at the wrist. Apart from the bloody stump, the hand was so completely whitened as to resemble a plaster cast. He kicked the thing into the gutter, and then, to avoid the crowd, turned down a side street to the right. Within 3 or 4 minutes, he was out of the area which the bomb had affected, and the sordid, swarming life of the streets was going on as though nothing had happened. It was nearly 24 hours, and the drinking shops which the proles frequented, pubs, they called them, were choked with customers. From their grimy swing doors, endlessly opening and shutting, there came forth a smell of urine, sawdust, and sour beer. In an angle formed by a projecting house front, 3 men were standing very close together. The middle one of them was holding a folded-up newspaper, which the other 2 were studying over his shoulder. Even before he was near enough to make out the expression on their faces, Winston could see absorption in every line of their bodies. It was obviously some serious piece of news that they were reading. He was a few paces away from them when suddenly the group broke up, and 2 of the men were in a violent altercation. For a moment they seemed almost on the point of blows. "Go on, you bleeding well, listen to what I say. I tell you,
No number ending in 7 ain't won for over 14 months.
Yes, it has, then.
No, it has not. Look, back home, I got the whole lot of them for over 2 years written down on a piece of paper. I takes them down regular as the clock, and I tell you, no number ended in 7.
Yes, a 7 has one. I could pretty near tell you the bleeding number. 407 it ended in. It were in February. Second week in February.
February, your grandmother. I got it all down in black and white, and I tell you, no number.
Oh, pack it in, said the third man. They were talking about the lottery. Winston looked back when he had gone 30 meters. They were still arguing, with vivid, passionate faces. The lottery, with its weekly payout of enormous prizes, was the one public event to which the proles paid serious attention. It was probable that there were some millions of proles for whom the lottery was the principal, if not the only reason for remaining alive. It was their delight, their folly, their anodyne, their intellectual stimulant. Where the lottery was concerned, even people who could barely read and write seemed capable of intricate calculations and staggering feats of memory. There was a whole tribe of men who made a living simply by selling systems, forecasts, and lucky amulets. Winston had nothing to do with the running of the lottery, which was managed by the Ministry of Plenty, but he was aware, indeed everyone in the party was aware, that the prizes were largely imaginary. Only small sums were actually paid out, the winners of the big prizes being non-existent persons. In the absence of any real intercommunication between one part of Oceania and another, this was not difficult to arrange. But if there was hope, it lay in the proles. You had to cling on to that. When you put it in words, it sounded reasonable. It was when you looked at the human beings passing you on the pavement that it became an act of faith. The street into which he had turned ran downhill. He had a feeling that he had been in this neighborhood before, and that there was a main thoroughfare not far away. From somewhere ahead there came a din of shouting voices. The street took a sharp turn, and then ended in a flight of steps which led down into a sunken alley where a few stall holders were selling tired-looking vegetables. At this moment, Winston remembered where he was. The alley led out into the main street, and down the next turning, not 5 minutes away, was the junk shop, where he had bought the blank book, which was now his diary. And in a small stationer's shop not far away, he had bought his pen holder and his bottle of ink. He paused for a moment at the top of the steps. On the opposite side of the alley, there was a dingy little pub whose windows appeared to be frosted over, but in reality were merely coated with dust. A very old man, bent but active, with white moustaches that bristled forward like those of a prawn, pushed open the swing door and went in. As Winston stood watching, it occurred to him that the old man, who must be 80 at the least, had already been middle-aged when the revolution happened. He and a few others like him were the last links that now existed with the vanished world of capitalism. In the party itself, there was not many people left whose ideas had been formed before the revolution. The older generation had mostly been wiped out in the great purges of the 50s and 60s, and the few who survived had long ago been terrified into complete intellectual surrender. If there was anyone still alive who could give you a truthful account of conditions in the early part of the century, it could only be a prole. Suddenly, the passage from the history book that he had copied into his diary came back into Winston's mind, and a lunatic impulse took hold of him. He would go into the pub. He would make acquaintance with that old man and question him. He would say to him, "Tell me about your life when you were a boy. What was it like in those days? Were things better than they are now, or were they worse?" Hurriedly, lest he should have time to become frightened, he descended the steps and crossed the narrow street. It was madness, of course. As usual, there was no definite rule against talking to proles and frequenting their pubs, but it was far too unusual an action to pass unnoticed. If the patrols appeared, he might plead an attack of faintness, but it was not likely that they would believe him. He pushed open the door, and the hideous, cheesy smell of sour beer hit him in the face. As he entered, the din of voices dropped to about half its volume. Behind his back, he could feel everyone eyeing his blue overalls. A game of darts, which was going on at the other end of the room, interrupted itself for perhaps as much as 30 seconds.
The old man whom he had followed was standing at the bar, having some kind of altercation with the barman. A large, stout, hook-nosed young man with enormous forearms. A knot of others standing round with glasses in their hands were watching the scene.
"I asked you civil enough, didn't I?"
said the old man, straightening his shoulders pugnaciously.
"You telling me you ain't got a pint mug in the old bleeding boozer?"
"And what in hell's name is a pint?" said the barman, leaning forward with the tips of his fingers on the counter.
"ARK calls himself a barman and don't know what a pint is. Why, a pint's the half of a quart, and there's 4 quarts to a gallon. I'll have to teach you the ABCs next."
"Never heard of 'em," said the barman shortly. "Liter and half liter, that's all we serve. There's the glasses on the shelf in front of you."
"I likes a pint," persisted the old man. "You could have drawed me off a pint easy enough. We didn't have these bleeding liters when I was a young man."
"When you were a young man, we were all living in the treetops," said the barman with a glance at the other customers. There was a shout of laughter, and the uneasiness caused by Winston's entry seemed to disappear. The old man's white stubbled face had flushed pink. He turned away, muttering to himself, and bumped into Winston. Winston caught him gently by the arm. "May I offer you a drink?" he said.
"Ah, you're a gent,"
said the other, straightening his shoulders again. He appeared not to have noticed Winston's blue overalls.
"Pint,"
he added aggressively to the barman.
"Pint a wallop."
The barman swished 2 half-liters of dark brown beer into thick glasses, which he had rinsed in a bucket under the counter. Beer was the only drink you could get in prole pubs. The proles were supposed not to drink gin, though in practice they could get hold of it easily enough. The game of darts was in full swing again, and the knot of men at the bar had begun talking about lottery tickets. Winston's presence was forgotten for a moment. There was a deal table under the window where he and the old man could talk without fear of being overheard. It was horribly dangerous, but at any rate there was no telescreen in the room, a point he had made sure of as soon as he came in.
"He could have drawed me off a pint,"
grumbled the old man as he settled down behind a glass.
"Half liter ain't enough. It don't satisfy. And an old liter's too much. It starts my bladder running, let alone the price."
"You must have seen great changes since you were a young man," said Winston tentatively. The old man's pale blue eyes moved from the darts board to the bar, and from the bar to the door of the gents, as though it were in the bar room that he expected the changes to have occurred.
"The beer was better,"
he said finally.
"And cheaper. When I was a young man, mulled beer, wallop, we used to call it, was 4p a pint. That was before the war, of course."
"Which war was that?" said Winston.
"That's all wars,"
said the old man vaguely. He took up his glass and his shoulders straightened again.
"Here's wishing you the very best of Alf."
In his lean throat, the sharp-pointed Adam's apple made a surprisingly rapid up-and-down movement, and the beer vanished. Winston went to the bar and came back with 2 more half-liters. The old man appeared to have forgotten his prejudice against drinking a full liter. "You are very much older than I am," said Winston. "You must have been a grown man before I was born. You can remember what it was like in the old days, before the revolution. People of my age don't really know anything about those times. We can only read about them in books, and what it says in the books may not be true. I should like your opinion on that. The history books say that life before the revolution was completely different from what it is now. There was the most terrible oppression, injustice, poverty, worse than anyone can imagine. Here in London, the great mass of the people had never had enough to eat from birth to death. Half of them hadn't even boots on their feet. They worked 12 hours a day, they left school at 9, they slept 10 in a room, and at the same time, there were very few people, only a few thousands, the capitalists, they were called, who were rich and powerful. They owned everything that there was to own. They lived in gorgeous houses with 30 servants. They rode about in motor cars and 4-horse carriages. They drank champagne. They wore top hats. The old man brightened suddenly.
"Top hats?"
he said.
Funny you should mention them. The same thing came into my head only yesterday. I don't know why. I was just thinking, I ain't seen a top hat in years. Gone right out they have. The last time I wore one was at my sister-in-law's funeral. And that was, well, I couldn't give you the date, but it must have been 50 years ago. Of course, it was only hired for the occasion, you understand.
It isn't very important about the top hats, said Winston patiently. The point is, these capitalists, they and a few lawyers and priests and so forth who lived on them, were the lords of the earth. Everything existed for their benefit. You, the ordinary people, the workers, were their slaves. They could do what they liked with you. They could ship you off to Canada like cattle. They could sleep with your daughters if they chose. They could order you to be flogged with something called a cat of nine tails. You had to take your cap off when you passed them. Every capitalist went about with a gang of lackeys who... The old man brightened again.
Lackeys,
he said.
Oh, that regular takes me back, it does. I recollect, donkeys years ago. I used to sometimes go to Hyde Park on a Sunday afternoon to hear the blokes making speeches. Salvation Army, Roman Catholics, Jews, Indians, all sorts there was. And there was one bloke, I couldn't give you his name, but a real powerful speaker he was. He didn't half give it to him. Lackeys, he says. Lackeys of the bourgeoisie, flunkies of the ruling class. The parasites, that was another one of them. And the hyenas, yeah, he definitely called them hyenas. Gosh, he was referring to the Labour Party, you understand?
Winston had the feeling that they were talking at crossed purposes. What I really want to know was this, he said. Do you feel that you have more freedom now than you had in those days? Are you treated more like a human being? In the old days, the rich people, the people at the top...
House of Lords,
put in the old man reminiscently. The House of Lords, if you like. What I'm asking is, were these people able to treat you as an inferior simply because they were rich and you were poor? Is it a fact, for instance, that you had to call them sir and take off your cap when you passed them? The old man appeared to think deeply. He drank off about a quarter of his beer before answering.
Yeah,
he said.
Well, they liked you to touch your cap to them and showed respect. I didn't agree with it myself, but I done it often enough. Had to, as you might say.
And was it usual, I'm only quoting what I've read in the history books, was it usual for these people and their servants to push you off the pavement into the gutter?
One of them pushed me once,
said the old man.
I recollect it as if it was yesterday. It was boat race night. Terribly rowdy they used to get on boat race night. And I bumped into a young bloke on Shaftesbury Avenue. Quite a gent he was. Dress shirt, top hat, black overcoat. He was kind of zigzagging across the pavement. And I bumped into him, accidental like. And he says, "Why can't you look where you're going?" he says. I say, "Do you think you bought the bleeding pavement?" He says, "I'll twist your bloody head off if you get fresh with me." I says, "You're drunk. I'll give you in charge in half a minute," I says. And if you believe me, he puts his hand on my chest. He gives me a shove as pretty near sent me under the wheels of a bus. Well, I was young in them days, and I was going to fetch him one, only...
A sense of helplessness took hold of Winston. The old man's memory was nothing but a rubbish heap of details. One could question him all day without getting any real information. The party histories might still be true after a fashion. They might even be completely true. He made a last attempt. Perhaps I have not made myself clear, he said. What I'm trying to say is this. You have been alive a very long time. You lived half your life before the revolution. In 1925, for instance, you were already grown up. Would you say, from what you can remember, that life in 1925 was better than it is now or worse? If you could choose, would you prefer to live then or now? The old man looked meditatively at the darts board. He finished up his beer more slowly than before. When he spoke, it was with a tolerant, philosophical air, as though the beer had mellowed him.
I know what you expect me to say, he said. You expect me to say I'd sooner be young again. Well, most people would say they'd sooner be young if you asked them. You got your health and strength when you're young. When you get to my time of life, you ain't never well. I suffer something wicked from my feet, and my bladder's just terrible. 6 and 7 times a night it has me out of bed. On the other hand, there's great advantages in being an old man. You ain't got the same worries. No trouble with women, and that's a great thing. I ain't had a woman for near on 30 years, if you credit it.
Or one or two. What's more? Winston sat back against the windowsill. There was no use going on. He was about to buy some more beer when the old man suddenly got up and shuffled rapidly into the stinking urinal at the side of the room. The extra half-liter was already working on him. Winston sat for a minute or two gazing at his empty glass, and hardly noticed when his feet carried him out into the street again. Within 20 years at the most, he reflected. The huge and simple question, was life better before the revolution than it is now, would have ceased once and for all to be answerable. But in effect, it was unanswerable even now, since the few scattered survivors from the ancient world were incapable of comparing one age with another. They remembered a million useless things. A quarrel with a workmate, a hunt for a lost bicycle pump, the expression on a long-dead sister's face, the swirls of dust on a windy morning 70 years ago. But all the relevant facts were outside the range of their vision. They were like the ant, which can see small objects but not large ones. And when memory failed and written records were falsified, when that happened, the claim of the party to have improved the conditions of human life had got to be accepted, because there did not exist, and never again could exist, any standard against which it could be tested. At this moment, his train of thought stopped abruptly. He halted and looked up. He was in a narrow street, with a few dark little shops, interspersed amongst dwelling houses. Immediately above his head there hung 3 discolored metal balls, which looked as if they had once been gilded. He seemed to know the place. Of course, he was standing outside the junk shop where he had bought the diary. A twinge of fear went through him. It had been a sufficiently rash act to buy the book in the beginning, and he had sworn never to come near the place again. And yet the instant he allowed his thoughts to wander, his feet had brought him back here of their own accord. It was precisely against suicidal impulses of this kind that he had hoped to guard himself by opening the diary. At the same time, he noticed that although it was nearly 21 hours, the shop was still open. With the feeling that he would be less conspicuous inside than hanging about on the pavement, he stepped through the doorway. If questioned, he could plausibly say that he was trying to buy razor blades. The proprietor had just lighted a hanging oil lamp, which gave off an unclean but friendly smell. He was a man of perhaps 60, frail and bowed, with a long, benevolent nose, and mild eyes distorted by thick spectacles. His hair was almost white, but his eyebrows were bushy and still black. His spectacles, his gentle, fussy movements, and the fact that he was wearing an aged jacket of black velvet gave him a vague air of intellectuality, as though he had been some kind of literary man, or perhaps a musician. His voice was soft, as though faded, and his accent less debased than that of the majority of proles. "I recognized you on the pavement," he said immediately. "You're the gentleman that bought the young lady's keepsake album. That was a beautiful bit of paper, that was. Cream laid, it used to be called. There's been no paper like that made for, I dare say, 50 years. He peered at Winston over the top of his spectacles. "Is there anything special I can do for you, or did you just want to look around?" "I was passing," said Winston vaguely. "I just looked in. I don't want anything in particular." "It's just as well," said the other, "because I don't suppose I could have satisfied you." He made an apologetic gesture with his soft-palmed hand. "You see how it is, an empty shop, you might say. Between you and me, the antique trade's just about finished. No demand any longer, and no stock either. Furniture, china, glass, it's all been broken up by degrees. And, of course, the metal stuff's mostly been melted down. I haven't seen a brass candlestick in years." The tiny interior of the shop was, in fact, uncomfortably full, but there was almost nothing in it of the slightest value. The floor space was very restricted, because all round the walls were stacked innumerable dusty picture frames. In the window there were trays of nuts and bolts, worn-out chisels, penknives with broken blades, tarnished watches that did not even pretend to be in going order, and other miscellaneous rubbish. Only on a small table in the corner was there a litter of odds and ends, lacquered snuff boxes, agate brooches and the like.
which looked as though they might include something interesting. As Winston wandered towards the table, his eye was caught by a round, smooth thing that gleamed softly in the lamplight, and he picked it up. It was a heavy lump of glass, curved on one side, flat on the other, making almost a hemisphere. There was a peculiar softness, as of rainwater, in both the color and the texture of the glass. At the heart of it, magnified by the curved surface, there was a strange, pink, convoluted object that recalled a rose or a sea anemone. "What is it?" said Winston, fascinated.
"That's coral, that is," said the old man. "It must have come from the Indian Ocean. They used to kind of embed it in the glass. That wasn't made less than 100 years ago. More, by the look."
"It's a beautiful thing," said Winston.
"It is a beautiful thing," said the other appreciatively. "Well, there's not many that'd say so nowadays."
He coughed.
"Now, if it so happened that you wanted to buy it, that'd cost you $4. I can remember when a thing like that would have fetched £8, and £8 was... well, I can't work it out, but it was a lot of money. But who cares about genuine antiques nowadays, even the few that's left?"
Winston immediately paid over the $4 and slid the coveted thing into his pocket. What appealed to him about it was not so much its beauty as the air it seemed to possess of belonging to an age quite different from the present one. The soft, rain-watery glass was not like any glass that he had ever seen. The thing was doubly attractive because of its apparent uselessness, although he could guess that it must once have been intended as a paperweight. It was very heavy in his pocket, but fortunately it did not make much of a bulge. It was a queer thing, even a compromising thing, for a party member to have in his possession. Anything old, and for that matter anything beautiful, was always vaguely suspect. The old man had grown noticeably more cheerful after receiving the $4. Winston realized that he would have accepted 3 or even 2.
"There's another room upstairs that you might care to take a look at,"
he said.
"There's not much in it, just a few pieces. We'll do with a light if we're going upstairs."
He lit another lamp, and with bowed back, led the way slowly up the steep and worn stairs and along a tiny passage into a room which did not give on the street, but looked out onto a cobbled yard and a forest of chimney pots. Winston noticed that the furniture was still arranged as though the room were meant to be lived in. There was a strip of carpet on the floor, a picture or two on the walls, and a deep, slatternly armchair drawn up to the fireplace. An old-fashioned glass clock with a 12-hour face was ticking away on the mantelpiece. Under the window, and occupying nearly a quarter of the room, was an enormous bed with the mattress still on it.
"We lived here till my wife died,"
said the old man, half apologetically.
"I'm selling the furniture off by little and little. Now that's a beautiful mahogany bed, or at least it would be if you could get the bugs out of it. But I dare say you'd find it a little bit cumbersome."
He was holding the lamp high up so as to illuminate the whole room, and in the warm, dim light the place looked curiously inviting. The thought flitted through Winston's mind that it would probably be quite easy to rent the room for a few dollars a week, if he dared to take the risk. It was a wild, impossible notion to be abandoned as soon as thought of, but the room had awakened in him a sort of nostalgia, a sort of ancestral memory. It seemed to him that he knew exactly what it felt like to sit in a room like this, in an armchair beside an open fire, with your feet in the fender and a kettle on the hob, utterly alone, utterly secure, with nobody watching you, no voice pursuing you, no sound except the singing of the kettle and the friendly ticking of the clock. "There's no telescreen," he couldn't help murmuring.
"Ah,"
said the other man.
"I never had one of those things. Too expensive. And I never seemed to feel the need of it somehow. Now that's a nice gate leg table in the corner there, though of course you'd have to put new hinges on it if you wanted to use the flaps."
There was a small bookshelf in the other corner, and Winston had already gravitated towards it. It contained nothing but rubbish. The hunting down and destruction of books had been done with the same thoroughness in the prole quarters as everywhere else. It was very unlikely that there existed anywhere in Oceania a copy of a book printed earlier than 1960. The old man, still carrying the lamp, was standing in front of a picture in a rosewood frame, which hung on the other side of the fireplace, opposite the bed.
Now, if you happen to be interested in old prints at all,
he began delicately. Winston came across to examine the picture. It was a steel engraving of an oval building with rectangular windows and a small tower in front. There was a railing running around the building, and at the rear end there was what appeared to be a statue. Winston gazed at it for some moments. It seemed vaguely familiar, though he did not remember the statue.
The frame's fixed to the wall, said the old man. But I could unscrew it for you, I dare say.
I know that building, said Winston finally. It's a ruin now. It's in the middle of the street outside the Palace of Justice.
That's right, outside the law courts. It was bombed many years ago. It was a church at one time, St. Clement Danes, its name was.
He smiled apologetically, as though conscious of saying something slightly ridiculous, and added,
Oranges and lemons say the bells of St. Clement's.
What's that? Said Winston.
Oranges and lemons say the bells of St. Clement's. That was a rhyme we had when I was a little boy. How it goes on, I don't remember, but I do know how it ended up. Here comes a candle to light you to bed. Here comes a chopper to chop off your head. It was a kind of dance. They held out their arms for you to pass under, and when they came to, here comes a chopper to chop off your head, they brought their arms down and caught you. It was just the names of churches. All the London churches were in it. All the principal ones, that is.
Winston wondered vaguely to what century the church belonged. It was always difficult to determine the age of a London building. Anything large and impressive, if it was reasonably new in appearance, was automatically claimed as having been built since the Revolution, while anything that was obviously of earlier date was ascribed to some dim period called the Middle Ages. The centuries of capitalism were held to have produced nothing of any value. One could not learn history from architecture any more than one could learn it from books. Statues, inscriptions, memorial stones, the names of streets, anything that might throw light upon the past had been systematically altered. I never knew it had been a church, he said.
There's a lot of them left, really, said the old man, though they've been put to other uses. Now, how did that rhyme go? I've got it. Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's. You owe me 3 farthings, say the bells of St. Martin's. There, now that's as far as I can get. A farthing, that was a small copper coin. Looked something like a cent.
Where was St. Martin's? Said Winston.
St. Martin's? That's still standing. It's in Victory Square, alongside the picture gallery. A building with a kind of triangular porch and pillars in front and a big flight of steps.
Winston knew the place well. It was a museum used for propaganda displays of various kinds. Scale models of rocket bombs and floating fortresses. Waxwork tableaux illustrating enemy atrocities and the like.
St. Martin's in the Fields, it used to be called,
supplemented the old man.
Though I don't recollect any fields anywhere in those parts.
Winston did not buy the picture. It would have been an even more incongruous possession than the glass paperweight, and impossible to carry home unless it were taken out of its frame. But he lingered for some minutes more, talking to the old man, whose name, he discovered, was not Weeks, as one might have gathered from the inscription over the shop front, but Charrington. Mr. Charrington, it seemed, was a widower, aged 63, and had inhabited this shop for 30 years. Throughout that time, he had been intending to alter the name over the window, but had never quite gotten to the point of doing it. All the while that they were talking, the half-remembered rhyme kept running through Winston's head. Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's. You owe me 3 farthings, say the bells of St. Martin's. It was curious, but when you said it to yourself, you had the illusion of actually hearing bells. The bells of a lost London that still existed somewhere or other, disguised and forgotten. From one ghostly steeple after another, he seemed to hear them pealing forth. Yet so far as he could remember, he had never in real life heard church bells ringing. He got away from Mr. Charrington and went down the stairs alone, so as not to let the old man see him reconnoitering the street before stepping out of the door. He'd already made up his mind that after a suitable interval, a month, say, he would take the risk of visiting the shop again.
It was perhaps not more dangerous than shirking an evening at the center. The serious piece of folly had been to come back here in the first place after buying the diary and without knowing whether the proprietor of the shop could be trusted. However, yes, he thought again, he would come back. He would buy further scraps of beautiful rubbish. He would buy the engravings of St. Clement Danes, take it out of its frame and carry it home concealed under the jacket of his overalls. He would drag the rest of that poem out of Mr. Charrington's memory. Even the lunatic project of renting the room upstairs flashed momentarily through his mind again. For perhaps 5 seconds, exultation made him careless, and he stepped out onto the pavement without so much as a preliminary glance through the window. He had even started humming to an improvised tune. Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clements, you owe me 3 farthings, sailor. Suddenly, his heart seemed to turn to ice and his bowels to water. A figure in blue overalls was coming down the pavement, not 10 meters away. It was the girl from the fiction department, the girl with dark hair. The light was failing, but there was no difficulty in recognizing her. She looked him straight in the face, then walked quickly on as though she had not seen him. For a few seconds, Winston was too paralyzed to move. Then he turned to the right and walked heavily away, not noticing for the moment that he was going in the wrong direction. At any rate, one question was settled. There was no doubting any longer that the girl was spying on him. She must have followed him here, because it was not credible that by pure chance she should have happened to be walking on the same evening up the same obscure back street, kilometers distant from any quarter where party members lived. It was too great a coincidence. Whether she was really an agent of the Thought Police or simply an amateur spy actuated by officialness hardly mattered. It was enough that she was watching him. Probably she had seen him go into the pub as well. It was an effort to walk. The lump of glass in his pocket banged against his thigh at each step, and he was half-minded to take it out and throw it away. The worst thing was the pain in his belly. For a couple of minutes, he had the feeling that he would die if he did not reach a lavatory soon. But there would be no public lavatories in a quarter like this. Then, the spasm passed, leaving a dull ache behind. The street was a blind alley. Winston halted, stood for several seconds, wondering vaguely what to do, then turned around and began to retrace his steps. As he turned, it occurred to him that the girl had only passed him 3 minutes ago, and that by running he could probably catch up with her. He could keep on her track till they were in some quiet place, and then smash her skull in with a cobblestone. The piece of glass in his pocket would be heavy enough for the job. But he abandoned the idea immediately, because even the thought of making any physical effort was unbearable. He could not run, he could not strike a blow. Besides, she was young and lusty and would defend herself. He thought also of hurrying to the community center and staying there till the place closed, so as to establish a partial alibi for the evening. But that too was impossible. A deadly lassitude had taken hold of him. All he wanted was to get home quickly and then sit down and be quiet. It was after 22 hours when he got back to the flat. The lights would be switched off at the main at 23:30. He went into the kitchen and swallowed nearly a teacupful of Victory gin. Then he went to the table in the alcove, sat down and took the diary out of the drawer. But he did not open it at once. From the telescreen, a brassy female voice was squalling a patriotic song. He sat staring at the marbled cover of the book, trying without success to shut the voice out of his consciousness. It was at night that they came for you. Always at night. The proper thing was to kill yourself before they got you. Undoubtedly, some people did so. Many of the disappearances were actually suicides. But it needed a desperate courage to kill yourself in a world where firearms or any quick and certain poison were completely unprocurable. He thought with a kind of astonishment of the biological uselessness of pain and fear. The treachery of the human body, which always freezes into inertia at exactly the moment when a special effort is needed. He might have silenced the dark-haired girl if only he had acted quickly enough.
But precisely because of the extremity of his danger, he had lost the power to act. It struck him that in moments of crisis, one is never fighting against an external enemy, but always against one's own body. Even now, in spite of the gin, the dull ache in his belly made consecutive thought impossible. And it is the same he perceived in all seemingly heroic or tragic situations. On the battlefield, in the torture chamber, on a sinking ship, the issues that you are fighting for are always forgotten because the body swells up until it fills the universe. And even when you are not paralyzed by fright or screaming with pain, life is a moment-to-moment struggle against hunger or cold or sleeplessness, against a sour stomach or an aching tooth. He opened the diary. It was important to write something down. The woman on the telescreen had started a new song. Her voice seemed to stick into his brain like jagged splinters of glass. He tried to think of O'Brien, for whom, or to whom, the diary was written. But instead, he began thinking of the things that would happen to him after the Thought Police took him away. It would not matter if they killed you at once. To be killed was what you expected. But before death, nobody spoke of such things, yet everybody knew of them. There was the routine of confession that had to be gone through. The groveling on the floor and the screaming for mercy. The crack of broken bones, the smashed teeth, and bloody clots of hair. Why did you have to endure it, since the end was always the same? Why was it not possible to cut a few days or weeks out of your life? Nobody ever escaped detection, and nobody ever failed to confess. When once you had succumbed to thought crime, it was certain that by a given date you would be dead. Why then did that horror, which altered nothing, have to lie embedded in future time? He tried, with a little more success than before, to summon up the image of O'Brien. "We shall meet in the place where there is no darkness," O'Brien had said to him. He knew what it meant, or thought he knew. The place where there is no darkness was the imagined future, which one would never see, but which, by foreknowledge, one could mystically share in. But with the voice from the telescreen nagging at his ears, he could not follow the train of thought further. He put a cigarette into his mouth. Half the tobacco promptly fell out onto his tongue. A bitter dust which was difficult to spit out again. The face of Big Brother swam into his mind, displacing that of O'Brien. Just as he had done a few days earlier, he slid a coin out of his pocket and looked at it. The face gazed up at him, heavy, calm, protecting. But what kind of smile was hidden beneath the dark moustache? Like a leaden knell, the words came back at him. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. "1984, Part 2, Chapter 1. It was the middle of the morning, and Winston had left the cubicle to go to the lavatory. A solitary figure was coming towards him from the other end of the long, brightly lit corridor. It was the girl with the dark hair. 4 days had gone past since the evening when he had run into her outside the junk shop. As she came nearer, he saw that her right arm was in a sling, not noticeable at a distance because it was of the same color as her overalls. Probably she had crushed her hand while swinging round one of the big kaleidoscopes on which the plots of novels were roughed in. It was a common accident in the fiction department. They were perhaps 4 meters apart when the girl stumbled and fell almost flat on her face. A sharp cry of pain was wrung out of her. She must have fallen right on the injured arm. Winston stopped short. The girl had risen to her knees. Her face had turned a milky yellow color against which her mouth stood out redder than ever. Her eyes were fixed on his, with an appealing expression that looked more like fear than pain. A curious emotion stirred in Winston's heart. In front of him was an enemy who was trying to kill him. In front of him also was a human creature, in pain and perhaps with a broken bone. Already he had instinctively started forward to help her. In the moment when he had seen her fall on the bandaged arm, it had been as though he felt the pain in his own body. "You're hurt," he said. "It's nothing. My arm. It'll be all right in a second." She spoke as though her heart were fluttering. She had certainly turned very pale. "You haven't broken anything?" "No, I'm all right. It hurt for a moment, that's all." She held out her free hand to him, and he helped her up. She had regained some of her color and appeared very much better. "It's nothing," she repeated shortly. "I only gave my wrist a bit of a bang. Thanks, comrade." And with that, she walked on in the direction in which she had been going, as briskly as though it had really been nothing. The whole incident could not have taken as much as half a minute. Not to let one's feelings appear in one's face was a habit that had acquired the status of an instinct, and in any case, they had been standing straight in front of a telescreen when the thing happened. Nevertheless, it had been very difficult not to betray a momentary surprise, for in the 2 or 3 seconds when he was helping her up, the girl had slipped something into his hand. There was no question that she had done it intentionally. It was something small and flat. As he passed through the lavatory door, he transferred it to his pocket and felt it with the tips of his fingers. It was a scrap of paper folded into a square. While he stood at the urinal, he managed, with a little more fingering, to get it unfolded. Obviously, there must be a message of some kind written on it. For a moment, he was tempted to take it into one of the water closets and read it at once, but that would be shocking folly, as he well knew. There was no place where you could be more certain that the telescreens were watched continuously. He went back to his cubicle, sat down, threw the fragment of paper casually amongst the other papers on the desk, put on his spectacles, and hitched the speakwrite towards him. 5 minutes, he told himself. 5 minutes at the very least. His heart bumped in his breast with frightening loudness. Fortunately, the piece of work he was engaged on was mere routine, the rectification of a long list of figures, not needing close attention. Whatever was written on the paper, it must have some kind of political meaning. So far as he could see, there were 2 possibilities. One, much the more likely, was that the girl was an agent of the Thought Police, just as he had feared. He did not know why the Thought Police should choose to deliver their message in such a fashion, but perhaps they had their reasons. The thing that was written on the paper might be a threat, a summons, an order to commit suicide, a trap of some description. But there was another, wilder possibility that kept raising its head, though he tried vainly to suppress it. This was that the message did not come from the Thought Police at all, but from some kind of underground organization. Perhaps the Brotherhood existed after all. Perhaps the girl was part of it. No doubt the idea was absurd, but it had sprung into his mind the very instant of feeling the scrap of paper in his hand. It was not till a couple of minutes later that the other, more probable explanation had occurred to him. And even now, though his intellect told him that the message probably meant death, still, that was not what he believed. And the unreasonable hope persisted, and his heart banged, and it was with difficulty that he kept his voice from trembling as he murmured his figures into the speakwrite. He rolled up the completed bundle of work and slid it into the pneumatic tube. 8 minutes had gone by. He readjusted his spectacles on his nose, sighed, and drew the next batch of work towards him, with the scrap of paper on top of it. He flattened it out. On it was written, in a large, unformed handwriting, "I love you." For several seconds, he was too stunned even to throw the incriminating thing into the memory hole. When he did so, although he knew very well the danger of showing too much interest, he could not resist reading it once again, just to make sure that the words were really there. For the rest of the morning, it was very difficult to work. What was even worse than having to focus his mind on a series of niggling jobs was the need to conceal his agitation from the telescreen. He felt as though a fire were burning in his belly. Lunch in the hot, crowded, noise-filled canteen was torment. He had hoped to be alone for a little while during the lunch hour, but as bad luck would have it, the imbecile Parsons flopped down beside him, the tang of his sweat almost defeating the tinny smell of stew, and kept up a stream of talk about the preparations for Hate Week. He was particularly enthusiastic about a papier-mâché model of Big Brother's head 2 meters wide, which was being made for the occasion by his daughter's troop of spies. The irritating thing was that in the racket of voices, Winston could hardly hear what Parsons was saying and was constantly having to ask for some fatuous remark to be repeated. Just once he caught a glimpse of the girl at a table with 2 other girls at the far end of the room. She appeared not to have seen him, and he did not look in that direction again. The afternoon was more bearable. Immediately after lunch, there arrived a delicate, difficult piece of work which would take several hours and necessitated putting everything else aside. It consisted in falsifying a series of production reports of 2 years ago in such a way as to cast discredit on a prominent member of the inner party who was now under a cloud. This was the kind of thing that Winston was good at. And for more than 2 hours, he succeeded in shutting the girl out of his mind altogether. And the memory of her face came back, and with it a raging, intolerable desire to be alone. Until he could be alone, it was impossible to think this new development out. Tonight was one of his nights at the community center. He wolfed another tasteless meal in the canteen, hurried off to the center, took part in the solemn foolery of a discussion group, played 2 games of table tennis, swallowed several glasses of gin, and sat for half an hour through a lecture entitled Ingsoc in relation to chess. His soul writhed with boredom, but for once he had no impulse to shirk his evening at the center. At the sight of the words, "I love you," the desire to stay alive had welled up in him, and the taking of minor risks suddenly seemed stupid. It was not till 23 hours when he was home and in bed, in the darkness, where you were safe even from the telescreen so long as you kept silent, that he was able to think continuously. It was a physical problem that had to be solved. How to get in touch with the girl and arrange a meeting. He did not consider any longer the possibility that she might be laying some kind of trap for him. He knew that it was not so because of her unmistakable agitation when she handed him the note. Obviously, she had been frightened out of her wits, as well she might be. Nor did the idea of refusing her advances even cross his mind. Only 5 nights ago, he had contemplated smashing her skull in with a cobblestone, but that was of no importance. He thought of her naked, youthful body as he had seen it in his dream. He had imagined her a fool like all the rest of them, her head stuffed with lies and hatred, her belly full of ice. A kind of fever seized him at the thought that he might lose her. The white, youthful body might slip away from him. What he feared more than anything else was that she would simply change her mind if he did not get in touch with her quickly. But the physical difficulty of meeting was enormous. It was like trying to make a move in chess when you were already mated. Whichever way you turned, the telescreen faced you. Actually, all the possible ways of communicating with her had occurred to him within 5 minutes of reading the note. But now, with time to think, he went over them one by one, as though laying out a row of instruments on a table. Obviously, the kind of encounter that happened this morning could not be repeated. If she had worked in the records department, it might have been comparatively simple, but he had only a very dim idea whereabouts in the building the fiction department lay, and he had no pretext for going there. If he had known where she lived and at what time she left work, he could have contrived to meet her somewhere on the way home, but trying to follow her home was not safe, because it would mean loitering around outside the ministry, which was bound to be noticed. As for sending a letter through the mail, it was out of the question. By a routine that was not even secret, all letters were opened in transit. Actually, few people ever wrote letters. For the messages that it was occasionally necessary to send, there were printed postcards with long lists of phrases, and you struck out the ones that were inapplicable. In any case, he did not know the girl's name, let alone her address. Finally, he decided that the safest place was the canteen. If he could get her at a table by herself, somewhere in the middle of the room, not too near the telescreens, and with a sufficient buzz of conversation all around, if these conditions endured for, say, 30 seconds, it might be possible to exchange a few words. For a week after this, life was a restless dream. On the next day, she did not appear in the canteen until he was leaving it, the whistle having already been blown. Presumably, she had been changed onto a later shift. They passed each other without a glance. On the day after that, she was in the canteen at the usual time, but with 3 other girls, and immediately under a telescreen. Then, for 3 dreadful days, she did not appear at all. His whole mind and body seemed to be afflicted with an unbearable sensitivity, a sort of transparency which made every movement, every sound, every contact, every word that he had to speak or listen to an agony. Even in sleep, he could not altogether escape from her image. He did not touch the diary during those days. If there was any relief, it was in his work, in which he could sometimes forget himself for 10 minutes at a stretch. He had absolutely no clue as to what had happened to her. There was no inquiry he could make. She might have been vaporized. She might have committed suicide. She might have been transferred to the other end of Oceania. Worse, and likeliest of all, she might simply have changed her mind and decided to avoid him. The next day, she reappeared. Her arm was out of the sling, and she had a band of sticking plaster around her wrist. The relief of seeing her was so great that he could not resist staring directly at her for several seconds. On the following day, he very nearly succeeded in speaking to her. When he came into the canteen, she was sitting at a table well out from the wall and was quite alone. It was early, and the place was not very full. The queue edged forward till Winston was almost at the counter, then was held up for 2 minutes because someone in front was complaining that he had not received his tablet of saccharin. But the girl was still alone when Winston secured his tray and began to make for her table. He walked casually towards her, his eyes searching for a place at some table beyond her. She was perhaps 3 meters away from him. Another 2 seconds would do it. Then a voice behind him called,
"Smith?"
He pretended not to hear.
"Smith!"
repeated the voice more loudly. It was no use. He turned round. A blonde-headed, silly-faced young man named Wilshire, whom he barely knew, was inviting him with a smile to a vacant place at his table. It was not safe to refuse. After having been recognized, he could not go and sit at a table with an unattended girl. It was too noticeable. He sat down with a friendly smile. The silly blonde face beamed into his. Winston had a hallucination of himself smashing a pickaxe right into the middle of it. The girl's table filled up a few minutes later. But she must have seen him coming towards her, and perhaps she would take the hint. Next day, he took care to arrive early. Surely enough, she was at a table in about the same place, and again, alone. The person immediately ahead of him in the queue was a small, swiftly moving beetle-like man with a flat face and tiny, suspicious eyes. As Winston turned away from the counter with his tray, he saw that the little man was making straight for the girl's table. His hopes sank again. There was a vacant place at a table further away, but something in the little man's appearance suggested that he would be sufficiently attentive to his own comfort to choose the emptiest table. With ice at his heart, Winston followed. There was no use unless he could get the girl alone. At this moment, there was a tremendous crash. The little man was sprawling on all fours. His tray had gone flying. 2 streams of soup and coffee were flowing across the floor. He started to his feet with a malignant glance at Winston, whom he evidently suspected of having tripped him. But it was all right. 5 seconds later, with a thundering heart, Winston was sitting at the girl's table. He did not look at her. He unpacked his tray and promptly began eating. It was all important to speak at once before anyone else came, but now a terrible fear had taken possession of him. A week had gone by since she had first approached him. She would have changed her mind. She must have changed her mind. It was impossible that this affair should end successfully. Such things did not happen in real life. He might have flinched altogether from speaking if at this moment he had not seen Ampleforth, the hairy-eared poet, wandering limply round the room with a tray, looking for a place to sit down. In his vague way, Ampleforth was attached to Winston, and would certainly sit down at his table if he caught sight of him. There was perhaps a minute in which to act. Both Winston and the girl were eating steadily. The stuff they were eating was a thin stew, actually a soup, of haricot beans. In a low murmur, Winston began speaking. Neither of them looked up. Steadily, they spooned the watery stuff into their mouths, and between spoonfuls exchanged the few necessary words in low, expressionless voices. What time do you leave work? 18:30. Where can we meet? Victory Square near the monument. It's full of telescreens. It doesn't matter if there's a crowd. Any signal? No. Don't come up to me until you see me among a lot of people. And don't look at me. Just keep somewhere near me. What time? 19 hours. All right. Ampleforth failed to see Winston and sat down at another table. They did not speak again, and so far as it was possible for two people sitting on opposite sides of the same table, they did not look at one another. The girl finished her lunch quickly and made off, while Winston stayed to smoke a cigarette. Winston was in Victory Square before the appointed time. He wandered round the base of the enormous fluted column, at the top of which Big Brother's statue gazed southward towards the skies where he had vanquished the Eurasian aeroplanes, the East Asian airplanes it had been a few years ago, in the Battle of Airstrip 1. In the street in front of it, there was a statue of a man on horseback, which was supposed to represent Oliver Cromwell. At 5 minutes past the hour, the girl had still not appeared. Again, the terrible fear seized upon Winston. She was not coming. She had changed her mind. He walked slowly up the north side of the square and got a sort of pale-colored pleasure from identifying St. Martin's Church, whose bells, when it had bells, had chimed, "You owe me 3 farthings." Then he saw the girl, standing at the base of the monument, reading or pretending to read a poster which ran spirally up the column. It was not safe to go near her until some more people had accumulated. There were telescreens all round the pediment, but at this moment there was a din of shouting and a zoom of heavy vehicles from somewhere to the left. Suddenly everyone seemed to be running across the square. The girl nipped nimbly round the lines at the base of the monument and joined in the rush. Winston followed. As he ran, he gathered from some shouted remarks that a convoy of Eurasian prisoners was passing. Already a dense mass of people was blocking the south side of the square. Winston, at normal times, the kind of person who gravitates to the outer edge of any kind of scrimmage, shoved, butted, squirmed his way forward into the heart of the crowd. Soon he was within arm's length of the girl, but the way was blocked by an enormous prole and almost equally enormous woman, presumably his wife, who seemed to form an impenetrable wall of flesh. Winston wriggled himself sideways and with a violent lunge managed to drive his shoulder between them. For a moment it felt as though his entrails were being ground to pulp between the 2 muscular hips. Then he had broken through, sweating a little. He was next to the girl. They were shoulder to shoulder, both staring fixedly in front of them. A long line of trucks with wooden-faced guards armed with submachine guns standing upright in each corner was passing slowly down the street. In the trucks, little yellow men in shabby greenish uniforms were squatting, jammed close together. Their sad Mongolian faces gazed out over the sides of the trucks, utterly incurious. Occasionally, when a truck jolted, there was a clank-clank of metal. All the prisoners were wearing leg irons. Truckload after truckload of the sad faces passed. Winston knew they were there, but he saw them only intermittently. The girl's shoulder and her arm right down to the elbow were pressed against his. Her cheek was almost near enough for him to feel its warmth. She had immediately taken charge of the situation, just as she had done in the canteen. She began speaking in the same expressionless voice as before, with lips barely moving, a mere murmur, easily drowned by the din of voices and the rumbling of the trucks. Can you hear me? Yes. Can you get Sunday afternoon off? Yes. Then listen carefully. You'll have to remember this. Go to Paddington Station. With a sort of military precision that astonished him, she outlined the route that he was to follow. A half-hour railway journey, turn left outside the station, 2 kilometers along the road, a gate with the top bar missing, a path across a field, a grass-grown lane, a track between bushes, a dead tree with moss on it. It was as though she had a map inside her head. Can you remember all that? She murmured finally. Yes. You turn left, then right, then left again, and the gate's got no top bar. Yes. What time? About 15. You may have to wait. I'll get there by another way. Are you sure you remember everything? Yes. Then get away from me as quick as you can. She need not have told him that, but for the moment they could not extricate themselves from the crowd. The trucks were still filing past, the people still insatiably gasping. At the start there had been a few boos and hisses, but it came only from the party members amongst the crowd, and had soon stopped. The prevailing emotion was simply curiosity. Foreigners, whether from Eurasia or East Asia, were a kind of strange animal. One literally never saw them except in the guards of prisoners. And even as prisoners, one never got more than a momentary glimpse of them. Nor did one know what became of them, apart from the few who were hanged as war criminals. The others simply vanished, presumably into forced labor camps. The round Mongol faces had given way to faces of a more European type, dirty, bearded, and exhausted. From over scrubby cheekbones, eyes looked into Winston's, sometimes with strange intensity, and flashed away again. The convoy was drawing to an end. In the last truck, he could see an aged man, his face a mass of grizzled hair, standing upright with wrists crossed in front of him, as though he were used to having them bound together. It was almost time for Winston and the girl to part, but at the last moment, while the crowd still hemmed them in, her hand felt for his and gave it a fleeting squeeze. It could not have been 10 seconds, and yet it seemed a long time that their hands were clasped together. He had time to learn every detail of her hand. He explored the long fingers, the shapely nails, the work-hardened palm with its row of calluses, the smooth flesh under the wrist. Merely from feeling it, he would have known it by sight. In the same instant, it occurred to him that he did not know what color the girl's eyes were. They were probably brown, but people with dark hair sometimes had blue ones. To turn his head and look at her would have been inconceivable folly. With hands locked together, invisible among the press of bodies, they stared steadily in front of them, and instead of the eyes of the girl, the eyes of the aged prisoner gazed mournfully at Winston out of nests of hair. Part 2, Chapter 2. Winston picked his way up the lane through dappled light and shade, stepping out into pools of gold wherever the boughs parted. Under the trees to the left of him, the ground was misty with bluebells. The air seemed to kiss one's skin. It was the 2nd of May. From somewhere deeper in the heart of the wood came the droning of ringdoves. He was a bit early. There had been no difficulties about the journey, and the girl was so evidently experienced that he was less frightened than he would normally have been. Presumably, she could be trusted to find a safe place. In general, you could not assume that you were much safer in the country than in London. There were no telescreens, of course, but there was always the danger of concealed microphones by which your voice might be picked up and recognized. Besides, it was not easy to make a journey by yourself without attracting attention. For distances of less than 100 kilometers, it was not necessary to get your passport endorsed, but sometimes there were patrols hanging about the railway stations who examined the papers of any party members they found there and asked awkward questions. However, no patrols had appeared, and on the walk from the station he had made sure by cautious backward glances that he was not being followed. The train was full of proles, in holiday mood because of the summery weather. The wooden-seated carriage in which he traveled was filled to overflowing by a single enormous family, ranging from a toothless great-grandmother to a month-old baby, going out to spend an afternoon with in-laws in the country, and, as they freely explained to Winston, to get hold of a little black-market butter. The lane widened, and in a minute he came to the footpath she had told him of, a mere cattle track which plunged between the bushes. He had no watch, but it could not be 15 yet. The bluebells were so thick underfoot that it was impossible not to tread on them. He knelt down and began picking some, partly to pass the time away, but also from a vague idea that he would like to have a bunch of flowers to offer to the girl when they met. He had got together a big bunch and was smelling their faint, sickly scent when a sound at his back froze him. The unmistakable crackle of a foot on twigs. He went on picking bluebells. It was the best thing to do. It might be the girl, or he might have been followed after all. To look around was to show guilt. He picked another, and another. A hand fell lightly on his shoulder. He looked up. It was the girl. She shook her head, evidently as a warning that he must keep silent, then parted the bushes and quickly led the way along the narrow track into the wood. Obviously she had been that way before, for she dodged the boggy bits as though by habit. Winston followed, still clasping his bunch of flowers. His first feeling was relief, but as he watched the strong, slender body moving in front of him with the scarlet sash that was just tight enough to bring out the curve of her hips, the sense of his own inferiority was heavy upon him. Even now it seemed quite likely that when she turned round and looked at him, she would draw back after all. The sweetness of the air and the greenness of the leaves daunted him. Already on the walk from the station, the May sunshine had made him feel dirty and etiolated, a creature of indoors with the sooty dust of London in the pores of his skin. It occurred to him that till now she had probably never seen him in broad daylight, in the open. They came to the fallen tree that she had spoken of. The girl hopped over and forced apart the bushes, in which there did not seem to be an opening. When Winston followed her, he found that they were in a natural clearing, a tiny grassy knoll surrounded by tall saplings that shut it in completely. The girl stopped and turned. "Here we are," she said. He was facing her at several paces distance, and yet he did not dare move nearer to her. "I didn't want to say anything in the lane," she went on, "in case there's a mic hidden there. I don't suppose there is, but there could be. There's always the chance of one of those swine recognizing your voice. We're all right here." He still had not the courage to approach her. "We're all right here," he replied stupidly. "Yes, look at the trees." They were small ashes, which at some time had been cut down and had sprouted up again into a forest of poles, none of them thicker than one's wrist. "There's nothing big enough to hide a mic in. Besides, I've been here before." They were only making conversation. He had managed to move closer to her now. She stood before him very upright with a smile on her face that looked faintly ironical, as though she were wondering why he was so slow to act. The bluebells had cascaded onto the ground. They seemed to have fallen of their own accord. He took her hand. "Would you believe," he said, "that till this moment I didn't know what color your eyes were?" They were brown, he noted, a rather light shade of brown, with dark lashes. "Now that you've seen what I'm really like, can you still bear to look at me?" "Yes, easily. I'm 39 years old. I've got a wife that I can't get rid of. I've got varicose veins. I've got 5 false teeth. I couldn't care less," said the girl. The next moment, it was hard to say by whose act, she was in his arms. At the beginning, he had no feeling except sheer incredulity. The youthful body was strained against his own. The massive dark hair was against his face. And yes, actually she had turned her face up and he was kissing the wide red mouth. She had clasped her arms about his neck. She was calling him darling, precious one, loved one. He had pulled her down to the ground. She was utterly unresisting. He could do what he liked with her. But the truth was that he had no physical sensation except that of near contact. All he felt was incredulity and pride. He was glad that this was happening, but he had no physical desire. It was too soon. Her youth and prettiness had frightened him. He was too much used to living without women. He did not know the reason. The girl picked herself up and pulled a bluebell out of her hair. She sat against him, putting her arm round his waist. "Never mind, dear. There's no hurry. We've got the whole afternoon. Isn't this a splendid hideout? I found it when I got lost once on a community hike. If anyone was coming, you could hear them 100 meters away." "What is your name?" said Winston. "Julia. I know yours. It's Winston. Winston Smith." "How did you find that out?" "I expect I'm better at finding things out than you are, dear. Tell me, what did you think of me before that day I gave you the note?" He did not feel any temptation to tell lies to her. It was even a sort of love offering to start off by telling the worst. "I hated the sight of you," he said. "I wanted to rape you and then murder you afterwards. 2 weeks ago, I thought seriously of smashing your head in with a cobblestone. If you really want to know, I imagined that you had something to do with the thought police." The girl laughed delightedly, evidently taking this as a tribute to the excellence of her disguise.
Not the thought police. You didn't honestly think that. Well, perhaps not exactly that, but from your general appearance, merely because you're young and fresh and healthy, you understand. I thought that probably... You thought I was a good party member. Pure in word and deed. Banners, processions, slogans, games, community hikes, all that stuff. And you thought that if I had a quarter of a chance, I'd denounce you as a thought criminal and get you killed off. Yes, something of that kind. A great many young girls are like that, you know. It's this bloody thing that does it, she said, ripping off the scarlet sash of the Junior Anti-Sex League and flinging it onto a bough. Then, as though touching her waist had reminded her of something, she felt in the pocket of her overalls and produced a small slab of chocolate. She broke it in half and gave one of the pieces to Winston. Even before he had taken it, he knew by the smell that it was very unusual chocolate. It was dark and shiny and was wrapped in silver paper. Chocolate normally was dull brown, crumbly stuff that tasted, as near as one could describe it, like the smoke of a rubbish fire. But at some time or another, he had tasted chocolate like the piece she had given him. The first whiff of its scent had stirred up some memory which he could not pin down, but which was powerful and troubling. "Where did you get this stuff?" he said. "Black market," she said indifferently. "Actually, I am that sort of girl to look at. I'm good at games. I was a troop leader in the Spies. I do voluntary work 3 evenings a week for the Junior Anti-Sex League. Hours and hours I've spent pasting their bloody rot all over London. I always carry one end of the banner in the processions. I always look cheerful and I never shirk anything. Always yell with the crowd, that's what I say. It's the only way to be safe." The first fragment of chocolate had melted on Winston's tongue. The taste was delightful. But there was still that memory moving round the edges of his consciousness. Something strongly felt but not reducible to definite shape, like an object seen out of the corner of one's eye. He pushed it away from him, aware only that it was the memory of some action which he would have liked to undo, but could not. "You are very young," he said. "You are 10 or 15 years younger than I am. What could you see to attract you to a man like me?" "There was something in your face. I thought I'd take a chance. I'm good at spotting people who don't belong. As soon as I saw you, I knew you were against them." Them, it appeared, meant the party, and above all, the inner party, about whom she talked with an open, jeering hatred which made Winston feel uneasy, although he knew that they were safe here if they could be safe anywhere. A thing that astonished him about her was the coarseness of her language. Party members were supposed not to swear, and Winston himself very seldom did swear, aloud at any rate. Julia, however, seemed unable to mention the party, and especially the inner party, without using the kind of words you saw chalked up in dripping alleyways. He did not dislike it. It was merely one symptom of her revolt against the party and all its ways, and somehow it seemed natural and healthy, like the sneeze of a horse that smells bad hay. They had left the clearing and were wandering again through the checkered shade with their arms round each other's waists whenever it was wide enough to walk two abreast. He noticed how much softer her waist seemed to feel now that the sash was gone. They did not speak above a whisper. Outside the clearing, Julia said it was better to go quietly. Presently they had reached the edge of the little wood. She stopped him. "Don't go out into the open. There might be someone watching. We're all right if we keep behind the boughs." They were standing in the shade of hazel bushes. The sunlight, filtering through innumerable leaves, was still hot on their faces. Winston looked out into the field beyond and underwent a curious, slow shock of recognition. He knew it by sight. An old, close-bitten pasture, with a footpath wandering across it and a molehill here and there. In the ragged hedge on the opposite side, the boughs of the elm trees swayed just perceptibly in the breeze, and their leaves stirred faintly in dense masses like women's hair. Surely, somewhere nearby, but out of sight, there must be a stream with green pools where dace were swimming. "Isn't there a stream somewhere near here?" he whispered. "That's right, there is a stream. It's at the edge of the next field, actually. There are fish in it, great big ones. You can watch them lying in the pools under the willow trees, waving their tails. It's It's the Golden Country. Almost, he murmured. The Golden Country? That's nothing, really. A landscape I've seen sometimes in a dream. Look, whispered Julia. A thrush had alighted on a bough not 5 meters away, almost at the level of their faces. Perhaps it had not seen them. It was in the sun, they in the shade. It spread out its wings, fitted them carefully into place again, ducked its head for a moment as though making a sort of obeisance to the sun, and then began to pour forth a torrent of song. In the afternoon hush, the volume of sound was startling. Winston and Julia clung together, fascinated. The music went on and on, minute after minute, with astonishing variations, never once repeating itself, almost as though the bird were deliberately showing off its virtuosity. Sometimes it stopped for a few seconds, spread out and resettled its wings, then swelled its speckled breast and again burst into song. Winston watched with a sort of vague reverence. For whom, for what, was that bird singing? No mate, no rival was watching it. What made it sit at the edge of the lonely wood and pour its music into nothingness? He wondered whether, after all, there was a microphone hidden somewhere near. He and Julia had spoken only in low whispers, and it would not have picked up what they said, but it would pick up the thrush. Perhaps, at the other end of the instrument, some small, beetle-like man was listening intently, listening to that. But by degrees, the flood of music drove all speculations out of his mind. It was as though it were a kind of liquid stuff that poured all over him and got mixed up with the sunlight that filtered through the leaves. He stopped thinking and merely felt. The girl's waist and the bend of his arm was soft and warm. He pulled her round so that they were breast to breast. Her body seemed to melt into his. Wherever his hands moved, it was all as yielding as water. Their mouths clung together. It was quite different from the hard kisses they had exchanged earlier. When they moved their faces apart again, both of them sighed deeply. The bird took fright and fled with a clatter of wings. Winston put his lips against her ear. Now, he whispered. Not here, she whispered back. Come back to the hideout. It's safer. Quickly, with an occasional crackle of twigs, they threaded their way back to the clearing. When they were once again inside the ring of saplings, she turned and faced him. They were both breathing fast, but the smile had reappeared round the corners of her mouth. She stood looking at him for an instant, then felt at the zipper of her overalls, and, yes, it was almost as in the dream. Almost as swiftly as he had imagined it, she had torn her clothes off. And when she flung them aside, it was with that same magnificent gesture by which a whole civilization seemed to be annihilated. Her body gleamed white in the sun. But for a moment he did not look at her body. His eyes were anchored by the freckled face with its faint, bold smile. He knelt down before her and took her hand in his. Have you done this before? Of course. Hundreds of times. Well, scores of times anyway. With party members? Yes, always with party members. With members of the inner party? Not with those swine, no. But there's plenty that would if they got half the chance. They're not so holy as they make out. His heart leapt. Scores of times she had done it. He wished it had been hundreds, thousands. Anything that hinted at corruption always filled him with a wild hope. Who knew? Perhaps the party was rotten under the surface. Its cult of strenuousness and self-denial simply a sham, concealing iniquity. If he could have infected the whole lot of them with leprosy or syphilis, how gladly he would have done so. Anything to rot, to weaken, to undermine. He pulled her down so they were kneeling face to face. Listen, the more men you've had, the more I love you. Do you understand that? Yes, perfectly. I hate purity. I hate goodness. I don't want any virtue to exist anywhere. I want everyone to be corrupt to the bones. Well then, I ought to suit you, dear. I'm corrupt to the bones. You like doing this? I don't mean simply me. I mean the thing in itself. I adore it. That was above all what he wanted to hear. Not merely the love of one person, but the animal instinct.
The simple, undifferentiated desire. That was the force that would tear the party to pieces. He pressed her down upon the grass, among the fallen bluebells. This time, there was no difficulty. Presently, the rising and falling of their breasts slowed to normal speed, and in a sort of pleasant helplessness they fell apart. The sun seemed to have grown hotter. They were both sleepy. He reached out for the discarded overalls and pulled them partly over her. Almost immediately they fell asleep, and slept for about half an hour. Winston woke first. He sat up and watched the freckled face, still peacefully asleep, pillowed on the palm of her hand. Except for her mouth, you could not call her beautiful. There was a line or two round the eyes if you looked closely. The short, dark hair was extraordinarily thick and soft. It occurred to him that he still did not know her surname or where she lived. The young, strong body, now helpless in sleep, awoke in him a pitying, protecting feeling. But the mindless tenderness that he had felt under the hazel tree while the thrush was singing had not quite come back. He pulled the overalls aside and studied her smooth white flank. In the old days, he thought, a man looked at a girl's body and saw that it was desirable, and that was the end of the story. But you could not have pure love or pure lust nowadays. No emotion was pure, because everything was mixed up with fear and hatred. Their embrace had been a battle, the climax of victory. It was a blow struck against the party. It was a political act. Part 2, Chapter 3. "We can come here once again," said Julia. "It's generally safe to use any hideout twice, but not for another month or two, of course." As soon as she had woke up, her demeanor had changed. She became alert and businesslike, put her clothes on, knotted the scarlet sash around her waist, and began arranging the details of the journey home. It seemed natural to leave this to her. She obviously had a practical cunning which Winston lacked, and she seemed also to have an exhaustive knowledge of the countryside round London, stored away from innumerable community hikes. The route she gave him was quite different from the one by which he had come, and brought him out at a different railway station. "Never go home the same way as you went out," she said, as though enunciating an important general principle. She would leave first, and Winston was to wait half an hour before following her. She had named a place where they could meet after work 4 evenings hence. It was a street in one of the poorer quarters, where there was an open market which was generally crowded and noisy. She would be hanging about among the stalls, pretending to be in search of shoelaces or sewing thread. If she judged that the coast was clear, she would blow her nose when he approached. Otherwise, he was to walk past her without recognition. But with luck, in the middle of the crowd, it would be safe to talk for a quarter of an hour and arrange another meeting. "And now I must go," she said as soon as he had mastered his instructions. "I'm due back at 19:30. I've got to put in 2 hours for the Junior Anti-Sex League, handing out leaflets or something. Isn't it bloody? Give me a brush down, would you? Have I got twigs in my hair? Are you sure? Then goodbye, my love, goodbye." She flung herself into his arms, kissed him almost violently, and a moment later pushed her way through the saplings and disappeared into the wood with very little noise. Even now, he had not found out her surname or her address. However, it made no difference, for it was inconceivable that they could ever meet indoors or exchange any kind of written communication. As it happened, they never went back to the clearing in the wood. During the month of May, there was only one further occasion on which they actually succeeded in making love. That was in another hiding place known to Julia, the belfry of a ruinous church in an almost deserted stretch of country where an atomic bomb had fallen 30 years earlier. It was a good hiding place when once you got there, but the getting there was very dangerous. For the rest, they could meet only in the streets, in a different place every evening, and never for more than half an hour at a time. In the street, it was usually possible to talk, after a fashion. As they drifted down the crowded pavements, not quite abreast, and never looking at one another, they carried on a curious, intermittent conversation which flicked on and off like the beams of a lighthouse. suddenly nipped into silence by the approach of a party uniform or the proximity of a telescreen, then taken up again minutes later in the middle of a sentence, then abruptly cut short as they parted at the agreed spot, then continued almost without introduction on the following day. Julia appeared to be quite used to this kind of conversation, which she called talking by installments. She was also surprisingly adept at speaking without moving her lips. Just once, in almost a month of nightly meetings, they managed to exchange a kiss. They were passing in silence down a side street. Julia would never speak when they were away from the main streets. When there was a deafening roar, the earth heaved and the air darkened, and Winston found himself lying on his side, bruised and terrified. A rocket bomb must have dropped, quite near at hand. Suddenly, he became aware of Julia's face a few centimeters from his own, deathly white as chalk. Even her lips were white. She was dead. He clasped her against him and found that he was kissing a live, warm face. But there was some powdery stuff that got in the way of his lips. Both of their faces were thickly coated with plaster. There were evenings when they reached their rendezvous and then had to walk past one another without a sign because a patrol had just come round the corner or a helicopter was hovering overhead. Even if it had been less dangerous, it would still have been difficult to find time to meet. Winston's working week was 60 hours. Julia's was even longer, and their free days varied according to the pressure of work and did not often coincide. Julia, in any case, seldom had an evening completely free. She spent an astonishing amount of time in attending lectures and demonstrations, distributing literature for the Junior Anti-Sex League, preparing banners for Hate Week, making collections for the Savings Campaign and such-like activities. It paid, she said. It was camouflage. If you kept the small rules, you could break the big ones. She even induced Winston to mortgage yet another of his evenings by enrolling himself for the part-time munition work, which was done voluntarily by zealous party members. So, one evening every week, Winston spent 4 hours of paralyzing boredom, screwing together small bits of metal, which were probably parts of bomb fuses, in a drafty, ill-lit workshop where the knocking of hammers mingled drearily with the music of the telescreens. When they met in the church tower, the gaps in their fragmentary conversations were filled up. It was a blazing afternoon. The air in the little square chamber above the bells was hot and stagnant, and smelt overpoweringly of pigeon dung. They sat talking for hours on the dusty, twig-littered floor, one or other of them getting up from time to time to cast a glance through the arrow slits and make sure that no one was coming. Julia was 26 years old. She lived in a hostel with 30 other girls. "Always in the stink of women. How I hate women," she said parenthetically. And she worked, as he had guessed, on the novel writing machines in the fiction department. She enjoyed her work, which consisted chiefly in running and servicing a powerful but tricky electric motor. She was not clever, but was fond of using her hands and felt at home with machinery. She could describe the whole process of composing a novel, from the general directive issued by the planning committee down to the final touching up by the rewrite squad. But she was not interested in the finished product. She didn't much care for reading, she said. Books were just a commodity that had to be produced, like jam or bootlaces. She had no memories of anything before the early 60s, and the only person she had ever known who talked frequently of the days before the revolution was a grandfather who had disappeared when she was 8. At school, she had been captain of the hockey team and had won the gymnastics trophy 2 years running. She had been a troop leader in the Spies and a branch secretary in the Youth League before joining the Junior Anti-Sex League. She had always borne an excellent character. She had even, an infallible mark of good reputation, been picked out to work in PornoSec, the subsection of the fiction department which turned out cheap pornography for distribution amongst the proles. It was nicknamed Muck House by the people who worked in it, she remarked. There she had remained for a year, helping to produce booklets in sealed packets with titles like Spanking Stories or One Night in a Girls' School, to be bought furtively by proletarian youths who were under the impression that they were buying something illegal. "What are these books like?" said Winston curiously. "Oh, ghastly rubbish. They're boring, really. They only have 6 plots, but they swap them round a bit. Of course, I was only on the kaleidoscopes. I was never in the rewrite squad. I'm not literary, dear, not even enough for that." He learned with astonishment that all the workers in Pornosec, except the heads of the departments, were girls. The theory was that men, whose sex instincts were less controllable than those of women, were in greater danger of being corrupted by the filth they handled. "They don't even like having married women there," she added. "Girls are always supposed to be so pure. Well, here's one who isn't, anyway." She had had her first love affair when she was 16, with a party member of 60, who later committed suicide to avoid arrest. "And a good job, too," said Julia. "Otherwise, they'd have had my name out of him when he confessed." Since then, there had been various others. Life, as she saw it, was quite simple. You wanted a good time. They, meaning the party, wanted to stop you having it. You broke the rules as best you could. She seemed to think it just as natural that they should want to rob you of your pleasures as that you should want to avoid being caught. She hated the party, and said so in the crudest words, but she made no general criticism of it. Except where it touched upon her own life, she had no interest in party doctrine. He noticed that she never used newspeak words except the ones that had passed into everyday use. She had never heard of the Brotherhood and refused to believe in its existence. Any kind of organized revolt against the party, which was bound to be a failure, struck her as stupid. The clever thing was to break the rules and stay alive all the same. He wondered vaguely how many others like her there might be in the younger generation. People who had grown up in the world of the revolution, knowing nothing else, accepting the party as something unalterable, like the sky. Not rebelling against its authority, but simply evading it, as a rabbit dodges a dog. They did not discuss the possibility of getting married. It was too remote to be worth thinking about. No imaginable committee would ever sanction such a marriage, even if Catherine, Winston's wife, could somehow have been got rid of. It was hopeless, even as a daydream. "What was she like, your wife?" said Julia. She was... Do you know the newspeak word good thinkful? Meaning naturally orthodox, incapable of thinking a bad thought. No, I didn't know the word, but I know the kind of person, right enough? He began telling her the story of his married life. But curiously enough, she appeared to know the essential parts of it already. She described to him, almost as though she had seen or felt it, the stiffening of Catherine's body as soon as he touched her. The way in which she still seemed to be pushing him from her with all her strength, even when her arms were clasped tightly round him. With Julia, he felt no difficulty in talking about such things. Catherine, in any case, had long since ceased to be a painful memory and become merely a distasteful one. "I could have stood it if it hadn't been for one thing," he said. He told her about the frigid little ceremony that Catherine had forced him to go through on the same night every week. She hated it, but nothing would make her stop doing it. She used to call it, but you'll never guess, "our duty to the party," said Julia promptly. "How did you know that?" "I've been at school too, dear. Sex talks once a month for the over-16s, and in the youth movement. They rub it into you for years. I dare say it works in a lot of cases. But of course, you can never tell. People are such hypocrites." She began to enlarge upon the subject. With Julia, everything came back to her own sexuality. As soon as this was touched upon in any way, she was capable of great acuteness. Unlike Winston, she had grasped the inner meaning of the party's sexual puritanism. It was not merely that the sex instinct created a world of its own which was outside the party's control, and which therefore had to be destroyed if possible. What was more important was that sexual privation induced hysteria, which was desirable because it could be transformed into war fever or leader worship. The way she put it was, when you make love, you're using up energy, and afterwards you feel happy and don't give a damn for anything. They can't bear you to feel like that. They want you to be bursting with energy all the time. All this marching up and down and cheering and waving flags is simply sex gone sour.
If you're happy inside yourself, why should you get excited about Big Brother and the 3-year plans and the 2 minutes hate and all the rest of their bloody rot? That was very true, he thought. There was a direct, intimate connection between chastity and political orthodoxy. For how could the fear, the hatred, and the lunatic credulity which the party needed in its members be kept at the right pitch, except by bottling down some powerful instinct and using it as a driving force? The sex impulse was dangerous to the party, and the party had turned it to account. They played a similar trick with the instinct of parenthood. The family could not actually be abolished, and indeed people were encouraged to be fond of their children in almost the old-fashioned way. The children, on the other hand, were systematically turned against their parents and taught to spy on them and report their deviations. The family had become, in effect, an extension of the thought police. It was a device by means of which everyone could be surrounded night and day by informers who knew him intimately. Abruptly, his mind went back to Catherine. Catherine would unquestionably have denounced him to the thought police if she had not happened to be too stupid to detect the unorthodoxy of his opinions. But what really recalled her to him at this moment was the stifling heat of the afternoon, which had brought the sweat out on his forehead. He began telling Julia of something that had happened, or rather had failed to happen, on another sweltering summer afternoon 11 years ago. It was 3 or 4 months after they were married. They'd lost their way on a community hike somewhere in Kent. They'd only lagged behind the others for a couple of minutes, but they took a wrong turning, and presently found themselves pulled up short by the edge of an old chalk quarry. It was a sheer drop of 10 or 20 meters, with boulders at the bottom. There was nobody of whom they could ask the way. As soon as she realized that they were lost, Catherine became very uneasy. To be away from the noisy mob of hikers, even for a moment, gave her a feeling of wrongdoing. She wanted to hurry back by the way they had come and start searching in the other direction. But at this moment, Winston noticed some tufts of loose strife growing in the cracks of the cliff beneath them. One tuft was of 2 colors, magenta and brick red, apparently growing on the same root. He had never seen anything of the kind before, and he called to Catherine to come and look at it. "Look, Catherine, look at those flowers. That clump down near the bottom. Do you see they're 2 different colors?" She had already turned to go, but she did rather fretfully come back for a moment. She even leaned out over the cliff face to see where he was pointing. He was standing a little behind her, and he put his hand on her waist to steady her. At this moment, it suddenly occurred to him how completely alone they were. There was not a human creature anywhere, not a leaf stirring, not even a bird awake. In a place like this, the danger that there would be a hidden microphone was very small, and even if there was a microphone, it would only pick up sounds. It was the hottest, sleepiest hour of the afternoon. The sun blazed down upon them. The sweat tickled his face, and the thought struck him. "Why didn't you give her a good shove?" said Julia. "I would have." "Yes, dear, you would have. I would, if I'd been the same person then as I am now. Or perhaps I would. I'm not certain. Are you sorry you didn't?" "Yes. On the whole, I'm sorry I didn't." They were sitting side by side on the dusty floor. He pulled her closer against him. Her head rested on his shoulder, the pleasant smell of her hair conquering the pitch and dun. She was very young, he thought. She still expected something from life. She did not understand that to push an inconvenient person over a cliff solves nothing. "Actually, it would have made no difference," he said. "Then why are you sorry you didn't do it?" "Only because I prefer a positive to a negative. In this game that we're playing, we can't win. Some kinds of failure are better than other kinds, that's all." He felt her shoulders give a wriggle of dissent. She always contradicted him when he said anything of this kind. She would not accept it as a law of nature that the individual is always defeated. In a way, she realized that she herself was doomed, that sooner or later the thought police would catch her and kill her, but with another part of her mind, she believed that it was somehow possible to construct a secret world in which you could live as you chose. All you needed was luck and cunning and boldness.
She did not understand that there was no such thing as happiness, that the only victory lay in the far future, long after you were dead. That from the moment of declaring war on the party, it was better to think of yourself as a corpse. "We are the dead," he said. "We're not dead yet," said Julia prosaically. "Not physically. 6 months, a year, 5 years, conceivably. I am afraid of death. You are young, so presumably you're more afraid of it than I am. Obviously, we shall put it off as long as we can, but it makes very little difference. So long as human beings stay human, death and life are the same thing." "Oh, rubbish. Which would you rather sleep with, me or a skeleton? Don't you enjoy being alive? Don't you like feeling, this is me, this is my hand, this is my leg. I'm real, I'm solid, I'm alive. Don't you like this?" She twisted herself round and pressed her bosom against him. He could feel her breasts, ripe yet firm, through her overalls. Her body seemed to be pouring some of its youth and vigor into his. "Yes, I like that," he said. "Then stop talking about dying. And now, listen, dear. We've got to fix up about the next time we meet. We may as well go back to the place in the wood. We've given it a good long rest. But you must get there by a different way this time. I've got it all planned out. You take the train, but look, I'll draw it out for you." And in her practical way, she scraped together a small square of dust, and with a twig from a pigeon's nest, began drawing a map on the floor. Part 2, Chapter 4. Winston looked round the shabby little room above Mr. Charrington's shop. Beside the window, the enormous bed was made up, with ragged blankets and a coverless bolster. The old-fashioned clock with the 12-hour face was ticking away on the mantelpiece. In the corner, on the gate-leg table, the glass paperweight which he had bought on his last visit gleamed softly out of the half-darkness. In the fender was a battered tin oil stove, a saucepan and 2 cots provided by Mr. Charrington. Winston lit the burner and set a pan of water to boil. He had brought an envelope full of Victory coffee and some saccharin tablets. The clock's hands said 17:20. It was 19:20 really. She was coming at 19:30. "Folly, folly," his heart kept saying. "Conscious, gratuitous, suicidal folly. Of all the crimes that a party member could commit, this one was the least possible to conceal." Actually, the idea had first floated into his head in the form of a vision of the glass paperweight mirrored by the surface of the gate-leg table. As he had foreseen, Mr. Charrington had made no difficulty about letting the room. He was obviously glad of the few dollars that it would bring him. Nor did he seem shocked or become offensively knowing when it was made clear that Winston wanted the room for the purpose of a love affair. Instead, he looked into the middle distance and spoke in generalities, with so delicate an air as to give the impression that he had become partly invisible. Privacy, he said, was a very valuable thing. Everyone wanted a place where they could be alone occasionally, and when they had such a place, it was only common courtesy in anyone else who knew of it to keep his knowledge to himself. He even, seeming almost to fade out of existence as he did so, added that there were 2 entries to the house, one of them through the backyard, which gave on an alley. Under the window, somebody was singing. Winston peeped out, secure in the protection of the muslin curtain. The June sun was still high in the sky, and in the sun-filled court below, a monstrous woman, solid as a Norman pillar, with brawny red forearms and a sacking apron strapped about her middle, was stumping to and fro between a washtub and a clothesline, pegging out a series of square white things which Winston recognized as babies' diapers. Whenever her mouth was not corked with the clothes pegs, she was singing in a powerful contralto.
It was only an hopeless fancy, it passed like an April light, but a look and a word and the dreams they stirred, they have stolen my heart away.
The tune had been haunting London for weeks past. It was one of the countless similar songs published for the benefits of the proles by a subsection of the music department. The words of these songs were composed without any human intervention whatever, on an instrument known as a versifactor. But the woman sang so tunefully as to turn the dreadful rubbish into an almost pleasant sound. He could hear the woman singing and the scrape of her shoes on the flagstones, and the cries of the children in the street, and somewhere in the far distance a faint roar of traffic. And yet, the room seemed curiously silent, thanks to the absence of a telescreen. Folly, 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 he thought again. It was inconceivable that they could frequent this place for more than a few weeks without being caught. But the temptation of having a hiding place that was truly their own, indoors and near at hand, had been too much for both of them. For some time after their visit to the church belfry, it had been impossible to arrange meetings. Working hours had been drastically increased in anticipation of Hate Week. It was more than a month distant, but the enormous, complex preparations that it entailed were throwing extra work onto everybody. Finally, both of them had managed to secure a free afternoon on the same day. They had agreed to go back to the clearing in the wood. On the evening beforehand, they had met briefly in the street. As usual, Winston hardly looked at Julia as they drifted towards one another in the crowd. But from the short glance he gave her, it seemed to him that she was paler than usual. "It's all off," she murmured, as soon as she judged it safe to speak. "Tomorrow, I mean." "What?" "Tomorrow afternoon, I can't come." "Why not?" "Oh, the usual reasons. It started early this time." For a moment he was violently angry. During the month that he had known her, the nature of his desire for her had changed. At the beginning, there had been little true sensuality in it. Their first lovemaking had been simply an act of the will. But after the second time, it was different. The smell of her hair, the taste of her mouth, the feeling of her skin seemed to have got inside him or into the air all round him. She had become a physical necessity, something that he had not only wanted, but felt that he had a right to. When she said that she could not come, he had the feeling that she was cheating him. But, just at this moment, the crowd pressed them together, and their hands accidentally met. She gave the tips of his fingers a quick squeeze that seemed to invite not desire, but affection. It struck him that when one lived with a woman, this particular disappointment must be a normal, reoccurring event, and a deep tenderness, such as he had not felt for her before, suddenly took hold of him. He wished that they were a married couple of 10 years standing. He wished that he were walking through the streets with her just as they were doing now, but openly and without fear, talking of trivialities, buying odds and ends for the household. He wished above all that they had some place where they could be alone together without feeling the obligation to make love every time they met. It was not actually at that moment, but at some time on the following day, that the idea of renting Mr. Charrington's room had occurred to him. When he suggested it to Julia, she had agreed with unexpected readiness. Both of them knew that it was lunacy. It was as though they were intentionally stepping nearer to their graves. As he sat waiting on the edge of the bed, he thought again of the cellars of the Ministry of Love. It was curious how that predestined horror moved in and out of one's consciousness. There it lay, fixed in future times, preceding death as surely as 99 precedes 100. One could not avoid it, but one could perhaps postpone it. And yet, instead, every now and again, by a conscious, willful act, one chose to shorten the interval before it happened. At this moment, there was a quick step on the stairs. Julia burst into the room. She was carrying a tool bag of coarse brown canvas, such as he had sometimes seen her carrying to and fro at the ministry. He started forward to take her in his arms, but she disengaged herself rather hurriedly, partly because she was still holding the tool bag. "Half a second," she said. "Just let me show you what I've brought. Did you bring some of that filthy Victory coffee? I thought you would. You can chug it away again, because we shan't be needing it. Look here." She fell on her knees, threw open the bag, and tumbled out some spanners and a screwdriver that filled the top part of it. Underneath were a number of neat paper packets. The first packet that she passed to Winston had a strange and yet vaguely familiar feeling. It was filled with some kind of heavy sand-like stuff which yielded wherever you touched it. "Isn't it sugar?" he said. "Real sugar, not saccharin, sugar. And here's a loaf of bread, proper white bread, not our bloody stuff, and a little pot of jam. And here's a tin of milk, but look, this is the one I'm really proud of. I had to wrap a bit of sacking round it because..." But she did not need to tell him why she had wrapped it up. The smell was already filling the room. A rich, hot smell which seemed like an emanation from his early childhood, but which one did occasionally meet with even now, blowing down a passageway before a door slammed, or diffusing itself mysteriously in a crowded street, sniffed for an instant and then lost again. "It's coffee," he murmured. "Real coffee. It's inner party coffee. There's a whole kilo here," she said. "How did you manage to get hold of all these things?" "It's all inner party stuff. There's nothing those swine don't have, nothing. But of course waiters and servants and people pinch things, and look, I got a little packet of tea as well." Winston had squatted down beside her. He tore open a corner of the packet. "It's real tea, not blackberry leaves. There's been a lot of tea about lately. They've captured India or something," she said vaguely. "But listen, dear, I want you to turn your back on me for 3 minutes. Go and sit on the other side of the bed. Don't go too near the window, and don't turn around till I tell you." Winston gazed abstractedly through the muslin curtain. Down in the yard, the red-armed woman was still marching to and fro between the washtub and the line. She took 2 more pegs out of her mouth and sang with deep feeling.
They say that time heals all things. They say you can always forget. But the smiles and the tears across the years, they twist my heartstrings yet.
She knew the whole drivelling song by heart, it seemed. Her voice floated upward with a sweet summer air, very tuneful, charged with a sort of happy melancholy. One had the feeling that she would have been perfectly content if the June evening had been endless and the supply of clothes inexhaustible. To remain there for 1,000 years, pegging out diapers and singing rubbish. It struck him as a curious fact that he had never heard a member of the party singing alone and spontaneously. It would even have seemed slightly unorthodox, a dangerous eccentricity, like talking to oneself. Perhaps it was only when people were somewhere near the starvation level that they had anything to sing about. "You can turn round now," said Julia. He turned round, and for a second almost failed to recognize her. What he had actually expected to see was her naked, but she was not naked. The transformation that had happened was much more surprising than that. She had painted her face. She must have slipped into some shop in the proletarian quarters and bought herself a complete set of makeup materials. Her lips were deeply reddened, her cheeks rouged, her nose powdered. There was even a touch of something under the eyes to make them brighter. It was not very skillfully done, but Winston's standards in such matters were not high. He had never before seen or imagined a woman of the party with cosmetics on her face. The improvement in her appearance was startling. With just a few dabs of color in the right places, she had become not only very much prettier, but above all, far more feminine. Her short hair and boyish overalls merely added to the effect. As he took her in his arms, a wave of synthetic violets flooded his nostrils. He remembered the half-darkness of a basement kitchen and a woman's cavernous mouth. It was the very same scent that she had used, but at the moment, it did not seem to matter. "Scent too," he said. "Yes, dear, scent too. And do you know what I'm going to do next? I'm going to get hold of a real woman's frock from somewhere and wear it instead of these bloody trousers. I'll wear silk stockings and high-heeled shoes. In this room, I'm going to be a woman, not a party comrade." They flung their clothes off and climbed into the huge mahogany bed. It was the first time that he had stripped himself naked in her presence. Until now, he had been too much ashamed of his pale and meager body, with the varicose veins standing out on his calves and the discolored patch over his ankle.
There were no sheets, but the blanket they lay on was threadbare and smooth, and the size and sprigginess of the bed astonished both of them. "It's sure to be full of bugs, but who cares?" said Julia. One never saw a double bed nowadays, except in the homes of the proles. Winston had occasionally slept in one in his boyhood. Julia had never been in one before, so far as she could remember. Presently, they fell asleep for a little while. When Winston woke up, the hands of the clock had crept round to nearly 9. He did not stir, because Julia was sleeping with her head in the crook of his arm. Most of the makeup had transferred itself to his own face or the bolster, but a light stain of rouge still brought out the beauty of her cheekbone. A yellow ray from the sinking sun fell across the foot of the bed and lighted up the fireplace, where the water in the pan was boiling fast. Down in the yard, the woman had stopped singing, but the faint shouts of children floated in from the street. He wondered vaguely whether in the abolished past it had been a normal experience to lie in a bed like this, in the cool of a summer evening. A man and a woman, no clothes on, making love when they chose, talking of what they chose, not feeling any compulsion to get up, simply lying there and listening to peaceful sounds outside. Surely there could never have been a time when that seemed ordinary. Julia woke up, rubbed her eyes, and raised herself on her elbows to look at the oil stove. "Half that water's boiled away," she said. "I'll get up and make some coffee in another moment. We've got an hour. What time do they cut the lights off at your flats?" 23:30. It's 23 at the hostel, but you have to get in earlier than that because... Hi, get out, you filthy brute. She suddenly twisted herself over in the bed, seized a shoe from the floor, and sent it hurtling into the corner with a boyish jerk of her arm, exactly as he had seen her fling the dictionary at Goldstein that morning during the 2 minutes hate. "What was it?" he said in surprise. "A rat! I saw him stick his beastly nose out of the wainscoting. There's a hole down there. I gave him a good fright anyway." "Rats," murmured Winston. "In this room." "They're all over the place," said Julia indifferently as she lay down again. "We even get them in the kitchen at the hostel. Some parts of London are swarming with them. Did you know they attack children? Yes, they do. In some of these streets, a woman daren't leave a baby alone for 2 minutes. It's the great, huge, brown ones that do it. And the nasty thing is that the brutes always... Don't go on, said Winston with his eyes tightly shut. Dearest, you've gone quite pale. What's the matter? Do they make you feel sick? Of all the horrors in the world, a rat. She pressed herself against him and wound her limbs round him, as though to reassure him with the warmth of her body. He did not reopen his eyes immediately. For several moments he had had the feeling of being back in a nightmare which had recurred from time to time throughout his life. It was always very much the same. He was standing in front of a wall of darkness, and on the other side of it there was something unendurable, something too dreadful to be faced. In the dream, his deepest feeling was always one of self-deception, because he did, in fact, know what was behind the wall of darkness. With a deadly effort, like wrenching a piece out of his own brain, he could even have dragged the thing into the open. He always woke up without discovering what it was. But somehow, it was connected with what Julia had been saying when he cut her short. I'm sorry, he said. It's nothing. I don't like rats, that's all. Don't worry, dear. We are not going to have the filthy brutes in here. I'll stuff the hole with a bit of sacking before we go. And next time we come here, I'll bring some plaster and bung it up properly. Already the black instant of panic was half forgotten. Feeling slightly ashamed of himself, he sat up against the bedhead. Julia got out of the bed, pulled on her overalls, and made the coffee. The smell that rose from the saucepan was so powerful and exciting that they shut the window lest anybody outside should notice it and become inquisitive. What was even better than the taste of the coffee was the silky texture given to it by the sugar, a thing Winston had almost forgotten after years of saccharin. With one hand in her pocket and a piece of bread and jam in the other, Julia wandered about the room, glancing indifferently at the bookcase, pointing out the best way of repairing the gate-leg table, plumping herself down in the ragged armchair to see if it was comfortable, and examining the absurd 12-hour clock with a sort of tolerant amusement. She brought the glass paperweight over to the bed to have a look at it in the better light. She took it out of her hand, fascinated, as always, by the soft, rain-watery appearance of the glass. "What is it, do you think?" said Julia. "I don't think it's anything. I mean, I don't think it was ever put to any use. That's what I like about it. It's a little chunk of history that they've forgotten to alter. It's a message from 100 years ago, if one knew how to read it. And that picture over there," she nodded at the engraving on the opposite wall. "Would that be 100 years old? More, 200, I dare say. One can't tell. It's impossible to discover the age of anything nowadays." She went over to look at it. "Here's where that brute stuck his nose out," she said, kicking the wainscoting immediately below the picture. "What is this place? I've seen it before somewhere." "It's a church, or at least it used to be. St. Clement Danes, its name was." The fragment of rhyme that Mr. Charrington had taught him came back into his head, and he added half nostalgically, "Oranges and lemons, say the bells of St. Clement's." To his astonishment, she capped the line. "You owe me 3 farthings, say the bells of St. Martin's. When will you pay me, say the bells of Old Bailey." I can't remember how it goes on after that. But anyway, I remember it ends up, "Here comes a candle to light you to bed. Here comes a chopper to chop off your head." It was like 2 halves of a countersign, but there must be another line after the bells of Old Bailey. Perhaps it could be dug out of Mr. Charrington's memory if he was suitably prompted. "Who taught you that?" he said. "My grandfather. He used to say it to me when I was a little girl. He was vaporized when I was 8. At any rate, he disappeared. I wonder what a lemon was," she added inconsequently. "I've seen oranges. They're a kind of round yellow fruit with a thick skin." "I can remember lemons," said Winston. "They were quite common in the 50s. They were so sour that it set your teeth on edge even to smell them." "I bet that picture's got bugs behind it," said Julia. "I'll take it down and give it a good clean someday." "I suppose it's almost time we were leaving. I must start washing this paint off. What a bore. I'll get the lipstick off your face afterwards." Winston did not get up for a few minutes more. The room was darkening. He turned over towards the light and lay gazing into the glass paperweight. The inexhaustibly interesting thing was not the fragment of coral, but the interior of the glass itself. There was such a depth of it, and yet it was almost as transparent as air. It was as though the surface of the glass had been the arch of the sky, enclosing a tiny world with its atmosphere complete. He had the feeling that he could get inside it, and that in fact he was inside it, along with the mahogany bed and the gate-leg table, and the clock and the steel engraving and the paperweight itself. The paperweight was the room he was in, and the coral was Julia's life and his own, fixed in a sort of eternity at the heart of the crystal. Fixed in a sort of eternity at the heart of the crystal.
Part 2, Chapter 5. Syme had vanished. A morning came and he was missing from work. A few thoughtless people commented on his absence.
Let's talk about why don't you own a gun, you commie bat... No. I'm not allowed to swear in the first 15 seconds, thank you, dude. And, so this is a question, which seems pretty obvious, which is, if you're a commie, why wouldn't you own a gun? Like, you're meant to be doing this whole kill the bourgeoisie revolution thingy, I would have thought. So
it's explicitly a violent revolution.
Yeah, there's that quote that gets used by Marxists all the time to be like, did you know Karl Marx supported the Second Amendment? And it's a comment from him saying that the gun should be taken under no circumstances. What they fail to mention that if you go to Marxism.org and read the full speech, it's him talking about the gun shouldn't be taken away from the revolutionaries. Not everyone. Well, it's not pro-Second Amendment at all.
I mean, that's just classic Marxist friend-enemy thinking.
Very basic. But we'll start it off just with mentioning something on Losius.com being the tragedy of liberation, the start of the trilogy of the Communist Party of China's takeover of China, and then the undoing of it, frankly.
Have you seen recently there's been a video going around of a dad, it's honestly very wholesome and sweet, teaching his little boy how to use a gun properly, like teaching him how to holster it and such, and leftists were going absolutely crazy over it. saying, oh, this is so evil, I can't believe these people think they're safeguarding children when they're teaching them how to use guns. And it's like, yeah, they are safeguarding them from you.
What do you, like, if you mean that child harm, you can die. So, I mean, if you want to teach someone to actually be safe, yeah, self-defense is safe. I don't know what's complex about that. I don't know.
Well, it's because they look at it and they just see gun, well, they don't see gun as evil. They see gun as my tool to kill counter-revolutionaries.
Yeah. And, well, the Maoist guys certainly did need their guns. Well, we'll start off with what the hell I'm talking about, which is this Twitter thread that I saw that came up. It's kind of old. C21 there. But it's a guy asking, if you're a communist in America, why do you not own a gun? And the reason I had to do this segment...
the first sentence below, a lot of you are poor.
If you do the next one here, the reason I had to do this is because of this. After reading it, this was the state I was in, and
this was you.
And everyone else who read the goddamn responses, because they're hilarious from the internet commies and the absolute state of those people just self-reporting themselves. We'll start off with the first one here, being, because guns are for weak people, and make a devastating, life-changing decision too easy? It's like, what? What are you talking about, communist revolutionary?
Name to me 3 jacked revolutionary communists.
Yeah, they totally used baseball bats to take over China and Cuba.
Yeah, I think the Berkeley bike lot guy, he was just really strong the whole time.
Like,
no, he was a coward. These people are cowards.
Also the idea that all the Soviets were all buff Chads who would just like walk their way in and start fist punching all the guys with guns.
I don't know, I've seen some pictures of Putin back in the day.
He's not, what?
Him riding the horse, topless, glorious.
Alright, number 1, he wasn't in the Russian Revolution.
I know.
Number 2, he's not a communist. he's running the Russian Federation.
Part of the KGB.
Yeah, everyone was. Yeah. That doesn't mean you're a commie. Anyway, it's close enough. But also the idea that, like, if you met the KGB, you'd be like, guns are for weak people. Very interesting. Shh, face the wall. No more of that. There's also the next big response I saw, which is, guns scary. This one.
That might be the most honest response to this question I've ever seen. When you say, why don't you support the Second Amendment? I don't like it, guns scary.
It wasn't about the Second Amendment. Because remember, these people are going to overthrow and kill everyone who runs the United States and then rewrite the Constitution.
Well, yeah, but the logic still follows.
Well, the logic is that why do you not own a gun? Presumably for the revolution. And he just goes, it's scary. I'm scared.
Also, scary no gun. Money. No bitches.
I'm broke, I don't like them, and they're scary. Okay, Lito. You're literally going to do nothing with your life then. Can you imagine being someone who dedicates their life to revolutionary violent ideology and is like, yeah, but I'm scared of violence. What are you planning? You are actually worthless. Like, your own ideology is worthless to begin with. Like, you fail at that point. But then you're not even going to carry through the mad thing that you say you profess. So, I mean, what are you doing? Anyway. We got the next one, which is, I live with mummy. So, yeah, he doesn't own a gun. For that reason.
Alright. Wait, it's not just because he lives with mum, but because my mum says I can't have guns.
Mummy said no. Because I live with my anti-gun mom.
Just all the responses of people laughing at this guy.
And she will fully kick me the F out if I buy one. And yeah, as you're rightly pointing out, just if you scroll down, there's just everyone would be like, are you real? Are you for real, man?
Of course you live with your mum.
Fortunately for me, my mother was carrying guns even as younger as a teenager. Yeah.
I mean, surely if you're a feminist against male violence, you want to advocate female gun ownership.
No, because the communist solution to this is that women deserve it, which is a hell of an argument. But
it's not your body, it's our body, comrade.
There's the next one, which is the most popular ones. I'm too poor. Of course you all are. You don't have a job, so yeah, you're going to buy a gun. There you go. I don't know how expensive guns are in America generally. I mean, it seems pretty easy to get one. I mean, on a price point basis.
Yeah,
like I've seen the price.
They're not as expensive as you expect them to be when I've seen people talk about it.
Like being English, you grow up and you just assume they're like, I don't know, like $1,000 each or 10 grand or I don't know.
And I could probably, if I became an American citizen, I could probably afford a pistol. Easy enough.
I see people talking about it, like you can get them for like $150 or like I seen what was the guy in the Gold Tier Zoom call a while back who was telling us about.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Like his shotgun was $150 or something. I'm just like,
I'd take a shotgun for $150.
Like my airsoft rifle costs more than that. So. Yeah, the idea you're too poor. Okay, right. The next biggest response was, I'm a felon. What? Yeah. Funnily enough, a lot of the anti-bar...
Sell mine when I caught a felon. Well, actually, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
A lot of the Antifa types who have been firebombing the police and then got, felony charges.
I'm just honestly shocked these people got far enough into the charges to be branded a felon.
Yeah, I love the response here. Black powder revolvers are still legal for felons.
Here's how you can get away with it, comrade.
I get to the musket just as the founding fathers intended. I love that meme. You seen that one? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Which one is it? The one where it's like I can carry around my cannon like the founding fathers intended?
No, it's people talking about Second Amendment. It's like three rapscallions broke into my house the other day. I pulled out the pistol and fired a shot, missed them all, and set off to the neighbor's dog. Anyway, grabbed my musket, threw a hole through the first one, mounted the stairs to the cannon with grape shot, and blew the rest of them out. Fixed bayonets and finished the last one off with I believe a triangle bayonet, so you can't stitch the wound. Just as the founding fathers intended.
America used to be a real country.
Yeah, now what is it? Can't buy a gun because I'm a felon. To be fair, taking guns away from communists is always a good idea. Otherwise you get, get revolution.
I'm fully on board for just like no excuses, Second Amendment, except for communists.
Well, yeah, I mean, when you're dealing with a group that openly say our fundamental goal is to overthrow you violently and institute our revolution. I mean, like them, the Islamists, like, on a de facto basis, like, you are literally saying, I'm a terrorist, I just haven't done it yet. It's like, huh.
No guns for you.
I'm with Singapore on this.
I've found the limitations. I would say it's infringing your rights, but you're not exactly human. So.
We were discussing this earlier, but Singapore has a lot of things right, and dealing with revolutionaries is one of them. The next most common one, though, and the one the reason I had to do this, mental health. All of them were just like...
And they're all just nuts anyway.
Yeah, but it's so rare for them to get to say that. But you can see ACAB for QT Hammer and Sickle account here just goes, mental health, that's why I don't have a gun.
I could have guessed that.
We're all mentally ill, every single one of us.
If these people got hold of a gun, are other people more in danger, or are they more in danger?
Yeah. Let's go to the next one here, because I recognize the importance, but it's not a good idea in our house for health reasons. Mental health reasons, obviously, which is that someone's going to blow their own brains out because you're not mentally well. Also, you're a communist. No coincidences in this world.
Callum, I've got a genius idea of how to solve America's communist problem.
Give them all guns. Yeah, you're selling it to me. Let's go to the next one here. You can see, what are that? Mental health issues from Sonny. Actually, can we go back a couple? Let's play a game, shall we?
All right,
John. My old mucker. Let's hover over the account of each one of these and go to their names.
All right, are we going to find pronouns?
Yeah, that's how. No, let's go to the mental health one first. The start of the mental health. That's where I'd like to begin.
All right, okay.
Let's hover over and see.
Pronouns?
He, him. So that's 1 point to Gryffindor. So
24 saucy, gay, and chaotic, stupid. Okay.
Let's stick at the pronouns only.
All right, okay.
People who are saying they're mentally ill.
All right, okay.
All right, and I think I've got 10. So we'll use that as a percentage. So this is 10% already. We're declaring.
All right, okay.
Next one, let's try this one. Ooh,
no
pronouns.
Frog admirer, though, that might be a euphemism.
Don't know about that one. Let's go to the next one here. Let's try that one. It's the mental health issues from Sunny Gloom. Non-binary, they, she. 20%.
And
20%
autistic.
of them mentally ill.
Okay, all right.
Next one. Let's play this. Suicide prevention. No pronouns there.
No. Okay, so we're 2 for 2.
2 for 2. Next one here. We have because I'm more likely to use it myself than anyone else. Says leftist 18+ only.
Yep, they them.
It's not even they them. It's they them me.
It's
them me.
It's like femme fatale. They're a them fatale. Except you're a woman.
What does this person have to say? They say they're most likely to use it on themselves. If you take the cursor away there for a minute.
I would use it more like I would be more likely to use it on myself than anybody else.
Guns are straight up a liability for some of us. First response: you should have one.
Oh, brutal.
So we're 3 for 5. So
yep.
Let's go to the next one here for there we are. Lake creature. What's
there? He neos.
Whatever that means.
I think he thinks he's a Matrix character.
Okay. All right. So what are we on now?
Trans loved
4 for
ones
6?
can call me she.
4
Okay,
for 6?
so they're anything. Yeah. 4 to 2.
No, we're 4 for 6. That's next one
all right.
here.
Okay.
Let's see more of that because I'm afraid of what I might do to myself. Yeah.
There it is.
He, him.
Straight away.
He, him in the bio, always a nice giveaway.
42 years old as well. I'm sure you're doing well with your life.
Yeah, let's go to the next one here. Let's keep playing the game. Suicide. She, her. It's another one in the basket for my tally.
Also vegan. Might have something to do with the suicidal thoughts.
Always keeps happening. There's always more than one, isn't there? I mean, we're just playing the pronouns game today, but I mean, there's always more. It's vegan socialist as well. Let's get the next one here. Let's see, one more. Should we have... Oh, God, it's in the name. It's in the name.
Yeah, there we go, right in the handle.
Let's take a look at the bio anyway, why not? Just see what's in there. Schizoaffective, bipolar type, neurodivergent, trying my best, anti-racist, anti-capitalist, mentally ill. Okay. Self-confessed.
Trying your best, not good enough.
Yeah, and she says, because I'm severely mentally ill, I can tell, love, and I would for sure use it on myself. I would go through phases I don't like having scissors or anything accessible to me. Oh, for God, Jesus Christ!
I will hide nail clippers from myself.
So you can't even... You can't even do sewing.
You need safety scissors.
So this is actual mental patient who has to live in a padded cell, telling us that, no.
I feel sorry for this person's mum, who is probably still raising them.
Yeah, let's go to the next one. Because I'm mentally ill, I would shoot myself. Hammer and sickle and trans, I'm feeling lucky.
Oh, there we go.
There we are. So that's 80%.
Oh, wait, we've got one of the rare it pronouns as well.
She, it, they.
Minors do not...
I don't want to know. Leninist twink wife.
Alright, okay.
Okay.
My lovely grindcore No, I don't need to know any more.
Well, that's my sample taken of communists who say they won't have guns, and 80% of them are mentally ill. I think that probably expands to those who will have the guns as well.
Well, I mean, 100% of them are mentally ill. 8 of them just display it proudly in their bios.
The comments are so mean. I'd probably use it on myself. Seems about right.
I mean, how else are you supposed to react to these morons?
Yeah, all these people are, I'm going to overthrow the system, but I can't have a gun because I'll shoot myself. Yeah, of course you will. And there's a compilation someone made of these as well. Just the last thing for this. I have to read 2 of these, the one in there, which are just hilarious. So,
Alright.
Number 1 being highly sensitive ears, as to the reason why he won't own a gun.
I mean...
Too loud.
Earmuffs are a thing, but okay.
No, too loud.
Too loud.
Hurt my ears. I can't kill the bourgeoisie, you hurt it. Anyway, another person says, because I am 11.
Average internet communist.
11 years old. Going strong.
Oh, yeah.
We joke, but we did the Labour Party abridged thing. I think it was last year. This actual child turned up, because I think the Labour Party lets 12-year-olds join.
I wonder why.
Like, no other party does that, just to be clear.
Not groomy at all.
Every other party in the country, I think, except the Greens and the Labour Party. So
there it is, because I'm 11, broken heart.
Are like 18 plus only, whereas the Labour Party they had some children. And the children turned up, and one of them in a sheet gave a speech which is, "I'm so tired of the Tories," and everyone claps, and it's the cringiest thing I've
Have you? You've watched Blackadder, right?
Yeah.
Have you watched the one where it's in the Victorian era and Pitt the Younger shows up and he's an actual school student and he's like...
he makes her look mature.
Yeah, because he just gets up and he goes, "We need to stand up against the tyranny of my geography teacher."
Yeah, it's actually that, except it's a real political party. We'll get the last one here because someone did learn something, as they list. They say a few things, reading all of this. Communism and mental illness go hand in hand. All of you are so useless to the point that it's a wonder you're even able to breathe without 24/7 assistance. To counter your little revolt, all we need to do is block the supply of antidepressants.
Oh, it's true.
No? Antidepressants became a modern thing in the West. All of a sudden, the number of communists has gone up.
Just pop a like on that one for me there.
Because it's a funny comment. Anyway, the last thing to mention here is just a couple more. Someone says, not sure how you're going to set up local cooperatives without the guns. Pretty sure you need money and labour willingness to do that, because the original poster is just like...
But I mean, they are all 11.
Yeah, but the original poster is just like, bro, actually take communists seriously. Where he's like, dude, we need co-ops and etc. We need guns to be able to do this.
Oh yeah, and then he's like, oh, it's not about the co-ops, guys. It's just about overthrowing the state, bro.
Yeah, but also the state. Look at that series of flags. How does any of that have to do with each other? Just hates America.
Palestine, Pan-Africa.
We got Haiti, Palestine. Well, I think that's actually like Pan-Arab colors technically.
Oh, all right.
And then you've got South Africa. What is that? Bolivia, Cuba, Iraq, Afghanistan, and Cambodia. The natural alliance of the world.
Are these all of the voices this person hears in his head? Because that's schizo, man.
Should we play the game again?
Oh, all right, go on, come on, John, go on.
Does he have pronouns in the bio?
No, but he does have a cab, and he's... a vegan. And the Extinction Rebellion. There you go. Occupy Big Oil. Okay, he's still mentally ill.
I think there's pronouns somewhere in that head of his. Anyway,
I would bloody hope so, with everything else going on in there.
Yeah. Someone else ended off with saying, "I want to thank all the respondents to this thread. I was most certain all modern communists were sad nerds, but this gave me the confirmation that I brutally needed."
Yep.
Yeah. I'm gonna let this off with just the fact that the meme is definitely real. If you can look at the last link I put in there, because there is a long, stunning meme that all the communists are brainwashed, and well, it's visible.
No evidence or proof of that,
except photographic evidence, which has emerged. And
it is.
Yeah, the meme is actually real. I wonder if we can make her bigger. We could try and. It's big enough, but we can see.
I don't think you have to try hard to make her bigger.
Black Lives Matter, trans lives with a gun, LGBT colors, more trans logos on the magazine of the gun. Yeah.
She's wearing
Communist
some kind
beret.
of I think there's like a sleeve or a scarf with a trans flag poking out behind the gun.
Brainwashed mental illness is a real thing that we are able to measure, and we are able to measure it by the game we just played. So that's that. If you appreciated that segment from the podcast of the Lotus Eaters, you can go to lotuseaters.com to get access to all the premium content we have on the site, such as the Contemplation series, this episode on Celtic mythology. If you'd like to find out what else we're putting out, you can follow us on Getter at lotuseaters_com on Getter. Thank you and goodbye.
Which is the Grand Tour, and Clarkson's Farm might be getting cancelled, and I feel like pure ass, to be honest. I just need Clarkson's Farm back. I love Clarkson's Farm, even though it's only the one series so far. Supposedly, they're doing series 2 and 3 still, but it was so wonderful, so wholesome, so just genuine.
Enlightening.
It was. You're absolutely right. It gave a proper insight into the life of what British farmers go through.
And also just the
a day in the life of your average British farmer.
But the absolute nonsense they have to go through in regards to state interference.
Oh yeah, just like you're not allowed to put grain in the corner of this particular place because it's a fire hazard. I mean, that's... Maybe it is a... Maybe it is
you pick the best example there.
Maybe it is a fire hazard, but still, you know...
I was thinking more when he opens the shop and they're like, this isn't allowed because you don't have a toilet. I'm like, what? Don't take
We're in a field! We're in nature's toilet!
Although the most recent news is he's built a restaurant, and he took pictures of the restaurant, looks absolutely lovely, and they were like, yeah, it ruins the nature of the quaint village. It's the quaintest restaurant you've ever seen.
I know I've been to the little village where it's all based in. It is a really lovely, quaint little village, but I've not seen an image of the restaurant. But I trust...
Oh, it's great.
I trust that it's just a lovely little village restaurant, you know?
The kind of thing anyone else would build in a little village like that, except he's built it in the middle of a field. And then they're like, yeah, this is ruining the whole village. It's like, it's in a field, you can't see it.
Why'd they let him build it in the first place?
I don't think they gave permission, he just did it.
Ah, well,
it's Clarkson.
That is very Clarkson. And we do like Clarkson. Clarkson's a very entertaining man, but he is in trouble. He is in big trouble at the moment because he said some very nasty things about everyone's favourite Meghan Markle. I'll get into it in a moment, but first, just another promo for the recent article I did, Anatomy of the Communist. Still really happy with this article. If you want a good beginner's guide to what the communist means outside of pure economics, I'd say this is a good article. It's been getting some good reviews. So yeah, check that out. It's premium, so be at least a bronze tier member to read it, and if you've got silver tier, then great, you can check out the audio track as well. Anyway, let's get into it. So what exactly did Jeremy Clarkson say about Meghan Markle? You probably already know this, but he said a few things about Meghan Markle, all of them very based.
I don't like her.
Yes, that would have been enough, but instead he chose to make a pop culture reference, which the media chose to purposefully misinterpret, because of course they did, because they've got to make the big performative show of it all to make sure that Meghan Markle knows that they're still on her side. So he said he was writing a column for The Sun, and he said, at night, This was about Meghan Markle and how much he hates her. And to be fair, if I could make a few bob from The Sun just writing columns about how much I dislike Meghan Markle, I would as well. At night, I'm unable to sleep as I lie there, grinding my teeth and dreaming of the day when she is made to parade naked through the streets of every town in Britain, while the crowds chant shame and throw lumps of excrement at her. He also said that he hated Markle not like he hated Nicola Sturgeon or Rose West. Bear in mind that Rose West is a notorious not serial killer, but she did murder one of her daughters, I think, and also abused many children, and was the wife of Fred West, who is a serial killer from England, but on a cellular level. So he hates Meghan Markle even more than he hates Rose West. Now, this is not a serious statement.
I agree with it.
While I agree, this is an obvious joke. Do you think that there is any room for misinterpretation that he is being serious or joking?
Not unless you're a liar.
Not unless you're a liar. Well, it turns out the entirety of the Western media is liars, because of course there was a massive hullabaloo about all of this. It's very performative, because as if nobody's watched Game of Thrones, as if everybody getting angry about this hasn't watched Game of Thrones, knows what scene he's referring to there, and decided to just take it out of context and try and turn it into a big thing anyway, which sadly has worked, because the entirety of the media class loves Meghan Markle because she is their golden goose. She keeps getting deals. For some reason, I can only assume that when she was in the Hollywood sphere, that she made a few friends, so to speak, in the Weinstein manner, perhaps.
I haven't got anything to say on that.
See, Callum agrees. If Callum doesn't respond, assume he agrees.
There's just this absolute madness obsession with her, and I think it's because they want to destroy the royal family, fundamentally.
Yes.
Like, any kind of structural hierarchy needs to be destroyed, and that's the main one.
And she gives them the slightest, it's terrible ammunition, it's really stupid ammunition, but it's still ammunition, and the only people they need to convince are people who already agree with them.
Well, the West is so weak, any accusation of racism befuddles our elites for some reason, and she's not even black, which is funny, just on a number of levels.
Average Mediterranean woman.
I can't.
And when I say average, I mean very mid.
They state was absolutely right, though. It's just like, Meghan is black.
Like, she said that she was white in some applications for job roles and auditions.
Her CV says she's white, but her media profile says she's black.
And then when she was on Suits, she had to explain like 5 series in, oh, by the way, I'm black, and everyone was like, what? Really? Are you? Okay.
You should be on the other side of this legal firm.
Why aren't we defending you?
That's a joke.
Yeah, he's also made some other claims about her statements in the past, where he said about the Netflix deal in 2020. He said which would see them produce shows that would inform but also give hope. I didn't know that was one of the ways that they tried to sell it. That's rubbish. Inform but also give hope. That's a meaningless statement. Clarkson told The Sun, they will be drivel. £100 million to make shows and films that inform and give hope. Kill me. I'd be much...
He's right.
He's so right. I know that one. He says here, I'd be much better at making their programmes, as I don't give an S about anything they give an S about. Just awful. So Clarkson, it turns out, has incredible predictive power, because it was drivel, and it was nonsense, and it was just awful. So he's absolutely right there. And he also said, when Meghan Markle told me to leave the car at home, I wanted to shoot a polar bear in the middle of its face. That was as part of his final column of the year for Times, apparently.
Again, great. I'm sorry, like, I know there are a lot of people who don't like Clarkson, but the guy is funny as hell.
Clarkson's hilarious. I find it very difficult not to like Clarkson. I know a lot of people want to hate him because they know he's like, he's pretty conservative. He's very outspoken in his opinions. He's very offensive towards people, and but you can't help but love him.
It's on a comedic level. I mean, like, I know the politics is easy. Like, he's denounced Twitter as a left-wing hellhole. He hates Jeremy Corbyn, so forth.
He called out Sage for being full of communists.
Yeah, the climate change is just like, stop being retarded. Actually figure out this instead of just
most of his segments on Top Gear were dedicated to making fun of green cars.
But on the comedic level, like, yeah, there are a few bits he's done where he just, like, it's so performative, I don't find it funny, but on stuff like this, it's just great.
It's hilarious. He said, so for his final column of the year for the Times, he said he gave Christmas holidays and Christmas greetings to everyone. He said, hope yours is happy too, and that all of you, except Meghan Markle, have a great break. See you on the flip side. This is obvious racism.
With a drawing of him shooting a polar bear in the face.
This is evil. He's a hateful bigot. I can only assume it's because she's black. John, if you could scroll down just so we can see how black Meghan is.
She's,
as you can see there, deep from the jungles of, I'll stop there. That might be actually...
like a Congo tribe or something.
Yeah.
She's actually so black. She's the blackest human being ever.
She's so black, it actually doesn't get captured on photography very well. The flash photography reflects off her skin and makes her look white.
You ever seen the president of South Sudan?
No.
He is probably the blackest world leader.
President
ever?
South Sudan.
Yeah, with the cowboy hat.
All right, okay.
I think he's a Dinka, not a newer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's
now he's black.
Now he's a black man. Meghan Markle, no.
No, what we're missing here is that given it cuts off at the waist, right? What we're missing is she's wearing a grass skirt on the bottom half of this image. We just can't see it.
You know, you're making jokes, but like I can imagine, because you remember when Nancy Pelosi did that, essentially. Yeah. Remember the African scarf or whatever it was?
Oh yeah, here he is for everybody watching. But yeah, what were you carry on?
I can actually imagine Meghan Markle coming out someday with one of those stupid African scarves that Nancy Pelosi wore.
Oh, she'll be wearing like Pan-African colours or
something
like that.
Like she's got some pharaoh earrings that are way too big for no reason.
we were pharaoh.
Yeah. You know the kind of people. Africa is all the same place. We was the Egyptians, we was the Zulus, we was Somalis, and we was East Africa.
We was Shakespeare's,
and we're Liberian. It's like you have no idea what any of these things are, do you?
But yeah, because of the incredibly innocuous, incredibly tame comment, Game of Thrones reference that Jeremy Clarkson made, this means that he has to be dragged over the coals and made an example of publicly, because they've decided, like I said at the beginning, they're going to cancel Clarkson's Farm and Grand Tour. Reportedly, this is according to a Variety article which said that they're likely to part ways, and this is not because they've decided they're just going to cancel it in the middle of filming. What it's done, they've filmed a bunch of both of these shows. I think Grand Tour's got 4 episodes left that haven't been aired yet, and Clarkson's Farm's got the first two, the second and third series, but they've just decided they're not going to renew. Just not going to renew the contracts for it, which sucks, because I really like Grand Tour as a spiritual successor to Top Gear, which was not the same at all after Clarkson, Hammond and May left. And Clarkson's Farm is just charming. It's lovely, charming, and like you said, actually informative. It is unique. It is, and so, like I say, they won't be renewing. On December 19th, in response to all of this, Clarkson issued a statement on Twitter saying that he was horrified to have caused so much hurt and would be more careful in the future. Sun pulled Clarkson's column from its website and released its own statement of apology. We at the Sun regret the publication of this article, and we're sincerely sorry. And on Monday, January 6th...
never apologise, does nothing.
Yeah, never do any of this. Every time you see something like this and they get cancelled anyway, just look at everything they did and go, okay, that's what I shouldn't do. You shouldn't apologise.
I don't know if you've actually seen the full apology Clarkson released, but he starts off by saying that apologising never seems to work, but anyway, here's a go, and then he does the full thing. It's like, you know this doesn't work.
And then at the end, he signs it off as well, going like, I don't think this will actually do anything, but hey-ho, there you go. That's basically what he does. His apology is layered in so many, is concealed in so many layers of this is probably bollocks that won't work, and he's right.
My agent wrote this.
Yeah, literally. Well, we'll find out why he wrote it in a moment. But yeah, he did the apology. It said, I really am sorry. ITV, who make Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and Amazon, who make The Farm Show, and I like that he calls it just The Farm Show, and Grand Tour were incandescent. I therefore wrote to everyone who works with me saying how sorry I was. He then said that on Christmas morning he emailed Prince Harry and Meghan Markle to apologise to them directly. In response, a spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex said that Clarkson wrote solely to Prince Harry. I mean, that's the wrong... You need to write... If you need to sort this out, you need to write to the man of the house, and that is definitely not Prince Harry, let's be honest. Before adding, while a new public apology has been issued today by Mr. Clarkson, what remains to be addressed is his long-standing pattern of writing articles that spread hate rhetoric, dangerous conspiracy theories, and misogyny. And there it is. That's why the one apology will never work. I don't think he's ever done anything like that. He's only ever pointed out the truth.
I hate Meghan Markle. That's a conspiracy theory.
Yes.
Well, between myself and her.
A conspiracy of one. Yes, I do hate her. You've been foiled again, Clarkson. No, it's nonsense, because what happens when you apologise is they go, oh, okay, great, we've got wiggle room then. All right, apologise for existing.
That's why we moved to sentencing. You've been found guilty.
Yeah, there you go. You've just basically, it's just an admission of guilt in the court of public opinion, so never do it, because you're not guilty, you're just speaking the truth. Clarkson, there is no need to apologise. You are obviously just joking, and it's just performative, all of the outrage that's come off the back of it. But the likely reason that he actually did the apology in the first place is because of the fact that he's doing his beer, Hawkstone, and it turns out the business partner that he has on Hawkstone beer, a man called Johnny Hornby, if we go to the next article, this Daily Mail one, is on the board of Prince Harry's charity Sentable. So it was actually Johnny Hornby basically forced him to do the apology. Also because
he gives a crap about Prince Harry's charity. Hawkstone Lager's a weight hauler.
Yeah, well, Hawkstone Lager was also going to get pulled from a bunch of pubs because of the claims. So he was like, okay, right, we don't want to lose money on this investment, so you've got to make the apology just so we can stop it getting pulled. Well, keep it getting pulled in the pubs.
God, so dumb. So imagine being a pub and being like, he said bad things about Meghan Markle. Like, her name is mud in this country.
Everyone hates her. The fact that there is even a single pub in this country that wants to stick up to Meghan Markle so much that they're willing to get rid of him. Yeah, there you go. Oh, you've pulled Jeremy Clarkson's beer. You were serving it, but you don't do it. Oh, goodbye. I'll take my business elsewhere. Thank you.
Yeah, there's no other pubs in the country.
Especially in the rural countryside, where you can literally, you can be in the middle of nowhere in the English rural countryside, miles away from anywhere, and there will be a pub around the corner.
Yep.
And that's why this is a glorious and beautiful country, as far as I'm concerned.
You're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong at all. I'm right, as always. There is a petition out there. Last time I looked, it was almost at 40k signatures, but now it's gone up past 50k signatures. Let's get to 75,000. Just because he's also, I think he's hosting Who Wants to Be a Millionaire right now, from what I've read.
And as you can see, the Free Speech Union are the ones who made this. They continue it.
They actually wrote a really good little piece underneath it. If you scroll down, John, they've basically written a little letter, a little essay, explaining why it's stupid. Because ITV's CEO wants to get rid of him, supposedly, so they're like, this is stupid.
Yeah. The point in this being that making public support publicly visible so that no one can claim that, he's not liked or something. It's like, no, demonstrably he is in the favour of the public.
So I think it was 60 MPs wrote a letter accusing Clarkson of expressing violent hate speech, and that's what they say in here. But the only people I've seen be annoyed at Clarkson for the column in the first place were other members of the media and MPs. Yeah. No normal person.
The very elite.
Yes, no normal person was annoyed at that. Most normal people probably read it and went, yes, rightfully so, sir. As is your public duty if you are English. If you are English, it is your public duty to desire to be one of those people flinging excrement at Meghan Markle in the middle of the street.
That's your definition of are you the citizenship test? Well,
how much
cardboard cut out of Meghan? Here you go. Go on, throw it.
Go on, get right in there. Don't be afraid. I know you want to. But at least 2 of the signatories of this MP's letter, they point out, have used similarly intemperate language themselves, including Callum's girlfriend, Claudia Webb, who was found guilty of harassment in 2021.
Yep. I want to throw excrement at Meghan Markle. I want to throw acid at my ex-husband.
This is perfectly fine and acceptable. We are a liberal society. We don't want to restrict your freedom, Claudia.
I can't remember the exact details of the acid throwing.
Yeah, having been accused of throwing acid at her partner's lover, among other things, if that reminds you of anything. Yeah. While Zara Sultana, MP, sent a tweet telling someone whose views on Israel she disagreed with to jump off a cliff. Was it Sultana was also the one who liked the stay quiet for the sake of diversity? Which one was that?
No, that was Naz Shah. She's probably written the letter also. But Sultana is the baby of the house. I believe she was the... I know that's Nadia Whittam, who's even dumber. They're basically the British squad.
There's a hierarchy of retardation among these people.
Yeah, they're all in their 20s, all completely brainlets, and a few of them have had to take time off being an MP because it's just too much. Like, I think, was it Nadia Whittam took
politics.
She took 3 months off for mental health reasons, and it was just like...
All paid for by the taxpayer, I'm sure.
But she wasn't doing anything excessive either. She was just... Her reason for why she had mental health problems was she has to answer a whole 60 emails a day. It was like, alright, you became an MP, what did you think? People weren't going to write to you?
I mean, I would expect that. That's like the minimum to expect from an MP, surely.
So your whole job is representation. But people keep writing to you.
And let's be honest, most of those emails will be stock questions that you will...
And your staff take care of them.
Yeah, you'll just get your staff, or you'll just get a little script that you can copy and paste into it. I've done that sort of thing before. Obviously not MP work, but answering emails is a very easy job.
And she pushed it to the point of PTSD, she said.
Oh, God. If you're answering 60 emails a day, you can get that done in about 3 hours.
anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, and they also point out to apportion extra weight to a complaint because the complainant is rich and powerful. Worse, to sack Clarkson because he upset a duchess would be to send a message to ITV's on-screen talent, including your news and current affairs reporters, that saying anything that annoys somebody well-connected and influential may result in them losing their jobs. A good point, but I think one of the reasons it came down particularly hard against Clarkson is that he has never been one to toe the line or just stick to the narrative. So he's always been very outspoken. So that very fact, they just saw this as an opportunity. This is just completely performative and opportunistic. But instead of just lying down and taking all of this, Jeremy Clarkson decided, instead of just making inflammatory statements, he was going to write this particular column for the Times, where he just points out exactly what's going on. We're in the middle of a massive leftist coup. He does ask who's behind it. Who the hell's behind it? So I can't wait for this particular article to be denounced as anti-Semitism, but let's read it anyway.
Coup.
A coup.
You said coup.
Did I say coup? Bloody hell, I'm
chicken coup.
There's a coup here and someone's behind it.
There's a leftist coup in my farm, says Clarkson. He just starts killing chickens.
Oh, I can't wait for season 3. Oh, that's going to be amazing when that comes around.
This one only lays red eggs.
You go to Diddley Squat Farm Shop, he's got the heads of the chicken impaled on the outside. Let this be a warning to you.
little signs around their necks, just say what they've done wrong.
A communist.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I'll just read through some of this, because it's a really good article, and he's very on the money about some things. He even puts forward some imagery that I know Carl was particularly fond of when he read this. So my son came over for a father and son pre-football supper the other day, and as he fussed over the agger, am I pronouncing that right? You're the one with football, brother, so I assume you'll know. All right, okay. The agger, making a particularly fine stir-fry. Or I think that might be a rich person thing, an agger, who knows. We laughed about what innocuous word had been banned that day and who'd been cancelled. And then, after a pause, he said with a solemn face, "You do know there's a war going on, don't you?" That's right, Clarkson's son. Radicalise the boomers. That's what we need to do. I'd love his son to go, you know, Dad, Jeremy, have you ever read this Evola guy? He makes some great points. Could you imagine that? He was talking about a full-on left-wing campaign to unstitch and burn the fabric of Britain. And the genius is that no one really knows that what they're doing is serious. We laugh as they change the name of the Sir Francis Drake Primary School to something less slavey. We think it's all a big joke, but it isn't. Think about what typically happens in a military operation, and then look what the woke left has done here. It seized control of our television and radio stations to such an extent that last week Sophie Raworth said on the BBC News at 6 with a straight face, and now over to our LGBT and diversity correspondent. I think we missed this particular clip, didn't we? They've just got their own correspondent. I assume.
Yeah, they've had it for a while.
Oh, really? Do they just talk to them about gay stuff?
Queer stuff, not gay stuff.
Queer stuff. For this awfully queer. We've got an awfully queer story for you.
It would be really funny if it was a really upper-class, old-style gentleman who was...
There's a rather queer events going on.
Who was forced to do that as his job, to be the LGBT correspondent.
That would be subversive brilliance. When was the last time you saw a fictional police force hunting down a gang of Muslim extremists? It's always the far right. It's the same story in comedy. Say anything you like about Boris or Rishi and the laughter track is turned up to 11. Make a joke about she-him pronouns or Greta Thunberg and they'll blow a piece of tumbleweed across the stage. Yeah. I mean, he's basically just pointing out the obvious.
The TV is propaganda.
Yeah, the TV is propaganda. But it is nice to see somebody of Jeremy Clarkson's clout do this, because in the same way that we've pointed out that people will see what's on TV, whatever the pundits on QI say, or have we got news for you, that must just be the truth. People look at Jeremy Clarkson in a similar way.
How edited that stuff is?
No, I don't actually.
Like, have I got news for you? I've been told that, what is it, like 45 minutes runtime. They'll film for like 2 to 3 hours sometimes. Just because there's so much that's not funny.
Oh, I bet.
It's an actual crap show, but you cut down.
Well, when I was in
least non-boring bits.
When I was in university, they did keep offering us free tickets to go to next door was BBC and ITV and all of these places, and they sold the tickets for these shows online, like Jeremy Kyle show and stuff like that. Nobody wanted to go see them. Nobody wanted to be in the audience, so they would always have like dozens of free tickets left over afterwards, and they would just try and fob them off to the students, like, there's 50 extra seats in the Jeremy Kyle audience tonight, please take them. And that's because, like you say, these shows are so heavily edited that actually experiencing them live is just going to be rubbish.
Why would you do it? Yeah. I think it's a deal or no deal. They actually have to get the audience drunk. So,
really?
Yeah, an old physics professor of mine, he mentioned that his son was on there. There's a beautiful clip of his son going, like the last box. But of course, it's boring as hell, because they're just opening boxes. So they just give everyone free whiskey.
That's a brilliant point. They're just opening boxes, guys.
Yeah, so, I mean, when you think about it, yeah, of course the audience are all plastered. They're all sat there just like, they're motor, then they know they've got to play the game.
And that makes sense as to why they always cheer when the sign lights up, because, like, I don't think
you can't do it unless you're drunk.
A bored, sober audience, they see the sign light up and they're just going to sit there and, like, I wouldn't be surprised if you got some people just, like, flipping off the sign. Just like, screw you. But yeah, like I say, there's the idea of if Sandy Toksvig said it, it must be true. So can we get, if Jeremy Clarkson said it, it must be true as well? Because he's, like, similarly in that upper echelon of the UK media sphere, shockingly, and they keep trying to cancel him. Hopefully, this one probably won't stick. It never seems to stick on Clarkson. He just lets it roll off his back.
Yeah, I mean, even if they do cancel Clarkson's Farm, he's got enough money, he'll just restart the show.
Yeah, he'll just find a different network who are willing to make millions and millions of dollars to support the show instead. But he does say here, who's doing the erasing, who's making the rules, that's just it, we don't have a clue. And this is where Clarkson needs to make an appearance on Lotus Eaters, because god damn it, we can educate him as to who's doing this. But once again, him just asking who's doing this, I guess we don't know. This will be accused, this will be...
We got the names.
I mean, this article will be foisted by the ADL within time. But obviously it's the arch managerial class. Gates, Blair, WEF, Stooges,
anyone
Soros.
mentioned in that Tucker Carlson article?
Yeah, anybody in that Tucker Carlson article, like, who's they, Tucker? While Tucker stands in front of the rogues gallery of who they are.
The New York Times are like, is it the Jews, Tucker? Is like, well, no.
I mean,
like,
there's a few Jews, but they're not all of them. Come on.
You can see the ones that are Jewish and not. I've got the names. You can check the early lives. What do you want?
He carries on saying, you probably think because you don't know this war is going on, that when you drop little Johnny off at the school gates, he's going to learn the 9 times table that day. No, he isn't. He's learning that he might actually be a girl, which is why there are probably tampon dispensers in the boys' lavatories. At least Arthur Scargill had the decency to get on a soapbox and state his aims in public. This lot don't. They sit at home, hiding in the impenetrable shadow of anonymity, inventing new rules to ensnare anyone and everyone they deem to be unworthy. Excuse me. Monty Python joked in the Spanish Inquisition that there was a crime of heresy by thought, but today it's a reality. And yeah, this is a really good article from Clarkson. It kind of makes up for the fact that he apologized, because he obviously apologized for purely self-serving, please keep serving my beer reasons. But then he comes out and says this, and hopefully some of the boomers will read this and understand a bit better what's going on. And speaking of people who want to destroy the UK, and this is the exact kind of person, he may consider himself conservative, but this is the exact kind of person that Clarkson is talking about, who wants to destroy the UK with his transing of children position as well. That's Tom Harwood saying South East England is full, implying that all of these beautiful fields and farmland that is probably actually being used, except Tom is too much of a midwit to understand.
It's just wasteland.
Oh yeah, it's just wasteland. This is just
how these people see it.
This is just completely rural. No one's doing anything. This would be much better as a massive concrete block, which it wouldn't. But yeah, Clarkson's in trouble. It won't stick, as always. But please, please don't cancel Clarkson's Farm. It's great. It's great. Just don't.
If you appreciated that segment from... So don't say that we didn't warn you, and this segment is going to be not fun, as usual, for one of the weekends at least.
Hooray!
So we'll start off just by mentioning the Origins of Intersectionality podcast, and the topic I'm talking about is the fact that, yeah, we warned you, because one of the problems with intersectionality, as it was laid out by Kimberly Crenshaw, is that you get all the different minority groups together in some kind of union to fight against the majority and remove them from a position of supremacy, as she puts it. Except there's no barriers. Like, there's no minority group you don't include. And in which case, well, intersectionality has a real problem with child safeguarding.
Oh, is this the direction this is going, is it?
Yeah, because if you go to the next link, there was a speech given recently in Parliament in which one Conservative MP stood up and said, hang on a minute, there's some real child safeguarding issues with transgender ideology, gender ideology in Scotland, and we need to stop that because some children might be harmed.
That's a reasonable position for a sane person to hold, yes.
Yeah. So the SNP stood up and started screeching about transphobia.
Of course they did.
Don't know if you've seen that. And, well, okay, I will take him at his word that he is completely ignorant of the world. And in which case, it is up to those of us who say, no, there are safeguarding issues to provide the evidence. Okay, easily done. Let's do it. Let's start with the example I'm going to use, which is grim. This is the story of LGBTQ activist nonsense, and it is very messed up.
I did see this, and it's so harrowing.
Yeah, I suppose if you could click on the images there, just so we can quickly go through the images. So there they are. I think this is Pride in 2018, the couple we're going to talk about today. And if you go forward on that, this is their house that was raided, which is because they're nonsense. And it is just covered in very, very many, how should we put it, alphabet symbols. The gayest place in town. It's basically a zoo in here. Yeah.
Basically gay mecca.
Love is love. Love above all, with Mickey Mouse there, all covered in rainbows.
It's weird that they felt the need to plaster their own messaging in their own house, just like they've got to brainwash themselves even.
Yeah. And if we go...
I don't have a sign in my house saying taxation is theft.
You should. Anyway.
Actually, yeah.
You should have it on the front of the door. Anyway, but we'll go forward. We'll go to this story because this lady here is the one who's done reporting on it, and well, it's right that we should promote the reality here. She says, my investigation reveals disturbing details about a gay activist couple accused of sodomizing their young adopted sons, ages 9 and 11, and distributing homemade CP of the sexual abuse. This is an LGBT paedophile ring. First and foremost, if for no other reason than for YouTube, and for anyone who's dumb enough not to understand, which is the point, does this represent all gay people? No. Not really.
I don't think anyone's arguing that anyway. It's a bit of a straw man of what the right is saying, isn't it?
Yeah, but there is going to be some idiot at YouTube, at the content moderation department, who doesn't understand it, apparently. Because, well, there's a percentage of this group, and every other alphabet group, and every group, that are nonces. That's true. And in which case, well, we treat these groups as people. Mad idea, I know. Which is that maybe gay people are people, and in which case, they're not all angels.
Steady on, Callum.
Yeah, I don't know. Taking your chosen group, of whichever group, and declaring them angels is just dense and dangerous. Mm-hmm. And this is an example of it. So I'm going to ask you to scroll down just on that image there, and then I'm going to ask you to stop scrolling, John, because some of these images are a bit... They're not CP or anything, but just like one of the dads has his ass out, and I really don't want to look at that. So yeah, just stop scrolling there, and I'll read the deets. So not only did the gay married men... I'd said stop scrolling. Why are you scrolling? Okay. Anyway, so not only did the gay married men allegedly rape the two boys who were adopted through their Christian Special Needs Adoption Agency, they were pimped out by their children to nearby pedophiles in the Atlanta area. Recorded jailhouse calls with the abused child rapists and testimonies from the family members uncovered the extent of the trauma and the two brothers endured, as well as red flags that the state overlooked during the same-sex couple's faster-than-expected adoption process. We can only speculate as to why it was faster than expected.
Why did they also go through...
The holy angelic color suit mafia. To see anything wrong against them is some sort of ist.
A Christian special needs adoption agency.
Because they're nonsense.
Well...
They want to abuse the kids and get away with it.
I suppose that does show that it was some sort of premeditated thing, doesn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. So the adopted fathers, William Zerlock Jr. and Zachary Jacob Zerlock, have been indicted by grand jury on charges of incest, aggravated sodomy, aggravated child molestation, sexual exploitation of children, and prostitution of a minor, and they're facing over 9 life sentences in prison. Suppose the debate about the death penalty in the United States is still raging. Should be. According to the 17-count indictment, the adopted dads, who are LGBTQ activists, allegedly performed oral sex on both boys, forced the children to perform oral sex on them, raped their sons, and one of the child, who just turned 11, suffered injuries from being brutally raped. A criminal affidavit says that the routine child sexual abuse was filmed by William's husband, who confessed to being the cameraman. The indictment charges of the gay couple with soliciting 2 other men to perform acts of prostitution with their 11-year-old adopted son. as if it's their son. Hunter Lawless, it's not a joke, that's his real name, who met the adoptive father through a mutual contact on Grindr. So that was the other guy, mutual contact.
There's so much to unpack here.
Yeah.
It's like, well, if they're reaching out to other people, surely there is an atmosphere that is far more laissez-faire about this sort of thing than a normal person.
Yeah, there's a huge child safeguarding issue with these two guys who want to adopt some kids. Well, maybe we should do our due diligence and not the faster than expected process.
Well, of course, that's the whole point of vetting the people adopting kids, is making sure that they're not people like this. And this is a definite failure of that process.
And just assuming, oh, don't worry, nothing can go wrong because they're your chosen minority group. No, things can very much go wrong. Quote, I'm going to F my son tonight, stand by, Zachary allegedly texted to Lawless on Snapchat. Be prepared to receive CP from the father raping his child. Is them in contact there, that's the Snapchat account. There. And, well, it gets worse.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Yeah, it doesn't get worse than the crimes are the crimes. But the aspect of the LGBT in all this is front and center, as the reporter notes here. Our business is our business. What happens in our home stays in our home. The gay activist couple allegedly told their sexually abused sons. And then she details the, well, lovers love paraphernalia all over their house, decorating their house. Yeah. There we are. And the news on this is that Google is apparently also de-ranking this entire story. This is from Recruiter Law.
I didn't know about that. That's really weird.
Yeah,
I mean, why would Google do such a thing?
So be sure to give this a share. But you might be asking, okay, maybe the LGBT activist aspect is being exaggerated though, because, you know, evil, dangerous right-wingers do that sort of thing. Well, no. Big no. Because the thing is, the Instagram account for one of the guys is still up. I think it's been locked, rightfully. But one of the things is that it's still archived, like it's still there. Which is something I actually, just a whole side note about terrible crimes and those people doing the terrible crimes having social medias. I think it's right that the social medias stay up to the public to be viewed.
Well, they should be shamed. I mean, that's not really that bad.
No, but usually when there's a mass shooting or something, what Facebook or Twitter or whatever will do, they'll delete the account of the shooter so that no one can find out any information about them.
But that's really dumb.
Yeah.
I mean, why does someone who's done something like this, or a mass shooter, why do they deserve like privacy? I know some people are going to be like, well, you clearly don't care about privacy then. But
well,
I mean, it's for, you know, people who aren't rapists, paedophiles, and murderers, sure.
Yeah, but even way, like, you uploaded all this stuff to social media, like, your privacy was gone when you did that.
Yeah, you willingly gave up your right to privacy there, didn't you?
Yeah, it's obvious, but it's not underestimated in this account. As you can see here, I just went through to see what was available on top of the stuff already there. So this is the first one, of course, being Ruth Bader Ginsburg, notorious RGB, hashtag gay rights, hashtag gay rights are human rights, hashtag gay supporter from the person posting this. And then if we go forward to the next one, we have Love is Love. It's okay if you're not ready yet, with a rainbow turtle in its shell still from this person. Hashtag love is love, hashtag love wins, hashtag equality, hashtag LGBTQ. Next one here being hashtag love is love, hashtag love trumps hate, as he stands outside of the Human Rights Campaign officers, which presumably he was working with or had contacts with, and underlying the word gay there in the mission statement written next to them, because this is his life. This is what this person did. They weren't just...
Seems like their entire personality as well.
You got the next one as well. We have hashtag love wins, hashtag pride, hashtag love, hashtag gay love, hashtag love is love. Remember a lot of people were warning that love is love is like a statement for pedophiles?
Yeah, I mean, why else would you feel the need to say it?
Yeah, because, funnily enough, no, love is not love. Bestiality, crime. Pedophilia, crime. And rightfully so.
Love is crime.
Yes, in many a case, it is a crime, and rightfully so. Because the next one here, we have him promoting no hate with the other suspect. I think this is the word to be used here.
But this is the part you need to hear, because the picture actually is saying more than just what is written. They have duct tape over their mouth, and one of them is putting a finger like, shh, don't say anything. Creepy, right?
Hashtag no hate campaign. Hashtag no hate. Hashtag love is love. Yeah, same thing. And this is going back. I think this is over a year now. This post. This is 2015 there, so it's much long ago. There are some people who have found the account who have been commenting on there. I think the comments are closed, and I think for community guidelines' sake, this is really weird. I have to say this, and I think people agree that's pretty weird. But I think for community guidelines' sake, I have to say nobody contact the Instagram accounts, which is a whole other conversation. But whatever.
You'd be wasting your time anyway because they're in prison, so they're not going to be able to see it.
But if you go to the next one here, you have in 2015, I'm celebrating Pride here. I can't remember which company that is behind there with the Pride flag as well.
Can't recognise it.
No. And then the next one being a Doritos post that they put up of this again from the suspect here, putting up love is love. Every time, just keeps putting love is love for God knows what reason.
Strange that.
Yeah, and that's the thing, which is
Explore the news 24 hours a day. CBC News Explore, available free.
Every time, just keeps putting love is love for God knows what reason.
Strange that.
Yeah, and that's the thing, which is minority groups are humans, not angels, and a percentage of them, as with all other groups, some percentage is different in different groups, of course, are real villains, and this is one of those real villains, which is a couple who decided, oh no, we're just love is love, we just want to adopt some kids. No, there was a child safeguarding issue there that should have been explored, and apparently the process was faster than expected. Didn't want to look into it. And even if we don't want to talk about that in the United States, we can pay it close to home for that MP who was screeching about what child safeguarding is an issue with LGBT Scotland, which is something we've covered previously, so I won't go into the deets. But essentially, too long didn't read. The guy running LGBT Scotland's youth charity was a nonce that was noncing on the boys and taking them out to gay bars when they were underage, making fake IDs for them. Yeah, funnily enough, child safeguarding is a real issue, and you should actually respect the safeguarding. And to the gay, bis, and lesbians of the world, my advice generally, and from the ones I've met who will agree, which is leave the Alphabet Collective. That thing's been destroyed a long time ago in any reasonable way. Not to mention it was also a bad idea to begin with. The idea of having a sexual collective.
It's really quite strange, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it was an argument when, being homosexual was a crime, but that time has long since passed. In my lifetime, it has never been unacceptable to be homosexual, and in which case, yeah, that's not needed anymore. And the people abusing that still are out there and are using it as a front for their crimes, and the safeguarding as a result. Something that should be taken seriously. If you appreciated that segment from the podcast...
Alright, moving on to another serious subject, let's talk about the CIA to TikTok pipeline, because yes, it is a thing that exists. So this segment I have done mainly in response to somebody on Twitter, Theo Fletcher, pointed out that some of our coverage of TikTok matters has been a little bit inconsistent perhaps, and mainly it's been done by other people. I think I've only done one segment on TikTok, and that was just pointing out all of those insufferable day in the life of tech worker TikToks that have been going around. I hate those videos, they're insufferable.
I agree.
But when other people have been covering it, like Carl and Connor, it seems that we either split between saying that it's Chinese state media if it's promoting stuff that we dislike, and then just not mentioning it if it's presenting stuff that we do like, or at least there's some inconsistency in the way that we present it based on whether it's the people's fault who are behind TikTok or the people's fault who are posting these videos on TikTok in the first place. So, but I think I'm doing this to clear it up, and mainly also just because in having that discussion with this guy on Twitter, he pointed me towards some really interesting information that I think is very important for people to know, especially after the Twitter files revealed the amount of US government involvement in Twitter and manipulation of information.
Yeah, I'm really interested to find out about this because I'm going into this blind, but it's a really promising thing because, of course, the extent to which the CIA and the FBI and all the alphabet agencies were involved in Twitter was even beyond what I had imagined, which I thought was, that they're the ones basically pulling the strings. But even then...
Even past the point of Elon getting a hold of the platform and releasing the very first Twitter files, they still had Jim Baker, former attorney for the FBI, as the one curating the content that was sent to the journalists. So even after Elon thought he'd cleared them out, there was still a few hiding in there, nestled in there.
Good to see Elon clearing them out. I'm sure AA will approve.
Absolutely. But it relates to an article that I wrote recently talking about asking the question whether Twitter is real life, and I point to the fact that, well, no, Twitter is not technically real life. It's an abstract online platform, obviously, but the things that happen on there are real. They take place in people's lives, and the US government thought that Twitter as a platform was important enough in terms of disseminating information to have all of this interference in it. Elon Musk thought it was important enough to try and be honest on Twitter and allow for a greater breadth of the discussion to spend $44 billion buying the thing. And Twitter is not the only platform that is important in that way, and TikTok especially given that it's aimed at a much younger audience than basically all the other platforms other than maybe some kids content on YouTube.
And it's all designed within quick 60 seconds. On to the next 60 seconds. Bloop, 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 bloop. Quickly, next and next and next. Bullshit. Useless drivel.
It's very, very important to the alphabet agencies and the US government in general for being able to get all of this information, get the right information out to
indoctrinate children.
Vulnerable children, yeah. And this also ties into something that Carl spoke about recently when he was talking about the book on a premium book club, Hannah Pitkin's Concept of Representation. As far as I'm aware, this was him and Bo talking about this book, which discusses what actually does representation mean in a democratic context. And given what we're talking about, given the sort of stuff that we cover a lot, you should probably be very familiar with this point, that the fact that democratic representation, as it's sold to you theoretically, is not at all what we get in practice. You're told that you vote in the representatives who are going to represent your interests, you think you do that, and then they go with the globalist agenda anyway.
Yes.
So as far as I'm concerned, democracy as we understand it has been sold is a complete sham, just a smokescreen for power. So this is talking about the theoretical origins of the concept of representation as it pertains to democracy. But let's carry on. It's worth checking out. So these are the videos that I was sort of pointed to for where we've been a bit contradictory, perhaps. So if we just move past these, because like I say, what we've done in the past, we've mainly just been going off of various people's opinions on this. So it was interesting to look into this because it seems the whole thing is much more, it goes a lot deeper than you would expect, because it's not just that the US government is filling TikTok's important positions with its own agents, but instead it also looks like TikTok, the Chinese owners of TikTok and the US government are seemingly having a tug of war right now over who's going to be able to have the most influence over the platform. And both of those are not people that I think have my best interests in mind.
It is interesting, really, that the Chinese have allowed the alphabet agencies to infiltrate their organization. You'd think that one of the main things that they would be doing is policing the organization for foreign government infiltration, because obviously the Chinese do use it.
Yeah, we'll get into that, because I do think that what it seems like is TikTok is happy to let the US government have influence as long as China is still able to operate within our markets, make money through advertising and such, and then also make money selling our data off, because that's obviously what they're doing. Because even if the US government gets complete control over the platform, servers and certain parts of its infrastructure are still going to be processed through Chinese infrastructure. Therefore, they're still going to have access to our information, basically. I don't think that it's...
Tech companies seem to sell our data anyway, don't they? So it's not necessarily anything unique to TikTok, but it's just especially nefarious because it's the Chinese communists doing it.
Yeah, but like Twitter, it's been fairly obvious for a long time that the US government has been involved in Twitter, given the fact that... It's not Twitter, sorry, TikTok. Given the fact that last year we had a literal moment where TikTok influencers were just invited to the White House to try and convince everybody to get vaccinated. This person, Benny Drama, got invited to the White House to make TikToks encouraging people to get vaccinated. This was obviously just a psyop for younger TikTok viewers. It was like those videos I mentioned, the day in the life, it was presented as one of those ones, and there were the hilarious memes that came of it, of this degenerate peeking through the door going, "Honey, they've invaded Ukraine." Jen Psaki.
It's just this really camp guy poncing about the White House with his long nails.
If that doesn't sum up the complete degeneracy of the US right now, I mean, if we're going to get propaganda, and everything can be classified in some way as propaganda, can we make it cool? Can we make it cool propaganda, please? And also, next time you try and humanize Jen Psaki, don't. It failed. It will continue to fail.
We all know it's Mark Zuckerberg in a ginger wig. They look identical.
They have the same mannerisms, the same dead eyes, obviously. That was far too fluid and human, Josh.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And there was this that came out earlier on this year, immediately after the Ukraine conflict started up, where it was saying, in its continued attempt to help Ukraine fight against the Russian invasion, the White House officials and National Security Council staffers gathered 30 influential TikTok stars on a Zoom call to receive guidance and information about the unfolding war in the Ukraine and the rising cost of energy. So they're just feeding them the information that they want to get out there so that moronic children can just know what the right opinions are, because people...
Remember what we talked about in the beginning? From World War II? Kissinger? Yeah. Yeah.
Don't come to their own conclusions. They don't get their own opinions. They receive opinions from social media and people who they see as authority figures. That's what happens.
I never thought I'd see this sort of thing in my lifetime, that people are going to resort to basically paid TikTok grifters who do silly dances and stuff like that and post pictures of their arse online to get followers. And these are the people who are going to disseminate information about Ukraine. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's not just Lizzo Nation, it's Lizzo Planet. We're in Lizzo world. That's what we're living in. And it's
Lizzo dystopia.
Yeah, the Lizzo dystopia, the Lizzo technocracy. Oh, God. The White House Director of Digital Strategy, Rob Flaherty, told the influencers that he saw their influence as a critically important avenue to the American public and asked them to assist the government in opposing misinformation. They're just outright saying it. They're just saying, you're a brilliant propaganda tool, so please spread our propaganda for us. Simple as. I mean, they're called influencers for a reason. You know,
I despise that term as well. It's right for them, awful. Though, because they deserve the scorn.
My missus knows that she can tease me and infuriate me by referring to me as an influencer.
My friends
really gets on it gets on my nerves, and I think we've just given everybody watching this some ammunition to target us with now. So brilliant. And it uses an example in this Newsweek article. 18-year-old TikTok star Ellie Zeeler, and you know 18-year-old girls are who you want to be getting your political information from, who has over 10.5 million followers, presumably all of them old enough to be her dad, told the Washington Post how she saw her role. I'm here to relay the information in a more digestible manner to our followers. I would consider myself a White House correspondent for Gen Z. All right, I mean,
what a cursed sentence.
I know, just say it out loud. My most trusted news source, 18-year-old thoughts. Brilliant. But let's move on, because I was mainly pointed in the direction of this article, which is really very interesting. From Mint Press News, it came out all the way back in April, called The NATO to TikTok Pipeline, asking, why is TikTok employing so many national security agents? And there's quite a lot. It's a good question. It's a really good question.
A few answers.
But, I mean, the FBI has organised all manner of perverted things, so it's no wonder they want to get their hands on a bunch of young girls. Listen, man, once again, we don't know who was on the Epstein lists.
It's true.
So
the entire FBI.
I wouldn't be surprised, let's be honest here. But there's quite a lot of information to go through here, so I'll try and get through it as quickly and efficiently as possible. But I don't want to skip over this, because it is just really interesting to see how many people in the alphabet agencies have embedded themselves in important places in TikTok, just like they did with Twitter. TikTok itself has taken steps to align itself with the US government policy, deleting more than 320,000 Russian accounts and removing at least 41,000 videos peddling misinformation about the war. In addition to this, it's placed warning labels marked Russian state-controlled media on 49 accounts linked to the Russian government, so pretty similar stuff that you saw from all of the tech companies doing. Although TikTok is a Chinese company, it is ironically completely blocked inside of China, their domestic market being served by a sister app, Douyin, which functions in a similar way but is separated by the Great Firewall and presumably only promotes stuff that the Chinese want their citizens to see.
Great Firewall is a genius term.
That's brilliant. I do love it. After Douyin's success in China, his parent company ByteDance launched a global platform. ByteDance first reached a deal to sell TikTok to Microsoft because originally, I think it was in 2020, Donald Trump made that threat that he was going to ban TikTok in America unless they sold the platform to an American company or investor. Biden decided that didn't need to be the case. He said we don't need to do that anymore. So it was originally going to go to Microsoft, then to Oracle, and then to Walmart of all companies.
Walmart?
Yeah, Walmart wanted a slice of that TikTok pie. Yet the new Biden administration, without explanation, quietly dropped the sale requirement indefinitely in early 2021, saying in a court filing that it had begun a review of security concerns cited by the Trump administration. So they basically went, yeah, don't worry about it, bro. Joe Biden just there sleepily on his chair, just like, don't worry about it, man.
Well, when you're in the pocket of the Chinese, you don't need to worry about them propagating propaganda in your country.
I wonder why. Hunter Biden, in between puffs of crack, told his dad that, no, man, TikTok's cool, bro. It's how I meet all my girlfriends. For example, while simultaneously being the content policy lead for TikTok Canada, Alexander Corbeil is also the Vice President of the NATO Association of Canada, a NATO-funded organisation chaired by former Canadian Minister of Defence David Collinette. In order to join TikTok, Corbeil left his job at the SecDev Foundation, a US State Department-funded security think tank. Corbeil's work focused on Middle Eastern security and in particular on the war in Syria and what NATO's role should be. Another NATO-linked new recruit is, so after Biden said that they didn't need to sell it off to an American person anymore, what it seems has happened is the US government has just decided to start filling it with its own agents. So even if we don't own it, well, we'll still control it, that sort of thinking.
If it were being done for good reasons, though, I would actually support this. If, you know, these people were on side of, yes, we're going to be promoting freedom and liberty and we're going to be countering the Chinese propaganda. No. But no, they're going to be augmenting it. Making it more digestible for a Western audience, in the words of...
no, it's being staffed with bugmen. Bugmen who hate you and your way of life. So, yeah, another NATO recruit, Ice Kokak. I have no idea how you're supposed to pronounce that name. Kochak, maybe?
Kochak, yeah.
Yeah, a global product policy manager at the company. Before joining TikTok last year, she spent 3 months at NATO. Ford Copeland, who works on TikTok's trust and safety policy, is also an ex-NATO man. And given what we learned about Twitter's trust and safety, I think we should go and look in some previous dissertations this person has written and see if they've said anything dodgy about Grindr and minors. Perhaps the most worrying NATO alumnus from a public perspective, this article continues, is new feature policy manager Greg Anderson. According to his own LinkedIn profile, until 2019, he worked on psychological operations at NATO. Literally PSYOPs. Okay, so this guy, one of the people, the new feature policy manager, which means he's going to be deciding what new features will be added, literally was in charge or worked on PSYOPs for NATO. This is just fine. This is just normal information that you expect to hear about a tech company.
Being up to scratch with my psychology, I also know that there are so many ways in which a policy manager can manipulate people unwittingly, like design choices.
And it's their entire job. That's the job of the algorithms that they promote. That's the job of the layout of the apps, is to make sure that they're as addictive as possible to keep you on there and keep as much screen time as possible. And at the same time, you've got people psyoping you.
Yeah, and
your entire brain is going to be filled with nonsense.
Being in that position with that background, he's going to be like a kid in a candy store for psyops.
Yeah, because guess what? You get to promote it not just to the normal people you used to. Now you've got kids with malleable, vulnerable brains. Brilliant. This fact, according to Mint Press contributor Loki, was removed after his tweet raising concerns about the relationship between big tech and the national security state went viral. So this tweet on the article from Loki, talking about it, went viral, and then all of a sudden, this guy, Anderson, took it off his LinkedIn profile that he worked on PSYOPs for NATO. It was like, this never happened. It never happened. Forget, citizen.
It's funny that the left always talks about that F word, the one that YouTube might tell us off for saying, not the ruder one.
Not the cigarette word.
No, not that one, or the other one, but the mid-century Italian word.
Oh, yeah. But wait, is YouTube going to tell us off for saying that now?
I think so.
Oh, bloody hell.
I know. But, yeah, and you've got this clearly revolving door between government and private company here. And I mean, if that's not that word that I can't say.
It's not
and I
even
don't know
just
what
something as simple as subsidies, which you can make the argument have an influence on those companies to be more pro-government, because, you know, they're receiving massive funding from them. But at the same time, this isn't just as simple as that. This is people from major intelligence positions going straight into a big tech company that has a massive amount of influence over people. And the government, they've prepped these influencers before. They know what influence these people have. So they go in, they influence the actual operation of the app itself to be as addictive as possible and to make sure that it's psyoping you in ways that you don't even realize. And then they also just prep all of these influencers on how they can continue to be part of the psyop in the first place. Everything you see on these apps is controlled in one way or another to your detriment. But let's carry on, because there's more to go over in here. So the company's new global lead of integrity and authenticity. Tech companies talking about authenticity. Okay, and integrity.
Rich, isn't it?
Chris Roberts is a former senior director of technology policy at the Albright Stonebridge Group, ASG, a powerhouse strategy and consulting firm started by the late Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright. Brilliant. Okay, this is getting interesting now, isn't it? The ASG has perhaps been the major staffing source for President Biden's administration, with at least 10 ASG employees appointed to key positions in the national security, state, and foreign policy positions. Before ASG, Roberts worked, in his own words, on special projects for the National Democratic Institute. The NDI exists to channel U.S. government money in money, training, and support to political and social groups around the world, which means funding insurgencies to topple foreign governments.
So this isn't just a rabbit hole, this is an entire rabbit warren, isn't it?
Yes.
This is
huge. We're in a den of vipers right here is what's actually going on. And at TikTok, his role is to lead the integrity and authenticity policy team. This team covers misinformation, synthetic and manipulated media covert influence activity, and spam and inauthentic engagement. Brilliant. Okay. And then since January, Bo Patterson has been working as a threat analyst for TikTok's Trust and Safety division. Between 2017 and 2020, however, he was a targeting analyst for the CIA, after which he joined the State Department to become a foreign service officer. And obviously, that's about as far as that goes right now, but why would they do this? Why would they do this? I've already made it clear that this is a brilliant platform to influence young people's minds, and they've just got some facts and figures in this article explaining. So it grew exponentially from about 85 million global users in early 2018 to 1.2 billion global users by late 2021. That's a year ago, so it's probably grown even more since then. And it is exceptionally popular among the younger generations. 2021 Reuters Institute Digital News report found that 9% of people aged between 18 and 24 worldwide had gone to TikTok to get news over the past week, while 31% of that age group used the app in that period. And if you're using that app, you're scrolling through, you may not have necessarily strictly gone for the news, you will get some news-related content on your feed. TikTok users also spend an average of 68 minutes per day on the platform, over an hour on TikTok, being fed psyops.
I don't spend that long on my phone, full stop. Maybe I am getting on in the years, maybe that's it.
No, I spend probably too much time on my phone, but I do at least mostly use it with Audible, listening to audiobooks.
That's fine.
So yeah,
that's
so that's
basically
fine.
reading, isn't it?
Yeah, that doesn't really count. And then there's been more information since then, because that article was all the way back from April, whereas recently, in the past few days, and literally the last week, this Reuters article...
I was just going to say, credit to the journalist for putting that together, because that's quite an impressive article in the work that they've put into that.
Go up so we can see the name, so we can just give a shout out to the journalist that came up, that wrote this article. Sorry, maybe it's closer to the bottom of the article. Go to the bottom of the article instead there, Michael. Because they also point out big tech is a big weapon, also drawing parallels to Operation Mockingbird. Is a journalist called Alan McLeod, senior staff writer for Mint Press News. So well done for that article, because that was really well put together. So thank you very much for that. But like I say, recently there's been even more updates regarding this, like Reuters pointing out that TikTok has stepped up efforts to clinch a US security deal, and I'll go through some more information here. So it's offering to operate more of its business at arm's length and subject it to outside scrutiny as it tries to convince the US government to allow it to remain under the ownership of Chinese technology company ByteDance, according to people familiar with the matter.
Why would it be doing that?
Yeah, and they've been seeking to assure US government departments and agencies for the last 3 years that the personal data of US citizens cannot be accessed and its content cannot be manipulated by China's Communist Party or any other entity under the influence of that country's government.
Yeah,
so,
right.
well, like I say, this is where the tug of war comes in, where it's obvious that China and US have their own interests that they want with TikTok, except I think China's are more malleable. China basically just want access to our information, and as long as they still have the infrastructure is built on, as long as they still technically own the platform, okay, let US operatives go in there and manipulate and propagandize their own subjects if they want, as long as we can still get the data and sell that off and make money.
I think what's likely to happen is if they're trying to remain in the United States, what they're going to do is they're going to make their operations more subtle, aren't they? They're going to realize, okay, well, we can't do this because it's going to draw too much attention, and therefore there's going to be subtle tweaks to algorithms promoting certain things. Like, I know it's quite a while ago now, but wasn't there the trend on TikTok of it, the algorithm downgrading people who were disabled because...
Was it?
Yeah, the Chinese scorn the disabled, unlike in the West, where we hold them up as being stunning and brave, which many of them are. I mean, it's
a difficult position to be in
yes,
life. So,
but I don't think that they deserve to be discriminated against by an algorithm just because they're disabled. That's awful.
Well, I think what's happening is that if China really wanted to subvert the US and the West through TikTok, they don't need to bother. They just need to let the US government do it for them. They go, oh, we need to subvert the West, and then look over and they see Joe Biden. They see that, what's her name, Rachel Maddow? No, not Rachel Maddow.
Oh, right.
Rachel, the Army Naval something or other, the Navy General or something. Levine, yeah.
Thanks, Michael.
Rachel Levine, they see debates over whether men are women and women are men, and they just think, do we even need to subvert these guys?
I mean,
They're doing
Biden
a good
is
enough job
copying
themselves.
Xi Jinping's homework, isn't he? I mean,
He really is. But here's where it goes even deeper. So TikTok has unveiled several measures TikTok has already unveiled several measures aimed at appeasing the US government, including an agreement for Oracle Corp to store the data of the app's users in the United States, and a United States Data Security USDS division to oversee data protection and content moderation decisions. So now all the information is going to have to be processed through American servers, but China's still going to own it. So now it's going to be everyone owns our data. If you've got a TikTok account, everyone gets it. You get some data. You get my personal address. You get my phone number. But some government officials, including at the US Department of Defense, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the CIA, remain opposed to a security deal, according to the sources. And this just comes across as performative opposition because, realistically speaking, all of these departments, they aim to benefit from the use of TikTok.
They have infiltrated the departments.
Yeah. These officials argue that TikTok's users would continue to be vulnerable because the app would still rely for its technology on ByteDance, which operates Chinese short video app Douyin, as we pointed out before. So as far as I'm concerned, the only real problem that they might see is they might get Chinese propaganda instead of our beautiful, inclusive, stunning and brave US propaganda. That's the only division I see here.
To be fair, at this point, Chinese propaganda is probably socially more extreme than even the right. Like, they're just like, yes, disabled people bad. Anyone who isn't white or Asian bad.
Yeah, it is probably more extreme. Well, I mean, Dan and I recently covered in one of the segments that we did that China's laws accidentally incentivize people to, if you run someone over and only injure them, it's incentivized to kill them instead. So yeah, Chinese propaganda probably is a lot more extreme than we get over here, at least in terms of just encouraging physical violence on people. And then it just carries on. So it's also, TikTok has proposed to form a proxy board that would run the USDS division independent of ByteDance, the sources have said. The USDS board would have 3 members who would be screened by the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. I'm sure they're a trustworthy organization. A national security panel, the sources said. ByteDance would not have control over the board and its decisions, even though it would pay for the USDS division's operations. So, yeah, they're fighting for control of it right now, but realistically speaking, who loses? We all lose. If you've got kids who use TikTok, just throw the phone out the window. That's my best advice.
That is...
Because
uninstall the app, I think. That's probably all you need
No,
to do.
throw the phone out the window. Interestingly enough as well, to make it even more suspicious and confusing, the US House of Representatives has banned TikTok on all of its devices. So if you're...
That's a good idea, really.
Yeah, if you're a member of the House of Representatives, then you're not allowed to have it downloaded on...
But if you're in the Senate, go ahead.
Yeah, everyone detected to have the social networking applications on the phone will be contacted to make sure it's deleted, and any future downloads are prohibited. Last week, lawmakers approved the $1.7 trillion omnibus bill, which I assume nobody read because it's probably 3,000 pages long and they just go along with it anyway. It's drafted up by lawyers who have their own incentives here, that included provisions that would prohibit the use of TikTok on executive branch devices. That came after the Senate unanimously voted to approve the No TikTok on Government Devices Act that was introduced by Senator Josh Hawley. So Josh Hawley, Republican, he's pushed back against things like it was the diversity Howard Kentanji Brown Jackson to the US Supreme Court earlier this year. He was pointing out, well, you've said some pretty retarded stuff, and she was like, are you racist, bro? Are you racist, bro? Is that what you're saying right here?
Criticizing what I'm saying, you must be racist.
Have you considered the colour of my skin when you're criticizing me?
That means I can say anything.
Yeah, basically. And it came after the sentiment... the TikTok's critics in the US government have been raising concerns that it could be used as a tool to spy on the US by Chinese officials, but the only people we're actually worried about, as it shows here, them spying on are the senators and people in the House of Representatives, people in important positions, not people like you and me. They don't really care about the plebs like us. So, yeah, and if you want more information on this, Glenn Greenwald on his Substack had an excellent article here talking about his experiences posting some mild criticism of Zelensky on TikTok and then it just being wiped off the platform. Whereas even other platforms like Google, YouTube, Twitter were more than happy for the video to remain up, but TikTok was going even further, which he suggests fits much more in line with US foreign policy goals than Chinese foreign policy goals. So, yes, TikTok is not as simple as it just being a Chinese state media app trying to subvert the West, because the West is trying to subvert the West. The leaders of our glorious civilization want us all to be weak, fat, gay, all sorts of things, and they have made sure to put people in positions in these platforms to make sure they can propagandize you in that way. So, yeah, there you go.
If you appreciated that segment from the podcast of the Lotus...
You may or may not have heard of a village in Germany called Lützerath. I think that's pronounced correctly. Probably not, but we didn't beat them in 2 world wars to pronounce their words correctly. So there have been protests in opposition of the town's destruction to make way for a coal plant. And of course, the necessity of this is that Germany has a suicidal energy policy where they tried to go green far too early without the technology to do so. So they've had to return to fossil fuels, and they've also been reliant on Russian gas or face mass shortages and lots of very cold Germans this winter. And of course, the proposal to build a new coal power plant has been opposed by lunatic environmentalists. And of course, this could have all been avoided if they just had sensible energy policy.
Yeah, they deactivated all their clean nuclear power plants because they were like, well, that's radioactive waste, kind of that. Okay, so we're burning coal.
Yeah.
Good job.
But on a completely unrelated note, here is Stelios's new series, Symposium, and here is his episode called The Fall of Wisdom, where he talks about the concept of wisdom and how it has been declining in the West, so make sure to check that out. But moving on to this protest, here's Andy No talking about some of the violent clashes here. He says that it's Antifa. I don't know. I imagine it's probably inevitably going to be some Antifa there, but I didn't see any Antifa flags, and it just looks like
I see some communist flags.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. So yeah, that will
it's
be
close enough.
Yeah. No, he will be correct there. Like
Okay.
the communist movement in Germany is so overlapped. So
They're basically the same, are they? I can certainly believe it. But here they are being very violent. Obviously, they vastly outnumber the police, so they're backed into a corner. But the point here is that, you know, this isn't a nice peaceful protest, at least at this point. It's clearly a violent one. So,
over a field.
Moving on to Greta Thunberg, because she was there, and she was there to show her support, obviously. She said that the coal plant shouldn't be built. And if you play this video, John, there are many videos, there are a couple of angles of her getting arrested. She's looking very smug about being arrested. Carries like a medieval queen in a litter. So, if you move on to some of the media reporting, the media loved this story. Pretty much everyone covered it. So here's Sky News: Greta Thunberg detained by police during eco-protest in German village. Then we move on to the BBC. Greta Thunberg detained at German coal protest. Then we move on to CNBC. Greta Thunberg arrested at German coal mine protest, will be freed later, police say. Because, of course, yeah, she's not going to face any charges, is she? And then we move on to the Washington Post. Greta Thunberg arrested at German coal mine protest. And then USA Today. You know, same story, obviously. I'm not going to read the titles anymore. And then even right-wing outlets like GB News talks about her being dragged away by police. But if we then go on to the next one, the video. Here she is being arrested, laughing and smiling, and the police posing with her smiling and giggling at the fact that she's about to get arrested. I mean, this doesn't look like an arrest to me. This looks like a photo op, doesn't it? I mean, they're not exactly detaining her properly.
The whole world is fake. You know what they say about an AstroTurf movement? I mean,
yes.
If you wanted video evidence, that's it.
Mm-hmm. It's obviously all fake, isn't it? And of course she's using this as some sort of clout mechanism whereby she's signing a letter vowing to continue protesting in the streets after being detained, trying to paint her as being a heroic figure. And of course, very few people in the media actually reported on the fact that the video came out that it was all a bit of a fake arrest setup. And the only one I was able to find was from Newsweek, where they talked about it having accusations of being a fake arrest, which is the closest. So well done Newsweek for
accusations, mostly from the video evidence.
So Caitlin Lewis, you might at least have some very small shred of integrity for a mainstream media journalist. So well done. But it's also worth mentioning this article from April 2022, where it was a puff piece from Politico titled, "Greta Thunberg doesn't want you to talk about her anymore." And yet, she's doing these weird photo ops where she's faking being arrested. Clearly, not talking about her didn't work. She has to be the center of attention. I mean,
it's also like that's true. Like, if you don't talk about the thing, it sort of dies if it's an attention-based situation, like activists want to, right? But that's only if it's a real thing. If it's an AstroTurfed event, individual or movement, then paying attention to it doesn't matter. It's AstroTurfed. That's the whole point.
But the obvious implication here is that a lot of the eco-protests, where you see them being carried away, well, if Greta Thunberg here has been caught out being videoed, basically posing for being arrested, then it goes to shed doubt on lots of the other climate protests. And of course, I don't really agree with them protesting at all, and they've been a right nuisance, and I don't know what they're thinking.
The reason for the coal power plant is Greta Thunberg's doing. The fact that they had to shut down the nuclear power plants in Germany because of idiot policy based on her ideology of, well, we need to just stop making energy. That'll save the planet, bro. And so they did, and then they were reliant on Russian gas. Russian war happens, and then the government's like, hang on a minute, what now? Well, coal.
It's just so frustrating, isn't it? Because common sense, like, yes, if you shut down your power plants, you're going to not have enough power. If you're dependent on foreign imports, you're beholden to that country. So their suicidal policy that's been brought about by people like Greta has come to shoot them in the foot. And what I want to draw attention to is that activists like this need to be called out. And the fact that the mainstream media is hardly doing it. I mean, one outlet of many. I looked for quite some time to try and find some others reporting on the fact that it seemed to be staged, and very, very few were. So every time someone brings up the climate, just be like, yeah, Greta faked her arrest. It's all a psyop. Don't listen to it.
If you appreciated that segment from the podcast of the Lotus Eaters, you can go to
We're very expensive. You know why we're very expensive? Because someone like you is greatly skeptical and think it'll be not valuable. And when we show you it's very valuable.
Do you really want to live in the demented world of the left? Now, this isn't a segment that has any particular coherency, other than, look at all this demented stuff the left are doing. This is the world they're creating. Is this the world you want to live in? Because it's really not the world I want to live in, right? And like I said, this is just stuff that keeps coming across my timeline every day. It's just like, look at this crazy nonsense. So I thought we'd share some of it. But before we go on, if you want to support us, go sign up to lotus.com and check out Harry's latest article, The Anatomy of a Communist. This is really good because he's got a particular little line in here that really summarizes everything about the left these days, right? What is the social vision that communists wish to impose? It seems to be the ultimate emancipation of humanity from nature, the forces that tie us together and those that constrain us from achieving true liberty, defined as the expressive ability to do or be whatever we want at any time without any moral judgment from our peers. That's correct. That is the ultimate aim of the left writ large, and Harry's got it right. And so we'll begin with transgenderism, the ultimate expression of being freed from our natural constraints. Facebook are struggling with it. Turns out that Facebook and Instagram are filled with TERFs. Did you know that?
No.
So Meta's oversight board, I'm joking about them being filled with TERFs. they don't know that they're TERFs. That's the best kind of TERF, actually. This is the independent body of experts, which Mark Zuckerberg has called the company's Supreme Court for moderation, have ordered Facebook and Instagram to lift a ban on images of topless women for anyone who identifies as transgender or non-binary, meaning they view themselves as non-binary, meaning neither male nor female. The same image of female-presenting nipples would be prohibited if posted by a cisgender woman, but permitted if posted by an individual identifying as non-binary, they noted in the decision.
Just say you're non-binary.
Yeah, but what does that mean?
Anything you want it to mean.
No, it doesn't. It means something specific. If a woman, a cisgender woman, can't post her breasts, because that would be obscene and indecent, on Facebook's platform, then if a trans woman posts their breasts, and that's not obscene...
I get it now. They're obviously not a woman.
Exactly. That's a man's boob. That's fine. Very turfy. But anyway, in other places, however, they aren't quite as turfy, which is a shame. For example, a small place in America called Santee. This is a young woman called Rebecca Phillips, 17 years old, visited the YMCA there to work out after work, as she routinely does. But after she had a shower, she encountered a naked man inside the women's locker as she was showering. She, being 17, was a bit freaked out by this, ran into a stall to hide and change, before informing the staff of the naked man just freely using the women's locker room. And the staff said the man who claims to be transgender is allowed to shower wherever he wants. It's just fine. I know you're a 17-year-old girl and you're naked in the shower, but this naked guy over here, there's nothing to worry about there. What are you talking about?
Oh, I wish I was 15 again.
Well, I was going to call this guy a predator, so maybe we won't go down that road. But since he identified as a girl, the naked man chose to use the women's locker room. And so when Miss Phillips went and complained about this, she was told she was the bad person for raising it.
She's a bigot.
Yeah, she is. Yeah. She's an out turf. How dare she? She explained that underage minors and her siblings frequent that YMCA in the women's locker room, and so obviously this means that young girls will be exposed to naked adult men. And the YMCA spokesman was like, well, we're dedicated to, quote, diversity, inclusion and equity.
The only way you stop this is sensible people stop using the facilities and go find another gym that aligns with what they want.
Or the sensible people in charge decide maybe I'm going to be sensible and actually not allow naked men to wander around with young children, young girls.
That takes bravery, and
it's crazy that takes bravery. I mean, that just seems normal, right?
We're lacking in that. Yeah. We're lacking in that because you won't get into trouble going down the trans path. You may get into trouble going down the cis path.
Well, yeah, I mean, and don't get me wrong, Rebecca Phillips, congratulations for being so brave as to being able to have the gall to stand up and criticize this. Because, of course, she's only 17, and now she's, becoming like international news story.
Did you see the video from maybe 6 months ago? Girl, again, British girl, about 17, goes into Primark. There's a guy in there changing. She comes out crying, does a TikTok video. You can tell she's still crying. She has been crying, and she was saying what's happened, and she's all for diversity, and he should be in there, and he should be using it. But I was scared. I don't know what to do. But he should be in there. He should be in there because he sees himself as a woman.
I didn't see that. No.
And you can see her having this mental breakdown on her own phone because she wants him in there because she's a good person.
She's been programmed.
But she doesn't want him in there because every fibre of her being is going, this won't end well, get out. And she's like, and she has this breakdown.
Well, that was exactly what Philip's position was. She was afraid because it is scary, I imagine, for a teenage girl to have a naked man wandering around in a private space where you're supposed to be.
Absolutely.
You're making yourself very vulnerable in the locker rooms, but changing and washing in there. Obviously, you expect some provision that will prevent. And again, if men didn't have any sexual interest in women, then okay, maybe this wouldn't be a concern. But they do and always will. So this is not something that can be tolerated.
History teaches
what
men will do to women if they know they can get away with it.
Yeah, it doesn't even bear thinking about. So anyway, the same thing is of course happening in the UK because the Scottish government were like, hey, why don't we write a bill that means that people can just say that they're the other gender, so we can do the same thing over here.
Yeah.
And because the SNP is a congenitally woke party, it took the British government to step in and say, no, we're not going to allow this. Have you been following this one?
I have.
Yeah.
But did you know that this trans right bill in Scotland came out of 10 Downing Street with Theresa May?
Did it?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
When Theresa May was Prime Minister, this was her policy.
Amazing.
That the British government then dropped, and the Scottish government said, well, we're going to carry on with it.
God, the Conservatives are just the worst.
Yes, they are.
They are just the worst. See, I don't even blame the SNP. Like, the SNP were like, hey, we're like woke Nazis. It's like, yeah, okay, fair enough. And the Conservatives are like, hey, we're not woke Nazis, but we're going to do everything woke Nazis want. It's like, why? But anyway, so the UK government has blocked this bill because they said the draft law would conflict with equality protections applying across Great Britain. And Nicola Sturgeon, of course, is huffing and puffing about this, saying this is a full frontal attack on the Scottish Parliament. And it's like, oh God, I wish it was. I wish they would engage in a full frontal attack on the Scottish Parliament by just abolishing it, defund it, get rid of it, bulldoze the location and build something nice over it. Have you seen the Scottish Parliament? It's the ugliest building in the world.
I have seen it. I didn't have an opinion one way or the other.
It's gross. But they're gonna fight to the death. She says Scottish ministers would defend the bill. This is the hill they're going to die on. Look, if men can't be in women's spaces, then we don't even need to be in government anymore.
I don't think that's the hill she's going to die on. The hill she's dying on is, look at what the English are doing now. They're overviewing the Scottish government, the Scottish Parliament. Look what the English are doing.
The English are preventing Scottish nonsense from getting access to naked children. I can't believe they do this. But anyway, it's not all gravy over down in England. Things are crazy in Scotland, but of course, we're still paying Stonewall $1 million a year.
This shocked me, this did. I thought this had stopped.
I thought this had stopped. Like, they said that they were going to stop doing this, but this is why the Conservative Party is just basically a party of traitors at this point. Like, they'll say something, but they'll completely do the opposite.
Yeah.
The Taxpayers Alliance discovered that they were handing over Stonewall £1.2 million of taxpayer money a year.
Less than other years, but it should be zero.
Yeah, it should be zero. Yes, exactly. It should be zero. In fact, the net amount of money that they get from Stonewall should be, in fact, negative. The Stonewall should be giving them money. Anyway, let's move on, because we're not done with the trans madness. There's such a thing as a trans baby.
I saw a little bit of this, yeah.
Trans baby.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as a trans baby. There's just no such thing. Medical students at Harvard are being taught how to care for infant patients, infant meaning up to 12 months old, who identify as LGBTQIA+. Lesbian babies.
Yep.
Got a gay or trans baby? No, you don't. You do not.
Did you see the bit where they say, I'm not saying it was in this report, but it was to do with this, that infants know their sexuality because baby girls want to suck their mother's breasts. So they're obviously dealing with their lesbianism as an infant.
That's incredibly Freudian.
And baby boys, it's quite common to see them playing with their willies. So they're experimenting with their homosexuality.
Oh, so they're gay?
It's like, you guys are just mental.
Yeah, that is insane.
Yeah.
That is just absolutely insane. And any parent will be able to tell you how insane that is. But anyway, students at the school were given clinical exposure and education will focus on serving gender and sexual minority people across the lifespan from infants to older adults. So from birth, this gay baby, the gay trans baby, gay, trans, queer, two-spirit, all number of things. According to the description of caring for patients with diverse sexual orientations, gender identities and sex development, students will work in both hospitals with the communities, and a spokesperson from Harvard Medical School said this: as part of our MD curriculum, HMS offers a 4-week elective course that educates and trains medical students to provide high-quality, culturally responsive care for patients with diverse sexual orientations, gender identities, and sex development across the age spectrum. So it's basically the same as the YMCA, where they're like, no, we're a diverse and inclusive woke cult organization. Don't you know?
The word that jumps out there is culturally diverse.
Yeah, culturally responsive, but they mean the same thing.
We don't know I know what they mean by that.
Yeah.
They don't necessarily mean African culture or Japanese culture.
But African culture wouldn't accept the idea of a gay baby, probably.
Exactly. What they mean there is LBGT culture.
They mean woke Western.
Yeah. That's exactly what they mean there.
Yeah, but it gets better than trans babies. We can do better than trans babies, can't we?
Trans fetuses.
That's all right. That's exactly right. No, I'm not joking. Trans fetuses.
I was being facetious.
I know, of course you were, but that's only because you didn't realise how bad this can get. Boston's Children's Hospital saying children can know that they're transgender from in the womb.
And they're still having abortions.
I guess this is the strongest.
Transphobic.
It's transgenocide.
Yes.
If transgender babies are getting aborted, there's got to be some sort of transgenocide. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? But they posted a video to their YouTube channel in August, where a psychologist explains that a good portion of the children she sees at the hospital's gender multi-speciality service clinic know their gender identity from the womb. How can she know that?
There's no such thing as gender identity.
I mean, I can accept the idea that there is a kind of thing called gender identity, that a sentient person who's wandering around and experiencing the world and recognizing the biological differences in themselves to someone else and the social roles that come with and responsibilities that come with that. You could call that a gender identity, fine, right? But a fetus, a baby in the womb, certainly doesn't understand any of this.
Especially when they're just clumps of cells.
Yeah, exactly. They're just clumps of cells. You know, it's barely even a heartbeat. It's not conscious. Don't be ridiculous.
You learn how babies are growing. I had to learn this in my elementary school days. By the time you can take an ultrasound, there's a heartbeat. And that fetus is still yet to be fully formed. Let's think on that.
So anyway, this is absolutely ridiculous and no, total nonsense. Anyway, moving on from that, let's talk about what an adult is allowed to do in Canada. Now, you and I grew up in a culture that thought drinking was fine, because it's always been the case, but maybe taking crack is less fine. Why don't we restrict alcohol consumption and legalize crack, though? That would be progressive, wouldn't it?
It would.
Justin Trudeau has decided that they've introduced some of the strictest guidelines on alcohol consumption in the West, just weeks before Canada will decriminalize heroin and crack cocaine in parts of the country. you've got to understand, right? Alcohol's bad for you.
Just nothing it just doesn't make sense. I could understand.
I live in Canada, and yeah, it's sadly true. There's all these drug addicts on the street, and more and more and more keep growing. People you've never seen before. It's pathetic. Drug deals in front of your home now. Shootings, violent things happening, and they're let out instantly. They're given homes, more than 3 meals a day. They're given everything they could ever need for free, and we all have to suffer for it just to survive.
And them doing things that I disagree with. Yeah. Because and I'd like to make a case.
Yeah.
Like abortion, things can be complicated, but you just look at these things and you
it's
think...
not terribly complicated, this one, though, is it?
No, it's not. I can understand reducing how much alcohol, if they shouldn't be doing it, but I can understand why they want to.
Yeah.
But then we're going to decriminalise crack and heroin. It's like, what are you doing?
Because we really like heroin addicts. Because they vote for Justin Trudeau's Liberal Party, probably. Obviously, they don't vote for anyone. No, it is, just to be clear, these are guidelines, as in they recommend no more than 2 drinks per week. I mean, I don't drink really, but that seems stingy to me. 2 drinks a week? We can have 1 beer on Wednesday and 1 beer on Sunday. But they say no amount of alcohol is safe, and concludes that drinking less is better. And if you must drink, 2 drinks maximum each week is deemed low risk. But at the same time, they're liberalising their policy on hard drug use. They say that the decision decriminalising possession of small amounts of cocaine, MDMA, and opioids in the Western Territory has been made in the hopes of stemming its record number of drug overdose deaths. I don't think that's going to help.
It doesn't help.
No.
The frickin' drug addicts are giving their tinfoil to smoke up when they're given fresh needles every day. They're given all they need, like I said, and it's pathetic out here.
Did you read about the guy in Toronto who's opening up a drug shop?
No.
So they all know this is coming.
Yep.
And he's been in the press saying the day the day it becomes decriminalised, he's got a shop and he's going to be selling crack and heroin, even though he reckons he's going to get arrested. He says, and we'll work it all out in courts. Because
which they will, yeah.
If you decriminalise it, I should be able to sell it.
Well, the policy will take effect on the 31st of January this year and apply to drug users over the age of 18. So at least there's some restriction there. Like, you've got to be 18 years old before you can start getting addicted to heroin, according to the Canadian government. Mental. But then the Canadian government is actually the 6th leading cause of death in Canada, which is something that I don't think enough people are talking about. More Canadians are ending their lives in medically assisted death than ever before. 10,000 people were killed by the government last year, which is just crazy. That's 32% more than...
Most of them are just like, they can't bear the pain. One person said, I can't hear. Ludicrous excuses.
In 2020. I said last year, sorry, 2021, not 2022.
But 98% of them are truckers.
I bet they are. I bet they are, yeah.
I don't want to do it. This way, Mr. Jenkins.
Also, I'd like to donate my money to the government. Yeah, and the thing is, they also are harvesting organs from the people who they kill. Now, they do say in here that, well, these people are voluntarily signing up to have their organs.
Yeah.
But I do strongly think that there is a kind of institutional bias in favour of you killing yourself so they can get access to your organs. Don't you know other people need those organs? Minorities need those organs. You know, there are oppressed indigenous people who need those organs. And you are depressed. And you are, you know, having trouble getting up the stairs, so why don't you kill yourself, which is what one disabled woman was told. And so the continual incentive is, an incentive structure is a very concerning one, because it turns out that actually a person is worth more dead than alive to the Canadian government.
The Nazis also worked that out.
Yeah, I think this is a terrible incentive. If you want to donate your organs, fine. I don't think the government should be able to kill you. And the thing is, I don't even disagree. Like, okay, if you want to get it privately done or something, fine. You know, then you've at least got to pay for it, and there's not going to be like a state bureaucrat who's literally pricing you up.
Yeah.
At the end of it, it's just awful.
It's a bad look. I'm not saying it shouldn't be done, but it's a bad look.
It's going to attract the wrong sort of people who think that this is morally good. Again, you can see it as necessary evil, they're fine, but it's not morally good. And it's going to attract people who say, no, if we do it, then it must be good. Therefore, it's fine. And I just think it's going to keep going up. And they're going to, again, they're on your balance sheet. They're like, you've got a good pair of healthy lungs, kidneys still work, and you've got a good liver. That's worth tens of thousands of dollars, whereas you don't pay that much in taxes. You're, in fact, a net drain to the public health system, which is why I think that they're generally incentivized to get people to kill themselves. Anyway, moving on, back to the UK. You enjoying our open borders experience?
It's wonderful, isn't it?
No, it's bloody awful. We know that the British government, congenitally leftist government, is just colluding with the French to bring traffickers across with their cargo of illegal immigrants that they've trafficked across from Albania or wherever. And they're just cooperating. They're just completely in favour of it. This wasn't a tremendous, not terribly breaking news. This happened at the end of last year.
Yep.
But then it was found out that actually there are illegal immigrants working in the border force.
Yeah.
Which is insufferable. Like there's one guy who's just, go to the next one, just illegal immigrant. This again was like just last month. It was very recent actually. He was detained while working for the Home Office agency responsible for protecting UK borders. Like, how is an illegal immigrant working for the border force? Are there no checks?
No, he's been here 20 years. You can,
well then, don't worry about it.
So they can check 20 years, which most organisations won't go beyond your last 3, 4, 5. I don't got a criminal record as well, and they can find out your last 2 addresses. That's usually okay.
But you'd think that the border force might have slightly more stringent.
You would.
But then, if they're deliberately trying to get as many of these people in the country, what can you do?
And he may speak a language that the border force think is, we could do with you on that team.
That's true. One drawback, though, is that these illegal immigrants are coming from everywhere. So there is no one language. You know, if they're all like, German immigrants, I mean, okay, get a guy who can speak German, fair enough. But no, these are from all over Africa and Asia. So anyway, but just to summarise this is your taxes at work as active patriot out here doing the Lord's work, showing how, look, he's been giving taxpayer money. He's bought himself a little scooter. It's just an illegal immigrant from Iran.
There's a church in London that are buying immigrant scooters.
Oh, really?
They're collecting money, donations.
Got a little scooter.
Buying. Yeah. Not saying this is one of them.
No.
But there's an article on that.
Yeah. Why is he here? Why is this guy here sapping my taxes?
Yep.
Scooting around his little scooter.
It's because we have a weak government.
It's because we've got a left-wing government.
Weak politicians.
This is all left-wing policies. I mean, maybe he's going to
I
transition.
don't think this is even a policy. I think this is just pure incompetence. And our politicians are scared to do what needs to be done because they're scared of the press, scared of a backlash, they're scared of not being voted in again, and they're scared of doing anything. So if you could give a magic wand, they'd stop this tomorrow, the Tory government. I really think they would. But they don't want to do any of the hard work to stop it because they're terrifying.
I'm mildly sceptical. I think that actually they're just congenital leftists. I don't think they can help themselves but be leftists. And fine.
Well, as we've already heard, Kissinger. Problem to it all. And a few other people. So bow down to your overlords. Or do as me and stand on your own 2 feet and never kneel. For if you never kneel, you'll never lose your head. Or at the very least, you'll drink in the hull of Valhalla.
Why are they here? Well, go to the next one. They're not all good. One of them, in this particular one, sent a present for rape. Taking pictures of school kids, the other ones. Yep. Shouldn't be here. Welcome to the world under leftism.
If you appreciated that segment...
let's talk about how grooming is just a conspiracy theory. We've been right all along. There's been no grooming conspiracies throughout history. I mean, we heard before, for example, that there were grooming gangs in Rochdale, Rotherham, Telford, which all turned out to be real, of course. Unfortunately, very little justice has been seen. We heard that the priests in the Catholic and Anglican churches were abusing children and nuns, which also turned out to be true, and has seemingly irreparably damaged the reputations of those institutions for at least a generation. We heard that Jimmy Savile and Jeffrey Epstein and other paedophiles, or the ones that Ghislaine Maxwell was trafficking them to, oh, that was absolutely no one, you're right, were a cabal, which turned out to be operating on literal islands and within the BBC, sometimes in plain sight or in mortuaries. But now, our lying eyes have finally deceived us, because Wikipedia is here to tell us that nobody, absolutely nobody, in the LGBTQ plus LMNOP Jumanji community is grooming a single child. Thank you for setting us straight. We have been fact-checked. For a sincere and insightful voice on this topic, actually, you can go over to lotusseaters.com and watch this free interview with the wonderful and compelling Richie Herron, a man who I am very glad to have known, who went through the gender transition surgery, which he calls, of course, cosmetic mutilation, and you can listen to his story because he tells it far better than I can. And he actually elaborates on how lots of very vulnerable people who were raised in less than supportive homes seek validation online. Sometimes they send compromising materials which allow them to get blackmailed by older men who are also gynophiles, and they exploit that subordinate position to convince them to become a beautiful girl, to become trans because you'll look so lovely.
I missed that one. That sounds really interesting. I'm going to go and watch that one.
It is free for everyone to watch.
Is it quite harrowing?
Yes, I do have to. I do.
Trigger warning.
We don't actually issue any trigger warnings on this channel, but there is an explicit language and content warning for this one. Some people tried to watch it at the office yesterday, got about 20 minutes in and just got too sad, but they did finish it and it is very meaningful, so I cannot oversell it enough. Unfortunately, unlike Richie, Wikipedia don't want to tell the truth, so there's a new Wikipedia article called The LGBT Grooming Conspiracy Theory. Since the early 2020s, conservatives and members of the far right, woo, mostly in the United States, have falsely accused LGBT people, as well as their allies and progressives in general, of systematically using LGBT positive education and campaigns for LGBT rights as a method of child grooming.
Yeah, to be fair, it's not the LGB bit, is it? I mean...
Well, there was the gay men's choir in San Francisco who sang "We're Coming for Your Children."
Okay, yeah, a bit of that, but yeah, it's mostly back-ended, the concern on this one.
Poor choice of words.
Yeah.
No, drag queens and people bring their kids to it and giving their kids money to put in the drag strippers' panties. But, okay. Apparently it didn't happen. But there's video proof that it actually did happen.
It seems that some people are using their sexuality as a Trojan horse, and rather than advancing the cause of born this way, just be tolerant, let me do whatever is in the privacy of my own bedroom, all of those tired and repeated platitudes, to, instead of liking men and women, they like kids. And so they want to normalise that, just like their allies and progressive leftists did in the 1970s when a bunch of French intellectuals signed a letter saying we need to abolish the age of consent. Lovely stuff. Didn't happen. Just misinformation, I'm sure. These accusations and conspiracy theories are characterised by experts as baseless, homophobic and transphobic and examples of moral panic. Experts. They cite Vox in here, by the way.
That's gaslighting. It's...
As an expert. Yeah. The term groomer is derived from the practice of child grooming, but conservatives are using it to imply that the LGBTQ community, their allies and liberals, are more generally paedophiles or paedophile enablers, as described by Vox research has shown that LGBT people do not molest children at a higher rate than non-LGBT people. I don't think that was necessarily the contention. The contention was more that
straw man, isn't it?
People are using the ideology to get close to children under the guise of inclusive and sex education training, and without supervision of the parents, you are exploiting them because some people do not like men and women, they like kids. The term OK Groomer originated in 2020 as a play on the OK Boomer meme. In the United Kingdom, the conspiracy theory began to be popularised within the gender-critical movement around 2020. In the United States, see, we started it first. History repeats itself. The popularisation of the term has been linked to Christopher Rufo, who tweeted about winning the language war, as if leftists haven't been trying to do that since the 1960s or even earlier with Adorno and Horkheimer, utterly demolishing culture, language, and the critical reinterpretation of every text.
We've already heard World War II, the book burnings, right? Remember that? I think you do.
By winning the land war, we mean sort of basically legislating to criminalise people who don't talk the way they want to talk.
Yeah, but Christopher Rufo said that, which means that basically he's on the defensive. Rather than allowing the progressives to dictate the terms of the argument, he just means, no, we're not going to give up. We're not going to acquiesce the language to use. You can redefine it as you see fit and normalise your fetishes. No, we're going to reframe the argument so that it exposes you for what you are. You're not a minor attractive person. You're a nonce. James Lindsay in August 2021 also jumped on this. Following the We Spa controversy in July 2021, Julia Serrano noted a rise in false accusations of grooming directed towards transgender people, saying that it appeared as if there was a movement to, quote, lay the foundation for just smearing all trans people as child sexual predators. Why don't we check out Wikipedia's own page on We Spa, shall we? Because was We Spa a false instance of LGBT grooming?
Was that the one where this biological male was strutting up and down the women's changing room in front of children with his tackle out?
Yeah, well,
Right.
that biological male, sorry, that brave trans woman, we misspoke, YouTube, don't ban us. On August 30th, 2021, an individual commonly reported to be a transgender woman was charged with indecent exposure relating to the alleged incident after 4 women and 1 minor girl filed police reports in July. The suspect had been previously convicted of indecent exposure in 2002 and 2003, being obliged to register as a sex offender since 2006, and convicted for failing to register in 2008. The suspect is awaiting trial on 7 counts of indecent exposure, according to court documents from 2019. The suspect has denied guilt, claiming harassment over being trans.
And the funny thing is, you're getting this conspiracy theory that Wikipedia tells us doesn't exist off of Wikipedia.
Hence why I pulled out that source. It reminds me of, there's a Family Guy bit, because there always is for everything, of where there's an obvious, stunning and brave woman sitting at the end of the bar watching pornography on their phone, and the barman goes, you can't do that here, and he goes, it's okay, I'm trans, and he goes, oh, never mind, carry on. Back to Wikipedia, shall we? The original article. The conspiracy theory then moved into the American conservative mainstream with a number of high-profile cases of its use in spring 2022, including its use by members of the Republican Party. On February 24th, the right-wing Heritage Foundation issued a tweet stating that the Florida Don't Say Gay bill protects young children from sexual grooming. Again, notice the dishonest framing here. Don't trust Wikipedia for anything. It was not named the Don't Say Gay bill. It was named the Parental Rights in Education bill, something that only a groomer would object to, as Ron DeSantis already said, because the bill actually doesn't stop gay people talking about anything. There's nowhere in that bill does it stop
it. Don't say gay, yeah.
It just stops you talking about sex and sex ed from kindergartners to 3rd grade. Now that is a remarkably lenient cut-off. 3rd grade, still way too young.
3rd grade? Is that like 16 or something?
No, that's 1st, 2nd, 3rd grade. That's like 8, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
Max.
Right. So
way too early.
So basically, the map of the United States is now Florida. You can't groom kids until they're 8,
and the rest is just carte blanche.
Yep. Okay.
The rest is literally Weimar Germany. Brilliant. In April 2022, Marjorie Taylor Greene referred to the Democratic Party as the party of killing babies, grooming and transitioning children, and pro-pedophile politics. Have to disavow. Disney has been the focus of several other uses of the conspiracy, because lots of their employees at the parks and the executives keep being found out to be actual paedophiles and stings. But I suppose it's just a conspiracy. All those convictions, just a conspiracy theory. All those people that want to work really close to kids in costumes, just a conspiracy theory. Jim Banks and 19 other members of the Republican Study Committee published a letter to Disney accusing the corporation of, quote, purposefully influencing small children with political and sexual agenda. You mean the same Disney who did a streamed Zoom call hosted by a woman who has 2 transgender children, with a woman who is a lead in content who boasted about her, quote, not-so-secret gay agenda, where she was, quote, adding queerness everywhere I could and nobody stopped me.
And she had 2 transgender children.
The Disney executive had 2 transgender children. The woman who then started speaking, also an executive, was the one who said she has a not-so-secret gay agenda.
Okay, since like trans people are supposed to be some tiny percentage, the chances of having 2 transgender children is... I don't know, I kind of want to work out what the number is, but it's going to be...
infinitesimally small?
Yeah.
Isn't she just so lucky to have liberated their authentic selves from such a young age? I'm sure there's going to be no health
complications. She really hit the lottery there
by
happening to have children that precisely met her political wishes.
And who won't have any children of their own. Since then, numerous right-wing pundits have described the behaviour of parents and teachers who support minors in their transgender identities as grooming. And the term groomer has widely been used by conservative media hello, and politicians who wanted to denounce the LGBTQ community and its allies by implying that they are paedophiles or paedophile enablers. Well, they certainly can't write or spell because there's no punctuation in this. In April 2022, the left-leaning media watchdog Media Matters, dirty smear merchants, published a study stating that within a 3-week period spanning from March 17th to April 6th, Fox News ran 170 segments on trans people, throughout which the network repeatedly invoked the long-debunked myth that trans people pose a threat to minors and seek to groom them. Well, you certainly gave them a lot of cannon fodder for the segments, didn't you? Anyway, since 2019, protesters have targeted drag queen story hour events at public facilities and private venues. Appearing on Fox News, Chris Rufo characterized child-friendly drag, oxymoron we'll get into in a bit, as an attempt to, quote, sexualize children, quote, subvert the middle-class family, hang on to that part, and, quote, eliminate what they call the sexual hierarchy in favor of creating a sexual connection between adult and child. Now, I wonder where he got that idea from. Could it possibly be the best-selling author of The Hips on the Drag Queen Go Swish Swish Switch, which is mandatory reading in some New York schools, and the creator of Drag Queen Story Hour, Little Miss Hot Mess, who wrote this paper here in an education journal, by the way. If we go on to that, Drag Pedagogy, the playful practice of queer imagination in early childhood. I've read this out on the podcast before, but I haven't subjected you, a father, to it, Dan. Would you like to be sickened by exactly how family-friendly these drag events are?
Not really.
So, in discussing the work of Drag Queen Story Hour within our social circles, we have occasionally encountered critiques that Drag Queen Story Hour is sanitizing the risque nature of drag in order to make it, quote, family-friendly. We do not share this pessimistic view. Queer world-making, including political organizing, has long been a project driven by desire. It is, in fact, enacted through art forms like fashion, theatre, and drag. We believe Drag Queen Story Hour offers an invitation towards deeper public engagement with queer cultural production, particularly for young children and their families. It may be that Drag Queen Story Hour is family-friendly in the sense that it is accessible and inviting to families with children, but it is less than a sanitizing force than it is a preparatory introduction to alternative modes of kinship. So Drag Queen Story Hour is a way to prepare you to move away from your family into queer ways of living, based on desire.
They really very nearly said the quiet part out loud. I mean, they're sort of beating. I mean, it's between the
they
lines.
did.
Yeah.
No, they do. Here, Drag Queen Story Hour is family-friendly in the sense of a family as an old school queer code to identify and connect with other queers on the street.
Right.
Literally the quiet part out loud. We're going to take you away from your family into this adoptive family.
This drag time story hour, it is so goddamn weird. I mean, I know you're getting into the details, but I just got to pull back and say the whole thing is so screwed up.
There was one I wanted to cover actually on Libs of TikTok's page, which we can't show because there is a man walking around with an exposed buttocks, bare breasts in a box, simulating sodomy with another man on stage in front of children. And we actually can't show the video. We can't properly report on it. It's on Twitter. Go and look at it in your own time.
I bet Chinese TV showed it. Because if I was Chinese state media, I would be broadcasting every one of those and say, look what's going on in the West.
Yeah, you can't own a house because you spoke out about the Uyghurs, but at least you don't live in Florida. In addition to teaching the public, drag performers have well-established ways of learning from each other and their audiences. Many performers study their craft in an adoptive drag family, wherein drag mothers or fathers, sisters and aunties guide their children in anything from how to glue down one's eyebrows to delivering a flawless lip sync. So we want you to experience new ways of kinship with your adoptive drag family. And from the earlier part, there was actually a part where they said, we want to bring new ways of queer ways of knowing and queer ways of being into early childhood education. And so it ends with this last quotation. We're reading books while we read each other's looks, and we're leaving a trail of glitter in the carpet that won't ever come out. That's a threat. How is that not irreversibly shaping a child's mind? That is the head of Drag Queen Story Hour, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't heard that before, you're welcome to clip that and share that around. Link is in the description on our website. Anyway, let's check the cope in the comments of this article, shall we? Because we've established it's definitely not happening. There's nothing untoward going on here. So, they talk about potentially moving the title of the page because they realise it doesn't look very good to dismiss obvious evidence as a conspiracy theory. The moderator who retained the title, despite challenges, is Isabel Bellato, who has, if you scroll down, John, you might be able to see, oh, there it is, yeah, the pride flag is right next to Isabel's name, obviously signalling ideological fealty. Most of the disputes in this seem to be related to the title of the page. This is what one of the comments says. We should settle this through a discussion on which title to use. There are 5 options. Keep the current title, change it to LGBT grooming rhetoric, LGBT grooming allegations, LGBT grooming moral panic, or another title. Very not inclusive of them to include the Q plus there. I'm sure that needs updating probably tomorrow when they invent another pronoun. I think rhetoric is the best descriptor for this. Says, I am really good at checkers. And then another person responds to that, because they're fighting back and forth. Rhetoric can encompass honest claims and arguments made in mistaken good faith. That is not what this is, and there is no genuine controversy about that, says Daniel Regal. So they've kept the title, because it's an obvious smear against their opponents that midwits can pull up and just say, see, source cited, you're a conspiracy theorist.
It is genuinely amazing to me that we live in the type of modern world where these people, instead of doing something productive, get to spend all day arguing about this stuff.
It's very productive, because it enforces the ideological hegemon, because people that don't realise that Wikipedia is just crowdsourced ideologues inputting their preferred articles in and calling it truth will cite this. Like, there are actual academics now, many of whom aren't that credible, I know, but turn around and say, don't cite Wikipedia in your university essays.
So, I mean, sometimes when I'm doing my brokenomics stuff, I think to myself, you know, am I worried too much? You know, my general contention that Western economies are going to collapse in from the weight of the rot that they've ingested over the years. And then I look at this and I just think, how the hell are we still standing?
This is the Wile E. Coyote analogy I did in my recent video.
Yeah.
Who do you think pushed us over that cliff? These people, who have no investment in the future, by the way, and who are just utterly narcissistic. Speaking of who these people are, here's one person who upheld the name. This is one user who was pretty dominant in the thread, Praxidicay, and just scroll down. It's just a list of people who they claim to have been unjustly killed by police violence. And if you just go to the bottom, John, of that, making racist mad on Wikipedia since 2016. 2016, I wonder if that was the Trump election, right, when everyone lost their mind. Brilliant. Thanks very much. Back to the comments section, the actual cesspit it is. It discusses gays against groomers, which is quite inconvenient for them, because these are gay people who acknowledge the problem and say, I like men and women, but I don't like kids. Yeah. One of their founders was recently on Timcast, actually.
It is mostly the T-bit, isn't it? Yeah.
It's TQ+. I suppose I can't say that again because I nearly got arrested last time, but then when folks like Gail Rubin want to, quote, normalise boy love, and that is the foundational text for queer theory, that's thinking sex, by the way, bit suspicious. There's at least one group which promotes the groomer panic, but whose members claim to be gay themselves, says one user. That should be worth noting as well, especially since this group was kicked off PayPal and responded by accusing the platform of something called woke homophobia. No, concern trolls are not a new phenomenon on the far right, and Wikipedia should not give undue clout to them, says another person. So we're not going to address our principled opposition. Instead, we're just going to call you concern trolls and go away. They're far right radicals, right? How far right are these people? Well, they've adopted the conservative pride flag. If we go to the next one, reject modernity, embrace tradition. And on the left is the trans Dad's Army arrow pride flag of intersex. Do you know what the black and brown stripes are, by the way? Just a quick question.
Go on.
They're for AIDS and black and brown bodies.
That's the sort of thing I'd put in for a joke.
There's a new one as well that has a big red umbrella in the middle and it looks like a puckered anus, and it's for sex workers. Because they want to make whores a marginalised identity that you can't critique. But we actually have got to the hilarious point that Callum said, how many, God, must be nearly 2 years ago now, that we have the conservative pride flag, which is the traditional one of just the rainbow. We're actually being given slop and expected to support this. But I don't want to speak badly of gays against groomers. I'm sure they're nice people, but they're hardly far right. Ooh. Nobody in their right mind agrees with this, and that's why they've omitted them practically from the article, because they realise their narrative falls apart if they actually acknowledge their existence. Right, let's go back to it then.
Seriously, they put AIDS in the black flag.
Yeah. Yeah. So the last of the comments I wanted to address was, it says, it's an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Now, it says, are there any reliable sources covering the blatantly anti-Semitic undertones? Are there even undertones at this point of this conspiracy theory? Nobody mentioned the Jews. How fascinating. Now, this page then received protection, which locked it from edits by critics, unless you've been already ordained on the right side. So, I just thought we'd go to evidence, since this has come out, that it definitely isn't happening. But it is also a good thing, of course. So we have here from the Post-Millennial, Penn State professor tells straight students to watch gay or lesbian porn. Why could that possibly be? Penn State professor Sam Richards aired the challenge to students during a lecture for his entry-level sociology class in December. and was of course met with silence in response. If you're straight, watch gay or lesbian porn and see how quickly you feel aroused, and how you can't control that, Richards reportedly asked in the clip, which was viewed by Fox News. Singling out his male students, especially men, the professor said in the clip, Richards explained, "You'll realise that, oh damn, I could be sexualised by people who are like me." The school, meanwhile, is standing by its staffers' statements, telling the Daily Mail that academic freedom for faculty is necessary to achieve critical thinking and discussion within the student body.
He said that out loud?
Yeah. He's a tenured academic. It's literally a weird sex cult where they want to normalise their fetishes by gaslighting you.
He told his students a lot more about him than he was trying to tell his students about anything else.
Because he's trying to sleep with the students.
Yeah, especially the men ones from the sound of it.
Well, yeah, because otherwise he wouldn't be in the LGBT acronym, would he? Unless he's just ticking by and hoping they don't check on the diversity form or something, which does work, fellas. I don't endorse lying, but anyway. So next we can go on to this very disturbing thing. There's a PhD student, broken by Colin Boroshenko, in a Zoom call telling autistic children how to masturbate. Definitely not grooming. "I will happily talk about masturbation with your autistic child," he says. "I've done it many times with many autistic children. It brings me lots of joy."
God, he's trying to get the parents in on this?
No, he said his parents are his least favourite people. He says, "I absolutely love masturbation. It's my favourite topic. Any of my friends will tell you so." He also said,
What the frick?
"Porn literacy is important. In general, it means teaching students about ethical porn consumption and where to find ethical porn."
What's ethical porn? Is that when you don't choke them?
That's the boring kind, isn't it? "Self-diagnosis is super valid autism experience," he also said. So he's literally defined himself as marginalised category, right? In order to get himself a job to talk about other autistic children who are easily manipulatable, especially if they're feeling social pressure and don't know they're autistic, about how to rub one out. And he's also telling them they all might be trans. All of them. We have a clip here. John, brace yourself for this creature's voice.
Okay, this is my favorite statistic of all time ever, which is that 70% of autistics are LGBTQ+, with 50% of that population being trans. 70% and 50% both round up to 100. Awesome, that's a huge number. What does that mean? This means that all autistic individuals need to be talked to and informed about queer and trans identities and how those folks have sex. This also means that if you are teaching sex ed to your autistic students, you need to be comfortable and competent in the subject of queer and trans issues, which a lot of people are not.
Jesus Christ. I mean, if low testosterone was a sine wave, it would be his voice.
Well, I think they are trans, so they may be a trans man. Obviously, very high testosterone, we won't question at YouTube. Now, look, we try and present these segments fairly impartially, occasionally with a bit of joke, and then listening back to that, it's just infuriating.
Yeah, what a mess.
All children who are autistic and easily manipulatable and feel at odds with the world and don't really understand their identity, and many girls particularly who feel alienated from their body as it's changing, they may be between 50 and 70% trans, so we all have to tell them this could be a possibility, and while we're telling them how to pleasure themselves in our presence, you could be fitting into this marginalised category which just so happens to push you down the route of making yourself into my fetish doll. Millstones immediately. So what's the result of this? Now, we're not going to homogenise here. This is still a burgeoning report, so we don't know the breakdown by sexuality. But the result is, by overlooking what you call a conspiracy theory, we get instances like this. If we go to the last link, please, John. Hundreds of Chicago teachers raped, sexually assaulted, and groomed students in 2022. So according to a report released by Chicago Public Schools' Office of the Inspector General, the 2021 to 2022 school year saw 772 investigations into teachers for allegedly raping, sexually assaulting, or grooming students. Now, whether straight or gay, it is abhorrent. They're all paedophiles, obviously. But do not run interference for an ideology which allows groomers to gain proximity to children without parent supervision, who think parents are their least favourite people, who just really want to talk about sex with kids. If you do not have adequate safeguarding concerns, and you dismiss this as a conspiracy theory, you are going to result in many children's lives being irreparably damaged. And so there are two camps here, right? That's what I'm going to finish on. Two camps. There are people who will cite this Wikipedia entry because they want to protect who they think are the LGBTQ community from undue criticism, right? That is what that's going to produce if you just genuflect to ideologues who control the narrative. And then there are people who are using this acronym as a Trojan horse to get proximity to kids. I will not be gaslit by your attempts to pretend it isn't happening. It's not difficult. Stop trying to have sex with children.
I want to slip one more thing in there.
Please do.
And that is, I saw some really interesting stats after the pandemic, which was basically a number of kids reporting as trans, and there was a line going up like that.
Richie Heron told me it's an 8,000% increase in referrals.
And the only time that line went down was during lockdown, when teachers did not have access to kids, and then it started going the other way.
It has gone up after lockdown because of access to things like TikTok. As Libs of TikTok has exposed, there are plenty of teachers with an interest in your children. And I would just like to raise the concern that the Biden administration's education head said that parents are not the primary stakeholders in their children's education.
Oh, Jesus.
Let's make sure that these monsters aren't instead. Alright, let's get on to the really demoralizing fact that everything you love has been turned queer now. And that's not my words, by the way. That's the words of a group of TV, film and comic book executives who sat for a chat with the Writers Guild of America, West, about how they're queer-washing all of your favorite characters and about how your concerns as fans don't matter. That's not my words, by the way. That's the words of a group of TV, film and comic book executives who sat for a chat with the Writers Guild of America, West, about how they're queer-washing all of your favorite characters and about how your concerns as fans don't matter. They don't need your money, apparently, because it's profitable on its own. Even though they need your money for it to be profitable, I'm sure we'll unpack it all. If there's any doubt on my love for this material, you can go over to our website, pay a $5 a month. There's also some preview clips on our YouTube to tantalize you. You can watch a series called Comics Corner, where Harry and I go through some of the best and worst that American and eventually maybe some manga has to offer. This one was on the history of the comics industry in the 1990s, where they had really outlandish and extreme comics, and they overprinted variant comics and caused a market crash. And it's looked back on as a time of hackery and gimmicks and being creatively bereft. And God, I wouldn't give anything to go back there now, because things are awful, as you've already seen with Pregnant Joker.
Yeah.
I am miserable. Now, bear in mind, the 1990s when Batman and Robin came out as well, so the movies were actually still somehow slightly better than the tripe we're getting at the moment with Wakanda Forever. So if you don't know what I'm talking about in terms of the Zoom call, it's up on YouTube, and it hasn't been taken too kindly, as we can see with the dislike bar. 12 likes, 379 dislikes. The comments are a little
Oh, it must be
hostile.
popular. They must be popular. People seem to want them.
Yeah, but they're right. They certainly are a minority. People have basically said this is a seminar on how to lose your job. And unfortunately, that's not true, because they're going to stay there no matter what. Mainly because of ESG scores, but because of the ideological insistence on perverting everything you enjoyed in your childhood and in your adulthood. Bear in mind, folks like me, I paid throughout my life to buy back issues of the comics. I didn't buy these clowns, so that the company could make enough money so that they could come in and inherit the characters that me and other fans have made successful and other creators have made really good, and then pervert it and get paid doing so and call us racist for not liking it. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to subject you to a struggle session of a few clips. Now this panel involves a few people. I'll just run down. So it's Magdalene Visaggio, who's a trans Democratic Socialist of America and GLAAD member who writes for Marvel, DC, and Boom Studios. The head of TV at DC Entertainment, Kim Roberto, who says some very revelatory things during the course of this. James Tynion IV, who is the recent writer of Batman Eternal, Detective Comics, Batman and Robin Eternal, and the mainline Batman title until he went off to do his own thing. So he's no small creator, right? Thomas Page Maccabee, the showrunner on Umbrella Academy, which I don't know if you've seen it by any chance. They had Ellen Page, formerly a lesbian woman, become Elliot Page in their personal life, a trans man. And they were playing Vanya, who was a lesbian character in season 1 and 2. And then 12 days before the script hit the tables and they had to start filming, they had to change the character to make sure they showcased his trans journey to Victor.
It doesn't seem like the kind of thing that I would enjoy watching.
You would think that, but then you're a transphobe. So it's not made for you, Stelios. It's made for them to represent themselves. It's made for normal people. How dare you? How could you? Roberto Aguirre Sacasa, is the chief creative officer at Archie Comics and the showrunner on Riverdale. And then David Siguari, executive vice president, film and television at Aftershock Media, formerly of the Trevor Project, who have done all sorts of sordid research. By the way, Sakaza, he spent his pre-comics career writing plays about Satanism, and he revised The Tempest to make Caliban the hero. So typical subversive stuff. So we're going to watch a few clips, and the first one I want to focus on is really, what is the teleology of art and representation? Because we hear representation a lot. What are you actually representing about a character? Especially if a character passes hands, like a Shakespeare play, or like American comic books, which is the secular monomyth of America. It survived the Second World War, the Cold War, and it reflects how Americans think of themselves. What actually is the essence of artistic representation? So I think we'll listen to Kim articulate this, and we'll see if we agree with her, shall we?
Who wants to answer? If you are reimagining a straight cis comic book character into a queer trans character, how do you navigate the balance of being true to the IP while also making the LGBTQ identity a genuine aspect of the character?
YouTube. We always look at core immutables. I don't know if that's one of your favorite phrases, David, working in comics, but for us over at DC, core immutables mean like what makes the character tick, what makes them who they are, and we've never felt that it had to do with what they necessarily look like. It has to do with their emotions and what they're going through, their journey, their struggle.
So it's nothing to do with their physical form. It's nothing necessarily to do with their name. It's all to do with how they feel inside.
Which is supposed to be a core immutable.
Yeah. So their emotions are the only thing authentic to them. It's nothing to do with their externalities. It's nothing to do with how they represent in the world, which seems to undermine the representation argument, because if something physical matters, you need to see it to be it, then that would be a core immutable of the character. But it's only for identity that they like, of course. But then you come back to the sort of Gnostic mystic argument that the trans activists had of, I have the soul of a woman imprisoned in a man's body, and therefore it is actually a good and noble thing to upend the culture, like comics, or upend material reality and biological reality itself as a revolutionary enemy in order to liberate my authentic soul. So it sounds very much like, and we spoke about this on air, not the Aristotelian conception of art, with physical realities abstracted one thing away from reality, so you can recognize it, but it's a testing ground for ideas. So they die so we don't have to, right? And you get the catharsis of tragedy, the levity and replicability of comedy, and the factualness of historical epics. Nothing to do with that. It's the world of forms. It's, you were a woman in the world of forms. That's your lived reality. That's your soul. You've been imprisoned in this material form, and then art has abstracted a form away from the form, so it's an extra imposition on you. It's unjust. So if we liberate you in art, you can understand how to liberate yourself in the real world and achieve the form of woman, even though you were born as a man.
I think this is completely messed up.
Right.
Yeah, and it doesn't see. I don't know if we're over analyzing it.
I think it's worthwhile to unpack the actual ideas behind what they're saying, because when you take it to its logical conclusion, it doesn't make sense. And so the contradictions exposed, this is just a naked power grab, which they do admit later on.
Yeah. So, okay, so if that is what they're trying to do, they're completely misguided, because, for instance, for Plato, the soul is genderless. So it doesn't help them if they're going to appeal to the gender of the soul. So, but yes, I think the idea is what you said about the authentic self. They think that there is a distinction between the authentic self and the perceived self. And the worst thing is that they are trying to present themselves as moral authorities over what is the authentic self supposed to be about. So what they are trying to do, I think they're trying to do it when it comes to schooling, and tell me if you think that this is a wild guess that is inapplicable here. They're trying to pose, to say that I know what you really are, your parents don't know, you may not know, and I'm going to create the whole system of education and possibly art, of artistic representation, as being a kind of message that I'm giving to you about who you are.
That makes perfect sense as well, because lots of these people started out in young adult fiction, like Beast Boy Loves Raven, or I Am Not Starfire, or Gotham Academy, or what's the other one? I can't remember. It's one about Aqualad being gay, and that is how they get into comics, and they take over the lead titles and subvert them with an effort called 5G, where suddenly there's non-binary Flash, bisexual Brazilian Wonder Woman, eventually bisexual Superman, non-binary, female Aquagirl, and it's just Black Batman. Nobody's buying this stuff. But it is reinforcing the narrative.
Yeah.
And a lot of the time they're subsidized by scholastic book fairs. That's something that Marvel did. They had this thing called Devil Dinosaur and Moon Girl, and nobody bought it. But they did sell it to the libraries that go around to the schools and give out books and make sure they're sold in there. So they are pushing it in educational institutions.
Exactly. It is a top-down, a forced top-down message. And it's not coincidental that they are using comic characters like the Joker.
Yeah.
Or Batman and Superman. I think last time I checked, Helen Page wants to star as Superman.
Elliot Page, we have to say, we can't dead name. They may be starring as John Kent, who is a young bisexual Superman who takes over from his father, who is being turned into a fascist slowly, which is really miserable. And they may not confirm or deny that this is actually happening in this Zoom call. Oh dear. Right, so we've exposed it as a naked power grab because of its contradictions, and then they just come out and say that. So we've got a couple of clips here. So let's go through first how the cycle of media indoctrination works from the mouths of the creatives. Let's play.
On the Outfest side, as the largest LGBTQIA film festival, one of the programmers the other day was talking to us about the cycle of trans and queer narratives and how first they need to be tragic. So again, we can have empathy with the larger public, and we have our HIV stories and all these things that have already happened. And then they turn into comedy and sort of that best friend character or what have you, and their supporting character, the main character. And then we go into the normalization that Mags was talking about. And I think what we need to see is in that period, we get so many coming out stories. I think every coming out story, right, has probably been told, or we've seen different angles on it. What we need is actually fully realized, lived in trans and queer characters, that their sexuality, that their gender identity is not their only character trait, but that they have a dimensional realized life, and they live in a life in which they have family members and friends and lovers, and they're messy and they're tragic and they're weird. And I think we need to see that in space. We need to see that in the Wild West. We need to see that in our time. Like, I think we just need more of celebrating queerness and transness in a way that has not been done, because we've been relegated to like needing to speak on the parts that make it relatable to other people. And at this point, we don't need to be relatable anymore. We can just exist.
So there's a few things about that. So first of all, we get the genealogy of how, let's say in the 90s, for example, loads of sitcoms like Friends and Will and Grace had lots of gay characters, and they were the likable ones, they were the funny ones, they had some tragic dimensions, so you could really sympathize because they were just like you, right? The crux of Ellen DeGeneres' coming out piece in Time to make her seem really relatable. Then we see it move into, we need to capture existing properties and then retroactively insert throughout history all of our characters to make it seem normal. This is why Marie Antoinette now is having this new series on BBC where she's a lesbian, and same with that The Favourite about the Queens in the Georgian period, about them getting it on, and all this painful nonsense where the root of it is just their sexuality. It's not a compelling story necessarily. So that achieves total capture and dominance. And it's openly manipulative because they want to confect sympathy on the part of an aggrieved group. That's the starting point. And it's sad because it like retroactively colors stories like Life is Strange, which I really like. They try and co-opt that, even though it's a really good story, into their project of making you feel bad for this group. But then when it becomes normalized, then when they say, oh, what everyone actually would say if it was a gay character, for example, if you created a new gay character, let's just have them have a family and a central conflict and be a complete human, right? What they're saying is, not just have them in the story and be a complete character where it's not just about their sexuality, have the majority of characters, as James Tynion says later in here, he says, I want there to be not just a trans villain, but a trans hero also battling the trans villain. So it becomes ubiquitous and completely captured, and it becomes the norm. And so, by doing that, rather than supplanting sympathy for their condition, you've now turned it into, we're going to start from the premise they have to be queer, trans, gay, etc. So that is actually the heroic virtue, rather than their actions, that undergird their heroism, but definitely not their villainy, because the villains we have to sympathize with, right? Joker was just cursed to be pregnant. Oh, what a sad fate befalling him. I identify more with the villains, which is actually something that the women of Marvel said in the podcast, which is explaining a lot, really. So if we move on to the next clip,
can I have
please do.
a comment about representation that you said?
Yeah, go for it, please.
It's interesting that they're trying to overpopulate characters, overpopulate the characters of a comic with, LGBTQ plus characters, and they phrase it in terms of representation. But they're not but members of this community are not the majority of the members of the population.
Yeah, it's not proportionate, yes.
It's not proportionate. So how are they going to... They're not representing, they are over-representing.
They're manufacturing, which is the creation of...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the creation of the perception of consent on behalf of an aggrieved group, which means that if they confect this, they can push for more political power and the eternal provision of jobs in these captured institutions so they can keep confecting propaganda endlessly.
And I have another question.
Yep.
Why don't they make a new comic with new characters that are whatever they want them to be?
Because they don't sell. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
And actually what happened was as well, once there was a Batgirl of Burnside comic and they made an allusion to it being a trans villain, and in the comic Batgirl tries to say, no, but you can't sign up to the women's talent show because you're not, and the sound cuts are off, implying that it's a man. And because of transphobia, they had to rescind and reprint the comic and imply that, oh, you can't enter the talent show, you're just a bad singer. And then it turns out that there were some sexual assault allegations against the writer.
But do you think that this will sell comparatively to other Batman novels?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
It tanks.
So there's a really big question here, and everyone in the economy should ask this. If businesses are run this way by people who are completely uncaring about what the majority of the people want and think, and they're just trying to push an agenda, they will go broke. Maybe, Marvel and DC are, too big to fail.
No, they're tanking entirely at the moment. DC is basically borderline cutting their publishing line. They've been bought a bunch of times. But they are on ESGs, so they are going to get the subsidies to keep pushing these narratives because your corporate credit score will go up if you keep putting the trans superheroes in, comrade. So the next clip is Thomas Page McBee on how to sustain this long march for the institutions. How can you keep the pressure up? Let's play.
As a staff writer, you have very little power, right? So pick your battles and be really strategic and thoughtful about how you want to deal with that. But just really try to pick your battles, because what you really need is mental health and the capacity to have a longevity in this industry and to kind of keep a sustained interest in what it sounds like you have, which is like a genuine desire to disrupt this model that is systemically broken, where the staff writer who represents the marginalized group is the person with least amount of power, and then you're trying to convince people who are telling your stories or stories that relate to you that how to do that, and they're not listening. That is a problem in so many different ways right now in rooms, and I think it's the way that you can really, or the way we can all kind of get screwed by that, is if we exhaust all our emotional energy trying to save someone else's story from their own, from their own failure of understanding and empathy. And so I think letting people fail is okay. I think saying your piece and having your own integrity and picking your battles, but really just trying to think about, how do I sustain my own career, and how do I make sure that I resolve this issue going forward as I get higher and higher up. And as you get higher and higher up, you will have more and more of a say. So there is like a light at the end of the tunnel. But I know that's not like the sexiest advice, but it's really, for me, that's been my experience. Like you pick your battles and just don't exhaust yourself over other people's inability to listen to you.
So he is openly admitting there that he will allow institutions and stories to fail as long as it advances his personal career, which is ideologically founded in, and as he said, emotions as his resource, expressing the authentic emotions of the character, which is their internal soul. So you are engaging in queer liberation theology, in using the culture to strip people of their prejudices, I suppose they would say, that prevent them from being queer or trans or well, I suppose you've been
from
born
being
this
their
way,
true
but there
self.
you go. Exactly, yeah. And you don't want to exhaust your emotions. And so, like a group of ideological locusts, you will move from one cultural crop field to the next, deserting it of its money and seeing if it can just benefit you and your project. Why would you want to hire these people?
And as they said in the previous video, and then it will just be.
Yeah. Yeah. Then you reach the end of history.
Let me just ask you, did you watch the whole of this video?
I did, yeah. I subjected
I'm
myself to 2
sincerely
hours
worried
of it.
about your mental health.
Thanks, mate. That's why I was so miserable yesterday. Yeah, it was horrendous to sit through. Hence why I had a stiff drink after work. So, as you can see, the very excited man on the right is James Tynion. He's the Batman writer, right? Ever since Robin has become gay, Jace Fox has taken over as Batman of New York, and he's become black, and it's written by the 12 Years a Slave writer. And James Tynion openly admits to setting these things up in his Batman run, and DC themselves were impeding him because they were worried about profitability. So DC actually does something right for once, dear God. They were just slow to getting there, right? To driving it off a cliff. But James Tynion has some very good insights in the dialectic of cultural transformation. It's very Moscow. Let's listen, because I think he might be correct.
Comics in particular, like I remember just a few years ago, some of the things that are happening right now in, like, specifically DC Comics would never have happened. Absolutely not. I know because I was in the rooms where those ideas were shot down, like, in extreme ways. And seeing the people actually able to step forward with them is, like, really, really something. And I am, like, that's the biggest thing that I want moving forward is just, like, I want to make sure we keep the ground we've taken, like, because, we're going, like, knock on wood, we're all gonna be around this industry for a very long time, and the goal is, and that during that time, the culture is going to swing like a pendulum from, like, moments of, like, conservative moments and, like, very liberal moments, and we need, in the moments that the, pendulum swings in a direction that is not in our favor, we need to make sure we hold on to the ground that we've taken. We need to make sure that we continue to support each other and make sure that we keep each other in this industry, and it's all about community. And that's one of the things that, frankly, the other side understands, is that, like, these, the reason some of these groups, these fan groups, feel like they're so, like, all-encompassing and all-powerful and can dominate the conversation is they've built these little communities where they, like, share and support their own ideas, and then they go out and then they torment people online. And it's just like, we need to show that our community stands together as well in the face of that.
So it's the admission that they are indifferent to the success of the product, but they're going to co-opt your hobby in stewarding all of society along the long arc which bends towards their redefinition of social justice. And if you kick up a fuss about that and say, hey, look, I've paid for all these comics so you can actually get a job, they will dismiss you as a toxic fan that they don't need to write for.
And James Tynion IV, yes. Him, is actually playing the victimization card again. The tide is against us.
Yeah, I would kill to write for Batman. You're very privileged, my friend.
And one interesting thing is to note is about the guy on the top left, yes. Eric Anthony Glover.
Yes, he's the host and asking questions, yes.
Yeah, but when James Tynion IV was talking about being in rooms, executive committees, where his, let's say...
Ideas were
shut down. The other guy does instantly this.
Yes.
So I think there's this performative behavior of sympathizing and empathizing with the other person's feelings.
Yeah, it's like when the phrase "the personal is political" came out of group therapy sessions by the feminists. This is an open therapy session of them all patting each other on the back and saying, yes, we're destroying companies, yes, we're trashing people's hobbies, but aren't we good people?
Yeah, but what you said, it's a therapy session. Now, if we combine this with the over-diagnosis coming from psychology, this is their dream of society.
Yeah.
This is what that's when they will achieve their goal of, this is where we were going to just be.
Yeah, we're all atomized, but we're all constantly sobbing about our own plights and our own emotional incontinence, and the only thing we share is not common culture or ideals or aspirations, but superficial identity markers.
Yeah. The only thing that we share is our passivity.
So, we're going to now look at the fact that the open admission by Kim Roberto that retconning characters is a political act. Let's listen.
As far as these iconic characters go, I think the more people speak up about the versions of the characters that they want to see, the more people listen at the top. I think it's a precarious, sometimes political game we have to play when it comes to certain characters. I mean, I think there's still a lot of battles. There are still a lot of battles to be fought. But as far as toxic masculinity in our industry and fandom is concerned specifically, I think what I've come to find is that there's usually a very large or very vocal but small group of people that are the toxic ones. And I think the majority of fans and the majority of people consuming this media, they're good people, and I don't think that, you know, they're as vocal. So I think if you are an ally, again, just like you kind of use your voice and support. I think that's all you can really do. But we try not to, at least I try not to listen to the toxic minority that is like on Twitter.
Oh, so now minorities are toxic. That's interesting. Thank you. So how does she get into the position that she's in? That's the important question. So she actually answers this.
That is like on Twitter.
Oh, so now minorities are toxic. That's interesting. Thank you. So how does she get into the position that she's in? That's the important question. So she actually answers this with the next little bit we're gonna be subjected to, because they ask her, how do you convince straight people that run these companies, because obviously everything's systemically queerphobic and transphobic, to get green light and spend lots of money on these stories that don't seem to make any money? And she says, aha, that's where you're wrong. Diverse content is actually really profitable, guys. Let's roll the clip.
I have a fun thought on this. I mean, for me, I think it's tough because you sometimes will feel like, I mean, just as an obstacle in and of itself, identity, like sometimes you're in the room and you're not sure if you're the only queer person there, you're not sure if you have any allies. But for me, one of the things that I always love to do is cite my sources and bring evidence. So I love data, I love research. I mean, it all shows that diverse and inclusive content makes money. And I think to get a cishet person really invested, you sometimes have to go straight for the money and just show them that not only are these stories worth telling for obvious reasons that we are people and our lives and stories matter and are worth telling, but they're worth it in a financial sense. And I think that a lot of the times with these situations, you got to hit them in the pocketbook. You got to show them that it's a financially lucrative, smart endeavor.
So this all coming from the woman who oversaw the
Such a
cancellation.
great point, especially when, again, we're seeing toxic fandom sort of on the rise with Little Mermaid, with Star Wars, with everything sort of coming out of it. And I think part of what we're all doing and we're trying to put out in the world is, as queer people or people of color that are telling stories about our experiences, those stories will matter to someone. That representation will matter. I keep thinking about the TikToks of the young Black girls that are watching, you know, Haley B. Little Mermaid, and that's a huge deal for them, and that'll matter even with the trolls sort of bombing everything. And so the more we can put our stories out there, and the more we can even center queer or trans narratives as the main focus point of our stories, instead of just, you know, a side character or a piece of a larger cishet narrative, I think that is important, even if sometimes they're not going to sell or they're not going to sort of be marketed the same way. I think just putting them out in the world is going to be meaningful in small ways that we might not even understand.
Yeah, we can end that one there, John, if it didn't cut off. Before I was so rudely interrupted by these people. Kim Roberto is the woman that oversaw the cancellation of Batgirl, Legends of Tomorrow, which were relentlessly, disproportionately having gay relationships in them. Again, not necessarily a fault for the characters, but it is a deliberate attempt to subvert on behalf of these people that just want ubiquitous queerness, as they would say, throughout every narrative, even when it isn't organic and it doesn't respect the original characters. So it's hilarious for her to say there, oh, I have evidence that these narratives make money, even though she's overseen the complete demolition of DC's TV department. It's ridiculous.
She could just show the likes and dislikes of this video as an argument as to why
well,
it's popular.
She would have to download the YouTube extension for that because, of course, YouTube have hidden the dislike bar, haven't they? So what ends up happening is, and we can skip the next clip, John, just because we're so short on time, but she then is asked, where do you get these resources? She says, oh, glad. My team of researchers go out there, and I give them a question to find the answer to, and she deliberately says, and oftentimes it's good for us because the data lines up with what we want it to happen anyway. Right, you're in a cult. You're just confirmation bias. You are taking your framework, projecting it on the world, and cutting off all the evidence which doesn't fit. You're going to activist organizations, never trust an activist to solve a problem, and then just going, oh, this justifies the conclusion we already wanted, and that conclusion just so happens to be, I should get a job.
This is just an ideology. It's just a means of performatively showing that, you know, I'm one of the good guys.
Yeah.
I'm hip.
Yeah, and she later turns around and says, oh, what we need actually is queer people not just in the writing room, we need them in the boardroom, we need them making executive decisions, and we need cis-het people and allies to step aside and let us be the predominant voice in the room at this time because we know our lived experience. Right. So you're saying, I want to step over people and cut the queue, and the fans that have been in this queue forever, like myself, who would dream of inheriting these characters and writing authentic stories from them, who follow in the footsteps of Len Wein and Bernie Wrightson and Marv Wolfman and George Perez and all these brilliant people that stewarded these characters and made their own. No, I get to cut in line because I like women. I like women. I'm a woman. And so what I get is a job. I get a really high-paying job, and I get to destroy your hobby for my own profit. And if you didn't like it, well, you're just a transphobe. It's your fault. I guess you've got to sit there and watch what I make until you accept it, like Alex in Clockwork Orange with his eyes like, yeah.
The workplace has become very tyrannical.
Yes.
Because let's think of it this way. We have many people who are competing. Competition doesn't mean necessarily an eye for an eye. It could be within particular standards.
Yeah.
So we have people here who are vastly unqualified to fill particular roles, and they cannot compete on equal terms.
Yes.
And they are playing the victim card afterwards, and they're libeling the people who are more capable than them.
Yes.
And that is how we end up with companies having people in a program that literally say it doesn't care what the buyers, it matters not what buyers want.
Yeah, it's a doctrine of entitlement and resentment. And if you have fabricated society as the cause for why you're put upon and deserve the advantages, then all those buyers that reject you are not people whose concerns you should listen to. They are affirmers of the hegemony which oppresses you, and so they can be dismissed. Profitability be damned, because we're on the right side of history. Doesn't matter. We need to make Batman as trans as possible until we finally get there. So I wanted to skip directly, John, if you would, just to clip 10, and then we'll finish with clip 10 and 11, just because we're so short on time. Clip 10 demonstrates the effects of exactly what these people want and how ridiculous the infinite regression of identities will be in retconning characters. Let's go.
We put all of our favorite, teen queer characters right at the forefront of that strategy. And I can't speak to the specific characters just yet, but there are some really exciting things coming down the pipeline. And, we do hear you. It's just hang in there a little bit longer and you'll see all the good stuff starting to trickle forth.
What is your dream cishet legacy comic book character you hope to see queered up adaptation of?
My dream was realized. I was in the 90s. It was all about Superboy and Robin being queer, and that was what all the fanfics were about. Roberto knows what I'm talking about. Thomas, everybody's nodding. Yes, you guys were all part of the same live journal communities as me. I got my queer bisexual Superboy, and I got my queer bisexual Tim Drake Robin. I got them both in the same year, even.
I'm ready to see a polyamorous relationship between Cyclops, Wolverine, and Jean Grey, so that they can all...
please have that? Can they just be a throuple?
Yes, I want that so bad, and we all know it's there and it's subtext, and I just want to see it happen.
It's not there.
No, it's not, and it's not in any These guys are bastardizing what has already been created.
The comic I read growing up most religiously was Wolverine because he seemed so trans in retrospect, and I just don't know why the world doesn't understand this, and I feel like it has to happen. So
Can we talk about how his OG height was 5'3"?
that's what I'm saying.
I'm here for this.
Oh, I was gonna say one, and this is for Kim. If you want to take this back to work, I've always seen Poison Ivy is trans, and
Oh my God, that's genius.
that just needs to happen. But also, I really want like a trans lesbian like action adventure story on Themyscira. I was like, that's really
Just you wait. Just you
yeah.
wait.
Oh, okay, great.
Just you wait. We'll talk.
The woman that's head of BCTV says just you wait about trans women going onto a all-female island, and that is expressed as a fantasy by the trans female writer. So the trans female writer wants access to an island of exclusively women, and then the woman says, oh, all of my childhood fantasies about Robin and Superboy having sex, which at the time in the 90s, they were young teenagers, has now happened. So we are suffering the pollution of our art by your sexual fantasies and fetishes. Thanks so much for that. And so then we get stuff like this. DC's Pride 2022. We're not going to go through the actual comic just for time. But nobody else read it, but it's just a collection of stories like where Batgirl's trans friend has a trans pride flag wrapped around a baseball bat and says, I'm a trans woman living in Gotham. Of course I have a weapon. And you wonder why nobody's buying American comics anymore. I haven't bought any of this stuff since 2018. I just buy back issues. So if we can go just onto the last one, because this march will be endless. We'll wrap up before the comments. They will never be happy. It's a cult. It's a cult of misery, and misery loves company. Because Magdalene Visaggio barely contributes to this entire thing and had to dip out halfway through. But they did say something very revelatory here. Let's play.
In the discussions around our characters, but yeah, moving beyond the fact that they're trans, I also, a huge thing, would love to see more than one trans person in a scene together. We have.
Tell me about it. Is there like a Bechdel test version of this?
There needs to be. It's basic. Yeah, it's basically does a trans person have friends who are also trans? And
well, because I think the real question is, I know surprisingly few cis people at this point.
In real life, yeah.
I want to live in your world, Mags. That's the world I want to live in.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. No, you don't. It's a miserable little bubble.
Mask off moment. You live in a miserable little bubble because you don't know any normal people. You don't know any non-ideologues. So you are resentful and you want to pollute everything we love so you can feel better about yourselves. So my message to the companies that make my favorite art and everything I love, stop hiring these monsters, get off ESG scores and make some bloody good comics for once. Until then, I'll just keep buying back issues.
I end.
Yep. Stop doing your bullshit or bugger off.
Such individuals might ask, does anyone need... Anyway, let's move on, shall we, to the Transmaxing Manifesto. Now, this is a slightly strange, slightly disturbing area of the internet that I found myself falling into. I'm not considering it. I've had long hair before, but I'm not going back anytime
No,
soon.
you transmax as much as you need, mate.
Fair play. Well, the thing is, I only just really learnt about what transmaxing is through researching this this segment, and honestly, while it is strange and not anything I would recommend, I can understand the reasons that some of these men are choosing to do such a thing. Are you aware of what it is? Because I'd only heard of it through memes and such.
Not really, but I can guess through just it's becoming as trans as possible, right?
It's the incels adapting. The incels adapting to modernity, which is already trapped
improvise,
them.
Adapt, overcome.
That's exactly, yes. Bear Grylls in a wig. And as such, I thought it would be appropriate to draw everyone's attention to an article that Thomas did back in June called Insuldom is Only Going to Get Worse. This is a premium article for premium subscribers. It comes with a audio track for silver members.
And he was right.
And he was absolutely right. This is a very prophetic article because, yes, Insuldom is only going to get worse, has already got worse, and will probably continue to get worse for as long as we're trapped in the benign reality of modernity, because this is what it's driving men to. So to explain what transmaxing is, I don't think there's anything better than Mary Harrington's headline to this article, Why Are Incels Turning Themselves into Girls?
Well,
there it is.
It kind of explains itself, actually, doesn't it?
Didn't you have a thesis about this to do with a particularly notorious incel?
Oh, well, I mean, possibly, but let's carry on.
Yeah, let's carry on. So this is just talking about how incels are adapting to the fact that they aren't ever going to get laid, or at least feel that way, and feel completely rejected by society, and hate their lives, and are just completely miserable and dejected, isolated, by going, well, everybody seems to like trans people, and trans people seem to get lots of benefits from society, and have a lot of fun, and if I can pass well enough, because a lot of these incels are, let's be honest, twinks as it is, like, well, if I pass enough, most people just seeing me will treat me like a woman anyway. And people generally treat women in a much nicer way than they treat men.
Well, this is what women who have become men have found.
Yeah, exactly. This is the red pill that lots of feminists don't want to take, which is by virtue of being a woman, you are treated much nicer by people in your everyday interactions than a lot of men are. Men are kind of just expected to just get on with whatever life throws at them.
Women are coddled. Nora Vincent book.
Yes, I've got that book. I need to, because she definitely discovered. Sadly, it would be appropriate as well, because sadly she did go ahead with assisted suicide last year as well.
Last year. Right?
Yeah, I think it was. I don't know if this is entirely accurate, but it was supposedly pushed on by mental problems that she developed from her year pretending to be a man. So, for those without any context for what we're talking about, Nora Vincent was a journalist who decided to test the theory that men have it better than women. Men are just treated better and have every opportunity at life thrown at them. And she decided to do that by dressing as a man for an entire year and living as a man for an entire year. Yes, very convincingly. And found that it was horrible and that she hated it and that nobody was nice to her, nobody held doors open for her, not that that was the main thing, just the sort of general privileges that she had come to expect from being a woman and the way that she was treated by men suddenly vanished, and suddenly she discovered that men have it very difficult on the day-to-day, especially destitute men, especially men who aren't in a position of privilege already due to birth or their job or anything like that. It's not a nice position to be in. And these incels are people who have internalized that and taken on the trans narrative, not for purely ideological reasons, but for purely practical reasons. They're just like, well, if I can become a woman and have a nicer life, I'm going to do it. And there is also, of course, a sexual aspect to this, which we'll get onto when we start to take a deeper look into the Transmaxing Manifesto itself. But there are some genuinely understandable and very lucid reasons that these men are giving. And it is horrible to me that they feel the need to have to go to such an extent, because they shouldn't have to be able to live a good life. And the only way I can see to reverse this kind of trend where men feel the need to have to do this, or at least a certain type of man, is for modernity to just die the death it so rightfully deserves. But we're nowhere near close to that at the moment. So
Prince William needs to burst in and beat a few of them up.
That's what he needs, and he needs to shout at them to fight back while they're at it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Fight back! Come on, hit me! Don't try and hit me! So this article is great. It talks about some of the reports that have been made. So some report of making up. Once again, this is very lucid, and they're not doing it for any ideological reasons.
It's irrational.
They're making up stories of gender dysphoria for medical professionals, while others self-induce gender dysphoria by watching Sissy Hypno. Okay?
I've never heard of
Sissy
this.
Hypno. And this, once again, kind of proves Connor's thesis about just how damaging pornography is to the especially to the male mind. Absolutely right, because these men are watching Sissy Hypno.
But also, it's not a born this way argument, right?
No, of
you're
course not.
training yourself. You're habituating yourself into this.
And this also lines up with other examples we've seen from like posts on the male to female Reddit forum, where they're just like, well, I got into this sissy porn, and all of a sudden I felt that I should be a woman. Okay, all right. I never felt this way before.
Primary argument against sissy porn.
It just happened, yeah. It's a type of video in which hypnotic and sometimes also pornographic, unsurprisingly, stimuli are combined with messages encouraging the male viewer to embrace feminine looks or behaviour.
I brainwashed myself into becoming a woman. Right, okay.
Yes,
All right.
exactly that. And like they say here, they're abandoning the civil rights born this way narrative. They're just saying many transmaxers report that the interventions have significantly improved their lives. Why, such individuals might ask, does anyone need a born in the wrong body story to justify something that just works on its own terms? That's kind of a difficult question to respond to.
It just tells you the way that society's rigged for it, right?
Yeah.
It's loaded in the direction that actually being trans and being a woman is much more preferable to being a loser man.
I mean, my problem with it is still works in favour of a lot of the negative social forces going in society. If men just accept it, men should be the ones providing the bulwark against these kinds of ridiculous developments in societies. We should be setting the boundaries, but these men are going along with it because they basically see themselves as having no other choice.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, of course, it means you are, like so many others, just a customer for the medical profession for the rest of your life, basically.
Yeah.
But then this article linked to this Substack article called Transmaxing the Incel to Trans Woman Pipeline that goes into a lot more detail because, once again, this Transmaxing Manifesto, which is available for anybody to look at online, if you go into the comments down below, you can read the whole thing for yourself, is 73 pages long.
What?
73 pages long.
Christ, okay.
And not only that, they have lots of studies that they really understand deeply. These are not people, I mean, you talk about incels, these are definitely 4chan autists.
Right.
Because they've gone to the 4chan autist level of detail to look into all of this. They even refute most of the sort of civil rights, pro-trans lobby arguments by just going like, well, yeah, this doesn't work, this is stupid, here's some pictures of some horrible failed attempts at creating a vagina.
But now I'm off to see my boyfriend and I'm not an incel anymore.
Well, yeah, basically. They're saying, well, if I transition, and then all of my other incel friends transition as well, then technically we're just sissy trans lesbians, therefore we're not gay. And it's completely understandable. They've rationalised it away to an
girlfriend, become the girlfriend.
They have memes
Of course
basically saying that.
Of course they do.
So, yeah, I'll just read through some of this. For some men, the solution to the despair of living as an isolated, unhappy male is straightforward. Just become a woman.
I'm not even angry. I'm not judging. It's like, you know.
That's the thing. It makes sense from the position we're in society right now. This is just what society has driven some men to do. Yeah. What was it? In an insane society, the only rational decision is to become insane.
Yeah.
There you go. How society benefits from people transitioning, this is part of the document that they've listed out here. Incels will become less likely to develop or maintain problematic political beliefs or become violent. They will instead benefit from accelerated hypergamy, I don't know how you spell it. Hypergamy, which is just increased female sex drive, isn't it?
No.
Oh.
It's the practice of women essentially sort of marrying up. Marrying them for status and then improving their position in society by moving between men at higher statuses.
Yeah, so it's basically saying, well, if I transition, I can become a whore and be celebrated for it.
Yeah.
Which is just fact-check true,
yeah.
Sadly.
Gynocentrism, obviously.
Yep. How to transition, the 13-step process that involves watching anime and sissy hypno porn to induce dysphoria. Yeah, bank your sperm, begin hormone replacement therapy. Look at this. I'm sorry, just look at this meme here. We've got the virgin antidepressant user. Now, I'm just describing this for those listening, which just looks like the virgin walk meme versus Stacy transitioner. So they're still using the incel Stacy language there. But look at some of the reasons they're giving. Growing ever more feminine, basically living a sexual fantasy 24/7. On the right side of history, you're actually special and worth remembering. Bargain HRT from Kiev. Oh, all right. Massive friends groups of transitioners and cis women, because some of these people are just, they're also saying, well, normal women will also like us more because they'll perceive us as less threatening.
Now they have friends, now they have a social life. Because you see it before, like, not cute, never will be, never have a girlfriend, destroy personality to be more useful to a system that hates him, atomized individual, literally no one cares about you, pills don't work anyway, or, to be forgotten, seriously not happy, lied to by chemicals, kill sex drive, all the, like, you can see why someone would choose to get out of that position by transition.
One of the other reasons to transition right there, one of the most oppressed minorities, women and leftists will love you. So
yeah.
Basically, just people will treat me nicer.
But the virgin antidepressant user, I mean, if that person isn't being oppressed by society, who is? You know?
Yeah.
Like, but no, once you trans, now you're oppressed. It's like, yeah, because everyone likes me and I get everything. It's like, really, that's oppression, is it?
And once again, though, there is definitely a fetish element to this as well, because one of the reasons given is just saying trans women have way better sex than chads. On estrogen, you will experience multiple full-body orgasms. All right. If you say so, and there is.
But no, actually, there's no feeling anymore. You're turning yourself into a sex toy that can't feel anything.
A 1,200 plus member transmaxing Discord, which includes men who have transitioned, those who are merely interested, and everything in between. And there are transmaxing success stories in the chapter, a full chapter of that in the manifesto, which I presume have been gotten from interviews with these people and also just stories that have been seen in this Discord, because there are some screenshots from the Discord. And it just says, 4 years ago, I was an edgy right-wing anti-SJW teen who was borderline MGTOW, so this is one of your...
Yeah, someone who used to subscribe to me, yeah.
Yeah, now I'm a gay cat girl dating an anarchist trans girl, so they've gone from you to Dev.
Okay, it's fine.
Is what's going on.
I just feel bad for them, to be honest.
I know. Cat the Vat, a YouTuber and member of the Transmax Discord, suspects the manifesto's porn talk, and particularly fantasies about forced feminization, may serve a practical purpose for would-be transmaxers. So it's basically just like soothe them into the idea of it by just telling them about how pornographic the whole thing will be, and how you'll just live a 24/7 sex fantasy.
But you know what this is? This is an excuse for not getting fit. This is an excuse for not working hard. This is an excuse for all of these things.
Well, it can be, but also, once again, if you are just the little Twinkie boy, and you still get fit anyway, the likelihood is, okay, you're fit and you're a twink. Women care a lot about height.
Yeah, they do, but I know lots of vertically challenged men who are married. Like, this
We believe in you, Callum.
Well, yeah, but Pete as well, they're all successful with women. It's just that,
There's got to be a certain confidence that you put forward.
But there's also, it's a certain class of woman who's obsessed by height. And okay, if you're a short guy, that's not your girl, right? You find a woman who's not excessively obsessed with height and is instead concerned about something else. Because, there's a huge range of personality types everywhere. So it's not the end of the world. Just don't worry about those ones.
But once again, I can understand where these men are coming from. Purely from the original position of my life sucks. Everything in society around me is designed, explicitly designed, because I am a white man, to push me down.
I don't blame you for trying to escape that, but...
This isn't the answer. You're basically just falling into the enemy's paradigm by doing this. Even if you are rejecting the born this way narrative, you are still becoming a patient for life, you're becoming a customer for life, you're still just falling into the trap, basically.
And also, you're not getting the thing you actually wanted, which is a family, right? Like, you wanted a girlfriend so you could get married and start a family. You're not going to get that.
No.
That's why you got to bank your sperm, which good luck with that.
Yeah, but I do like one thing about this, which is it's going to absolutely piss off your typical trans activists. They are not going to like the assumption and then the proven evidence that if you transition, life doesn't get worse, you don't suddenly become the oppressed class, you actually become somebody that society values. Yeah, it is a privilege right there. And then we've got more testimonies further down in the article. So Tina, a 23-year-old German transmaxer who's been living as a woman for the past year, transition has been a solution to inceldom. Tina came to two crucial conclusions from being rejected by a load of women over the years. First, that men are replaceable from a reproductive standpoint, and second, that 1 in 20 men are doomed to become incels because of the imbalance in the birth-to-sex ratio. On average, 105 boys are born for every 100 girls, although that ratio can vary.
But that's not understanding that men kill themselves and die through stupidity at a much higher rate than women.
This is true. Incels need to bank on the stupidity and recklessness of other men.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's a fair point.
That's totally true. My wife sends me these videos all the time of some guys like, he set up a bike ramp on the roof of his house or something to try and land in his swimming pool or something like that.
That
And
sounds pretty fun. Can
Yeah,
I get in on this?
Exactly, and she's always like, it's always men doing this stupid stuff. And I'm like, yeah, it is, yeah, because we're not like women.
Yeah.
You don't understand. But if you actually look at it, the population of Britain is 49% men, 51% women. And it's probably the same in Germany and everywhere else, because it's one of those things you actually need to produce more men because men are stupid.
We'll just take ourselves out
Yeah,
completely
exactly.
by accident.
Yes, we will.
I mean, Pete, in fact, has actually saved me once or twice just because I was about to walk on the road without looking either way, just because I was like, fine. My animal instinct tells me the road is fine right now.
Exactly.
When this Tina person learned that anti-androgens, which suppress testosterone production, are often prescribed to trans women as part of hormone replacement therapy, he decided to fake gender dysphoria in order to access the drug. I had never concerned myself with any kind of trans stuff before, but after going to several trans-specialized psychologists and telling the completely fake, Tina's own words, dysphoria story, the general gist of it is, I've had gender dysphoria since I was 14, I'm uncomfortable around women and I envy them for their femaleness and all that kind of S. Tina received a diagnosis of gender dysphoria and prescriptions for anti-androgens and estrogen.
Oh, that's brutal.
Boom!
That is brutal.
Once again, the trans activists will despise this.
What's the scientific validity for people saying that they have gender dysphoria? Well, all they have to do is tell us, because there's nothing we can do to prove it. And so someone can literally just lie and say, yeah, all of the words you want to hear, and now here's the pills.
And this is something I've seen before with like the female to male ones where they go, well, I literally go on YouTube, some trans influencer basically gives me a script that I read out to a doctor, and then I immediately get prescribed testosterone.
Exactly. There's no science or, nothing behind it other than their opinion.
Yeah, and now Tina has been living full-time as a woman for the past year and recently travelled to Spain for a consultation with a facial feminization surgeon. Since she has been clinically diagnosed with dysphoria, the German government will cover all costs associated with the transition, which she estimates will total about €80,000.
Jesus.
So not only are incels transitioning to get a better life, the taxpayer is funding it as well.
And there's no program for, the incels go, look, doctor, I feel depressed because I'm fat and, flabby and I've never lifted a weight. And the German government's like, hey, we'll pay for your gym membership,
That would be nice.
Yeah, that would be good, right? There's no incentive in the opposite direction. The incentive is only, why don't you just become a woman?
There you go. And interestingly, this article continues to say, most transmax discourse has little to say about women transitioning to become men.
Wow, why would it?
Vintology says that this is one person on this Discord, says that he would ban female-to-male transition completely for the good of society, citing these 5 reasons.
Okay.
Number 1, female-to-male transition is detrimental for the fertility rate in most cases, as there's no good way to preserve fertility.
That's true.
That's a good point. Female-to-male transition makes the incel problem worse.
What, so are you suggesting that Elliot Page is now just an incel?
I mean...
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, he literally looks like the Virgin Walk meme, so
I
can't
really
deny.
Hilarious.
Yeah, and then female-to-male transition result in less beautiful females in society. I mean, that's just also true.
Fair.
Female-to-male transition seems to have worse overall outcomes in studies. True. And female-to-male transition generally rely more on irreversible surgeries, such as mastectomies, which leave permanent scars. Also, the effects from testosterone are much harder to reverse.
I believe it.
This is all true, because what you'll find from the transmaxers, if we go into the actual document now, we won't rest on the document for too long, because once again, just grab the bar at the side and just scroll through it, because there is so much detail in here, and there's multiple pages given over to just memes as well, as you would kind of expect. Look, here are some of the success stories.
Yeah.
Look, I was this little Twinkie boy. Look how pretty I am now.
The
There
thing
you
is,
go.
okay, so take this guy on the left, right? Okay, yeah, you are young and kind of beardless, but if you started doing things that would up your testosterone level, so you'd actually start growing a beard, like play contact sports, go to the gym, work out, whatever. It's not that you were in a particularly hopeless position. It's just that you were young.
Mm-hmm. And now you've made this big decision where you've got tits now.
Yeah, okay, good luck.
Fair play, good luck to you, but it's still weird, okay?
Yeah.
And one of the things that you find, I
none
found
of these
reading
men
this...
look like irredeemable cases to me.
No, they really don't. But one of the things you'll find as well is they actively suggest, okay, one of the questions that they ask is, but won't my neo-vagina be horrible? And they just go, well, don't get one. We would never recommend you get one. Keep your penis. And they say, people will find it kinkier anyway, because once again, one of the goals of this is to be able to sleep with more people, and if you can be somebody's fetish, then you're more likely to be successful. I mean, look at these. Very strange, but but I think that's enough of the Transmaxing Manifesto now. So one of the things that I noticed as well is that I saw this, which is that people aren't just using the logic to fight back against the loneliness of being an incel. Some people are using this logic to fight back against
the way the law is stacked against men.
Yep, man legally changed gender to gain custody of kids. Trans groups concerned.
I mean, that surely tells you everything you need to know about the state of men's rights in this society.
I mean, seriously, like this Vice article is basically just saying here, legal system is so stacked against men, he has to change gender to get his kids. Trans most affected.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. My son was taken from me because my ex, his mother, came up with lies. She just said lies. And I lost all rights to my son. It is horrific.
Trans most affected. As always, in the actual article itself, he goes into it a little bit more. The man, Rene Salinas Ramos, told local media the change was not related to his sexuality or identity. It's just that the Ecuadorian legal system gives preferable rights to mothers over fathers when it comes to the custody of children. There you go.
So I became the mother.
Yes, literally, that's what he says. These laws say that one who has the right is the woman. As of this moment, I am female. Now I'm also a mom. That's how I consider myself.
Well, that's what the law says.
There you go. So trans rights groups don't hate the player, hate the game. You set the rules up. This is just the logical consequence of it. And trans maxers, I kind of sympathise with your plight, but it's still very strange. Like Carl says, maybe get a gym membership instead of going ahead with all of this gender transition nonsense.
Play contact sports. That's what I'd recommend.
Yeah, there you go.
If you appreciated that segment from the podcast of the Lotus